Synopsis. JoJo? No, this is Dio. After transmigrating, the protagonist discovers his new identity, Dio Brando, a British-Chinese hybrid with an overwhelming presence. But hold on. This is the Marvel Universe. How long until Thanos arrives? At least I have a cheat. Star Platinum, The World, Crazy Diamond, Killer Queen, Gold Experience, King Crimson, all mine. Ding. First stand drawn. Seeing Little Tomato grin at him, the only stand user in Marvel size, lights a cigarette, and wonders why is life so cruel. Chapter 1. If you love someone, send him to New York because it is a paradise. If you hate someone, send him to New York because it is hell. Sitting in a chair and taking a picture of his chaotic head, Youngji couldn't help but think of the two sentences he saw on the internet. He just returned from the hospital to a small restaurant in Chinatown, New York. He is now trying to sort out the ridiculous thing that happened to him not long ago. Before this, he never thought that he would one day become a part of this bustling city. One is the fact that he's just an employee of a small-time company developing a mobile game in Volkswagen City. And the fact that he is still single despite already in his 30s with barely enough savings in his bank account. He even manages to buy his own place, despite having the stress every day to the point that it causes hair loss. And of course, no woman would be attracted to him since most women prioritize looks above anything else. And now all of a sudden he's in someone else's body, a half-English Chinese man. Just a glimpse from the mirror, and he immediately realized this body has a very good genetic. The bright and white face. The cold and sharp eyes, the slightly upward thick eyebrows, the long and intense eyelashes. The height of 185 centimeters, which is considered to be excellent in any country. The straight and robust body is matched with this handsome face. He's delighted if nothing else. However, Youngji, who doesn't even know how he ended up in this body, was not as excited as he thought. He's still trying to remember the last scene before his crossing. He vaguely remembers that it was the 7th day of the project developing the rip-off game from a booming animation series, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Because they're just a small-time company, it's really important to finish it as fast as possible. Of course, without any licensed copyright and authorization, they will use another name for the game, something not so far off he can't really remember whether it is called Yo-Yo's Wonderful Adventure, or JoJo Mainland. This is not the first time his company developed this rip-off game, as they can just change the company's name and do this again, and again, as long as it is not big, the original author would not notice this kind of piracy. When the project is decided, and all that's left is the development process. His boss held a party in his place. The purpose is to encourage his employees to finish this game as fast as possible despite their doubt. This kind of work is obviously illegal, and he can't force the employee to finish this kind of job, that's why he held a party. These employees have nothing to blame but themselves. They're mostly those who aren't accepted at better companies and ended up here because of their lack of skills, knowledge, and perhaps luck. After all, society nowadays demands hard work and talent. There's nothing these failures can do but enjoy the food and drinks. Youngji's last memory is when he went to bed that night. When he woke up, he found himself in the hospital ward of New York. In someone else's body to boot. He found out he was taken to the hospital by ambulance after asking a doctor. Both this body's father and mother are from China, but both of them are not as lucky as him, as they're treated too late and ended up dead. This small restaurant in Chinatown is probably the last asset they have for their children. I'm supposed to be dead. Ironically, I have watched a lot of these anime where the protagonists enter someone else's body when he's about to die. He never expected he would experience the same fate. Youngji probably had a gist about the cause of his death, but he was not fazed by this. After all, his own life is far from the word interesting or fulfilling. He can't even call it living. All he did is wake up, go to work, and sleep repetitively every day. There are no relatives. No wives, and children. At most, there are only a few friends to eat and drink together, and they're not that close, to begin with. When he touched his face, all of a sudden, all memories from this body surge into his brain. The first thing he knew is the fact that he was poisoned along with his parents. Nobody knew this fact, and even if he called the police, they wouldn't believe him since police there is pretty much corrupt. And if it weren't for him, these three would have held their hands together and die. In fact, even the doctor thought he's already beyond saving as well. Fortunately, there's a story of miracles occurred in the hospital, for example, a 70-year-old woman who regained consciousness when she's about to be buried. So the doctor had no choice but to accept this fact. Forget it, it's useless to think about it right now, I'll just do whatever I can do. He knew more bad news is waiting for him. And there's no point in getting stressed thinking about all this. And it's not like he doesn't have anything. His parents owned a small restaurant with 6 or 7 tables. This is probably enough to sustain his basic needs in this bustling city. In case the business is not going well, he could sell the restaurant and then return to China as well. Although technically it's not his, since he's stuck in this body now, he might as well use everything he can use. In the middle of his deep thought, the phone rings. Yongji reached out to his pocket and take out a phone. "Hey, Dio, I heard you get discharged today. Have you fully recovered? I'm sorry about Uncle Brando and Aunt He, don't be such gloom. If you need money, I have a little saving here. Also, I know a good cemetery for both of them, the price is relatively low, of course, I didn't mean to remind you about them or anything, I'm just." From the memory he got, Yongji knows that he can't hang the phone now. The caller is Will Joss, his current body's friend. A black guy who doesn't know who his father is, he has been in a gang ever since he's a kid. But he is warm and caring, and he's already grateful for being able to eat warm food in his place. Chapter 2. The phone is still connected. Will had a unique accent like most black people, but since Yongji almost never heard of this accent, he ended up listening until the end. And he's having this weird feeling because his name now is the same as the villain character in a rip-off game he's about to develop. JoJo? No, it's me, Dio. Perhaps this is fate. When Dio is thinking about the original JoJo series, he suddenly realized that there's something familiar within his sight. A familiar interface appeared in front of him, a sense of déjà vu tingles his mind. This is the exact interface from that game. How the hell is this here? Dio knew from the novel and anime about this kind of story. Usually, the protagonist is granted some kind of special power. He never thought he would get one too, and seeing this interface excites him. Hey, are you listening? You're there, right? Sorry, what did you say again? I said that you should take proper rest. I will fetch you tomorrow and check out the cemetery. I didn't expect that playboy Tony Stark would be so generous. Okay, I'll do just that, see you tomorrow. Got it, take care, bro. Dio hung up the phone quickly, but then he remembered the name Will mentioned. Tony Stark. Could it be? Dio finally realizes how serious this situation is. He's not in the world he belonged to. He sets aside his intention to inspect the special power and immediately takes out his mobile phone and searches online. After a few minutes, he was utterly speechless. Stark Industries, many well-known names actually exist, not as an actor but as the real deal. Whether he can, believe it or not, turns out, he crosses into the Marvel Universe. Fortunately, it's still 2010 here. So the fight off against Thanos is still far off, but the thing is Dio doesn't even remember the exact time about the big fight or any important event occurring in the movie, he merely knows the heroes and the fact that they fought villains to save the planet. And if someone carelessly alters the timeline in this universe, it could lead to a time paradox. Suddenly realizing his situation freaks him out. And he felt the urge to return to his previous life. At least it's peaceful in his last life. But here alien attacks are already like some daily occurrence. Even this city, which is far from New York, is pretty much a dangerous area. But if he doesn't do anything, Thanos will be able to gather all 6 Infinity Stones, and with a snap of a finger, half of the universe is gone. The chance is still 50, but he believes he's amongst the ones with bad luck. Every time he and his team completed a game, he tested the game out to find bugs, gacha rate, etc. And based on his experience, he never got lucky in gacha game, not even once. Meanwhile, his friends got a lot of useful SSRs. He can't get one even when gacha rate is increased by 10 times. So relying on luck is not an option for him. And now that he's in someone else's body, he would like to compare which one is luckier, his old self or his current self. Thinking about it makes him forget about the urge to return to his previous life. Now that he gets a special power, he'll utilize it no matter how weak it's gonna be, he's determined to survive. Even if he can't change anything, at least he tried his best, that's what he thought. Now that he has calmed down and accept the reality, he wants to learn more about this special power. This is his best chance at surviving, so he better learns things as fast as possible. Even though back when he developed that rip-off game, it's not yet completed, but the basic command, feature, and interface are already implemented, so he got the gist of it. System. He tried to interact with the system by calling it because from the novel he read, that's how the protagonist interacts with the superpower which related to a system like this, but turns out no answer. He thought maybe it's because the game is not completed just yet, that's why there's no respond. But when he thought about it, if suddenly there's a voice whispering into his ear, he wouldn't be so pleased either. And this interface is created by him, so at least he knows the basic, he got a faint idea how he'll. So the first thing Dio did is open the gift package for the novice player, which has a white egg, and this will be his first stand. He frowned. Chapter 3. Novice pack contains 2 items, a skill book to learn Hammond energy and an egg with an unknown stand within. Dio clicked on the ripple energy, resulting in a lot of knowledge instantly transmitted to his mind. Then he opened his eyes, brimming with amazement. What is Hammond? Although JoJo's real popularity is due to stand, anyone who has seen all series has to admit that Old Man Araki is a genius. The core combat elements in the first 2 seasons of JoJo's are the so-called Hammond energy. Even though what makes JoJo's popular is stand, by no means Hammond is less appealing. One of the well-known sentences from the 2nd season is, or no Seigo no Hammond days. Yukatadakure. Pretty sure those who watched this scene was moved. Adding the concept of Hammond into the game he made was intentional. One is to make it as similar to the original series as possible to attract more players. The second is to replace the blue bars, MP, energy bars, and other similar functions in other games. After all, this mobile game contains the feature stand. It would be weird if magic is involved in using the stand. So the idea is to introduce the Hammond energy, which is barely used in the 3rd season, as the power to control the stand, use a finishing move, etc. After all, this is just a rip-off game from JoJo's series. However, Dio didn't expect that the Hammond energy he got from the novice pack can be strengthened with several methods. He just found out after clicking the Hammond energy in the novice pack earlier. In other words, not only the Marvel universe is real here, there's a possibility that JoJo's universe is real as well. Based on the knowledge he gained after clicking the Hammond energy, Dio knows Hammond is energy that identical to the sun, which the human body can produce through controlled breathing, having the effect of creating ripples of energy propagating from the bloodstream to the rest of the body and other objects in contact with it. Hammond manifests itself as electricity-like sparks, and it can be seen by ordinary humans. For example, if he uses Hammond on a stone then throw the rock into the water, the rock will cause a series of ripples in the water. So the main point to use Hammond energy is by controlling your breathing. Hammond can strengthen the body, and since it's a similar kind of energy to the sun, it's pretty useful. After understanding the theory behind Hammond, he wants to try firsthand, so he adjusts his breathing and Hammond energy condense from the blood inside his body, and envelope his hand, then he punched the table in front of him. A table made from wood in front of him has instantly ripped apart. Dio didn't expect Hammond to be this powerful, causing him to gasp. And the Hammond energy in his hand quickly dissipated, and then he couldn't help but feel a little tired and checked the interface. He saw that the energy bar representing the value of the Hammond energy was reduced by 1/3. Since he learned about Hammond just now, the initial value is 100 points, which means that the Hammond he used on his punch just now used 30 points of energy. The power is very destructive. The average person won't stand a chance against him, but he only has 3 opportunities at max for now. He's aware that he can't get stronger in one night. He believes can become stronger as time passes. Without Hammond energy, he is just an average guy, and nowadays all women care is looks, they don't even bat an eye at a strong man. Since Hammond had such destructive power, even though inexperienced, maybe he can easily kill someone because it seems like Hammond can be used as a projectile as well. That's what he thought. But he decided to keep a low profile for now. Then Dio calmed down his nerve and readjusted his breathing to practice Hammond again, but then Dio found through the game interface that his energy value is recovering, and quite fast too. In a matter of seconds, his energy bar is fully recharged. This just describes how important to control his breathing. If I mess up, not only I can't use Hammond, I also won't be able to recharge my energy bar. Dio couldn't help but smile a bit. For an ordinary person who is an average person before teleported into another world, suddenly was shocked by the fact that controlling his breathing could affect the outcome of a fight. Becoming strong sure is not that easy. However, he's not discouraged by this fact. He made up his mind to master the breathing technique and engrave it into his mind. If he can't even do this, who knows, maybe Thanos will suddenly come and he's already dead without even realizing it. Dio, who has made up his mind, consistently practiced the breathing technique while paying close attention to the white egg. Although he realized that the stand he got from the white egg won't be a top-tier stand, he can't help but look forward to it. Stand. The stand is a powerful figure generated by life force in the body. Based on the game he developed, to use stand, he needs Hammond energy. If Hammond energy is Dio's foundation, then stand symbolizes Dio's strength. And one more thing to note is that this undeveloped scam game has 5 slots for stand. In JoJo's original series, under normal circumstances, a stand user can only have 1 stand, but because this is using the system from the game he developed, he can use up to 5. However, because his Hammond energy level is still 1, he can only use one stand for the time being. He closed both his eyes with his hands due to the excitement as the white egg hatched. Star Platinum, The World, Crazy Diamond, Killer Queen, Gold Experience, King Crimson, too many powerful stands leave him drooling, and if he could get one among them, he's basically good to go. But reminded by his previous life's luck, suddenly he's getting cold feet. With a soft white light, a creature resembling a small tomato emerged in front of him and was staring at him. Congratulations to the player to get stand Pearl Jam. Dio was speechless, then lit a cigarette silently, looked up at the ceiling, exhales smoke. It's just a mystery how life is so harsh. Chapter 4. Pearl Jam is the stand of Tonio Trussardi, an Italian chef who first appeared in JoJo's 4th part, Diamond is Unbreakable. He is the owner of Trussardi Restaurant in the suburb of Morio Town. There are only very few scenes showing Pearl Jam, and none of them is a fight. For the sake of improving experience of gameplay, the programmers include every stand on the series. Is this supposed to be a joke? Just because I own a restaurant now, I get this? He can't say anything else. He's just utterly disappointed, so much for his hopes on getting an overpowered stand, it turns out he only got ingredients for cooking. Holding a glimmer of hope, Dio checked the properties of Pearl Jam, while taking out a cigarette quietly. Destructive power, E. E rank. He's about to faint when he saw this. The lowest value means that this stand has almost no offensive ability. Speed, C. Indicating the stand agility and reflexes. This is also evaluated reasonably high for the melee stand. It can be strengthened through training from time to time. Range, B. The maximum distance between the stand and the user. E, 2 meters, D, 5 meters, C, 10 meters, B, 20 meters, A, 50 meters. Important note. This parameter is created by the programmers of the game, not by any means depicting the original character from the series. Persistence, A. Determining the maximum amount of time to materialize the stand, the higher the value, the less Hammond energy consumed to keep it materialized and vice versa. Precision, E. Indicating the stand's accuracy and the effect of their abilities to specified targets. Automatic type stands are generally evaluated with rank D or below, with a few exceptions. Growth, C. Measures the stand's potential, utilization of its abilities and powers, and capacity to improve its overall capabilities. It decreases in rank as the user masters their stand. Special abilities. Diet, the ability to cure ailments through the ingestion of a specific dish. The more delicious the dish is, the more potent it is as a cure. What the hell? He put out his cigarette and sighed. After finished inspecting the properties of Pearl Jam, he completely lost his hope. It is impossible to survive with just tomatoes. Either he needs to get the next stand as soon as possible or master Hammond as quickly as possible. The only good news is that his stand is exceptional. Even if his stand is attacked or damaged, there will not feedback damage to him. After all, his stand is one of the food ingredients, so obviously, it will be cut into pieces and cooked with other ingredients. Even if he used Pearl Jam as an ingredient, he could still summon another Pearl Jam as it is a colony stand. The persistence reaches the evaluation of A. It means that the Hammond consumption rate is extremely small. For a new player like him, this helps a lot as he doesn't have that much Hammond energy yet. The maximum distance with the user is 20 meters. So it's pretty convenient. It seems that the one responsible for sending me here wants me to be a great cook. Dio, who can't do anything but accept his fate, with Pearl Jam equipped in his stand slot, then use his Hammond energy to summon these small tomatoes. Hey! Hey! With 10 Hammond energy as the cost, he summoned several small tomatoes. The little thing was inquisitive, flying back and forth around Dio while calling him and laugh in a weird tone. So, the Hammond consumption rate for one Pearl Jam and the recovery rate from the breathing method is the same, as expected of A-level sustainability. Dio tried to summon an additional 3 Pearl Jam, and the consumption rate per second becomes 4. His remaining 60 points of Hammond energy are only enough to last for 20 seconds. I am so weak I can't stand it. Dio, who immediately dismissed the stand, came to a realization at this moment. He's indeed granted a special power here, but that doesn't necessarily make him strong right off the bat. He needs to strengthen himself gradually. Then, he took a deep breath and suddenly saw the most eye-catching golden sign on the game interface. Friendship pool, single draw 100 friendship points. 10 free draws every 24 hours. Golden pool, require 1 gold bar per draw. He's also aware of this feature, but at the moment he can only use a friendship pool. As one of the programmers who developed this game, Dio knew that friendship pool is only a pool for poor players who don't want to spend any money on the game. Naturally, the content of the pool is mostly trash. There's only a handful of stand inside friendship pool, which is just as weak as Pearl Jam, with absurd draw rate, about 1 in 1,000. To be precise, it's only 10 among 1,000 of the total items in the pool. Well, maybe after a few hundred draws, the player will get a stand from the friendship pool. Otherwise, it won't be granted for free. And obviously, a good stand belongs to Golden Pool. Of course, the player must use real currency to use this. According to the game, friendship points can be earned by fighting with friends. It's relatively easy to accumulate. Hey, man. Let us fight together. To deepen our bond. Obviously, that's just ridiculous. As for the golden pools which require a golden bar. The fact that it uses a gold bar already confused him. For example, which gold bar is required? 10 grams? 50 grams? Or 100 grams of a gold bar? There is still another problem. Even if he really got the gold bars, how can he draw? Is it an automatic process? After he clicked draw, the gold bar he held disappeared just like that, or what? Because whether he likes it or not, he has to use the golden pool if he wants to survive in this world. Meanwhile, others who were sent to another world like him got overpowered abilities. He feels so powerless. Both his parents are dead. His power is a bit tricky to use too. It's just one problem after another. Screw it, I'll get something to eat first. This body of mine hasn't eaten anything yet. Even if the food here is unfamiliar with the food here, there's no choice, I guess. Still better than dying of hunger. As the only stand user in this Marvel universe and the only user possessing an edible stand, he can't even imagine how to eat it. Chapter 5. Dio rummaged through the kitchen to find edible ingredients while using the free 10 draw from the friendship pool for today. He got 6 Morio Towns brick, a white chef's hat, 2 low-level Hammond beads. And in addition to these things, there is also the original underwear that belonged to Trishuna. Dio, who is looking for ingredients to cook, can't help but lament upon his misfortune. He got bricks. The fact that it's a brick from Morio Town doesn't make it any different from ordinary bricks. The white chef's hat is just as the name implies, a chef's hat. Not even granting any bonus stats, but the 2 low-level Hammond beads are better than nothing. Low-level Hammond beads increase the maximum value of Hammond energy upon consuming. Dio instantly swallows both 2 low-level Hammond beads. The maximum value of the Hammond energy is increased from 100 to 102, so other than training, this is another viable method to become stronger. As for the original underwear, he can't even retort anymore. He wanted to discard it along with other bricks, thought that maybe he had some use for it later. And decided to keep a few, and discarded the rest along with the original underwear. The game's storage can only contain up to 100 items, and as far as he knew, it can only store game-related items. He found some ingredients, 3 eggs that he put into a bowl, and glutinous rice. Because Dio's family is dead because of gas poisoning, that restaurant is in a worse state than ever. Can't function even at this time of day with barely any ingredients left. So Dio decided to simply make a scrambled egg, mainly to try out the ability of Pearl Jam firsthand. So, small tomato became real tomato. After stirring the egg, Dio materialized 2 Pearl Jam with Hammond energy. And the moment it's summoned, it's as if these small tomatoes already know its purpose and a voice is sounded in Dio's mind. Please select the consumer and determine the ailments to be treated. Dio snorted and then selected himself as the consumer. The symptoms that need to be treated are dark circles on his eyes and a scar on the hand. These 2 small tomatoes laugh weirdly. After selecting the consumer and ailments to be treated, one of them suddenly jumped into the mineral water he just poured. And the other one jumped into the egg he just stirred, and both disappeared without a trace. Dio, who wants to make scrambled eggs, is quite surprised seeing this but relieved at the same time because he can't force his stand to be his food's ingredient even though it looks like a tomato. A few minutes later, Dio finished cooking a plate of scrambled eggs and served it with a glass of white water. As someone who spends his whole life single, he's used for cooking for himself, and the taste is not that bad, so he's not precisely inexperienced with cooking. Let's see how potent the ability is. He sat down with a scrambled egg and a glass of water in front of him. Dio hesitated, but he needed to try the effect out, so he grabbed the glass and drank it. What? How can water be this good and fresh? He can't believe normal plain water can be this good. When he's about to drink some more, he suddenly felt like his eyes are burning. In a flash, tears poured out like waterfalls. Dio was shocked at first, but then he remembered how his stand's ability works. Pearl Jam. After entering the human body through digestion, it will treat illnesses by destroying it first and regenerate it afterward. Therefore the treatment process is really extreme, causing most people to freak out when they saw it. Dio burst into tears for 30 seconds, he felt as if his eyes were falling out before the endless tears finally stopped. Then feels refreshed afterward, as if he has brand new eyes. He quickly looks at the mirror. What do you know? I become so handsome. Time to dig in. Thanks to Pearl Jam, foods and drinks become much more delicious. Imagine if he's a top chef, there'll be so many celebrities and other wealthy people lining up to eat his food, and he doesn't need to worry about money anymore. He finished the scrambled egg in a matter of minutes, and sit in satisfaction while waiting for the effect to kick in. After 2 seconds, his hand felt itchy, so itchy he can't help but scratch the scar on his hand. Which Dio got by accident when he was a child. He knew this is the ability of Pearl Jam, and one by one, his skin layer is flying off, and this scene is so grotesque. He can't bear to see this, but suddenly the itch is gone, and the scar is gone. It's as if he grew a new hand. Wow, this is amazing. I mean, this is so useful. People will pay a lot of money for something like this. This is much better than medicine, cosmetics, therapy, etc. And without side effects. At most, the treatment process is terrifying. And after the treatment, he became even more handsome. Dio is glued to the mirror seeing how handsome he became. Chapter 6. The next morning, right after cleaning up the table he broke yesterday, somebody comes knocking on his door. Hey, brother, it's me, Will. The moment Dio opened the door, Will gave him a big hug, but it looks pretty funny since he's only 1.6 meters, while Dio's height is 1.85 meters. Hello, Will. Dio can't get all chummy with him because he's not exactly a friend of Will, but seeing Will's attitude, he was relieved. From now on, he will live as Dio Brando, Will's best friend. Wow, my bro. Will deliberately made a comical expression and gesture, but actually, he was carefully observing Dio's situation. Dio had such a terrible accident, he was so worried about Dio's current condition. After seeing Dio in person, his worry is blown away. Hey, bro. Are you sure you're not doing plastic surgery while you're at the hospital? Because I think you became way more handsome after you get discharged from the hospital. No wonder Jane was rejected. If she saw you now, she'll never let you go. Haha, of course not. Since God still let me live, then instead of waste my time in grief, it's better to try my best for the future. I believe that that's what they want as well. Dio says with a calm expression on his face, but he decided not to tell Will about Stans as it could complicate the matter at hand. Will then patted him on the back without saying anything. Everyone is very sorry about what happened. Just remember that Uncle Brando and he will also bless you in heaven. Do not worry, I am not as vulnerable as you think. We're going to the cemetery, right? Let's go with your car. For now, my car is at home. Hyungji, who had gained Dio's memories, talked to Will the way Dio talked. Will didn't realize about it. After Dio locked the door, they left on a second-hand Chevrolet. Just before Dio and Will depart, inside a black car not far from the restaurant. The target left with Will Joss. Based on their conversation yesterday that we already taped, they should be on their way to the cemetery donated by Stark Industries. Okay, you observed this since yesterday. Did you notice something? Target emotional seems to be unstable. Yesterday he broke a table which he disposed of this morning. Anything else? No, sir. Keep me informed about him. Yes, sir. After he hangs the phone, someone on the car said, why don't you just kill him? Do you think that I don't want to send him to reunite with his family? The last time I rushed things up, that boy got lucky and somehow causing SHIELD to sniff around. If I'm not careful, they'll get suspicious. Fortunately, this lucky boy should know nothing. With complete surveillance for a whole, we should know for sure whether he knows something or not. If he doesn't, just let him live. Afterward, the guy in the black car went to the supermarket to buy a sandwich. Obviously dissatisfied with their precious time wasted in keeping an eye on someone who's both lucky and unlucky to survive after seeing something he shouldn't have seen. These people had no choice but to eliminate anybody who finds out, even if it's a whole family. In the suburb, a recently built cemetery came into view. Will, who sat in the driver's seat, kept going on and on about Tony Stark in his unique accent. Tony Stark, this guy should die. God knows how many people killed from the weapons of the Stark industry. 100,000. A million? Or maybe 10 million. Hey, I heard that yesterday, our famous playboy Tony Stark took home the most famous twin supermodels who won Victoria's Secret fashion show. Today's news is all about this. Brother, I got a joke for you, Tony Stark. the notorious arms dealer in the United States, is actually a philanthropist, hahaha. Dio almost forgot Will can't stand the wealthy, especially someone like Tony Stark. Like most black people in slums, they just can't bring themselves to trust someone like Tony Stark even if he does a good deed. Well, brother, we are here. After leaving the car, Dio couldn't help but take a deep breath a few times. The air is fresh, he simply enjoyed it. Whether Tony Stark is really a good man or just someone who does something solely for business, this newly built cemetery is finished thanks to his donation, so it doesn't really matter for Dio as long as he can use this cemetery. Dio is no longer a naive guy. He knew how harsh this world can be. It's basically survival to the fittest, deceive or be deceived. It is better to think of ways to live a better life. How about it? Pretty good place, right? Yes, but are you sure that it's cheap? Dio's face is full of disbelief. Hey, I know a guy here, but since he didn't get his goods from me, I can threaten him if he doesn't give us a discount. There was no embarrassment on Will's face when he said that. Everyone has their own way to do things. This is Will's way, as someone who spent most of his life in a gang. Goods. Dio knew what he meant by that, but he decided not to say anything, as he's not a naive kid, and knows how this world works. It's not like he's a saint with no sin, he has his fair share of dirty work, so he just went along with Will's plan. Chapter 7. Oh, FXXK. I already paid for the last goods. What are you doing here? When Dio met Will's acquaintance, he was startled. It's a man with a luxurious suit with the letters "Successful" written all over his face. This white man couldn't help but swear when he saw Will enter his office. Of course, no one else was there other than those three. It seems like Will knows a lot about this guy because, despite his appearance, he doesn't even try to hide his vexation. And Will, instead of angry, he smiled, although it's a sly one. Then Will approached him until he's right in front of his acquaintance. Oh, God. Dio wanted to laugh, but he held it back real hard so he won't embarrass Will. Will doesn't know how funny this is because of his height, but he doesn't know that even if he gets really close with a scary face, it doesn't look the slightest bit intimidating. Then he immediately pushes this white man on his chest, and then said, "Maybe I should let your boss, wife, and children know about an interesting fact that an elite white-collar civil servant, the famous Mr. Edward, is a drug addict who makes a deal with a gang." Will's ridiculing tone makes Edward agitated, although it's nothing unusual here in America, and lots of famous celebrity and successful businessmen is basically a drug addict. But at the same time, those who are against drug abuse is just as many, especially in the government. If the news about Edward's drug abuse is made public, what awaits him will be a letter of resignation and a letter of divorce. This is why Will kept pressing this matter. Although this will undoubtedly offend Edward, as long as Will is holding this trump card, Edward won't be able to mess with him. Bastard. Is that how you treat your customers? I'm sorry, the customer. The customer wouldn't yell at me the moment I enter the front door. Edward is really furious, but after taking few deep breaths, he forcibly squeezed a bitter smile. Ah, come on, I'm your beloved regular, aren't I? As much as his anger drives him insane right now, he realized he's also at fault. Edward sighed and said, "Okay, I apologize for my attitude earlier, but you have to understand, if anyone knows I have a connection with your gang, my position in the government will be endangered." It's not like Will doesn't understand where Edward is coming from, and now that Edward explained things politely, things finally calmed down, and Will remain silent. The fact that Edward is a civil servant is already shocking to Dio, but what's even more shocking is Will threatened that very civil servant. After seeing Will finally calm down, Edward immediately asks, "What can I do for you today? I don't have much time, but as long as it's within my power, I'll do it," as an apology for my attitude earlier. Dio also quietly clicked his tongue a few times behind him, as a signal to discuss their purpose coming here today. Will snorted and then tell their circumstances and their purpose for coming here to Edward. After hearing their intention, Edward breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it would be something troublesome. Although he bought goods from the gang, he doesn't want to be involved in any gang-related problems. Fortunately, this is within my power, but to be honest, it won't be easy. I just transferred here recently, I can't do anything rash, and I can't cover this much money with my salary. This is undeniably the truth, and Dio feels bad about shoving this matter to Edward, but instead Will just sneer and said, "Come on, I know something like this is right up in your alley. Besides, I know a fact that with Stark Industries' donation, military personnel, be it the one currently in service or retired, is granted discount. They only need to pay 1/3 of the full price. I believe you can set this up for us since we're friends, right?" Dio is shocked that Will knows that much. Human really is a corrupt creature, all they saw in others is how to make a profit out of them. And these two are no exceptions, but Edward is just speechless after hearing Will's detailed explanation. You overestimate my ability, I'm not capable of that. Edward still struggles despite knowing that it's futile. A donation, charity, etc. is nothing but an additional profit for Edward, and Will already knows this. This is just business for Edward. As for the Stark Group, the donator is even more indifferent. As long as the public knows they donated a lot of money and build a better reputation for themselves, they don't care with whom that money ended up. Seeing Edward began to falter, Will added, I know the rules, but just this once, and I swear, no one will find out about our relationship, and you won't see my face again. Will's words are like the whisper of a devil, tempting Edward to nod. I'm counting on you, damn, I shouldn't have bought from you, now I really regret it. Don't say that, aren't we friends? Besides, something like this isn't that difficult for you, and I owe you one. I'll do you a favor if you need, call my friend here when you finished with the paperwork later. Edward's smile like a weight was lifted off his chest. Your friends can fill out this form and wait for my call, I will arrange it as soon as possible, you'll get the same discount as the military personnel, but... I know, your share, right? Edward's smile turned into a laugh. Will really knows how things work. Chapter 8. So, I take it as a yes. Glad to help. Where to? Back to the restaurant? Dio was silent for a minute, and then with a lower voice, said, let's head to my house. Dio's family home is also in Chinatown, just 2 streets away from their small restaurant. Locating near the infamous Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, law and order is not its specialty. Chinatown is in the southern end of the city, and Hell's Kitchen is in the west-central city. Recalling the memories he had, Dio knew that his British dad had come to a restaurant that his mother and her family run together. That restaurant is the very restaurant he's just from before heading to the cemetery. Dio's dad gave up his promising future and lived separately from his family in England to stay with his new family. He was willing to stay in Chinatown with Dio's mother to run a small restaurant. According to Dio's memory, Dio's dad is a very funny gentleman, but his British stubbornness and pride are deeply engraved in his bones. Despite being uncomfortable with society, he still had a lot of friends. And just because it's Chinatown doesn't mean all Chinese there is like a big family willing to help each other. Just because they're not in China, cooperation and kindness are suddenly viable. At first, yes, they help and encouraged each other to survive in this foreign land, but as Chinatown expands, and becomes more crowded. Currently covers 45 streets, with a total area of more than 4 square kilometers, sustaining more than 800,000 Chinese. Causing people's nature to change eventually. The warm and soothing place turned into a lawless zone where nobody cares even if a crime is committed in front of their very eyes. The people who just recently come here may be not aware of the situation, but Dio, who has lived here for more than 20 years worth of memory, is well aware of the real situation. The residents here wouldn't mind resorting to foul play. With the area expands so fast, gradually taking over other districts, more and more Chinese come to the United States, and when they arrive, the first place they're heading to is none other than Chinatown. With the sudden increase of population, but the economy can't keep up with it, more and more slum is built with each day. There are more and more people. There are restaurants and convenience stores opened by these Chinese. How can they earn enough money when they compete with each other? In fact, this happened recently. A Chinese man just recently arrived in New York. He was going to open a convenience store in Chinatown. After the store opened, everyday gang member would come and extort him for protection fee. And not just one gang, other gangs also extorted him, but because he already paid for protection money to other gangs, he refused to give any more money, which results in robbery at his store, causing him to go bankrupt and had no choice but to return to China. Later, when someone inquired, turns out the one pulling strings was his own neighbor, who sent a bouquet of flowers with a smile on the store's grand opening. This is the core problem in the United States overlooked by law. The old resident of Chinatown mostly retains their warm and honest personality. But there are some of them that are afraid their business will be threatened due to a new business run by the new resident. So, Chinatown is not as good as the people imagined. Of course, some good people are enthusiastic about living their life here. But at the same time, the one with ill intent is not any less. The old residents of China already have several generations of descendants here in New York City. They know that Chinatown is a dreadful place. If they mess up, them and their families' well-being will be threatened. As Dio browses through the memory he gained, Will already parked the car in front of an old building. It is said that a mafia boss used to live here, although nobody can prove that. Let's go. Wait, let me smoke a cigarette first. He rolled down the car's window. Dio gave Will one cigarette before lighting his own. Although the soul in the body has changed, the memory of Dio itself for more than 20 years is real, but because it's not his own memories, it's just awkward for him. And finally, Dio stubbed out his cigarette. Let's go. After throwing the stub of his cigarette, Dio will go upstairs. On the way upstairs, many people greeted him and offer their condolences. Whether they are sincere or not, Dio doesn't really care. Dio took out the key and opened the door. There's still the smell of the gas residue left on the floor. There was also a dilapidated table covered in dust. How did they not notice the smell of gas with a house this small? It's just unthinkable. Not to mention that Dio's parents own the restaurants, so things like the smell of gas shouldn't be something unfamiliar for them. However, as far as it goes, this is just a hypothesis, and police only consider this as illegal pipeline modification. As the Chinese aren't really used to using a gas burner, they would instead use Primus stove. There's even a joke among themselves: before cooking with gas burner, be sure to call a firefighter in advance. Inside the house, Dio walks around, and then Will said, "You still want to live here?" "Well, after looking around, I think I'll move somewhere else, and the only thing left worth bringing is only this album, the rest should remain here, I guess." Dio chuckled and raised the album in his hand, a keepsake to remind him of his family. "Where are you going to live?" "Rent a house. I have a place if you want." "Thank you, but I am going to stay in the hotel in the meantime. By the way, it is time to prepare for the opening." Dio immediately rejected Will's proposal. The place Will mentioned probably is full of gang members. It's not that Dio hates gang members, but there's more than that. After conducting a proper burial for his parents, it's time to plan how to survive in this world, at least financially, and it's not a problem to live in the restaurant for the time being. Chapter 9. A week has passed. During this whole week, as he said, Dio stayed in the restaurant every day, learning about his asset, and asked someone to renovate his small restaurant. He didn't want to make it a big deal, but the expenses for his parents' funeral almost emptied his wallet, even after adding some money and some stuff left by his parents. Even with military discount thanks to Edward, 1/3 of the fee for that cemetery is equal to any other cemeteries, not including Edward's share yet. However, since he's an orphan in his previous life, he finds this to be quite fulfilling. Although he never really felt the warmth of family, he knows now how precious family is thanks to his memory in this world. Besides, it's not his money to begin with, so now he can start his life anew. As for the case involving the death of Dio's parents, he really wanted to investigate about it, but the thing is, it's easier said than done. He's neither a policeman nor a detective. Besides, he knew this smells like trouble. One wrong move and he could get himself killed. He's not dealing with an average thug or gang members here, so before he's sure he can protect himself, he's not going to risk it. He needs to investigate this privately, without drawing unnecessary attention to him, and strike when the time is right. In these 7 days, Dio is training his Hammond and breathing until he gets a knack of it. And the result of his training is already showing. His max Hammond energy increased by 40 points. He's aware that it's slow progress, but he can't do anything about it. In addition, Dio also drew 7 times from friendship pools. So his game backpack has dozens of more bricks from Morio Town, scrap iron, and some miscellaneous. Of course, he still got about 11 lowest level Hammond beads, which he instantly consumed despite its lack of taste. And his max Hammond energy is currently at 153 points, not that far from the 200 Hammond energy, which is required to upgrade to level 2. However, Dio is obviously not satisfied with this growth rate. Because he already knew about most of the things in the game. Consuming a top-level Hammond bead can increase the Hammond energy by 10,000 points. He can only increase 5 or 6 points per day right now. Imagine how much time he can save if he can increase instant 10,000 points. Of course, as he gets stronger, his growth rate will increase too, but the sensation of instantly become invincible is really tempting. Not to mention the incomparably strong stands in the JoJo, he really wanted to empty his wallet to get them. But after he lets it sink, his excitement turned into complete silence. He's not just lazing around doing nothing in the past few days, he ran a lot of jewelry store, and when he touched 100 grams gold, the system automatically asked if he wanted to top up. Dio still remembers the price. It was $54 per gram of gold, which means that the price of this gold bar must be at least $5,400. And for 10 draws will require 5400 USD. This is definitely the most hardcore pay to win a game he ever played. Just look at the money he needs to make 10 draws, he's afraid even selling his kidney won't cover it. Who the heck makes this game? After realizing how poor he is, he knew that he has to rely on the ability of Pearl Jam to make a fortune. Otherwise, let alone a gold, he won't even be able to fulfill his basic needs. Now that he finished renovating, he would like to keep things low profile. Since Pearl Jam's treatment is kind of terrifying, there's a possibility it will draw Black Egghead a Nick Fury and his organization the SHIELD's attention. There's a possibility he will be recruited as SHIELD's logistics division member, but based on the movies, he knew that none of SHIELD's agent is decent. And if he can't avoid dealing with SHIELD and the Avengers in the future, he must be able to stand on his own 2 feet. Meaning he doesn't have to take orders from someone else. Just as Dio was still annoyed with how to make much money but remain under the radar, little did he know that he's under someone's surveillance. Inside the black car outside the hotel, the person in charge of monitoring him is making a report to his superior. Nothing particular happened, and there is no suspicious individual who paid him a visit. Should I keep an eye on him a little longer? Very well, we'll stop the surveillance for now. Yes, sir. What about the SHIELD? Several gang members dead is nothing new. If they didn't find any concrete lead, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to us. You better do your job properly next time, so there'll be no more mistake. The person inside the car immediately looked at it. Yes. After the contract was over, the person in the car glanced again and couldn't help but whisper to himself, what a lucky kid, he better hold dear to his life. After muttering, he hit the gas and leave. He's officially relieved from his duty. Dio, who was still cleaning the hotel at this time, didn't even realize how lucky he is. The only thing in Dio's head right now is, women will be crazy about Pearl Jam's ability. Yes, that's it. Dio's eyes are bright in a moment. No woman does not love beauty, those skincare products. Beauty salons, as long as it's for the sake of beauty, they'll gladly jump into fire to get it. If what it takes to be more beautiful is money, they'll shove it into his mouth without hesitation. Chapter 10. To make a fortune for himself, Dio thought about making a phone call to his college classmate, the bimbo Jenny. He didn't say much on the phone. He only invited her for dinner. Jenny instantly said yes without hesitation. This world is really all about looks. The next day at noon, hot-looking Jenny came to the Dio's small restaurant. Although it's pretty questionable to invite her on a date in Chinatown, for Dio, Jenny didn't mind at all. Also, thanks to her friend's information, she knew about the tragedy involving Dio's parents, so he has empathy toward him while imagining various ways to comfort the poor Dio, of course. Hey, Dio. After opening the door, the first thing caught Jenny's eyes are plaid tops and jeans Dio wears. Oh, God, Dio became even more handsome since the last time we met. Are my eyes playing me? Or is it because of that accident, making him a more mature and masculine man? Looking at Dio's porcelain skin, Jenny is so captivated, she almost unable to breathe. I must make him fall for me. This is what in Jenny's mind when he saw Dio. Dio, who was thinking about making money, was a little surprised when she saw Jenny at first glance. Although, based on his memory, she knew that Jenny is called bimbo, but she really is one beautiful girl. Most men will definitely fall for her, and most women will be jealous of her. Jenny stood in front of Dio, wearing a tight vest, exposing her belly button. The sight of her white cleavage will make men drool. And with her lower half wearing super short pants makes her even more irresistible. Paired with 3 centimeters red high heels on her feet, with hair like a golden waterfall, Dio could easily give her 75 out of 100 points. She definitely is not pale to comparison with those Hollywood actresses. To put it simply, she's just stunning, not to mention in bed. During her school days, Dio was the one and only man who ever rejected Jenny's charm. Making Jenny went crazy for him. It's also thanks to her relentless pursuit of Dio's love and always ended in failure that she earned the nickname Bimbo. Of course, Dio is really handsome, that's an undeniable fact. Being half English Chinese makes it even harder for people to approach him. Hey, Jenny, it's been a while, Dio said while hugging Jenny. Most men will be bewitched after seeing Jenny, but not Dio. And the reason is relatively simple, he doesn't want to become one of Jenny's collections. The environment in the United States leading to sexual promiscuity amongst teens. Most girls are no longer virgin by the time they graduate from high school. Especially the bimbo Jenny naturally does not have any concept of chastity. Before she met Dio, she already had intercourse with many handsome guys. Her handsome classmate is basically her sex slave. Most guys wouldn't even think twice, of course, as long as they can have their way with Jenny even if they know it won't last long. However, Dio is an exception. He's already popular with girls, and thanks to his parents, he has a proper way of living. And he won't date Jenny just to show off to his friend, that's just terrible. After they hugged, Jenny is so mesmerized, she blushed like a little girl who fell in love for the first time. However, knowing Jenny's personality, Dio just shrugs it off, smiled and said, You're even more beautiful after I haven't seen you in a while. Ah, thank you, but that's exactly what I think when I saw you. Do you have some special tips for that? Jenny is so mesmerized after seeing Dio's fair skin up close, she ended up blurting her thought out loud. Thanks to Jenny taking the initiative to ask, it makes things easier for Dio. Really? I recently got a recipe for certain a diet to improve my current mental outlook. I realized that I was a bit too decadent some time ago. Really? Diet? What is that? No woman's not interested in becoming more beautiful, especially those who are already attractive. They're even more excited to become more beautiful than the average girl. Recently, Jenny felt that her skin is not as smooth as it used to be, her hair was messed up. Dark circles and little freckles required her to use a lot of cosmetics to cover it up. Dio explained with a smile, in simple terms, it is food therapy, and nourishing products cooked with some herbs and ingredients. Jenny understood this time. This thing is said to be the concept from the East, only however. In Europe and the United States, it's not so well known. Few people believe, and some fewer people actually try. And nobody knows whether it's actually working. Then Jenny listened to Dio and then elaborate, most diet takes a while before the effect is showing, but the formula I got is very unusual. It is said to be the secret of the emperors of the ancient Eastern era, it only takes one time to get immediate results. At first, I'm just trying it out because it piqued my interest, but I never thought. Dio deliberately paused, then pointed to himself, as you see. Oh, God. You are lying to me, right? How could there be such a magical thing? Jenny's questioning made Dio very angry. He immediately said with a serious face. What's in it for me to deceive you? I just invited you today and share it with you while I'm at it, but now I suddenly think this is a stupid idea. Alright then, change of plans, I know an excellent Western restaurant, they got a good steak, let's go. Chapter 11. Said, Dio did not say a word to get the car key. Jenny immediately stopped him, then said with a look, no, Dio, how can I not believe you? I am sorry for the matter, please forgive me, I am only a little, I believe. Of course, not personally experienced before, for who would not believe something so magical, but in fact, it is there, and I have really is the voice of the people. Dio resort Jenny hesitated with retreat, and then she suddenly smiled and said. Dio, don't you say that you are invited to come over and share the diet? I can't wait, in fact, before I go out, I didn't even eat breakfast, now I am starving, let me taste your recipe. Is Jenny silly? I can play so many men between the palms of the hands, and I am still alive, how can I be a simple idiot? She has already seen it. The real purpose that Dio invited her to come today is not for her, but for the so-called food therapy. Jenny's idea is that no matter what the truth and the fake of this diet are, it doesn't matter. If you can't eat it. If it's true, then she will make a big profit. If it's fake, she will also get the trust and embarrassment of Dio. More helpful for later development. As for this so-called food therapy, only blind people will believe. Jenny is very tempted to lick her upper lip. She said that if Dio really wants it, then you don't need to be so troublesome, just a hint or a. So you won't lose anyway, why not look at what he is playing? After thinking about these keys, Jenny didn't care about what diet. Dio slightly glanced at her and then seriously said, if you really want to try, then there are a few words I have to say in the front, there may be some bizarre things in the process of treatment. But please believe me, no matter what happens, you are safe, just follow the instinct and wait until the end of the treatment effect. If you want to repent, you will now, because every ingredient is extra expensive, look in the friend's share, I can only ask you to eat this time for free. Dio's face is full of sincerity, all the way I think for you. His serious attitude has made Jenny somewhat suspicious. How to eat a meal involves security issues. It's just eating, what happens in the end? Why do you want to emphasize that I am safe? When you know, you will know if you are willing to try and choose your right. In fact, I will be here in a few days, open a restaurant and selling diet package, Dio said with ease. Jenny immediately sighed and then tempted and asked, are you sure it is safe? Dio shook his head and said, there will be no problem, or I will not stand here to chat with you, I believe, after the treatment is over, you will definitely thank me. Is it so amazing? Jenny's heart was shaken again, thinking about her nodding her head, well, then it's bothering you, I'll try it once, I hope it's really amazing. Of course, let me give it to me. Plan success, and Dio, who has a sigh of relief in his heart, carefully observed Jenny's face and then quickly returned to the kitchen to condense 2 pearl jam. Therapeutic target, Jenny, choose symptoms, dark circles, whitening facial skin. Hey! Hey! The water that a small tomato directly drilled into the pot disappeared, and the other one was drilled into Dio in advance to cut the cooked chicken. The too complicated dish Dio does not actually, so he is going to burn a soup and get a chicken and vegetable salad this time. In fact, it doesn't matter what you eat. What is important is the stand that just disappeared. So Dio threw the cleaned fungus and red dates into the pot and boiled it. Then he took a pot of chopped vegetables and stirred it. He poured the minced chicken diced in, and finally put some salad dressing. Deliberately waited for half an hour, see the soup cooked almost, directly into the casserole, cover, and you're done. Just as Dio was busy in the kitchen, Jenny, who was bored, began to walk around. She remembered that it was not like this when she came here last time, and it was enough to place 6 or 7 tables. Strangely, only the middle round table is inevitable. Is it only to leave a table for the purpose of entertaining her? Jenny thought of some narcissism. Then she walked to the wall and was surprised to find that the wall was not a simple wallpaper, but a very strange material. Where did I seem to have seen it? After a long period of thought, Jenny finally remembered what it was. An ordinary small restaurant actually uses soundproofing materials on the wall. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Jenny was able to recognize it because she had a predecessor who was the lead singer of the school band. When she went to his house to study the secrets of human reproduction, the walls of his home were covered with such things. So that they yelled that night. No louder, no one is disappointed to come to the door. Emperor Diet, a Fong Tang, please taste. Just when Jenny was puzzled, Dio finally appeared, and he still had the added fungus red jujube soup in his hand. Is it so fast? Jenny sat back in surprise. This is an appetizing soup, and there is still behind, Dio explained, and Jenny nodded in agreement. Just eat it directly. Open the lid and smell the refreshing fragrance, Jenny can't wait to ask. Regardless of whether there are other effects, it is the scent that is worth it. Dio nodded. It's still hot, drink it slowly. Jenny, who was unclear, took the spoon and stirred. At first she found nothing but the fungus and red dates. It seems that it should be just a gimmick. Jane, who was slightly disappointed, lowered her red lips, blew her breath, and then sent a spoonful of soup into her mouth. Fragrant, elegant, sweet. Why is it so delicious? When I came back, Jenny's face was already incomparably intoxicated. Great. I mean, this soup is really great. It's hard to imagine how such a simple ingredient can make such a layered taste. Oh, God, I love it. Unparalleled praise grew from Jenny's mouth, and then a snoring sound. The soup in a casserole quickly saw the bottom at speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 12. This is definitely the best soup I have ever tasted in my life, it's very good. Jenny leans back on the chair after finishing a satisfying soup, her cheek is all red. Dio smiled and said, delicious is just the beginning of this soup, the real effect is gonna kick in soon. Jenny looked at him with a confused look on her face, she could not understand what he meant at all. Then the next second, raging tears suddenly burst out of her eyes. CK. What is this? Jenny was frightened. She didn't want to cry, but tears just keep coming out. It sure is weird to cry after eating a soup. But that's not the only fluid coming out of Jenny's body, turns out she's leaking down there as well. Jenny bites her lips and tightly closes her legs, but that's not helping. Jenny's mind went blank, the black hot pants suddenly became wet, and those two, leaking, show no signs of stopping. Help me, save me, call the ambulance. This time Jenny really wants to cry. Remember what I said before. Don't panic, this is just part of the treatment, it will stop after a few seconds. Whether it's thanks to Dio's consoling or she just doesn't care anymore, she no longer asked to call the ambulance, although she's still crying. Suddenly she realized what's the purpose of the soundproofing material covering the wall. In about 10 seconds, the tears stopped, and she feels refreshed from the top of her head to the bottom of her toe. Congratulations, Jenny, you successfully become more beautiful, you did well to endure the treatment process. During the conversation, Dio handed over the mirror that he already prepared beforehand to Jenny. Jenny took it subconsciously, looked herself at the mirror, and rendered speechless, the anger toward Dio is also gone. She doesn't know what happened, but she saw the dark circle around her eyes are gone, and her eyes become crystal clear. Recently, she has been having a sleep problem because of irregular menstruation, but now her stomach felt warm, and there's no pain whatsoever. She's suddenly reminded of Dio's words, the real effect is gonna kick in soon. My God, this is really me. Jenny incredible muttered. I think so, the beautiful eyes suit you real well, miss, Dio flatters her with a manly tone. Jenny is blushing. Dio simply thought that she was just embarrassed and didn't think much about it. He knew that Jenny is afraid that he knew what happened down there. The following dish is the rising sun, please wait. Jenny can't just leave now even though he wanted to escape so badly. What happened earlier is undoubtedly shocking. But it doesn't last that long, and the effect is fantastic. She finally believes that Dio was not exaggerating anything when he explained everything to her earlier. But what matters the most is the fact that she did become more beautiful. A little process wouldn't hurt if she can become even more beautiful. After making this decision, Jenny couldn't help but have a few more expectations in her mind. Not long after, Dio came out of the kitchen with a plate of chicken salad in his hand. Emperor Diet Rising Sun, dig in. Jenny picked up the fork, although a little bit hesitated, then she begins eating it. She thought it was just an ordinary chicken salad, but after only one bite, her expression changed. She quickly chomped the chicken salad, and in no time, there's nothing left on the plate. What will happen this time? Since she already experienced the first shocking treatment process, Jenny immediately asked nervously so she can anticipate better this time. Dio mysteriously smiled, we will know right away. Ah, itchy. Imagine your face just become itchy all of a sudden without any reason. Jenny subconsciously reached out and began scratching her face. What the, my skin is so itchy. She can't even speak properly now that she scratches her whole face. This looks even scarier than the previous treatment, and just like the last treatment, Jenny is yelling her hearts out. However, since Dio is fully prepared for this with his soundproofing materials on the wall, he has nothing to worry about except if someone walked in the restaurant, even he can't imagine how to explain things if it turns out that way. Although the itch is intensifying, Jenny can't do anything but scratch her face desperately. The layers of epidermis fall to the ground. It looks so creepy when she scratched her face. And the outer layer of her skin is peeled off, but strangely enough, there's no trace of blood. A minute passed, and the unbearable itching subsided. Jenny stopped scratching and grabbed the mirror while maintaining her sanity. She's just so surprised when she saw her face in the mirror. She even touches her face to make sure whether it's really her or not. Her skin becomes brighter and so smooth like a baby's skin, no, even smoother than a baby's. This is a miracle. This is magic, the ancient Emperor Diet, it is hard to believe this is actually real. After putting down the mirror, Jenny looked at Dio, the culprit of this case. He has to admit that Jenny is already charming enough, to begin with. Now that she finished the treatment, Dio is a bit tempted by Jenny. But considering her way of life, he decided to ignore Jenny's love. For now, nothing is more important than making more money for himself. Quick, Dio, I can't wait to taste the next dish. I'm sorry, that'll be all for today. Dio, who didn't think she would ask another dish, shrugged his shoulder and just smile. Chapter 13. That's all. Jenny's face was filled with disappointment. Dio nodded, then explained, this Emperor Diet is a recipe I got by chance. To generate the effect like the one just now, I need a lot of precious herbs, and it varies for every people. Whether the dosage or the type of herb, the compatible type of herb is necessary. Otherwise, it's just a delicious dish without any effect. Dio's explanation makes this whole Emperor Diet story more believable, making Jenny think that, of course, it won't be that easy to create such delicious and potent dishes in one plate. But after seeing the real effect of Emperor Diet firsthand, she doesn't want this to be the last, magical dish she tastes and hoping can eat it again some other time considering she's the one out of all people that Dio asked to taste the recipe. See, can I come back here again to have this Emperor Diet again? Of course, I didn't expect it to be free like this time. Gotcha. Dio nodded and nodded. Of course, the next time I reopen, I'll serve this diet most of the time, but it's quite expensive. $100. Jenny tried to guess. Dio smiled and shook his head, it's $10,000. $10,000. Are you crazy? Jenny's family is actually wealthy, but spending that much on a meal is just unbelievable. Dio had expected this kind of reaction, but if he decided to lower the price, how long will it take just to get one gold? And think about it, is a meal of $10,000 really expensive? For those filthy rich businessmen, $10,000 is not even enough for them to open a bottle of red wine. For Jenny, a woman who pursues beauty, $10,000 is actually nothing. Her makeup, salon expenses, etc. costs way more than that. Compared to an instant and potent effect from Pearl Jam, it's nothing. In such a contrast, spent $10,000 to enjoy the magical effect from the JoJo world, they made a significant profit. Just because of this, Dio decided with that price with no possibility of lowering it. In fact, he'll slowly raise the price. When the real, local tyrant decided to come here, maybe he will make it $100,000 for him. All of this is possible thanks to Pearl Jam. In front of Jenny's surprised face, Dio just smiled and asked, let's set the price aside, what do you think of the efficacy of these two dishes? Jenny subconsciously looked at herself in the mirror with a pair of glasses. And she fell silent. It's really amazing, if I didn't experience it firsthand, would never believe this miracle can happen. But, $10,000 is too expensive. If it's just $1,000, I won't complain. Then let me put it this way, the makeups you bought and the expense of going to salon, doesn't it cost way more than $10,000? Jenny nodded. As a beautiful woman pursuing beauty, she can't afford to save money when it comes to this aspect. Then she saw Dio revealing a very confident smile, so you think you still need to spend so much money on makeups and going to salon now? Jenny is too surprised upon realizing this fact. Then gradually revealed a fiery glow in the eyes. How long will the effect of this diet last? How long does it last? That is a stupid question. This is a natural treatment, don't lump it with your makeups which just covering from the outside, this diet is stimulating your own body to regenerate itself. Which means, this is your natural beauty, it won't fade easily just like wearing makeups. Dio's words silence and answer all Jenny's question. Just think about it, if someone asked you to give them $10,000 in exchange for refreshing your skin like back when you were 18, what do you think? Is it that expensive? Jenny fell silent, she knew Dio is right and said, well, Dio, you succeeded in convincing me, but as your guinea pig, can I get a discount? How about 50 off? 50% off, then how about this, you can help to promote this diet to your friends, every time you bring a guest, I will give you a discount. If you can pull 10 guests, you can have my dish for free, and the next one will be a 3-course meal. What do you think? Really? Jenny all of a sudden, her eyes widened. Only by tempting her friends to come here she can enjoy this dish again for free. This thing may be very difficult for most girls. After all, spending $10,000 on a meal is just unbelievable, but because Jenny is from a wealthy family, she has lots of wealthy friends out there. The most important thing is that this is not a scam, the effect is on point, Jenny's friends will probably thank Jenny later for this. After thinking for a while, she's suddenly brimming of confidence. You still think I would lie after all this? Okay, deal. Jenny and Dio shook hands. And Jenny didn't miss this moment to seduce Dio. Groping Dio's hands while giving him a seducing wink. However, Dio doesn't really care about it and pulls his arm back leaving Jenny somewhat disappointed. Chapter 14. Right, the treatment process is just so creepy, what if the customer I brought in ran away because they are scared of the treatment process? Jenny, who has not given up, moved her chair closer to Dio, flashing a pair of her big eyes at Dio. This is precisely what Dio is most worried about. Most people can't maintain their composure, especially after seeing the treatment process. However, he can't do anything about this, the treatment process involves destroying and afterward regenerate the target. So he shook his head decisively, this is the magic of this diet recipe, it is accelerating the body's metabolism, and then blah blah blah. Dio blabbed a bunch of plausible things and added the destroying process as side effects to fool Jenny. Oh, so that's how it works. So when you are in Amway, mental preparations are inevitable, it is best to bring only one person at a time, so I can handle things easier, plus preventing other people from seeing the treatment process which is maybe even scarier. Okay, I know, what's next? Well. What's next? Isn't it supposed to be a workout after eating? Let's skip the boring stage of watching movies, and let's just go to your place, or even here. Jenny's hand slowly slipped down, Dio looked at her seriously and said, Jenny, we are friends, you are gorgeous, but I'm not interested in you, I do not want to be your boyfriend simply to be shown off with your friends as one of your new toys. Jenny's hand stopped, and then she asked incredulously, you refused me just because of this? Although I don't have a female complex, I don't care if my girlfriend has made a few boyfriends and slept with them before dating me, but your attitude about this is a letdown. At the time, Dio looked very honest. Jenny straightened up and looked at Dio with a complicated face. She admits that she has a lot of fun with men, not only for collection, but she also likes to show off and even compare them with one another. But she has thought this is prestige for a beautiful girl, and no man will ever refuse her because of something this trivial. Dio is the only exception. Well, it seems today's date ends here. Jenny has some regrets. Maybe her personality is somewhat a problem, but it is not so easy for her to change for a man. She admits that Dio is right. Even the fact that she's head over heels with Dio is probably because he's a handsome guy. What if someone more handsome than him suddenly come into Jenny's life? Will her feelings for Dio remain the same? I'll drive you home. No, I can drive myself home. Dio handed her one of his coat out of consideration since it's already March in New York, the average temperature is about 10 degrees, and Jenny wears really thin clothes, but Jenny refused. Come on, you can at least tie it on your waist. Jenny took his coat at the fastest speed. She almost forgot if she went out like this, especially due to her wet pants, it would attract people's eyes. Thank you, with a low voice, almost whispering, and Jenny fled. Despite her attitude, she was also ashamed. It was too embarrassing. Dio pretended not knowing what she's concerned about. She ran to her own car and hit the gas. Probably she can't wait to go home and change her pants. Do I need to remind future customers to bring in spare pants? Dio in a good mood, he cleans up the restaurant while humming. Just like that, after 2 days, his restaurant reopened, but this time he changed the name of the restaurant to Dio's Fantasy Restaurant. Maybe it's not a really good name, perhaps it doesn't have any meaning, but he's pretty satisfied with the name. Why did you change the name? Will, who knows Dio is reopening the restaurant today, came over and brought a bouquet of flowers. Some neighbors are also curious and take a peek at the restaurant. They thought it's someone else running the business because they didn't believe Dio can reopen the restaurant. Because what I'm cooking is different, that's why I changed the name. Let's go in and talk. This is the first time we'll come here after the renovation, so he's kind of worried. What? Just one table? Hurry up and took out the rest, it's almost noon, where are the rest? I will help. Dio immediately smiled and held a look of anxious will, then explained, a table is enough, I deliberately arranged this, only the last table will end the meal, and will continue to entertain the next table. Will stared at Dio from top to bottom, he even touched his forehead. You don't have a fever, did Uncle Brando and Aunt I's deaths hit you that hard? Come with me to the hospital now, I heard Simon of XX Road Doctors is very good at this kind of mental illness. Will said that he would take Dio to a doctor. Even people who have never done business know that only putting out one table at a restaurant is wrong. So a new customer comes in after the one customer inside finished eating, is that supposed to be a joke? Hey, I mean, I am not kidding, I am not sick. Although Will is pulling Dio with all his strength, Dio doesn't even budge from his place. Ever since he came to this world, he has been consistently practicing Hammon. Plus every day, he uses the special ability of Pearl Jam to strengthen his body, so his physical is much stronger than an average person. Hey. When did you get this strong? I ate a lot more recently, combined with the right amount of workout. Do you know about the fitness card? Forget it, I can't even afford to sleep for a few hours. Recently, I don't know what happened, several gangs in Hell's Kitchen had their hands full, we have a fight every day, yesterday some people killed the members of my gang, damn it. Dio couldn't help but hear it. Then secretly pray so he'll never meet with those gang members, he needs a powerful stand if he wanted to protect himself. Chapter 15. Hell's Kitchen. What happened? This is just what I heard from some bums on the street, they said there are two strange people popping out of nowhere. Picking a fight with infamous gang members, from what I've heard none of those gang members gets out unscathed, these bums happen to see what happened and then quickly run. Of course, I personally prefer these two newcomers rather than gang members, they only went after gang members, unlike gang members, they never target civilians. Regarding this matter, Will was basically an expert. There's no doubt about it. Dio expected this kind of thing was bound to happen, nothing was surprising about it really, he might even meet the real Stan Lee here. From what Dio heard, he could infer that Will was interested in these two mentioned figures, which picked a fight with gang members. He had some guesses about one of these two. But he can't figure out who the other one is, fighting gang members, that idea alone has never crossed Will's mind. It certainly was a very efficient way to gain fame, punishing the sinners had a beautiful ring too. But this kind of task belongs to heroes or radicals. Without extraordinary powers. No, even with Hammon energy it won't be that easy to defend yourself against these gang members, what if they shoot you from your blind spot? Even having Hammon energy won't help you against guns. From the very beginning, Dio's sole objective is to protect himself. As for saving the world and humanity, he never cares about any of these. No one expects him. An ordinary human to do so anyway, and even if he had some magical power, he wouldn't change his mind. Well, maybe if he's in a life-death situation that would be a different story, but that kind of decision was probably still far off in the future, for now, he has no time for those complicated things. Then Will asked about what changes Dio made within the restaurant. Dio locked the door in a hurry, in case someone suddenly walked in and heard what he's about to say. Dio's expression became serious all of a sudden and said to Will, I coincidentally stumbled upon a magical diet recipe from the East, you realized over the past few days. Both my physical and mental condition has improved quite a bit, right? It's all thanks to this diet, but the medicinal materials needed for this formula are costly, so the average person probably can't afford it. This is why I only use one table. Besides, if I put the usual amounts of the table, the customers won't think this diet is special, with one table. They'll understand that the materials are scarce. For example, if diamonds were something you can find on the streets just like a rock, will it still be precious? Of course not, it was expensive because it was scarce. Another personal reason that Dio didn't mention to Will is he didn't really want to exert himself just to earn more money. But as the sole stand user in the Marvel Universe, it doesn't feel right too if he didn't do anything. Will nodded and then asked casually, is it that expensive? $10,000 per customer, Dio said faintly. $10,000? Are you crazy? Well, if you don't experience it for yourself, you won't understand where I'm coming from. I'm open today, I will serve you this magical diet, when you finish eating later, tell me, is it worth $10,000, Dio said, very confidently. Wow! $10,000 worth of meals, I have never eaten that kind of expensive meal in my life, thank you, bro. Will didn't believe that Dio's small restaurant can serve $10,000 worth of food. Besides, if you had that much money, wouldn't it be better if you spend it at those luxurious restaurants? You might be able to drink good wine as well. Dio knew that Will didn't believe what he said, but he doesn't care. The facts speak louder than words, and Will eventually understand once he ate Dio's cooking. Dio carefully observed Will's body, and determined what treatment is fit for Will. Since Will was a black guy, the whitening effect was, of course, out of the question. So Dio needs to think what else Will needs. For example, Dio noticed many bruises on his neck and arms. These injuries were undoubtedly due to his fight. It was not a big deal, but since he wanted to surprise Will when he saw his bruises suddenly disappear, Dio decided to treat those bruises. After entering the kitchen, Dio quickly materialized 3 small tomatoes. Target selection, Will. Treatment, normal bruises, insomnia, anxiety, and erasing the scars. Hey! Hey! 3 small tomatoes floated in the air and nodded, then each of them jumped into the ingredients Dio prepared beforehand. The expensive ingredients he bought for opening day are the black chicken and mushrooms. Although he kept quite a lot of secrets about this magical diet recipe from Will, there are some things he can't keep a secret from Will. Fortunately, Dio still got a lot of excuses in case Will asked. In the end, he'll stop pondering about it and thought it's magic. As long as he didn't attract too much attention, he probably can stay off S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar for a while until he becomes capable of defending himself. Besides, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. is suspicious of this place, they won't be able to figure out the mechanism of Dio's magical diet, and that will buy him enough time to build up his strength. After washing and cutting vegetables very skillfully, Dio then ignites the stove and put a pot containing the chicken and various mushrooms above the stove. Without wasting any time, he began processing other ingredients while waiting for the chicken and fungi perfectly cooked. After a while, he received a call from Jenny, saying that it took a lot of effort to finally convince her wealthy friend, who was willing to try his $10,000 diet. Ah, a rich woman, she's probably running late. After observing the time, he fried the chicken he boiled earlier, and played a pudding as a dessert. If someone saw the way he cooked, he'll definitely be sued by customers for selling this food at the cost of $10,000. An hour later, an impatient customer is already tired of waiting for his $10,000 worth of meal. A pot of soup, a steak, and a pudding that looks like it was bought at the supermarket, is ready to serve. Chapter 16. This is your $10,000 course. Will couldn't help but ask the moment he laid his eyes on Dio's food because the fact that these foods cost $10,000 is just unbelievable. Hey, we are brothers, at least if you want to lie, do it better. Simply looking at this supermarket pudding already threw me off. If you don't believe what I said, go ahead and have a taste, sip the soup, then eat the steak and finally pudding as the dessert. Dio is supposed to be preparing the next dish now. But because the treatment process of Pearl Jam was really traumatizing, he decided to keep an eye on Will. In case he ate all these dishes at once, and the treatment kicked in all at once, imagine how scary that would be. And instead, this guy here sitting in front of him tried to take him to a psychiatric despite Dio's benevolence. Okay, what kind of soup is this? Why are there so many mushrooms? You know, a mushroom is the last thing I would eat. Despite what he said, he ended up taking a spoonful of soup because the aroma is just so appetizing, and he sipped it. Tasty. Very delicious. Will's expression suddenly changed. Regardless of what he said earlier, Will almost finished half of the soup already, only a little bit soup left with all the mushrooms. He's hesitating to keep going when he saw the mushrooms inside the pot, but suddenly he began to spoon the mushroom because the soup is too delicious. This mushroom can't be that bad. With that in mind, Will ate the mushrooms in his spoon. Then Will suddenly acted crazy. He's crying and screaming, while swallowing the mushroom, and he vaguely said, "I'm supposed to hate eating this, but why can't I stop?" When he finished the whole pot of soup, he burst into tears, but tears are not all, but also snot, and it was just hanging to his nose without dropping for a meter, 1 meter long snot. How is that even possible? Oh, my God. Give me a tissue, or anything to wipe this. This is so disgusting. The treatment process of Pearl Jam is really daunting. The reason why Will shed such a disgusting snot at the same time as the tears, naturally because his recent insomnia is caused by his rhinitis. Those who never have this disease can hardly imagine the pain rhinitis patients went through. Non-stop sneezes until there's no more fluid in your nose, and breathing through nose became difficult, and as a result, he can't sleep at night. After a whole minute of non-stop tears and snot, the treatment is finally over, and the snot hanging in Will's nose eventually fell to the ground. Seeing it fell to the ground is nothing but disgusting. Oh, shit. It seems like I'm the one who must see the doctor. There goes my money. But when he said that, he suddenly felt there's nothing wrong with his nose anymore, and a headache which came along with the rhinitis was gone as well. Then Dio said to him, "Hey, brother, calm down, this is exactly what I wanted to explain to you." Then Dio took once again just some all-plausible explanation to Will, just like what he did with Jenny. When Will heard that this was the magical effect of the Oriental diet, he became extremely excited. Is this what Aunt said? The big man has a long thing. Dio immediately smiled and laughed. Because he thought the thing that Will meant here is his snot earlier. Oh yeah, can that diet help me grow more? Dio looked frowned and said, if it's your height, I think, it's more of a genetical thing, not a disease. And Will immediately deny, no, no, no. I am not talking about height, but this. He pointed to his genital. Bigger man, bigger thing, right. Dio instantly shows his middle finger to Will, followed by the F word. Huh, come on, you know I'm joking, but this diet from the East is really amazing. My rhinitis was cured, no more headache, I'm just so refreshed, man. I finally understand why this costs $10,000, this is the real deal. I think those filthy rich businessmen would even pay you $100,000, even $1 million. Dio somehow is full of joy but a little envious of how bright Will is. Because even though Will grew as a gang member, turned out he's amiable, he even cracked that hilarious joke earlier. Will is honestly happy for Dio now that he could stand on his own. Are you sure that's what you want to do right now? The steak is getting cold. At this moment, Dio considered Will as his friend, not just a friend of the body he's in. Will totally forgot about the steak and pudding. After giving Dio a thumb up, he began stuffing the steak into his mouth and wrapped it up with pudding. Despite the first weird treatment process, Will looked forward to the effect of the next dish, although he's still surprised when he underwent the treatment process. After finishing the pudding, he's looking forward to what affected his body now. This is amazing. After all the treatments completed, Will was checking out the result, and most of his old scar disappeared, even the biggest one on his back. He's shocked that even something like this is possible. Chapter 17. It's over. What's over? Dio looked strangely at the disappointing Will. A second ago he was as cheerful as a kid getting a toy for his birthday present, but now suddenly he's so depressed. My proof of manliness is gone. Huh. Dio subconsciously glanced at Will's crotch, thinking that Will's genitalia somehow disappeared. Oh, fuck. Not that one, it's the one on my back. Without my Medal of Honor, those bastards will think I'm a wimp who made up a story about fighting little Jackie countless times. Dio knew what he was excited about, and once again shoved his middle finger to Will's face. In Dio's mind, he thought he's merely helping Will. Turns out for gang members, scars are like a Medal of Honor. Having a lot of tattoos isn't going to scare anyone nowadays. As for what small Jackie was, it was probably some gang around these parts. Suddenly, Dio's mobile phone rang. He ignored Will, who is currently telling the story about his fight with small Jackie, and picked up the phone. Hey, Jenny, I take it you're already here. Ask one more question, and I'll go downtown for shopping instead. Alright, besides, don't you think it's better if you beautify yourself before going shopping? So, you will prepare free lunch for me again? Jenny emphasized the word free on the phone. Of course. I know a good restaurant. Maybe the money I earned today will afford us a bottle of vintage wine along with the food. Oh, fuck, you know that's not the one I meant. Jenny began swearing after Dio teased her. You shouldn't get angry so easily, you might get wrinkles. If you really want your free lunch, you better earn it, Miss Jenny. Then he heard Jenny clicked her tongue and said in an annoyed tone, you really are an asshole. Music to my ears, Dio replied. Jenny was frustrated by Dio's response and said, you have 5 minutes to prepare, otherwise, I'll leave. Damn, why did I accept your proposal at that time, what a mistake. After a one-sided jabbering, Jenny arbitrarily hung up the phone, leaving Dio with no chance to say anything back. And Dio was in quite a pickle as the mess from Will's treatment was still lying on the floor, with Will being lost in thought due to his Medal of Honor being gone and all. Hey! How long are you gonna mope? Another customer is waiting, you better help me clean these mess within 5 minutes, otherwise, I'll feed you that magical dish again, and this time, your real proof of manliness will be the next one to disappear. Dio's vicious threat snapped Will out to reality, and then immediately cleaned the floor with a sour face. While cleaning, Will can't even believe this disgusting thing is coming out from his own body, EW. After disposing of the snot into the trash bag, they mopped the floor where Will's snot lay about 5 times back and forth and sprayed some cheap perfume and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, the restaurant became fresher. While you're at it, how about charging the next customer for a cleanup fee? Of course, separately from the tip. Dio sighed. At this rate, he'll be further and further from being an honest businessman. 5 minutes later, Dio opened the door of the restaurant. In front of the door is Jenny, and her friend, a blondie who's not less beautiful compared to Jenny. He also noticed a red sports car, of course, it belonged to Jenny's friend, of course. Dio suddenly became excited. Of course, the reason was not that Jenny's friend was quite a beauty, but because of the classic red Ferrari sports car, worth about $1.5 million. Although it was not a top sports car, for the average person, especially like poor Dio, it's a very luxurious item. After all, having a total assets worth of $1.5 million and having a sports car worth $1.5 million obviously already different in scale. This woman Jenny brought here suddenly looked like a bunch of gold in a bag in Dio's eyes. He suddenly thought that charging her $10,000 for the food is such a waste. Human greed really was bottomless, and Dio, who was worried about whether someone would buy it with this price, was suddenly thinking about raising the price. Hey, Dio, this is my friend, you can call her Jessica. Jessica, he is Dio, he'll be the one serving you the magical diet from the East, look forward to it. As soon as seeing Dio's face, Jenny's attitude changed, as if the conversation on the phone never happened. She casually introduced Dio and her friend to each other. Dio politely extended his right hand and smiled, glad to meet you, Miss Jessica. I will show you the magical dishes from the East, of course. I don't know if Jenny has mentioned it, but there will be a few strange phenomenon while you're eating. I hope with this reminder, you can prepare yourself mentally. Ever since Jessica got off the car, Dio has been looking at her. Jessica was restless, also suspicious of Dio. Jessica finally looked at him, shook Dio's hand, and gently said, I've heard about you from Jenny. And as far as I know, Jenny has feelings for you, and you've rejected her 3 times, so let me just say this beforehand, I'm not interested in a stupid scam, or a boring trick. If you can't return someone's feelings, please don't exploit her like this. If you have any financial problems, I will gladly help instead. Chapter 18. Jessica, who took off her sunglasses, looking a little embarrassed, making her look like a perfect girlfriend who just covered for her friend. Of course, her attitude was due to Dio, whom she thought was just a jerk who exploited Jenny's feelings for him. Based on what she just said, clearly, she's not here because of Jenny's persuasion but to reveal Dio's trick and slap some sense into Jenny's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Jenny's eyes widened. She didn't expect Jessica, who had shown a certain interest before coming about the diet, suddenly changed her attitude, thinking because she thought Dio was after money. However, facing such a sharp question, he maintained his composure and pulled back his hand and replied. People tend to doubt something unknown, especially if it defies the common sense. 100 years ago, can you believe humans will set foot on the moon one day? No. Jessica couldn't muster any words to rebut Dio's argument, but that didn't mean she believed in Dio. That's a nice way to put it. If you think they are similar, then that so-called diet recipe from the East is like Apollo in our eyes? Jessica's tone sounds like she was praising him, but in reality, it was full of sarcasm. In a way, yeah. If you think about it, other than the spiritual and political aspects, it does not even have any effect on the daily life of human beings. Even if suddenly Earth can't contain more humans due to an extremely dense population, we still can't migrate to the moon. But my diet has magical charm, making everyone crazy for it. Perhaps if you taste it once, you'll be more surprised compared to the fact that humans can go to the moon. Dio tried to compare things this time to convince Jessica. There are too many hidden technologies in this world, and there are aliens, 9 realms with the so-called God living there and the real God, besides. What about 80's cosmic hybrid Star-Lord was taken to space by the spacecraft at the age of 9? Compared to these, landing on the moon isn't that impressive. Dio even thought that his Stan's ability was way more awesome. And if those things above are basically common knowledge, why people can't believe about a simple magical dish? You are really arrogant. I can't believe Jenny is so obsessed with you. Is it because of this face? Jessica was particularly disappointed. At this moment, in her eyes, Dio was like an arrogant man playing around with a bunch of rhetoric arguments. After hearing Jessica's opinion, Dio shrugged his shoulders. Maybe you are right, but as always, only a few people know the truth. Most people have eyes, but most of them looked away from the truth. Dio, who was only interested in money, saw no point in continuing this farce. So he turned his back and returned to the restaurant. It is said that everything is difficult at the beginning. Sure enough, even with special ability, it wasn't that easy to make some money. The ability to make some money was definitely necessary. Everyone got their own way to make money. The poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. The wimp could only watch, full of jealousy. Is he leaving? Jenny and Jessica were a bit worried at the time. But the thing was, Jenny has already experienced Dio's magical recipe, whereas Jessica hasn't. And she was just a little disappointed because she can't taste it. Although it's true his cooking was worth spending $10,000 on, but didn't even have that much right now. She was flat broke because her credit card bill was due. Otherwise, she will not agree to help Dio attracting customers. Jessica was a little shaken at this time. The way Dio explained things with considerable eloquence. And he was full of confidence. It was difficult to describe in words. Even when he faced a wealthy and beautiful woman like her, instead of being humble or inferior. It's like he had a sense of superiority, or more like pity toward Jessica, who couldn't understand what Dio tried to explain. Was it just a scam, or was it the real deal? Jenny, you better tell me the truth. You asked me to come here because of that man, right? That's what you thought when it comes to me. A man. Is that all? She nodded and affirmed, no, of course, not man, handsome men. Jenny was not angry at first. She just can't explain things to Jessica. Yes, I am the famous bimbo. Jenny, you don't even know what you missed today. How unfortunate. Can I borrow $10,000 from you? I will pay you back next month. No, 2 months later. Compared to Jenny, Jessica was way richer. At least Jenny's family definitely won't buy her a sports car costs more than $1 million. Jenny really wanted to eat Dio's magical dish again. But she realized that next month, lots of famous brand bags will be available to purchase, and of course she can't miss that, so she decided to pay Jessica back in 2 months. Jessica's eyes lit up. Does his cooking really have such a magical effect? That's what I've been saying, and you think this is not enough of evidence, or do you think I have been lying to you? Jenny pointed to her face wearing only light makeup, bragging. Although, in reality, she was a bit pissed about Dio because he only treated her face. As a result, now she must use additional skincare products all over her body to adjust to her face. After a thorough look at Jenny, Jessica walked into the restaurant. She didn't know whether she could see the truth, but at least she would try to have a look before denying it entirely. Chapter 19. Where are the customers? Will didn't know what happened outside, but Dio walked into the restaurant all by himself. The fish did not take the bait. It seems like things didn't go as Dio planned. Although he still had another way to make money. Considering he's qualified enough to work for SHIELD, at least he will be able to eat and drink for a lifetime. Becoming an everyday logistic division staff and start his life anew. If it comes to it, he had no choice but to accept his fate, but still, everyone has their own passion in life, and with great power comes greater responsibility. So Dio would like to try his own way first. Therefore, Dio regarded SHIELD as a last resort, but even so, he wouldn't spend his whole life working for SHIELD. He didn't want to exchange his freedom for money. This was also the reason why he is so eager to make money. If he didn't have any means to protect himself before SHIELD discovered his special abilities, if that happened, he really wouldn't have any way to negotiate. And it's just not him. A group of superheroes which will be formed later on Avengers are basically a group of people who were forced to protect the Earth and fight enemies against their will. And even though they managed to protect the civilian, the aftermath of their battle with the enemy caused massive damage to the city, causing some people to resent them instead. So only fools are actually trying to become a hero. Dio just stood in the kitchen thinking about how to attract another customer, considering what happened earlier, as he didn't exactly fail to attract customers, but she just didn't buy Dio's explanation. Meanwhile, Will was trying to guess what happened, and when both of them were deep in their own thoughts, suddenly, the door was opened by someone. Here came the fish hook, line and sinker. All of a sudden, Dio greeted them with a fake smile that's beyond obvious. Can I do something for these beautiful ladies here? Jenny seriously doubted Dio at this point. The usual Dio was filled with manly charm, and his attitude really reflected a gentleman, but recently Dio was far from it. In fact, sometimes he would say something rude without casually. She was confused which one was the real Dio, or could it be both of are the real Dio Brando? Wipe that fake smile off your face. Why else would I come here at this hour other than to have lunch? Although I still think that you are a very arrogant and narcissistic guy, but after a careful look at Jenny's face, I will muster some courage to try out your so-called mysterious Eastern dish. Jessica was too stubborn to admit her mistake. She even returned Dio's words about her not even trying to look at the truth. Although this was just very childish. A good-for-nothing guy has been stalking her for 6 months, and talking with Dio may have worsened her endocrine disorders menopausal indication. And Dio didn't miss that. He realized what illness Jessica had right now. But whether it was 2 or 5 ailments, Dio could cure it without problem. In fact, he was looking forward to it. He was ready to give this self-righteous lady an unforgettable lesson. Will quickly hid in another room, not because he's self-conscious or because he's black, but because he knew he couldn't stand seeing another treatment process. Prepare yourself, at least mentally. I will serve you a fantastic dish you've never eaten before, so fantastic that it will blow your mind. If Miss Jessica is satisfied with my dish, I think you owe Jenny an apology because you didn't believe in her and just decide this is a scam. And don't get me wrong. You don't need to apologize to me as well. I'm fine with you calling me an arrogant and narcissistic, but thinking your friend is a liar as well might go too far. So an apology to Jenny will do. Both of these girls are stunned heard Dio's words. After saying a very gentlemanlike line, he just said, Dio returned to the kitchen. Although he didn't really mind what Jessica said to him, he felt that he was obligated to set things straight for these girls. However, both as an adult and a chef who served the guests, he was not allowed to get irritated at a customer. So he will express his dissatisfaction in another way. Although he said he didn't need any apology, that didn't mean he'll just pretend like it never happened. He was even prepared to throw some bonus treatment for Jessica just to see her undergo more embarrassing treatment process. Besides, if she thought she could become more beautiful without sacrificing anything, she's badly mistaken. So with Dio returning to the kitchen, only Jessica and Jenny remained there. Not even giving the customer a glass of water. What kind of restaurant is this? Perhaps Jessica was bored of waiting, or maybe because she was still irritated at Dio, she was starting to whine. Then Jenny added. Plus, the guest can't order what he wants, he's the one deciding what we will eat. Jessica was surprised at first, but now that she thought about it, it's not that uncommon. Many other restaurants also let the chefs decide what the customers will eat. But of course some customers can't stand being controlled. They were the customers, they should be the one in control. That's what some people thought. This reflected that humans had inferiority complex ingrained in their brain, so whatever they did, they tend to be the one in control. As frustrating as it gets dealing with these kinds of people, there was nothing much you can do really. Now that I wait for the food to be served, I just noticed what a lousy place this is. I just hope that your poor taste is only in men, not in foods as well. I think Dio is right. You really owe me an apology. No, you owe us both. I hope you can still keep up that kind of attitude until you finish the dish. I am looking forward to it. Chapter 20. Without letting them wait too long, Dio finally served a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, crystal clear broth, not the slightest oil detected. It's hard to believe this was a delicious dish, but the tempting fragrance said it all. Jessica looked at Dio with a puzzled look as if trying to ask what kind of dish was that. Dio knew that Jessica would have doubts about this dish, and there are some things he couldn't explain. So as if trying to look cool, he didn't say anything about the dish. If it's about making things up, he's definitely the best out there. This is the appetizer, have a taste, and you'll understand. Just a glance at this soup, and anyone would think Dio put no effort at all in making it. It was cheaper than the soup he served for Jenny and the black chicken soup he served for Will, but he doubled the amount of ingredients in this one. In a way, it was worth twice than Jenny's and Will's. Where is my helping? Jenny looked at Dio with puppy eyes. It was like Jenny was stripped from her rich lady status right now. I'm sorry, but each dish was designated to treat a specific person, so even if you eat this soup, it will have no effect on you, Dio apologized. Jenny thought that it was just an excuse, so Dio didn't have to cook for Jenny, but thinking back about what Dio said regarding the treatment process, maybe what Dio said was right after all. Alright, I'll wait. Seeing Jenny being so persistent, he just chuckled. It seemed he'll get another $10,000 today. Meanwhile, Jessica was looking at the soup full of doubts. But appetizing aroma was so intense that Jessica can't help but took a spoonful of the soup and sipped it. A fresh and delicious soup entered her throat and went straight into her bowel, warmed her belly. After a sip of the soup, she quickly slurped the rest. Her forehead sweated a kettle, indicating the soup worked like a charm. It warmed her body. Jessica sensed two pairs of eyes are staring at her from behind, and both of them are holding their laughter. Jenny, in particular, couldn't wipe the smug off her face, and of course, seeing them Jessica was so embarrassed. But after tasting such a delicious soup, she couldn't help but thought what a refreshing soup that was. It tastes good and quite distinctive as it turns out. I am inquisitive about what materials you used in that soup. Of course, you don't need to answer, I can figure out that much on my own. It is a stand. The material was a stand. Dio just smiled without saying anything. Jessica was a little frustrated that Dio actually didn't answer her. No man has ever ignored her or even refused her request up until now, but she was not angry at Dio. Maybe because of the soup, she no longer cared about such thing, and starting to trust Dio's skill in cooking. After ignoring Dio's impertinence, she suddenly burst into tears. Tears just like Jenny back then when she ate Dio's dish, no maybe even fiercer than Jenny. Oh, God, what happened to me, why am I? Panicked Jessica tried to ask Dio and Jenny for help, but she saw Dio just turned around and did something else as if he didn't see her. Meanwhile Jenny, instead of helping her friend, she took out her phone and began to take pictures. Oh, God. These bastards. She suddenly remembered that before coming here, Jenny already reminded her about the treatment process and stuff for 5 times, and Dio even asked about it again right before she entered. Is this the treatment process they are talking about? There was some speculation in Jessica's mind, but before she could calm herself down, suddenly, it's like something rushed down from her warm belly. Oh, no. After a high-pitched scream, Jessica fell off at the same time, and she also pissed herself just like Jenny did, but it's even more terrifying than Jenny. Jessica's light-colored slim trousers instantly changed color, and the dripping sound of the unstoppable urine extremely embarrassed her. Jenny, who has been looking forward to this exact moment, swiftly took several pictures from different angles. They have known each other for so long. It goes without saying that if a rare moment like this came, she would take commemorative pictures. Dio was kind of satisfied as well now that she managed to embarrass Jenny. He also wanted to take a few photos as a promotional photo for his restaurant. However, after considering the consequences, he gave up on this tempting idea. He's just looking at Jenny with jealousy right now. A few moments later, Jessica just sat on the chair. She can't muster any strength from her body. As a woman who almost hit her 30s, she couldn't say she was young anymore. Her beauty right now was just layers of makeup. And as youth faded away, she began to develop a gynecological problem, and endocrine disorders were just one of them. So when Dio served her a dish with double-dose pearl jam within it, the impact was even more effective. When she pissed, along with the urine, bacteria and some diseases were also washed out of Jessica's body. Jessica felt very refreshed as if she was a baby who was just born, but at the same time, this treatment also enervated her. That's why she panted while sitting. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Jessica, who was dead set on proving that Dio was a liar, finally experienced the effect of Dio's mysterious Eastern dish. Jenny snorted and then secretly looked at Dio. After seeing that Dio reacted the same way as when Jenny underwent the treatment process, she was relieved. Miss Jessica can take a break, it takes quite some time to cook the next dish. After watching a good show, Dio went back to the kitchen to prepare the next dish, and with his next dish he estimated that Jessica would not be able to act cheeky in front of him anymore. How about it? You're fine down there. Jessica gripped her leg, she couldn't contain her embarrassment. She glared at Jenny, who was still watching her excitedly as if she was a member of a circus. Delete the photos you just took right now. Jenny just smiled with and shoved her middle finger to Jessica. Little did she know she was playing with fire right now. However, Jessica was helpless, all her strength seeped out of her body. Do you believe me now? The fun has just begun. Chapter 21. Up until just now, Jessica was hell-bent on leaving this place. However, after seeing her radiant face in the mirror, she stroked her face in disbelief. Were these big watery eyes really hers? Her trousers were soaked wet, but seeing her face became this gorgeous, she's suddenly all gung-ho to taste the next dish. For the sake of beauty, women can endure any kind of trial. Jenny deleted Jessica's photo she took earlier. In exchange for $10,000 to her, Jenny grinned and apologized to Jessica. And with this, she could taste Dio's cooking again. They didn't say anything to each other afterward. They just eagerly waited for Dio to serve their long-awaited dish. They didn't care if had to wait as long as they could taste Dio's mysterious Eastern dish again. About half an hour later, Dio came out of the kitchen once again with a white plate. This is Trotters, which is rich in collagen. Of course, the treatment for this dish won't pale in comparison to its taste. Rejuvenate your skin as if you're 16 again. Americans rarely eat trotters, chicken feet, internal organs. Jessica was no exception, but hearing Dio's explanation lit her eyes, rejuvenating her skin back to her teenage days. She'll eat anything, do anything if she could regain it. No woman can resist such temptation. Jessica finally realized how amazing Dio's mysterious Eastern dish. Time to dig in. Because it was quite a large serving, and because the dish was Trotters, Jessica had a hard time cutting it into tiny pieces, and after mustering the courage, she chewed and swallowed it. Suddenly magical energy surged from Jessica's body, and Jessica, who was trying to mind her table manner, tossed her fork and knife and used her bare hands instead and chomped down the Trotters. This scene was so unladylike. Jenny was surprised seeing Jessica, who always behaved like a lady, suddenly ate in such a crude way. Suddenly she felt the urge to take out her phone and take more pictures of Jessica holding the Trotters. Maybe this one will earn her $20,000. Dio was delighted that the customer really loved his cooking, although most of the credit here belonged to his stand Pearl Jam. To materialize Pearl Jam ham and energy was indispensable, so he deserved the credit as well. Jessica was well aware of what she was doing, how crude it was, and everything, but she couldn't stop herself. Her body didn't listen to her brain. Her hand and mouth are already covered in oil, completely shattering the image of a rich lady. Then once again, the treatment process began, woman's scream echoing inside the restaurant. You'd think a movie crew was shooting a horror movie inside. However, Dio was fully prepared, with soundproof material covering the wall, and the door is locked. No one would hear what happened here nor misunderstood. Scream, just scream your hearts out, no one will hear you. It's as if Dio said that because he was satisfied with his evil plan. With Jessica's dead skin was peeled off, and new skin underneath regenerated. The new skin was so squishy and tight. Paired with big clear eyes, she saw herself in the mirror, suddenly turned into the most beautiful girl she ever saw. Even Jenny, the one who convinced Jessica here to try Dio's cooking, couldn't help but felt a little jealous knowing that she had to share Dio's secret recipe with Jessica now. Oh, God, is this really me? Jessica immediately exclaimed. After taking the mirror that Dio handed over. The face she saw in the mirror was too beautiful that she almost couldn't believe it, and was this really caused merely by a dish? Or was this just a dream? It all seemed too unreal. Tell me, am I really not dreaming? If I wake up tomorrow, will my face still this gorgeous? After putting down the mirror, Jessica pulled Dio's hand like crazy while jumping around in excitement. Of course, that's the essence of this dish, and there is no side effect, I guarantee it, and believe me, this is really you, and this is not a temporary effect. As long as you become our patron, heck, my dish can even remove the scars on your body. Really? You can remove scars? Even after years? There should be no problem, but let me check it personally just in case, because the dish I must serve varied from one person to another. The worst that could happen is there won't be any effect. Jessica nodded immediately. I have a younger sister. When she was young, her back was doused by hot water. Because it was back when she was young, the burns on her back still remain. Can I bring her with me next time? Of course, but it is best to make a reservation in advance. Of course, if you're back for treatment next time, you don't want anyone else to be here beside me, right? Dio smiled. Looking at Jenny, who looked a little guilty because Jessica was supposed to eat inside the restaurant all by herself. Jessica nodded in agreement. It is true that during the treatment, the customers need absolute privacy. And there is one more thing she couldn't bring herself to say, that there was a possibility that someone would threaten Dio's life, since Dio could figure out an abnormality within one's body, and they couldn't afford to let Dio know their secret. After all, the rich were welcomed in this country. They can afford everything, yes, everything, including information manipulation. Okay, it's time to enjoy the dessert. Dio turned and took a slice of sweet potato from the kitchen and smiled. Chapter 22. After finishing all 3 treatments, Jessica exclaimed, unbelievable. Although just now, after eating the sweet potato, all her hair fell out, in just a few seconds, her dazzling golden hair grew out again from the hair follicle, and it's even more radiant and more supple. Jessica has changed her hairstyle so many times and also dyed it in various colors in the past, consequently damaging her hair. Her bright blonde hair that most people envied began to fade away in color and elasticity. But just now, she regained her bright blonde hair in her younger days. Hair was so important for women, even a slight change in their hair can drastically influence her mood. After these 3 treatments, she couldn't help but admire how gorgeous she became. And it's all thanks to Dio's mysterious Eastern dish, which helped Jessica drastically change. Satisfied? Do you still doubt what I said? Even Jessica, the skeptical rich lady, couldn't help but become Dio's believers after all the dish she tasted, and the drastic change occurred on her body. Delighted. This is my Apollo. I sincerely apologize for my rude behavior earlier, please forgive my ignorance. Jessica sincerely apologized to Dio, signed a $100,000 check, and handed it to Dio embarrassedly. Apology accepted, but I think you write too many zero in here. After checking Jessica to write 1 extra zero, Dio handed the check back. No, that's not a mistake, consider the rest of my apology, and your service is quite satisfactory. After hearing Jenny's words, Dio was convinced, although even tip cleaning fee apology worth $90,000 was very unusual. Dio was actually so happy receiving this much money by serving one sassy lass, it really was worth his time, but he decided to play it cool in front of these 2. But after realizing that he ought to pay taxes, he was a little less happy. The most difficult thing to deal with within the United States was not FBI, not SHIELD, not Hydra, not White House. It's the IRS, U.S. National Tax Agency. Be it House of Representatives or the gangster, no one was not afraid of them. Whoever it might be, won't get away from their grasp. Dio never thought about tax evasion and simply tried to make a low-key profit. If this business is going too well in the future, will they think I do money laundry? Suddenly, Dio panicked when he thought about the future. Although it's very presumptuous of me, I still want to ask, would you cooperate with me so more people out there can taste this magical dish? It's a waste that more people can't taste. Jessica made it sound as if he tried to help Dio expand his business, although, in reality, she tried to take advantage of Dio's secret recipe. Although her family's business is construction materials, and they were very successful in this industry in New York, but that does not mean that Jessica's family does not want to expand their business. But the thing was, it was hard to start a new business in another industry because other companies in that industry wouldn't just let you since they had no intention to share their profit with others, especially new competitor. And Jessica's family wasn't an exception, they definitely would take action if there were a new competitor in town. And despite those facts, Jessica was tempted to cooperate with Dio, because that's just how much potential Dio's mysterious Eastern dish had. She believed that Dio's mysterious Eastern dish could revolutionize the culinary and health industry. However, her idea was doomed to fail from the beginning. Dio certainly wanted to make more money. And he had no problem with cooperating with a girl like Jessica. However, his so-called mysterious Eastern dish is nothing but a facade. The real magic came from his stand. This is his secret, he couldn't let anyone find out, and this whole time he has been avoiding SHIELD, to begin with. What's the point of exposing his secret? One misstep and he'll be in SHIELD's radar, besides if he worked in the city, there'll be more customers. Meanwhile, he had limited Hammond energy, and he couldn't handle too many customers at once. So Dio refused Jessica's offer without hesitation. I'm sorry, but this recipe is only functional if I'm the one cooking it. So if you plan to let another chef or using some other method to mass produce my recipe, it's out of the question. I'll cut to the chase, no matter how much money you offer, I have no intention of selling this recipe, nor it will have any value. Jessica realized she couldn't convince Dio, maybe because the look in Dio's eyes, but still she wished she could. So, can I book today's dinner? And Dio shook his head again. Although I like big spender, and no one has booked for tonight's dinner. But in the conscience of the cook, I'm sorry to tell you that customers can only receive treatment 3 times at most should one exceed this limit. The damage caused before the regeneration may end up irreversible, so it'd be better if you taste the food and undergo the treatment by the next day. As usual, Dio would never disappoint anyone if it came to making stuff up, but Jessica and Jenny bought it because even the unbelievable effect of the dish was real, so what Dio said must be true as well. It made them saw Dio in a new light, even though he needed money, but due to his morality, he restrained his greed, although that was not the case. What about me? It's been a few days since my last treatment. Seeing money never bored Dio, he smiled and said, of course, I'll serve you next, Miss Jenny. Great, I want my skin tone to fit my face, as delicate and as bright so that these clothes won't hinder my charm. Jenny made a loud request. The customer is God, Dio naturally wouldn't refuse the call of US dollars. Chapter 23. Jenny's treatment process can be described as scary yet tempting, because her request was to adjust her skin tone to her face, so at some point. Her skin was itchy, and she spontaneously scratched her body, but because her clothes got in the way, so she just took her own clothes off instinctively. At first, Dio averted his eyes from Jenny due to his conscience, But of course, his male instinct said otherwise, and he couldn't resist seeing Jenny naked. He didn't expect that Jenny was more appealing without clothes rather than when she wore one. After Jenny finished the treatment and put on her clothes again, Dio approached her as if nothing happened. "That'll be all for today's treatment. I did as you requested. I hope you're satisfied with today's treatment as well." Because the area coverage was quite extensive, even with 3 dishes, Dio only managed to adjust the skin tone of her upper body. Fortunately, Jenny was delighted with the treatment, but knowing Dio saw her naked earlier, she couldn't say anything. She just put the $10,000 check on the table and quickly took off with Jessica. "Will, how long are you planning to sleep? Come out and help me clean this mess." Meanwhile, Jessica and Jenny, who was in a mess, ran into the car as fast as they could. They both looked toward Dio's restaurant before getting in the car. Maybe they were just kind of jealous of Dio for being able to cook such a fantastic dish and enjoyed it anytime he wanted. Jenny and Jessica finally breathed a sigh of relief after closing the car's door. "This is beyond the level of embarrassing. Fortunately, your cheeky boyfriend lent me a piece of clothing to cover myself." Jessica, who was sitting in the driver's seat, quickly started the car, looked down at her wet pants with a smile, and hit the gas. Jenny actually wanted to console Jessica by saying she experienced the exact same thing as her the first time she tasted Dio's mysterious Eastern dish. But she decided not to because knowing Jessica's personality, she'll just make fun of Jenny later on. "Do you believe what I said now? If we're not friends, I would never share this kind of secret with you." Jenny was so full of herself now that Jessica knew that Dio's dish was actually magical and was not a scam. "Well, I have to admit I jumped too early to a conclusion, and I'm sorry for that, but care to explain why are there so many photos of me on your phone?" Jessica knew Jenny retook her photos when Jenny messed around, giggling with his phone in the car, and quickly took Jenny's phone. Although she was sorry about doubting in Jenny, as a woman who cared about her reputation, she couldn't just let someone took her embarrassing photo, especially the one who took it was Jenny. "Hey. You know I'm just joking around, right? Well, if you say so, then you don't mind if I delete these photos, right?" "Of course," Jenny said reluctantly. "Okay, but I also got your pictures by the way, and of course, it's a high-resolution nude photo. Wanna see?" "Oh, FXXK. You actually yelled at me, but you also take my pictures. Let me use your excuse earlier then. You know I'm just joking around, right? Although it is not so funny." Okay, you won. I apologize, and I'll return your $10,000, Jenny decided. No, I don't care about that. Just make sure to delete all of my photos. You haven't backed those up, right?" Jenny barely squeezed out a smile. "Of course, there's no way I would go that far." "Alright, and don't ever do it again, okay? It could ruin my reputation, do you understand?" Jenny nodded depressedly. Things turned even for them. But despite what they said, they actually still had other photos, hidden in another storage, but both of them didn't mention it and probably would keep it as an ace up their sleeve later on. After they both agreed to delete the photos they took, they just changed the topic and laughed it off. The annual tax season in the United States began at the beginning of February each year and ended in mid-April. But Dio was a bit short on money now. To buy this small restaurant, Dio's parents have used up most of their savings. After their death, they almost didn't leave anything behind except for a small sum of money, which Dio used for their funeral. However, the IRS obviously didn't care about Dio's circumstances. In fact, there will be more kinds of taxes other than income taxes that Dio had to pay, like inheritance taxes and different kinds of taxes. That's why Dio stopped smiling when he remembered about IRS, but at least he was granted a leeway. For 6 months, that's why he worked his ass off to make some money right now. Otherwise, the IRS would come up with weird ideas so they could get a warrant to arrest Dio. And don't even think about defying or fighting them. Even the infamous gang around here couldn't do it, let alone a man like Dio. So Dio submitted the request for extending the time to pay his tax, and then ran to the bank as quickly as possible to exchange the $110,000 check in his pocket, and then headed straight to the nearest jewelry. Purchased gold bar worth $100,000. He got 2,100-gram gold bars, and then paid $400 tax. Before leaving, the manager of the jewelry also handed him his business card. It is actually not that uncommon to spend more than $100,000 for a customer, but rarely spent that amount all for a gold bar. Obviously, those who purchased a gold bar used it as other kinds of currency, not for collection or daily usage. Either way, it is important to have a good relationship with such a customer. Especially after handing Dio his business card, the manager with a receding hair whispered to Dio, "If you need some cheap gold for other purposes in the future, give me a call." Dio nodded calmly and then left. Of course, Dio understood what he meant. Cheap here meant illegal goods, which was unsellable in most jewelry. Dio is not surprised that the jewelry manager had some connections about illegal goods, now that he thought about it. It actually made sense. Those stolen gold and jewelry was sold to some people with lower price because they were illegal and had no certificate. This guy reminded Dio that the gold bars he needed to use the paid draw didn't have to be legal, even the illegal gold was fine, and the FBI wouldn't be able to find any evidence if he used it for the paid draw. And because it didn't go through a formal procedure, these golds were so cheap, even if one bought it at 1/3 of its original price, no one can complain. But Dio couldn't afford that right now. He had no intention of drawing unnecessary attention since he had no means to protect himself for now. Chapter 24. After arriving at the restaurant, Dio quickly flipped the sign to closed, locked the door cautiously and went straight to his room. Starting a business was hard. That's an undeniable truth. That's why Dio started his business endeavor in his parents' restaurant. Besides, starting his business here helped him maintaining secrecy because the people around here were familiar with Dio. After he was inside the room, he quickly took out all the gold bars and topped up his interface currency. Mysteriously, the 20 gold bars disappeared into thin air. Dio was dazed at first seeing his hard work disappeared just like that, but not for long. He was excited again now that he finally could draw from the golden pool. Gold bars, 20. That'd be enough to do 10 draws in the golden pool twice. Sure, for those who were loved by the Lady of Luck, 20 total draws could earn them at least 4 or 5 stands regardless of whether it was good stand or not. However, for someone jinxed like Dio, he'd be fine if he got 1 stand in 20 draws, and he didn't care whether it's a strong stand or not, as long as it has some kind of offensive ability or at least defensive ability. Amipa, the Sanqing Taoist ancestors in heavens, no, I'm in the Western now, Eastern gods and my ancestors probably couldn't help, should I pray to Jesus then? Ugh, forget it, it's just a waste of time, not even gods can do something about my rotten luck. So instead, Dio took out his phone and played a song as his lucky charm. Today is a good day. After the song was played, he did the first 10 consecutive draws from the golden pool. Lower Hammond beads, intermediate Hammond beads, intermediate Hammond beads, intermediate Hammond beads, superior Hammond beads, superior Hammond beads, the pillar men's clothes X3, Hammond combat skills, zoom punch. Suddenly Dio's excitement vanished, turned into depression. The first time $50,000 that he spent, not even a glimmer of a stand. He got a lower level Hammond bead max Hammond energy 10, and 3 intermediate Hammond bead max Hammond energy 100 inch, 2 upper Hammond beads max Hammond energy 100. Hammond combat technique, zoom punch, a technique that dislocates the shoulder to extend one's reach and dampen the subsequent pain using Hammond energy. Miscellaneous items, the pillar men's clothes, the clothes that have never been washed, contained a strong body odor of the pillar men, and can be used as a chemical weapon in some cases, with amazing effects. Dio consumed all Hammond bead he just got, upgrading his Hammond energy. He sensed power surge through his body. The amount of energy required to level up Hammond energy from level 1 to level 10 was 100, 200, 400, 600, 800, 100, 200, 400, 600, 1000. After days of training and did free draw from friendship pools, Dio's Hammond energy has reached 191, and with Hammond beads he consumed just now, he gained another 2,310 points. Now Dio's total Hammond energy has reached 2,501. Making him closer to level 10 to unlock the second stand slot. He still had another 10 draw chance for golden pool. If he got a stand, he could use it as well when he unlocked the second stand slot later. As for the Hammond combat skill, he immediately selected the option to learn it. Dio closed his eyes. Suddenly the details about zoom punch entered his brain, about dislocating his shoulder to extend his reach, and use Hammond energy to dampen the subsequent pain. Then he opened his eyes full of surprise. Dio was so surprised by this combat skill because it's not so flashy, but the execution seemed so hard. If he could master this combat skill, it will significantly enhance his fighting power and survivability. And somehow, after learning this skill, he kind of forgot about his disappointment earlier. After washing his face, encourage himself, and then stop his song earlier. Good days. Instead he played a video about a ghost of a dog which visited its family, thinking maybe just like a new stand he really wanted, perhaps it will come now on the second draw because his hope was dead at the first draw. He licked his lips because he couldn't wait to do the next 10 draws, and began chanting whatever words that popped in his mind. I'll go anywhere all by myself. Even if sunrise from the west, I'll never give up. Hiya. Come to Papa. A flash. Is this for real? Among 10, there's one of them flashing, and when the light dimmed, Dio saw a familiar stand in front of him. He got gray skin and covered with golden armor, with a pair of the cylinder on his back. Dio flinched when he saw it. The world. Dio was so excited that he jumped around, he went crazy. Am I dreaming? His final 10 draws, and he got not just a stand, a powerful stand. There was no way he could contain his excitement. I know there's no Dio without the world. Even if God couldn't help him, he didn't care. The name Dio Brando itself is the lucky charm. Of course, maybe it was also thanks to the video Dio played beforehand. Dio no longer saw the video. He just closed it and mumbled, "Finally, get what I wanted so bad." Due to being too excited just now, his breathing technique was disrupted, which was not a good thing. He needed to discipline himself about this, so in the future no matter what happens, he could maintain his Hammond. Then Dio calmed himself down a bit to regain his composure. After a full minute, Dio finally calmed down and continued his breathing technique and looked back at the game interface. The second 10 consecutive results, 5 intermediate Hammond beads, 2 the highest level Hammond beads max Hammond energy 10,000, pieces of debris, and Stand Arrow Fragment X1, can be synthesized into another item using 5 Stand Arrow. Stand Arrow Ability. Ability 1, shoot this onto someone with potential. There's a chance that an individual could become a stand user. Ability 2, if the one hit by the arrow was a stand or a stand user, there's a chance they will awaken a new powerful ability. The chance depended on the strength and the growth of the stand. Side effect, death. The world. A humanoid stand with high speed and power. Destructive power, A. Speed, A. Range, C. Endurance, A. Precision, B. Growth, B. Special ability, stop the time and grant the user the ability to move freely during that time. After seeing the attributes of the world, Dio almost cried. This was it. This was what he wanted, and he got it in the last 10 draws. Chapter 25. Dio was so satisfied after seeing the parameter of the world, not to mention it could stop time. The world also had amazing potential, with a possibility to evolve into the world over heaven, which was nothing but fucking awesome. There really was no Dio without the world. The name Dio Brando was just incomplete without the world. The only thing in his mind was Dio from JoJo series was the villain. He liked this power, but he didn't want to become a villain like the Dio from the series. As for the evolution and awakening of a stand, he couldn't help but look at the fragment of the stand arrow he just got from the draws. According to JoJo's story, there are several ways to become a stand user, but among all, the most well-known was pierced by the stand arrow. Dio from the series was an example of an awakening by stand arrow. Moreover, back when Dio was developing the game, he also found out that the stand user or stand that was pierced by stand arrow had a chance to evolve and awaken a new powerful ability. For example, the boss Kira Yashikage in the 4th part Diamond is unbreakable. He was cornered, then he was accidentally pierced by stand arrow, and awakened the 3rd bomb. Bites the dust. The ability was reversing time and killing all those who know his true identity. It was very powerful. Another example, in the 5th part Golden Wind, Dio's son, Giorno Giovanna in the battle with the boss King Crimson, Golden Experience was pierced by stand arrow, evolving him into Golden Experience Requiem and awakened a new powerful ability. Return to Zero. Return to Zero could revert anything to its initial state. This included any action the target did and leaving Golden Experience Requiem unaffected, i.e. Giorno would be affected by time stop, but Golden Experience Requiem would not. Enemies affected by this effect will return to the state before he triggered any events or any changes, fully aware of the situation, thus creating an endless loop. If Golden Experience Requiem killed anyone, they would be continuously put in an infinite loop of deaths, each one varying from the next. This loop lasted forever, and only Golden Experience Requiem could cancel the loop effect. It's basically like a law of cause and effect. It's kind of similar to Uchiha Itachi's Izanami. Dio just couldn't contain his excitement. It's like a boy who lived in poverty and suddenly received $5 million in cash. That kind of excitement. After smirking for about 10 minutes, he quickly consumed all the Hammond beads he just got from the draw just now. His Hammond energy suddenly skyrocketed to 13,001 points. Dio also successfully reached level 10, unlocking the 2nd stand slot, and he couldn't wait to equip the world. He was so excited, then, a figure covered in metal armor appeared behind him out of thin air. Dio glanced at the panel, and as it turned out, materializing the world consumed 1,000 of his Hammond energy, which was like a world apart to Pearl Jam. Fortunately, the endurance of the world was A, so in case it's not used for battle, it didn't consume a lot of Hammond energy. However, the Hammond energy required to use the world for battle might be enormous. Dio wanted to try out how well the world would fare in a battle, but he couldn't do it here. Obviously, if this place was wrecked, he really had no idea where else to do business. So he decided to just do it tomorrow in the suburb where there was barely any building or people. However, there's still the ability to stop time. Shouldn't be a problem even if he did it here, right? That's what Dio thought. So without further ado, Dio shouted. The world. Suddenly the time stopped. Although due to the system, Dio was allowed to use this ability, because his body wasn't properly trained, and he was not used to the sensation when the time stopped, he was having a hard time moving. The next second, suddenly, Dio fell to the floor. His body seemed heavy, he couldn't move a muscle, it's as if he exhausted himself. When he looked at the panel, he saw his Hammond energy was 0. Before he used this ability, he saw he had more than 10,000 Hammond energy. It seemed like, in his state right now, even with the help of the game system, his maximum limit of using the ability of the world was 1 second, and even that was because 1 second was the minimum duration this ability must be used before it could be deactivated again, so Dio himself didn't know how much Hammond energy per second would be consumed for using this ability. But that also meant, thanks to the game system, as long as he had sufficient Hammond energy, he could do more incredible things, because the ability of the world was comparable to Time Stone. Meanwhile, Dio was lying on the floor out of strength, a mage who secluded herself in the Himalayas, suddenly noticed that the Time Stone seemed to react, and suddenly an intense light was emitted, and then it disappeared instantly as if everything before was an illusion. The Ancient One, who was proficient in all kinds of magic, also noticed a slight anomaly. In a short moment, it seemed that the time just stopped. She was the protector of the Time Stone, she saw the Time Stone react, noticed something was wrong, she thought that maybe a creature was targeting Earth. Time Stone was right there, and nobody fiddle with it. So what other kinds of power capable of manipulating time? Ancient One mustered her spiritual power and scanned through the whole Earth. Yes, she was an ancient master who has been defending the Earth from the invasion of dark beings in secret. She had such enormous spiritual powers to quickly know what happened on the entire planet. But she did not find something unusual, except for a few creature she had known outside Earth, and she didn't see any sign of Earth being invaded. Even a demon like Dormammu couldn't hide from her. Of course, she was baffled, she certainly saw Time Stone react however brief that was, but couldn't even pinpoint where the source was, all she knew that it was from New York most probably. Maybe it's about time to appoint a successor. Ancient One sighed, she has been bearing this title and protect the Earth for so long because she drew power from the dark dimension, and even that didn't grant her immortality, only longevity, and more power in exchange for something terrifying. Bring him to me, and watch over New York specifically, although I didn't specifically know where or who, I'm sure whatever it was, must be in New York, disaster might be upon us, as if saying to someone but there was nobody near her. Chapter 26. Dio didn't know that the world caused a certain fuss in Himalaya. When a human was too happy, they tend to stop thinking about their surroundings, even after that Dio just readjusted his breathing and slept. The next day, it was another peaceful day. It was too peaceful, in fact. That day several people were interested in having dinner at Dio's place, but they quickly changed their mind after hearing about Dio's special rules and the price. There is no menu, you just eat whatever the chef cooked for you. Each person can only enjoy up to 3 dishes for at least $10,000. These 2 rules are enough to drive away 99 of the guests. Even the next day, Dio had no customers despite opening his restaurant up to 8 p.m. Fortunately, Dio already predicted this. And he didn't bother to ask people to taste it. Besides, he still had Jenny, who would help attract more customers for him. Attracting 1 customer was a good start. He believed that eventually, his restaurant would gain enough reputation. Oh, no customer today as well. It's nothing surprising considering you're selling at that price. If you really wanted to become a chef, let me give you advice, try one of those hotels in the city. Our country's cuisine was trendy in this country even now. I had a nephew who used to be a chef at XX Hotel, I don't mind calling him for you, what do you think? The first half of the sentence sounded like it's a caring neighbor offering help, but what she was after actually lied in the second half of the sentence, she wanted Dio to become her nephew's underling. And Dio wasn't interested at all in becoming a chef at a hotel, why would he start his business here otherwise? So he could avoid getting unnecessary attention. To begin with, could a new chef do whatever he wanted there? Of course not. Most people thought that the United States was the very symbol of freedom and equality, but that's not actually the case, only the wealthy could enjoy those freedom, heck they could do whatever they wanted. Deceive others, kill, etc. And they could just manipulate the truth, as long as they had money and power. If this not Marvel world, just an ordinary world without any superpower, he would rather be returned to China than stayed here. But right now, his safety came. First, he needed to find a way to survive from Thanos. So Dio just smiled, shook his head to this kind-hearted and caring, middle-aged woman and said that his business was doing fine, and he didn't need her help. Anyway, he only sold his dishes to those who knew its real value. Of course, average people wouldn't be interested in Dio's mysterious Eastern dish, since it's quite expensive, and ordinary people would rather spend it on their other needs. The kind-hearted, middle-aged woman clicked her tongue when Dio refused her offer. She turned back and spit on the door of the restaurant on her way, and she muttered something. Dio couldn't hear her, but it's probably nothing good. Yeah, there are many kinds of people out there, and this one is one of the worst kind. She thought the world revolved around her, so when people didn't listen to her, it's their loss. Who does he think he is? This kind of business is nothing new anyway. After whispering a few words, the kind-hearted, middle-aged woman returned to her store while swinging around her bucket. Apparently, the neighbors saw what happened, which put Dio in a spotlight for a moment. Everyone around here though that it won't be long before Dio went bankrupt, and they'll lose one competitor. Sometimes people said a neighbor was the closest relatives you would have, but that didn't seem to be the case here. Dio didn't really care, and he just went back inside the restaurant and tidy up. Besides the manager, he was also a chef, waiter, janitor and etc. He actually wanted to hire 2 employees at the very least, but considering he got an important secret, he couldn't afford to do so. Hearing the neighbors gossiping about him didn't bother him at all, he saw no point in arguing with them either. What bothered him was why Will didn't come today. Yesterday, he said that he would come over and help, but even until Dio closed his restaurant, there's no sign of Will coming. He didn't even call. This never happened before. If it's someone else, Dio might not be as upset, but he considered Will as his first friend in this world. And even if he had problems like with gangs and stuff, he wouldn't let that get in the way of his promise with Dio. At the very least he'd call him beforehand if something came up. Dio took out his mobile phone and immediately called Will. He got through, but nobody answered. He kept calling several times and still no answer. Dio started to worry a bit. The gangs will have a problem sooner or later. Should I call the police? Dio thought in his head. Dio laughed, it's so ridiculous enough that he had thought of that idea. So after thinking for a while, he finally made up his mind. He was going to find Will, even if it was very likely to put himself in a dangerous situation, or even expose power. However, he couldn't just sit down doing nothing when his friend was in danger. That is the reason why Dio is a true gentleman. What's more, he was not a scaredy cat he was like a week ago, he had the world now. Dio was full of confidence now that he had the world, and 1 second time stop sounded really pathetic, but 1 second could be crucial. And if it's just an average gang, he believed, saving Will wouldn't be that hard. Compared with those superheroes, maybe he still had a lot of shortcomings, but compared to average people, his power was quite inhumane. If he wanted to do it, he wanted to be thorough. First, Dio put on a casual suit so he wouldn't look suspicious, then he put on a baseball cap and quietly found his way through the night. Dio once went to Will's gang headquarters because Will insisted. At that time, both of them were still too young. It was a cool thing to join the gang, but after returning home, Dio decided to never come back there again. As for Will, Dio's parents naturally persuaded him, so he left the gang, but everyone has the right to decide their own life. They are not his parents anyway. So Will ended up joining that gang until now. Chapter 27. The Black Bear gang, which Will was part of, are running a nightclub. All kinds of crime are conducted there, and many outlaws could be found lurking here. It goes without saying that the most notorious gang in Chinatown was formed by Chinese, but there are also other gangs, like Asian, African American, and etc. And while it's true that most Chinese live in Chinatown, not all resident of Chinatown was Chinese. And the aforementioned Black Bear gang was a gang formed entirely by black people. Most of the members didn't even know who the boss was. All they need to know was how to fight. They'd had enough of being looked down, that's the reason this gang was formed. They were just a small gang at first with only several members, but given raw physical strength of the black people. And the fact that they were fearless, they gradually built their reputation and occupied several locations as their territory, and one of them being a nightclub. But the atmosphere was a bit different than usual around here. When Dio got off the taxi, he noticed something was off. The nightclub's door was closed, and it's as if there was nobody inside, even though this was supposed to be the busiest hour of the day. Something did happen, apparently. Dio realized something happened here, so he took a deep breath and walked toward the door. Out of nowhere, two white men stopped him in his tracks. "We're closed today, kid. If you want to have some fun, go somewhere else." "I am looking for someone." Dio was worried about Will's condition. He didn't have much time, and these two just came out of nowhere. The two brawny white dudes looked at each other, and then the guy with the tattoo on one of his arms asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I am looking for Will, I'm his friend." Will said, "The goods is here, I'm here to do some business." Dio deliberately feigned ignorance about the club's unusual state and pretended to be a customer as well. But it finally hit him, since when the black bear had white guys. The two white men suddenly grinned, and rested their hand on Dio's shoulder and said, "Yes, two of us joined the black bears recently, your friend is right this way." Both of them led Dio inside the nightclub. Both of them actually wanted to ambush the remnants of the black bear gang, but this was even better. Of course, they couldn't resist extra money. But going inside the club was Dio's plan all along. There was no security camera inside, so he could take his time interrogating these two about Will. These two white dudes weren't suspicious at all. Seeing Dio, who was harmless as a kitten, they thought he was just a drug addict. As soon as Dio entered, Dio saw a messy nightclub, broken glass everywhere, and bloodstains here and there. Presumably, there must have been quite a fight here. After Dio saw the situation inside the club, the two white dudes behind him dropped the act and grinned. "I almost forgot, Will went out somewhere earlier, but we have the goods too, not to worry. You know where we're going with this, right? If you don't hand over your money. What do you want?" A cheeky smile could be seen from Dio's face. Then suddenly, Hammond energy enveloped his whole body, and he pushed back the hands of those two, and punched one of them on the chest. Bang! It really doesn't sound like a man was punched, more like a man fell from the second floor of a building. And that white guy Dio punched was sent flying, slammed into the door. And fell to the ground. Several ribs were broken, and he couldn't stop coughing blood and finally died. And the other white dude couldn't describe how surprised he was. How could someone like Dio kill his friend in one punch? Oh, FXXK. So that white guy with tattoo quickly ran away instinctively. How could he deal with someone who could send a 200-pound man flying and instantly killed him? He suddenly felt regret. He just wanted to make some extra money. He didn't expect to meet a monster here. Running was a wise choice. But of course, Dio wouldn't let him get away that easily. Dio swiftly kicked the white guy's calf. "My legs!" The white tattooed guy rolled on the floor, screaming in horror. And due to the inhumane power Dio possessed, his bone dislocated, and pierced through his skin, causing severe bleeding. Dio actually had a hard time keeping his calm because he has never injured anyone. This severely, let alone kill anyone. At first, he actually just tried to knock them down and ask Will's whereabouts from them, but he forgot that these two were ordinary humans, and he didn't hold back at all against them. That's why they ended up in such an awful state. Just imagine, he could destroy a wooden table with merely 30 Hammond energy. Meanwhile, just now he consumed 300 Hammond energy, that's 10 times more powerful, resulting in killing a 200-pound man with one punch. He felt sincerely bad for them. The first white guy that he killed aside, he just subconsciously chased after the tattooed guy because he tried to escape, and tackle him, but this was where he miscalculated. He tackled him with all his might. Despite extreme nausea seeing all the blood, he squatted near the white tattooed guy, acted tough, and asked, "Shut up, if you scream once again, you'll end up just like your friend over there." This white guy quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Even though he suffered from this hellish injury, he made sure to do as Dio told. Dio was like a demon in his eyes, killing his friend, and kicking him in the leg so hard that the bone pierced his skin. Be it, martial art expert, or veteran soldier, was no match for Dio. "Very good, as long as you're cooperative, I'll let you live." This brawny white guy was about to cry. He really regretted making an enemy out of this man. If he knew Dio was this strong, he would leave him alone. "I'll ask you a question. If you hesitated for even 1 second, I would kick you. If you're lucky, I'll just kick your limb. If you're not, I could kick your head, and you'll die." The white guy nodded quickly without protesting. He had no choice but to obey Dio. Even though he was humiliated, he still held dear to his life, and he could only lament his luck for encountering Dio in such an unfortunate situation. Chapter 28. Dio left the nightclub a few minutes later looking indifferent, although he did predict that a fight was inevitable, but still, he didn't expect would end up killing anyone. Although he did kill one of them accidentally, but he ended up killing the other one too in the end. If there was anything he could learn from a movie, it was the fact that once you became someone's enemy, giving birth to an endless cycle of hate between the two. And possibly their descendants in the future, so he must settle it right then and there. Dio never denied that he was a selfish person, so now that he has chosen this path, there was no choice but to continue forward. After taking a few deep breaths to collect himself from the guilt, he quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. And he managed to obtain an information about Will from the white tattooed guy. To put it simply, a gang from Hell's Kitchen called Butcher paid Black Bear's hideout a visit. They negotiated, but when their negotiation fell apart, fight between the two gangs was inevitable. Black Bear was a gang known for their tenacity. Although there are a lot of gangs in Chinatown, they managed to maintain their position there. But their luck has run out this time. All their hideouts were found and they were utterly defeated, with all their members being captured, although their boss managed to slip away in the middle of the fight. And the reason Butcher captured Black Bear's members instead of killing them was to lure their boss Bear out and finish Black Bear once and for all. Another reason was, unlike Hell's Kitchen, Chinatown was not a lawless zone. If there are too many casualties, the police won't just sit idly, so to avoid the police, they just captured Black Bear's member and used them as a bait. Dio, who was looking for Will, imagined the worst-case scenario where Will was tortured or beaten to death. After knowing about what happened, Dio concentrated the Hammond energy into his legs, increasing his mobility. He instantly rushed toward where Black Bear's member was held captive. Although the enemy might be exhausted after fighting Black Bear, this wouldn't be any easier for Dio. If Dio was an influential figure and had an authority, maybe he could resolve this simply by saying one word. But unfortunately, Dio had no such power and was as poor as ever, so the only thing he could count on was his Hammond and his reliable stand the world. Blood shall be spilled tonight. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Black Bear's members were covered with injuries and around them was the members of Butcher laughing their ass off. Although the Butcher used to have a lot of member, around 200. Now only 50 of them left. Apparently a guy who was called the Punisher appeared out of nowhere and hunted the Butcher's member one by one. Because Butcher's member was afraid that any of them could be the next target, they decided to stick together at their hideout. But then on one day, suddenly the Punisher knocked their front door and murdered dozens of the Butcher's member. Some member managed to escape along with their boss Rick Tun. They decided to leave Hell's Kitchen because that place was too dangerous, and find a new hideout. They decided to head to Chinatown, because it wasn't too far from Hell's Kitchen, and targeting Black Bear was just the first step to take control of Chinatown. After gaining more reputation and member later, they'll destroy other gang in Chinatown, and take control of the area. Hey! Look here, Ada. Oh, FXXK. You suck. This is how you do it. Bang! Butcher's member were beating the hell out of Black Bear's member. The sound of people getting beaten up filled the air. Don't overdo it, I don't to lose all these baits. The boss Rick Tun was sitting on a sofa when he reminded his underling not to kill the hostages. Although cases of death are nothing unusual in the United States, especially for gang members. Police in fact was happy if they crushed each other, saved them the trouble. Under normal circumstances, police won't bother to even show up to stop gang fight, but if the casualty was a normal civilian and was not part of the gang, the police could no longer ignore this, otherwise their image in public will be ruined. The police didn't really want to handle this kind of situation because it happened way too many times, and there was no end to it, but since it became public concern, they had no other choice. Do not worry, boss, we won't kill them, but at most they'll be disabled for the rest of their life. Right after saying that, a short-haired white man cut the hands of a Black Bear's member with his knife. Ah! Unable to endure the pain, this guy screamed. And instead of stopping, other Butcher's member was laughing. The short-haired white man really loved torturing people like this. He considered this his masterpiece. Hearing others scream was the best treat for him. Fuck. Shut him up. Now that the boss has yelled, the short-haired white man shrugged his shoulder, then punched that guy who screamed earlier, breaking his nose, and he ended up fainted, and finally he stopped screaming. The short-haired white man has already lost interest in that guy, so tried to find another entertainment. No one dared to look at him in the eye, which gave him an absolute sense of superiority. Chapter 29. Your boss is trash, he even left all of you just to save himself. This short-haired white man really enjoyed degrading one's value, assuring his dominance toward his prey. Hey, what's your name? You seemed dissatisfied when I broke that guy's arm. The one he asked turned out to be Will. Will looked up and glared him full of anger and said, why don't you go home and ask your mother? This kind of attitude actually excited the short-haired white guy. He absolutely loved it when his prey fought back desperately. He would be much more satisfied when he disciplined him later. Well, I hope you can keep that bravado up after I break bones. Bang! The short-haired white man immediately punches Will in the stomach. Will couldn't endure such a heavy blow, he felt as if his innards were twisted, and he accidentally threw up due to the impact. The short-haired white man failed to dodge it, so his shoe was full of spit now, which infuriated him. Damn it! I'll kill you right now. Seeing him losing it scared the hell out of Black Bear's members, who worked in his favor. But all of a sudden, the front door of their hideout, which was made of steel, was smashed, sending the door flying as if it was a piece of paper, hitting the short-haired white man in the process. Who's there? Richton's premonition became a reality. He quickly took the short-haired white man and hid behind the bunker. Startled by the loud sound of the door being smashed down, the S member quickly took out their gun and pointed it toward the entrance. Could it be Black Bear's member who survived and attempted to rescue his gang members? But if that was the case, they were just digging their own grave by coming here. Fucking bastard. No matter who you are, I'm gonna put a bullet on your head. Meanwhile, the short-haired white man tried to get back on his feet with his friend's help while coughing blood. Looking very miserable. He couldn't move one of his arms, his face was covered with blood, and it seemed several of his ribs were broken. However, there was no response whatsoever. It was so quiet, like the calm before the storm. Nobody noticed that the steel door which was sent flying earlier had a couple of punch marks on it. You two, check the entrance. Rick Tun, with a gun in his hand, pointed two of his underling to check who was responsible for this. The rest of them was slight relief, they didn't have to be the one checking the entrance. It was just so sudden, and how could a steel door was sent flying just like that? The enemy must have come here fully prepared. That's what the S member thought. Then they realized, Black Bear's member obviously wouldn't be capable of such a feat. Could it be the Punisher? Rick Tun was cowering with fear when he thought of that possibility. But Rick Tun realized something was off. If it were the Punisher, he wouldn't smash the door and then hide if it was really the Punisher. The moment he broke through the door, this place would be filled with scream and gunshots, and probably not one of them could survive. So the two unlucky the S members walked slowly toward the door, firmly gripping their guns with their fingers ready to pull the trigger anytime. A golden armored figure was actually standing in the entrance the whole time. Strangely enough, nobody could see it. Dio, who hid, saw everything through the eye of the world, and obviously, he saw what kind of nightmare Will went through. And of course, there were guards in front of the door before the world smashed it. Unfortunately, their body was twisted by the world, and they didn't even see anything. After taking a deep breath, Dio decisively issued an attack command to the world. The world had a grade for destructive power and speed, which was hard to describe through parameter or stats alone. Seeing it firsthand was the best way to understand just how strong the world was. Boom! Boom! And when two of the unlucky S member was approaching, they didn't see anything out of place, but suddenly they felt like something heavy crashing onto their chest, and was sent flying to the edge of the room. Bam! Bam! Everyone spontaneously shot toward the empty entrance. They didn't know what happened. How did those two was suddenly blown away, so they just shot desperately. However, after beating the crap out of those two, the world was no longer in front of the entrance. It swiftly returned to Dio. Fuck! Stop! Hold your fire. Although guns were easy to find in the United States, they were quite expensive. A gang like them who was cast away from Hell's Kitchen couldn't afford to waste too much ammo. And they used quite a lot in their fight against Black Bear. Wouldn't they be at a disadvantage if they ran out of ammo now? Anyone saw what happened? Rick Tun asked after the gunshots totally stopped. Some of them turned their eyes to see what happened to the two that was blown away earlier, and much to their surprise, their upper body was no longer recognizable. It's as if a truck rammed their chest. Not even one of them could believe what they just saw, especially because there was absolutely nothing in the entrance. Hey! I am the Rick Tun, who is outside. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. We should talk this out. Rick Tun tried to negotiate while giving 10 of his men a signal to ambush in case somebody showed up. And again, there was no response whatsoever, which confused Rick Tun. Are you afraid because we outnumber you? Or because we got better weapons? He thought if the enemy was actually powerful, why would he attack with such a roundabout way? He could have just busted the door and murdered everyone. And the conclusion he arrived at was probably just like he said earlier, maybe there was an advantage either in terms of the number of weapons. As a leader of one of the best if not the best gang in Hell's Kitchen, he was level-headed, maybe due to the amount of experience as the leader, he could calmly assess the situation and came up with a solution in a short amount of time. Chapter 30. The world combined with Dio's ability to use Hammond really packed a punch, but that didn't mean Dio was bulletproof. A slight mistake could prove fatal. In the end, he was just an average human, unlike Dio, in the series which was a vampire. And Rick managed to narrow down this weakness by analyzing this roundabout way of attacking that Dio used. But that didn't necessarily mean they could defeat Dio. Once again, Dio positioned the world right in front of the entrance, allowing him to see what happened there, and without further ado. Useless. With its unparalleled speed and destructive power, the world threw dozens of punches in a flash. Unable to do anything, 10 gangsters were already on the ground, they didn't even have time to use their guns. Right after finishing these 10 gangsters, the world quickly posed weirdly. Although it looked really exquisite and beautiful for Dio, this kind of pose was exactly the characteristics of JoJo. On the other hand, Rick sighed because all he heard was the scream outside. He was a little shaken from this unusual attack. Any gangs that managed to survive in Hell's Kitchen was definitely a powerful gang, they didn't even need to use their guns under normal circumstances. However, their opponent right now left them no choice but to open fire. Even so, they still couldn't win against this unknown enemy. It was so quite outside as if there was a man-eating monster lurking around outside. Use them as a bait to confuse the enemy. Our enemy's objective was to chip our force, we can't let him do as he, please, we're just sitting ducks if we stay here. Run. This is your last chance to escape. He couldn't afford to lose any more of his men. The later they escape from this place, more of them will fall victim to this enemy. This was the truth, and they knew about it. That was why they were so desperate. There were about 50 of them in that club, but now only around 30 of them left. I'm gonna feed him to the dog once I'm done with him. Rick muttered. Rick untied several Black Bears members, pointed his gun at them, and told them to escape through the entrance. However, they who have just witnessed everything just shook their heads with horror, and refused to leave even if they were shot. Humans feared the unknown, that was just their nature. There were more than a dozen victims already, yet nobody has seen this enemy. They were looking at the entrance as if it was the mouth of a huge monster. Moreover, there was not single merit for Black Bears members to help these scumbags. Bang! Don't make me repeat myself, this is not an offer, it's an order. Either you run, or I'm gonna shoot you one by one. Ah! Don't kill me. I am not with them. I'm just a hostage, help. Facing this desperate situation, these Black Bears members decided to run as fast as they could toward their entrance. Fast, keep up with this group of idiots. Rick immediately ran after them along with his men. If they noticed something moved, even if it was grass, they will definitely filled it with holes. Dio hesitated when he saw these gang members came out one after another because he knew the first ones coming were Will's gang member, not his enemy. But it was not like he was an ally of justice whose job was to protect the weak, nor was he here to vanquish evil. He was only here for Will, he won't even commit murder if it wasn't for Will. So he was at a loss whether to just kill them all or just let them run away. However, it was just momentary, he quickly snapped back into reality. Seeing that the first few decoy running in the front wasn't attacked at all. Rick immediately blended in with the rest of Black Bear's member along with his men, and headed towards the entrance. Careful, he's coming. Since the first few Black Bear's members managed to escape safely, he managed to deduce something. It was the fact that the one attacking them right now wasn't the Punisher. If it were the Punisher, none of them would survive. So after coming to such conclusion, he knew for a fact that whoever was attacking him right now had no intention to kill the Black Bears member, and that could be the key to their escape. Although Dio was finally ready to make up his mind, since there were too many gang members coming out, Dio was having trouble distinguishing which one allied and which one was enemy. Damn! Dio growled and decided to remain in hiding while observing. There wouldn't be a problem if this were a game when someone was about to shoot him with guns, the trajectory was completely visible, but this was not a game, the people here will utilize their gun through calculation and experience. Rick and his men were not the NPC serving as experience for him, but a proper human with a normal thought process. Dio quickly collected himself, and controlled the world to go for the backline the moment and the first few groups passed the entrance. So there will be less risk of hitting Black Bears members. 10 meters was the maximum distance between the world and the user. At this time, Dio hid behind the scrapped car in front of these people. If Rick walked a few steps forward, he'll probably see him. But the distance between these steps was the difference between life and death. Useless. Once again, the world threw dozens of punches, and since these people were just ordinary people, they couldn't withstand the impact of the blows from the world and instantly died. Fire! Fire! You, monster, go to hell. Ah! All the Butcher's members fired towards where the world was currently standing. This time, they were convinced that the enemy was an invisible monster after seeing something this unusual. Chapter 31. In JoJo universe, stand was a guardian which only stand user could see. The reason being that stand was a manifestation of one's mental fortitude. Without strong mental fortitude, it was impossible for one to see stand. Obviously, those with strong mental fortitude were mostly stand users, but there were some exceptions. In Richton's eyes, despite there were more than dozens of victims already, they absolutely didn't see a thing other than something like a ripple in the air without knowing what it was. Meanwhile, their comrades have fallen victim to this invisible monster one by one, their blood splattered like crazy, some of them were even no longer recognizable. Sound of gunshots filled the air. Even though this was a hideout specifically chosen by Richton since it was hard to find, and almost nobody would loiter around in a place like this. And even if something happened, Richton and his men would have an absolute advantage because this hideout was strategically located. But, what happened right now was nothing like he imagined. Richton was so cornered that he was thinking about breaking his way through toward downtown, where police headquarters located. At this point, he'd rather rot in prison rather than dying in a gruesome way in the hands of this invisible monster. Richton and his men were probably regretting all the decisions they've made, which lead them to this moment right now. Come out, you monster. Show yourselves. He thought that encountering the Punisher will be his worst and last nightmare, but after leaving Hell's Kitchen, once again, he had a nightmare, a worse and more absurd one in fact. If this really was a nightmare, why hasn't he woken up yet? Is death the only way out? Richton, as the boss of the Butcher, was on the verge of a mental breakdown after seeing his men being slaughtered one after another. In certain situations, death wasn't the worst thing that could happen to someone. The terror of an invisible monster lurking around in the darkness, and you don't know when that monster will pop up and take your life, might be worse. I can't take this any longer, one of the Butcher's members was losing patience and sanity, threw the gun in his hand, and sprinted through a narrow alley with all his might. Come back here, you moron. This is exactly what the enemy is plotting. Richton knew this was the enemy's plan all along, to slowly reduce their number and break them apart. But it seemed like his words no longer had any value, he couldn't even protect his own life right now, let alone minding about others' life. Ag. The man who ran with all his might earlier was sent back flying in an instant with his blood splattering all over his body, his eyes wide open and his chest was completely crushed, as if he was rammed by a truck. Just what kind of power could cause this level of damage to someone? There were only around a dozen of the Butcher's members left. Dio was relieved after killing that random guy just now because it turned out, he was running toward him who was hiding behind a scrapped car. And with only a dozen members of the Butcher left, he was confident enough that he could rescue Will. He noticed that he has already consumed thousands of Hammond energy, fortunately the world had a level endurance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep materializing him. Please stop. We give up. Right after Dio hardened his resolve to slaughter these people, Richton and his men suddenly threw away their gun and put their hands up. Nobody dared to move a muscle, tension filled the atmosphere. Dio never thought about this outcome. Usually, he'd do anything to protect himself, including murdering the enemies he encountered. He was in quite a pickle now that the enemy decided to surrender. He couldn't possibly let these scumbags go, they might have already plotted their revenge as they were talking right now even though they haven't figured out who Dio was. Moreover, if they got away, there was a possibility they might threaten Will's life again. But did he have to go as far as killing them even though they already surrendered? Dio hesitated. Before this night, he was just a guy who has never killed anyone in his life. But after killing the first two white men he encountered earlier, as if a switch inside him was flipped, he no longer experienced nausea and guilt no longer haunted him, and gradually he didn't even care about murdering people. Starting from 1, 2, 10, 20. Because of the abnormal strength of the world, he could easily kill people even when he didn't mean to. These changes that occurred to him scared him as if the name Dio Brando was a symbol of indifference to life itself. This silence was like a torture to Richton and his men, as if they were waiting for a verdict of life or death, but they were a bit relieved that the enemy didn't attack them yet for now. But it turned out that they were sentenced to death by the next second. Kindness to enemy will eventually backfire to oneself, and hurting more innocent people in the process. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your surrender. While Dio was speaking, the world already made his way toward Richton and his men, and right after Dio finished his words, once again the Golden Phantom threw countless punches, marking another round of killing spree. Over there. One of them who miraculously survived figured out where the voice was coming from, took out the gun he hid in his pocket, but when he was about to pull the trigger the world swiftly twisted his neck and slammed his head down to the ground. Run away. Useless. Begging for mercy. Useless. Fighting back. Useless. Strangely enough, when his men were slaughtered by an invisible monster, Rick Tun smiled, and it was one creepy smile. "You're going down with me, fucking monster." A grenade with its pin already pulled off was falling down in front of Rick Tun. Turns out, right when Dio sentenced them to death, Rick Tun was ready to do the same. Right when the world punched him in the chest, the bomb in his hand fell, illuminating the surrounding with dazzling light before it exploded. Chapter 32. The World. Dio yelled, and the time stopped. But what kind of difference stopping 1 second will do? But since the last bitter experience of recklessly activating this power, Dio has grasped a knack before activating this power, so right before yelling, "The world!" he jumped, so in that 1 second, Dio's body will be thrown as far away as possible from the explosion. Right when the time resumed again. Boom! The grenade exploded, causing massive damage to the surrounding area. Dio himself was involved in the aftereffect of the explosion and was blasted off into the air. Arrgh! Dio, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get back on his feet. Since he used up all of his Hammond energy, he couldn't maintain his Hammond, resulting in him suffering some injuries. It was as if his back was hit with a sledgehammer. At this moment, Dio was so powerless that he couldn't even materialize the world. Even a normal guy could easily kill Dio at this moment. Dio decided to leave that while he could. The gunshot was one thing, but the grenade that blew off just now would attract the police's attention. If he didn't leave right now, he'll surely get caught. Dio quickly disappeared into the darkness of night, putting an end to this restless night. New York Police Department was dispatched shortly after receiving a call from some young couple looking for some thrill around that area, but when they heard the sound of gunshot and explosions, they changed their mind and quickly called the police. The loud sound of the siren passed Dio, who was making his escape. He was a little confused since usually the police never really cared about gang case. Fortunately, he quickly escaped from the crime scene. Otherwise, he'd have to spend a night at the police station, which will disrupt his life plan for the future. Meanwhile, back at the crime scene, the police were taken aback by the situation there. The smell of smoke filled the air, the fire here and there caused by the aftereffects of the explosion, dead bodies all over the place, and the faint voice of someone calling for help from an abandoned factory. I'm pretty sure this is from the explosion of a hand grenade. How did these bastards get their hands on something this dangerous? A senior middle-aged police officer fumed. Are those bastards trying to turn this into another Hell's Kitchen? Now we have to stay up late for 2 days straight because of them. Don't complain, since we got a report, we had no choice but to handle this case. Besides, with this many casualties, it'll be our responsibility anyway sooner or later. You should at least be grateful those paparazzi didn't know about this yet, otherwise NYPD will be in a huge trouble. The middle-aged policeman said. This kind of thing wasn't that unusual aside from the explosions. Most of the cases these gangs either fought over territory or they wanted to revenge, and usually, police only came, in the end, to clean things up. As long as it didn't happen around downtown and nor involve civilians, people usually had no problem with this. In fact, them killing each other would be beneficial for the police. On the other hand, journalists only cared about their promotion. That was the sole reason they sought so earnestly for this kind of news. They didn't care about the casualties. They just thought it was really unfortunate that these kinds of things must happen in their bustling city. Because of the news the journalists broadcasted, even a trivial case could turn into an uproar, causing even those who didn't really know what happens to protest against the government. What happened afterward was the common routine in the police station where the superior will blame their subordinates for their incompetence. In the end, the case itself will be resolved for around a year, and there was no other way to sate the citizens besides bringing the culprit to justice. This was what happened every time a journalist was involved in a case, so compared to the criminals who always carried a gun, the police were way more afraid of the journalist who always brought their camera. Unfortunately, right after the middle-aged police were kind of relieved that the journalists haven't found out about this case. Several news vans arrived at the scene and parked their car behind the police's car. They were like a shark who smelt blood in the ocean. This level of professionalism wasn't something anyone could easily do. The rest of the police outside just looked at each other, shook their head, and formed a cordon to stop the group of reporters from entering the crime scene. Hey, do you remember me? I'm the one who interviewed you back then, so without further ado, can you tell me what actually happened? How many casualties? And is it really the work of gangs? No comment. You can ask while we're walking. I heard that there was a fierce gunfight here just now, and it seems like there was an explosion of a grenade as well. I want to know as a resident of New York City. Can NYPD guarantee our safety? How did these thugs easily get their hands on something that dangerous? And why does the police always arrive late as if it was intentional? I said no comment. The police who was bombarded with questions didn't want to answer this question as it would end up backfiring to NYPD in the end. Is that how you waste the taxpayers' money? We have the right to know the truth. Journalists had the citizens on their side, cornering the police was child play for them. These police officers were left dumbfounded, they couldn't get rough with these journalists, at most they will just remain silent. While other police officers were busy dealing with the barrage of questions from the journalists, the police officers who checked the crime scene already found Will and his friends and currently was questioning them. Seeing the crime scene, the police thought it was just another gang fight, but when they listened to the hostages' testimony, their face suddenly changed as if they just listened to some nonsense. I think you lot are really high right now. What did you take? Meth? Marijuana? Cocaine? We needed to wait until they were completely sober before we can question them any further. Chapter 33. Sergeant, I think you should come and see this. A police officer crouched on the ground with an indescribable expression. The sergeant approached the police officer, and then his eyes bulged. Is this a joke on April Fool's Day? As he spoke, he crouched down and knocked on a 2-finger-thick steel door. This is really a door made of steel, not plastic, and... The sergeant was speechless, and the policeman beside him continued to talk. It's just me, or this is actually a fist mark. While speaking, the policeman clenched his fist and put his fist against the steel door, and it turned out the size of his fist fitted perfectly. Is this really humans doing? The sergeant who stood up began to think seriously about the testimony of the hostages early. Monster, everyone is killed by the invisible monster. But how is this possible? Keep looking, don't miss any evidence, and ask those people again, what did they see? The sergeant ordered the police officers again, then and walked out. About 10 minutes later, 2 black cars arrived. Then some men in suits and leather shoes got out of the cars, they broke through the police line and went straight into the crime scene. Sergeant Riello was surrounded by reporters. Fortunately, his subordinates gave way to him, and then he quickly slipped away. After passing the reporters, he met the men in suits. Who are you? FBI, these are our credentials. From now on, we will take over this case. He saw documents that were brought by the agent FBI, and he was shocked. Phil Coulson, FBI agent, level, D4. D4 was the highest, A1 was the lowest, and D4 was under the direct supervision of FBI. Sergeant Riello quickly returned the document to the FBI agent, and he asked cautiously, I haven't received any notice. Before he finished his words, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was a call from his boss, and he quickly hung up. Receive notifications. Director Coulson, we will. Sergeant Riello did not say a word and took his subordinates away. And he had to all ties with this case, including the results of the investigation. Of course, Will and his friends were no exception. It was not only the New York police who hurried away but also the journalists. They all received a call from their boss and left reluctantly. After the people dispersed, Coulson and his subordinates began to re-examine the case, and at the same time, he approached Will and the others. Who are you? Why don't you let us go? I would like to introduce myself. I am the Senior Director of the FBI, Phil Coulson. For your information, from now on, we will take over this case. Until this case is finished, you have no choice but to cooperate with us unless you want to squat in New York City prison for several years. Everything we said is true. What else do you want to know from us? Damn it. It's not an illusion, we are not high. Okay. Relax, I believe you, I'm just curious about the details. Well, how did that monster attack? Nobody saw this monster. Right? Tell everything you know, and we will make a re-examination. As long as what you say is true, you can quickly go back and resume your gang activities. I must say though, you guys really are unfortunate. From the start, Coulson knew everything about site investigations, and even all the detailed information obtained from Will and others. For their organizations, information like this was very easy to obtain. What's really interesting for them was, of course, this invisible monster who smashed a thick steel door. So, in this case, both parties conduct friendly questions and answer session. Finally, after Coulson learned all the information from Will and his friends, he called the bus, then Will and the others would be sent to Aegis. First, the medical department of the Bureau carries out simple treatment, followed by 24-hour supervision until it was proof that none of them were related to the invisible monster. Mr. Coulson, the evidence has been collected. Good work, let's go back, the rest isn't our job. 2 black cars quickly leave the crime scene. At this time, Dio has returned to the restaurant, because of what he did. SHIELD intervened, turning a very ordinary gangster incident into a mysterious case, and it was a big case. The organization has begun an investigation using all available clues to find out who this invisible monster is. Mysterious Eastern dish hasn't caught SHIELD's attention. With this incident, he could buy some time to earn more money, at least that was a silver lining. Dio returned to his room and immediately lay down on the bed. Every time he used the world, he was like drowning in darkness. The fact. He was still too weak. The 10,000 point ripple's energy was not enough to help him using the world to fight. At the very least, it could only be used at critical times for survival. When Dio lay down on the bed, he tried to recover his strength and energy by using the breathing technique, and he began to seriously consider all the advantages and disadvantages of today's actions. In general, Dio's actions were courageous. He could defeat a gang member of more than 50 people with his coordinated plan and of course, the help of the world. However, this action also revealed his greatest weakness, lack of fighting experience, and self-confidence, which were fatal weaknesses in battle. Chapter 34. The next day, Dio's restaurant opened as usual, as if nothing happened last night. Will's cell phone still could not be reached. Dio kept making several phone calls and looked for ways to keep Will from being suspected. Finally, Dio only could send message to Will anxiously. The rest depended on Will's luck. As a gang member, although he was a victim, it would not be easy for him to be relief in this case. But Dio was not worried. There was another way to save Will, which was bail money. That way, the police would release Will. The only problem was, Dio didn't have money now. Early Dio spent the 110,000 he earned on drawing a golden pool, so he had to earn more money as soon as possible. However, what if Will was not in a police station but being kidnapped a mysterious organization? That's why Will could not pick up his cell phone. The telephone was ringing. Dio took out his cell phone and saw an unknown number, and he picked it up. "Hello, Mr. Dio, do you remember me?" Dio heard a female voice. Dio responded quickly and heard a familiar voice. She was Jessica, Jenny's friend who came to eat Dio's mysterious Eastern dish and drive a Ferrari sports car. Dio's mind subconsciously remembered them, and their wet pants. He smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Ms. Jessica, it's been a while since we last met, so can I help you?" Listening to Dio mentioning the last time, Jessica folded her legs, and her expression was somewhat awkward. What happened that day was the most unforgettable and the most embarrassing experience in Jessica's life. However, she did not call Dio today for that matter, but about her sister. I told you last time, I have a sister, and she needs treatment, so do you have time?" Dio pretended to be concerned and said, "Of course, I also feel empathy for her because of that, but for now, I have a guest to take care of, how about an hour later? I have to check the guest's complaints about the treatment." Guest? There was nobody in the restaurant besides Dio. Dio just said that as an excuse. He also added, "This food is very magical and hard to make since the ingredients I use are specific imported." This way, Jessica would pay more attention, and she will definitely come again to Dio's restaurant. For the first time, she wrote a check for $100,000 only to apologize. If Dio healed Jessica's sister, how much money will Dio get? What's more, she had equally rich friends who would not think twice about it. This restaurant once they heard of Dio's reputation. This time Jessica will introduce her sister, next maybe her boyfriend, her uncle, or her work partner. People judged that mutual interests were better than human feelings, so human feelings were not so important anymore. As for money, they would rather pay dearly with definite results than spend money only on something that was not beneficial to them. In principle, the final sale agreement depended on the cooperation between them. Therefore, after Jessica confirmed that Dio's mysterious Eastern dish was extraordinary, and not yet known to the public, Jessica would think of using this for her own benefit. In this case, Dio will not have a say on this matter, as he only needed some money at this moment. Sure enough, Jessica did not have the slightest doubt about Dio's lie because he had experienced this miracle firsthand for 10,000. If she was permitted, she would eat 3 times a day plus afternoon tea at Dio's restaurant. For rich people, eating 10,000 is nothing compared to their beauty. Dio went to the kitchen to clean and throw away the goldfish he bought this morning and replace them with new ones. Of course, with the help of pearl jam for cooking. With the speed and accuracy of pearl jam, it did not take long for carp and other ingredients to be processed. It was neatly arranged on a cutting board, which was pleasing to the eye. Dio still had a lot of time left, then he read the news. The president of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, has confirmed his resignation this morning. Obadiah Stane will temporarily become chairman. As soon as the news was published, the price of Stark Industries' shares began to fall. Yesterday, an abandoned factory on XX Street was destroyed due to a gang war, death and injury unknown casualties. It is suspected that the cause of the destruction was caused by a military grenade from Stark Industries. Chapter 35. Tony Stark was missing. Now that Tony has been caught by terrorists and was forced to create a weapon, old man Obadiah Stane didn't waste his opportunity and quickly took over as the CEO of the Stark industry. He was convinced that Tony won't be able to escape. But later on, Tony will be able to escape using the scrap material to create the first Iron Man suit in a cave with those rotten first-generation iron armors. Iron Man will be born. The development of the plot has caused Dio somewhat caught off guard, but he had some expectations. At this point in time, Hulk should still be hiding in Tibet. Captain Marvel was still in Kree. The Star-Lord still wandering in the galaxy with his companions. And Thor was still working with his brother in Asgard. Too many heroes have not appeared yet, but the news that signaled the future emergence of Iron Man still gave Dio a sense of urgency. It seemed that Iron Man was like the beginning of Marvel, a prologue. In the future, there would be more and more heroes with various peculiar abilities appearing. Oh yes, there were mutants in this world too. Dio knew about the plot, he did not know what he could do and what role he would play in the major events and crises later. But Dio was undoubtedly trying to adapt to the world crisis, and he was ready to come forward one day in the future if the world really needed his power. After all, compared, destruction of the world, aliens invasion, and annihilation by Thanos. Did his ego really matter? However, he needed time, he needs it time to adapt, he needs its time to become stronger. And so, let's do my job first. Dio smiled when he saw Jessica coming in through the door, and he saw who was too shy hiding behind Jessica. Rather than seeing a little girl, Dio was like seeing a bunch of dollars bill in a sack waiting in front of his restaurant. Welcome, beautiful Miss Jessica, and, the little angel behind you, may I know your name? Dio was really good looking. He was handsome but not majestic, tall and straight, and also had a bit of British gentleman character. There was nothing wrong with his first impression. Although Dio was really handsome to begin. But he was not as handsome as now. The current Dio thanked Pearl Jam. Even a few days ago, when Dio was walking on the street, he has received business cards from several guys who claimed to be scouts, saying that if he was interested in being a model or a Hollywood actor, he would definitely become popular. Dio believed only part of it and then threw all these business cards into the trash. Famous? He admitted that his handsomeness was shocking, but sorry. This world's such a forgiving place, especially in Hollywood. Every year, so many handsome men and beautiful women run to Los Angeles trade their luck in Hollywood. 99% of the people only to end up in failure. By pure luck, a few people manage to become famous. But in the probability was 1 in a million. Yet, people still looked up to them and aspired to become superstar just like them in the future, and continued to bewilder the group of idiots who thought they would grow up and become a big star. And Dio preferred to earn more money through a low-profile method, so he quickly threw that idea. He wouldn't do it in this life, even if a gangster was saying to him, "Do you even have balls?" The little girl hid behind Jessica, she seemed to be charmed by his smile. She hesitated and said faintly, Irene Jones. Dio Brando, all my friends call me Dio, I'm glad to meet you, Miss Irene. Dio leaned down slightly and extended to Irene behind Jessica. For a girl around 13 to 14-year-old, treating them as adults will give a better impression rather than treating them as a child. This applied to boys as well. Sure enough, after Irene stared at Dio with her big eyes, she stretched out small her hand and shook Dio's big hand, then she felt an electric shock in her whole body. And quickly pulled her hand back again, she looked like her face turned red, like a big apple, very cute. Jessica watched the conversation between them from beginning to end. She did not participate in it, and she did not stop Dio's hospitality. On the contrary, Irene's slightly abnormal behavior because she feels in love at first sight. For a little girl who was extremely introverted, she was very brave to stretch out her hand to Dio's hand. However, she didn't think much. Even her sister, who rushed to Irene, immediately had to admit that Dio was attractive enough. And not only because Dio was handsome, but also because mysterious, which was particularly attractive. It looks like Irene likes you very much, she even had difficult to talk at home, aside from my family, you are the second male she is willing to talk to. After hearing the word like, Irene becomes shyer, and she seemed clumsy. Dio didn't think much. Like, but not love. Liking the opposite sex was not a crime anyway. Do you know who this other lucky man is? The corners of his mouth were raised slightly as if he was joking. Jessica smiled suddenly, the man's jealousy is really terrible, rest assured, he's a white Bichon dog named Snowball. Dio's unfavorable smile suddenly froze on his face for a moment and noticed that Jessica's mood suddenly in a good mood, and then she said deliberately, "Ho ho ho, in fact, you are the first male, the human one, that is." After speaking, it seemed that he couldn't hold himself up, and Jessica laughed, covering her mouth. Dio shrugged helplessly at Irene, who had big curious eyes, and he was a bit embarrassed. At this time, Irene argued, "Snowball is very good and cute, Mom, Dad, and Sister are always busy, only Snowball which always accompanies me, and will always stay in my life." Chapter 36. Although Irene was explaining about her dog excitedly, her voice was so faint that Dio and Jessica couldn't really hear what she was saying, which made things a bit awkward. Jessica was about to say something to change the topic, but she decided not to since it could make things even more awkward. Dio made a gesture as a sign they should take a seat to break the ice. He didn't understand about the rich people, that's why he wasn't interested in discussing their trouble or their everyday life. "Forgive me for being rude, but can you show me Irene's? I need to know how bad is it to determine what dish I must serve her." Dio said it very sincerely because he knew that the treatment effect of pearl jam was not omnipotent, quite a lot of diseases were not within its scope of treatment actually. Due to its treatment method involving destroy and regenerate, that was why it was not suited to treat mental illness, especially for teen and below. That was why Dio must be careful before agreeing to treat an illness, he must know what kind of illness he must treat beforehand. Jessica hesitated, and turned her attention to Irene, who looked uneasy and said, "Dio's cooking is amazing, you know, I'm sure he can heal the scald on your back easily, what do you think?" And Irene's favorability toward Dio played a big role in this, and Irene just nodded lightly. So Jessica lifted the backside of Irene's cloth in front of Dio. Dio was shocked, Irene's back was covered with scald everywhere, Dio even thought she plunged into boiling water. It was hard to imagine how much pain she has endured at such a young age. And how much she tried to keep her distance from others. "Does she have other injuries elsewhere?" Dio asked. Jessica shook her head and said, "No, that'd be all, can you treat it?" Irene was looking at Dio with hopeful expression written all over her face. "Is that all?" "No problem, consider it done." "Really? Then I'm sorry to trouble you. That's my job, please wait a moment, and I will serve Miss Irene the perfect dish." After bowing slightly, Dio immediately headed to the kitchen to cook. The scald on Irene's back was more severe than Dio thought, but it was definitely treatable using pearl jam. At most, it'll require more material than usual. Dio then materialized 3 pearl jam, designate Irene as the target, and specify the treatment as scald on her back. Those 3 small tomatoes instantly plunged into the ingredients Dio prepared to complete the magic. Immediately afterward, Dio put the fish head he has processed in a pot and several slices of boiled ginger and then lotus root, red dates, and wolfberry. After cooking it for a while, he opened the lid and added frozen cordyceps, and added sesame oil, coriander, seasoned it with salt, and the fish stew was ready to serve. It took him about an hour to cook this meal, he was extra careful not to make a mistake to process the ingredient. After plating it, Dio came out of the kitchen to serve the dish. "Sorry for the wait, this is the fish stew I made specifically for Miss Irene. When you finished eating this dish, all your troubles will disappear," Dio said convincingly while opening the lid. "Smells so good." As soon as Dio opened the lid, the fresh aroma penetrated their nostrils. Jessica and Irene already found themselves sniffing the appetizing aroma of the dish. "You're not eating with me, sis?" Irene was a bit puzzled. Jessica secretly drooling over her sister's dish and looked at Dio with kitten eyes. "I advise Miss Irene to eat the dish all by herself to maximize the treatment effect. Of course, Miss Jessica is also welcome to taste this dish, but I'm afraid it won't have any additional effect." Jessica, who was drooling, finally snapped back to her senses. Without the treatment effect. This was nothing but a merely delicious dish, and she couldn't bear the thought of eating the dish specifically cooked for her sister just to sate her palate. "You should hurry up and eat while it was still hot," Jessica said to ease her sister. Irene no longer hesitated and quickly sipped the stew. Delicious, it doesn't smell fishy at all." Even though there was a fish head inside the dish, it didn't smell fishy, and the fish head was delicious and tender. When she saw the cordyceps, she was a little confused, thought it looked like a bug, which was so disgusting when you found it in your food, but when she tasted it. "This isn't bitter at all, it tastes like fries." Irene ate the dish with a smile on her face until she finished the whole plate. She has never tasted a stew this delicious. After Irene finished the stew, she was especially surprised. "Phew. I might have eaten too much hee." She was somewhat embarrassed, and then she looked up and found that her sister and the handsome chef was looking at her with anticipation. "Did I eat too much?" Irene was very embarrassed, then suddenly felt his back was itchy as if 1,000 ants were crawling on her back. It's so itchy, what's this? She scratched her back, but the itch intensified instead of subsiding. She no longer cared that 2 people were watching her. She used both her hands and scratched her back as hard as she could. At this time, she saw the handsome chef smiled and said, "The treatment process has begun. If you are not afraid, you can help her. During the treatment process, it would be in your best interest if I'm not here. If there's anything you need help with, you can call me out loud." Jessica, who had experienced this treatment process before, obviously believed what Dio said and nodded immediately. After Dio left, she took off Irene's clothes, closed her eyes and helped Irene scratch her back. A large amount of dead skin fell off layer by layer, a very abnormal scene indeed. Irene has been crying because she was scared, but thanks to her sister Jessica, she could endure everything and remain stable. After quite a while, the itch disappeared, and the first thing Jessica saw when she opened her eyes was Irene's smooth, white back. The skull disappeared without any trace, like it was never there, to begin with. Chapter 37. When Jessica rubbed Irene's back and forth for quite a while, Irene finally noticed something was off. "My back." Irene stroked her back gently. "Why is it so smooth?" "At first, I didn't believe there was such a thing like magical cuisine. But after tasting it myself I changed my mind. It's like I returned to my 18-year self overnight, and that's why I bring you here. From now on you don't have to cover your back anymore. You can go to the beach, go sunbathing, swim, surf, or even have a relationship with a handsome guy. Hee, rest assured, I won't tell Mom and Dad when that time comes." Irene's face turned red all of a sudden. She used to have this complex due to the skulls on her back. She never thought that she would be able to walk on the street in beautiful and a bit revealing clothes one day. She never thought the day she could wear those clothes will ever come. Wearing a bikini, sunbathing on the beach and swimming in the sea. She couldn't bring herself to befriend the opposite sex, even though most of her friends have already lost their first kiss. She suddenly thought of Dio's charming figure. Especially now that her back was fully healed, she saw Dio as her prince in shining armor. Irene breathed heavily all of a sudden when she thought of Dio. Seems like our little princess here is already at that age. Jessica couldn't help but wrap her hands around her sister from behind and purposely teased her sister's body, which was not fully developed yet. "What?" Irene broke free out of her sister's hug and slightly pouted to Jessica while looking quite angry. "Well, put on your clothes for now, that guy should be coming soon," Jessica said while throwing a cheeky smile to her sister. She realized her sister was no longer a kid, although she still took a bath with Irene not too long ago. Irene quickly covered her face in embarrassment because she forgot she wasn't wearing her dress right now. She then hurriedly put on her clothes and fixed herself up. After receiving permission from Jessica, Dio walked toward them casually, polite but not humble, confident but not arrogant, leaving the 2 sisters in awe and their heartbeats getting faster as Dio got closer. "I take it, Miss Irene's trouble has resolved, right?" Glancing at the mess on the ground, Dio smiled faintly, and couldn't help but think about how much money he could get this time. Irene nodded shyly. "It was a very delicious and amazing cuisine, thank you for the meal." "You're welcome. I'm sure this was a message from God. He can't bear to see his angel suffer." Very handsome, capable, and a smooth talker, right at this moment, in the eyes of Jessica and Irene was the embodiment of a perfect man. In particular, little Irene, who lacked the experience with men, has been especially fascinated by Dio. What they don't know was Dio's flattery was not for the sake of these girls, but to get more money. A few words of flattery was nothing if it meant getting more money. These were the daily routines in Dio's current life. Is Irene's treatment over? Please rest assured. Under normal circumstances, the healing effect of one cooking can only remove one scar, but to treat Miss Irene's serious situation, I had to use a lot of precious medicinal materials to enhance the effect. And there will never be any recurrence and sequelae, I personally guarantee it. Dio was assuring his customers, but it was definitely not just an empty promise. At the same time, he was also being very subtle about saying, "Where the hell is my compensation after I did so much for your sister?" Jessica smiled slightly. She didn't care about money at all. The most important thing was to be able to cure her sister's scald entirely without any side effects. "Then I'm relieved. Will I be as lucky as being able to taste your amazing cuisine again like my sister?" Dio froze for a moment, then immediately responded, "Of course, sorry for my rudeness. What effect does Miss Jessica want for today?" "I want my skin to be firmer, smoother, and whiter, okay?" Jessica looked at Dio expectantly. "If you want to have the same effect for your whole body, then you need at least 2 treatments, Dio said while thinking for a moment. He was ecstatic since this meant he'll get more money. "I am looking forward to it." After a quite thrilling treatment, Dio smiled and saw Jessica and her sister off with a 200,000 check in his pocket. How could Dio stop doing this unscrupulous business if he got this much money? If this keeps up, people will think that I am involved in some kind of money laundering. Dio shook his head helplessly and happily. Such a small rundown restaurant made a profit of 200,000 for one day. If IRS knew about this, the FBI would not waste any time to send someone to investigate. Forget it, I don't want to do this anymore. All of this won't matter after I become strong enough anyway. After all kinds of crises arise, who would have time to worry about a small restaurant like this? Looking at the phone, it's almost time for dinner. Meanwhile, the surrounding restaurants were just about to get busy. Dio was the only one closing his restaurant and quickly headed to the bank like a madman. Anyway, even if he waited in the restaurant, most people will be frightened by the rules and prices in the restaurant. He was rushing to his second-hand Ford, ignoring everyone's gaze and headed straight to the bank. After successfully exchanged 200,000, his next destination was the jewelry once again. After considering he was strong enough to protect himself, he suddenly became interested in the cheap gold mentioned earlier by the manager of that jeweler. Whether it was stolen or not had nothing to do with him. When he arrived in front of the jeweler, Dio did not enter instantly. Instead, he took out the business card that the manager gave him back then, and took out his mobile phone, dialed the number written in the business card. "Hello, who is it? I want to buy some cheap gold. I'm right outside your workplace now." "Ah, you got the wrong number." "Are you sure? You sure didn't behave that way when you gave me this business card." Chapter 38. After hanging up the phone, a slightly obese middle-aged manager with receding hair walked out and looked around. Dio, who was standing across the street, waved at him, and the two walked separately and met in an alley. "Ah, it's you from back then. Sorry, I have to be cautious in this line of work, so." "Don't worry, I'm not a policeman, and I'm not here to snoop around the cheap gold you mentioned. I just want to know if you have any goods on you right now, or are you just a middleman?" Dio was trying to assure this manager, although he was probably used to this kind of illegal transaction. And Dio was confident enough if something arose, he could protect himself. "How much do you want?" the manager asked cautiously. Dio thought for a while, same as the last time, 100,000 worth of gold. If the price is right, I may buy it again from you. Encountering Dio was actually very beneficial for the manager called William. He might become a prospective customer in the future judging from his last purchase, followed by his current offer, so he couldn't afford to be too greedy here. William said, brimming with confidence, "Don't worry about that, you can ask anyone around here. I'm pretty famous around these parts. I'm sure we can get along. How about 45 per gram?" Dio laughed and walked off. This fat pig was obviously playing him for a fool. 45 per gram was indeed much cheaper than the normal gold with the price of 52 these days. But it was far from the word cheap. Will once told him that the average price of illegal gold was at most 1/3 of its normal price, of course excluding the fees for the middleman later. But it was easy to get, but counterfeiting the certificate was rather tricky. So earning half the price of the normal gold was actually more than he could ask for. Sometimes the price might be even lower because the risk of being snitched to the police always existed. If either the seller or the customer was caught, no one would take this risk if they weren't accustomed to illegal goods. Dio was convinced this fat pig named William must be keeping a batch of illegal goods which obviously he couldn't sell through regular means. Otherwise he would not bother to offer Dio these cheap gold. He better off counterfeited the certificates for the gold and sold it to other jewelers to make more money. Buying this kind of goods carried great risk. Yet this guy offers such a high price, so why bother to stay there? Dio thought. Wait, don't be too hasty, I don't mind negotiating about the price. William quickly stopped Dio before he left. Just as Dio thought, William had an accomplice who supplied him the illegal goods. But the police have been cautious for a while. William had to lay low for a while and sold normal gold instead. But because Dio suddenly purchased a crazy amount of gold at once, he couldn't help but handed his business card. The actual price William got from his supplier was even cheaper, about 40 of normal gold's price, 20 per gram. He bought 500,000 grams of illegal goods with all the money he got. According to the teaching of Marxism, 50 profit was worth taking a risk for, 100 profit was worth violating the norms for, 300 profit was worth violating the laws for, it even worth risking one's life for. Since he has calculated the profit he will make exceeded 100, he didn't care about risking his safety. Come on, it was illegal gold, right? What's with that price? William's face changed slightly, and then he smiled confidently. I think 40 is a good price, it's 20 cheaper than the gold on the market today. If I guarantee that this gold will not be able to be retracted to you, you don't need to worry about anything else, right? Then do me a favor and lower the price. William froze. What kind of guarantee do you have? If the gold he sold has completely disappeared, half of his worries were gone, all he needed to do was just pray so that his client will not be caught by the police. I, myself, is the guarantee. William smiled silently. Hey, my friend, that's not funny even as a joke. Well, I'll lower it, especially for you 38, I can't go any lower. Dio was still dissatisfied. He thought for a moment and said, I think 30 per gram sounds pretty fair considering you don't need to worry about your gold being retraced to you, besides I'll take all the risk even if I get caught. No, no, no. For your information, I can't sell the goods for 30. I'm doing this business to earn more money, not to lose more money, and your guarantee is not very credible, besides, I have many customers. And I don't have to sell all my gold to you. William's words made sense, but Dio couldn't push too hard since he didn't really know about William. Well, maybe we can trade once, and build a mutual trust onwards. After some bargaining, Dio made his first deal with William. 35 per gram, with a total purchase of 300 grams gold. Because William was still wary of Dio, he fetched the gold alone by himself. Meanwhile Dio was waiting at the alley. Not long after, William brought a black suitcase containing 3,100 grams of gold bars packed neatly in it. After a careful inspection by both parties, they were delighted and completed the transaction in William's car with some of William's men guarding them in case something happened. Just by this transaction alone, William has made a profit for nearly 50,000. At this rate, he'll soon earn double his capital, and the most important thing, he could make so much money in such a short time. His experience in business was a notch above Dio. Of course, it's not like Dio suffered loss financially. He got that much money by merely serving 3 dishes anyway, so it was worth it. Glad to have a business with you. If you still need this cheap gold, gimme a call. After the transaction was completed, William offered a handshake. Dio gently shook his hand and complained, they are not cheap at all, and if there really is another time, I'm looking forward for a discount. If you can really guarantee that the goods is not retraceable to me, I think there will be more opportunities for cooperation between us, and naturally I will have no problem giving more discounts. Well, I believe time will eventually tell I was saying the truth. Hopefully, this transaction will not cause me any trouble. After standing casually, Dio drove away. Chapter 39. After returning to the restaurant, Dio quickly locked himself in his room and converted the gold he just bought. He would have used his remaining 100,000 if he wasn't thinking about bailing Will. And he was telling the truth, these 30 cheap gold bars that he didn't even know where it was from could completely disappear from this world without a trace. Even Tony Stark will never find it. It goes without saying that Dio needed to keep the fact that he could convert the gold into the system a secret. Otherwise, the price of gold will rise exponentially. After Dio converted the gold, he quickly did several rituals to boost his luck. Dio even took a quick bath, and changed his clothes. As if he was about to meet a future father-in-law. After he was mentally prepared, he decisively took out his mobile phone and clicked on the last video that brought him the luck, the video of a ghost dog who visited its former families. After seeing the woman in the video crying, Dio took a deep breath and clicked on the 10 multi-draws of the golden pool. In the past few days he drew from free friendship pool every day, he got nothing but trashes, he did not even get a single lower-level Hammond bead, let alone stand, or Hammond combat skill. It's time to reap my luck after these days of unlucky streak. Dio murmured to himself. However, no one could predict luck. And considering his bad luck, Dio just braced himself for the worst. Lower-level Hammond beads, lower-level Hammond beads, lower-level Hammond beads. It took him 10 gold bars only to get 5 lower-level Hammond beads, 3 intermediate-level Hammond beads, and 1 upper-level Hammond bead plus 1 Hammond combat technique. Alright, although I didn't get any stand, increasing Hammond energy is indispensable for future battles, not bad for the start. Despite what Dio said, he was actually beyond disappointed, and instead of quickly consuming the Hammond beads he got, he read the description of the Hammond combat technique he just got. Hammond combat technique, lie detection, the user can judge whether one was lying or not by licking their sweat. Ah! Dio was familiar with this special skill, it was in part 5 of JoJo series, the scene when Bucciarati licked Giorno. Which bastard includes this in the game and turn it into Hammond combat technique? JoJo mobile game that he developed was the joint effort of many people. Dio didn't even know what his coworker has added to it since he just died all of a sudden. The game itself was a semi-finished product at the time. So it was reasonable if it had some bugs or other unnecessary features. It's just, how was it considered Hammond combat skill? It was neither combat skill nor related to Hammond. Just the thought of him sticking out his tongue and lick someone's sweat just to confirm whether someone was lying or not sent a chill down his spine. Dio would never use this skill even if his life was on the line. Nonetheless, he still clicked the skill and learned it. Feels weird. After learning Bucciarati's famous skill, Dio once again realized how much he underestimated the Golden Finger's ability to modify his body. He didn't know how this lie detection worked. He thought it maybe is related to someone's psychological state or other something like that. The secret behind how this lie detection, which was turned into Hammond combat techniques, worked was actually Dio's tongue. It was now modified to be able to analyze the composition of one's sweat, and based on the composition, he could tell if someone was lying. Somehow the explanation was really complicated to the point that Dio decided to believe it regardless of how it worked. After pitying himself, Dio retook his phone. Since the first video didn't bless him with any luck. Now he clicked the video of Napoleon, a historical figure who loved to sail. After taking a deep breath, he clicked on the 10 consecutive draws of the golden pool once again. But the first item he got almost made him give up everything, including his life. It was Higashikata Josuk's wig. Intermediate level Hammond beads, lower level Hammond beads. After several seconds, Dio silently stopped the video and lit a cigarette. It was as if he already lost his will to live. Even the first 10 draws were still a tad better than the one just now. He only got 1 intermediate level Hammond bead, 1 upper level Hammond bead, and 6 lower level Hammond bead. Not to mention he got Higashikata Josuk's wig and a photo of Rohan Kishibe. Just what the hell is this? He still decided to read the description of these 2 items despite knowing it probably wasn't important at all. Higashikata Josuk's wig changed the user's hairstyle into Higashikata Josuk's hairstyle. Just who on earth wanted to have the same hairstyle as that guy? Rohan Kishibe's photo, a portrait of a hardworking man, has a certain value as collectibles. Value? Just who the hell wanted to buy this? Dio was almost out of patience. Although he already did several ritual, his bad luck was beyond saving, and he was having a hard time to accept reality at the moment. He only had one more chance to draw from the golden pool. His hand was trembling while holding a cigarette. Should he do it now? Or should he take his time and finish his cigarette? Dio was in a dilemma, but in the end, he put off his cigarette. His luck was already rotten, to begin with, so it won't matter anyway if he drew it now or later. Despite believing that his luck was already beyond saving, Dio still continued his futile struggle by switching to another video. The next video was about someone performing dangerous tricks. The audiences were anxious about whether they'll make it or not. Suddenly the host of the show exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, can he make it?" After hearing the host, he clicked once again on the 10 consecutive draws from the golden pool. Upper level Hammond beads. Dio was almost at his limit. Maybe it was because the last 2 multi-draw went down in smoke. Dio couldn't bring himself to dream too high right now, getting Hammond beads was good enough for him right now, he didn't dare to ask for anything better. Intermediate level Hammond beads, intermediate level corrugated beads, intermediate level corrugated beads. 3 consecutive intermediate level Hammond beads, alright. Hammond combat technique, Hammond run. The enhanced version of Hammond run, this multi-draw wasn't that bad, Dio thought. Hammond combat technique, silver Hammond sprint. That video actually brings me some luck. Lisa's guidance card. What is this? I didn't really remember, but it doesn't look like garbage. Then there were 2 lower level Hammond beads. Dio was satisfied enough with what he just got, not too shabby. But the last item he got really shocked him. There was a dazzling light, which was the sign of getting a stand. Stand, gold experience, rental card. Damn. After seeing the words rental card at the back, Dio couldn't help curse his luck. Chapter 40. Damn. 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 Dio was so happy when he saw the extraordinary light, only to be slapped so hard by reality. Gold experience was the stand belonged to the main protagonist from the 5th part of JoJo series. It had the ability to manipulate life. Although it was more of a supporting type stand, its ability to grant life to objects is simply overpowered. If Dio actually got gold experience, he will be practically invincible. Killing him would be a close to impossible task. Unless he was instantly killed because his head or heart was shot, or if he lost his hands, he could heal any injuries using gold experience's ability. Not to mention its awakened form, gold experience Requiem, was definitely a stand worth to be called an ace in the hole. That was exactly why he was so disappointed, because he actually managed to get it, but it was a rental stand. Rental stand card, gold experience. Time remaining, 30 minutes. Reusable. After seeing the information that it was reusable, Dio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not a one-time rental card, otherwise. Back when he was designing this game, he knew that rental cards were divided into two types. The first was a one-time rental card, which will expire right after it was used. The second was a reusable rental card. It will expire after the card's duration was used up. The remaining time won't reduce as long as the rental card wasn't used. But activation below 1 minute will be considered a 1-minute use. In other words, this gold experience rental card could only be used 30 times at most, even if Dio only used it for a short while. 30 minutes may not sound that long, but depending on the timing it was used, it could turn the tables in a battle. After thinking about it, Dio finally calmed down and thought that the last 10 consecutive draws might not be that bad. Dio then took a look at what he just got. There were 2 upper-level Hammond beads, 7 intermediate-level Hammond beads, and 13 lower-level Hammond beads. He consumed all of those, adding his maximum Hammond energy to 24,900. And he has gotten several hundreds of Hammond energy through training alone. At this rate, he'll soon reach level 20 with the prerequisites of having a 150,000 Hammond energy, which will unlock the 3rd slot for stand. Well, it was just a matter of time and money. Moving on to other items. Higashikata Josuk's wig and the portrait of Rohan Kishibe were already in his inventory, ready to use anytime. Hammond running and Hammond silver. He clicked both of them to learn it, and some complicated knowledge about those techniques suddenly entered his head. Hammond run is the enhanced version of normal run using Hammond on both feet. It was nothing special. As for the Hammond silver, it was a practical technique to imbue a weapon with Hammond. I wonder if I can imbue a bullet with Hammond. I should try it if I have some time. And the last item which really confused him. Lisa's guidance card. Introduction. Lisa was a very talented Hammond user, proficient in all kinds of Hammond combat techniques, and was also a good mentor. The player will receive special training from Lisa after using this item, unknown effect. Remaining use times, 33 m. Dio was guessing this item was created by his former colleague Xiaoli. After thinking for a while, Dio finally remembered who this Lisa was. Lisa or Elizabeth Joestar learned Hammond from her mentor Strizo. Although she was already in her 50s, she still looked like in her 20s and was the one teaching Joseph Joestar Hammond in the original series. Seeing this game actually followed the exact relationship like the original series, Dio became more interested. He got quite a lot of items from the Golden Pool. Overall, Dio was somewhat satisfied, so he used Lisa's special guidance due to his curiosity. When Dio opened his eyes again, he found that he was no longer in his room in New York City, but on an unknown island, wearing a strange mask on his face. But somehow he was having difficulty in breathing. He was having difficulty to breathe normally, let alone maintain his breathing technique. Dio subconsciously wanted to take off the strange mask on his face. It was because none other than this thing that he was having trouble breathing. But right before he took off the mask, he heard a voice, "You must never take off that mask for the next month, if you take it off, you fail this training." Dio noticed that voice belonged to a beautiful woman with long red hair standing not far in front of him. As soon as he heard the word failure, Dio looked up and looked at his surroundings. At this time, he was in a separated space within the game. Now he was undergoing special training, and he already knew that the beauty in front of him was none other than Lisa. The thought of a 50-year-old woman who was already married and had a child caused Dio to lose all interest. Then he listened to Lisa's extremely cold explanation. Adjust your breathing. As long as the rhythm of your breathing is not disrupted, you'll have no problem breathing, but once the breathing rhythm is disrupted, you will suffer from hypoxia and struggle to breathe. Despite being informed firsthand, just how the hell someone could maintain their composure in the state of hypoxia? No way. Dio had to forcibly calm himself down and convinced himself that this was a different space, he shouldn't be able to die here. After regaining his composure, Dio's hard work was starting to pay off. He could use his usual breathing technique, he no longer felt any pain, and the oxygen circulated normally across his body. Fine, come with me. Before receiving my lesson, you need to pass the last test. After speaking, Lisa left Dio. He tried to catch up to her from behind. From what she has just said, he will stay here for almost a month. He didn't know how the flow of time worked here compared to outside, but no matter what, he could not waste this opportunity. It's all about getting stronger. Chapter 41. After that, Dio followed Lisa to a castle. The first test is called Hell Climb Pillar. If you fail this test, you cannot stay on the island. Okay. A steel door more than 3 meters wide opened immediately, and before Dio could see what was inside, Lisa pushed him down. At that time, Dio would summon the world, but in this training session, he could not summon the world, and could only rely on himself. After that, Dio fell into a hole at a depth of more than 20 meters. Fortunately, Dio's body was covered with oil to a certain extent. And Dio's body was fortified thanks to Hammon energy, and the dish contained pearl jam he once ate, giving him stronger physique compared to average people. The wall and the floor were covered by oil in the Hell Climb pillar, and Dio stood up, and he knew what the test would be waiting for him next. He knew exactly where this was going. Lisa announced details of the trial. Without emotion, the initial trial was to climb 24-meter high pillar using Hammon to your bare hands. You can't use the other methods. After that, Lisa left. Dio was only alone, then cursing them. This is unbelievable, why did they design something like this? Dio complained to his colleague from his previous life. I already have to complete this trial right after just arrive here. Fortunately, this is not real world, at least I won't starve to death. But Dio was not really convinced, and at the same time, he opened the game panel. So after knowing he could quit at any time, he sighed in relief and no longer worried. The most important thing to climb this pillar is to focus the Hammon on the fingers. Even so, Joseph Joestar and Caesar Zeppeli need more than 60 hours to climb. This is the implementation of sticky in the Hammon technique. After learning this Hammon technique, Dio could even run on water like a ninja in Naruto. It used precisely the same principle as climbing trees and stepping water using chakra. Dio closed his eyes and recalled all the knowledge of the Hammon in his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes, then stretched out his fingers and pressed it against the oily stone pillar surface. I have to stabilize my breathing technique, focus the Hammon on the fingers, and try to stick it to the oily stone pillar surface. Done. At this time, Dio's body was completely unable to move, and his fingers the only one was keeping him from falling. In people's eyes, he was like a Spider-Man. However, when he was too excited, he could not control his breathing rhythm, so the power of the Hammon disappeared, and he instantly fell. I have to stabilize my breathing technique. Dio silently blamed the mask on his face. He was having trouble controlling his breathing technique because of it. However, once he could adapt to control his breathing technique while wearing that mask, it will be easier for him to control his breathing technique once he returned to the real world. He will be able to maintain his Hammon, even in extreme situations. Dio calmly started climbing again. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. 1 hour, 2 hours. As Dio climbed higher, the difficulty would increase gradually, and the Hammon energy consumed also increased. And this Hell Climb pillar was originally a special training ground to strengthen the endurance of Hammon. Now Dio was looking forward to the final results of his training. A day passed. After 24 hours, Dio has climbed 15 meters high. The higher Dio climbed Hell Climb pillar, the more difficult obstacles he faced. Fortunately, this was not the real world. Dio could maintain his strength without eating, and he would not starve to death. Dio could devote all of his time to this trial. Dio gradually became better at using this sticky implementation of Hammon. This technique was even more useful compared to the Hammon combat technique he got from his system. This was the difference between the technique he learns alone and the technique he learned from the system. Finally, after 55 hours, Dio successfully climbed to the top of the Hell Climb pillar and completed his trial. When he climbed to the top, Dio immediately lay down on the ground and did not move. But even though his body was exhausted, his fighting spirit was honed by this trial. He even gave off the different vibe than when he just arrived here. And Dio's understanding about using of the Hammon has also increased, and that was not thanks to the system, but it was all because of his hard work. Alright, you've completed the Hell Climb pillar test in a short amount of time. You've already shown your talent and determination. Right after Dio finished the exam, Lisa immediately appeared beside him like a ghost. Dio just could not bring himself to be angry toward NPC, so he nodded in response. Then Dio saw Lisa throwing something at Dio. Without realizing, he used the Hammon in his hand, and he caught it. Dio looked closely. It turned out to be a glass filled with water. He didn't know that the glass in his hand was upside down. Even though the glass of water was upside down, the water inside didn't spill at all. Dio was stunned for a moment, and he realized how much this trial helped him improve. The principal sticky of Hammon, he somehow managed to prevent the water in the glass from spilling by sticking the water to his hand. The power of Hammon was truly magical. Dio sighed again at this time. Don't be amazed just yet, the real training has just begun. Thank you. Dio stood up, not knowing why he thanked the NPC, but it was heartfelt gratitude from his heart. Lisa was still very cold, she didn't seem interested in anything, even she heard Dio's gratitude, she just nodded slightly, and left. Dio quickly followed her, and he looked forward to the next training. Dio thought the best item he got in his recent draws from the golden pool was not Gold Experience's rental card, but actually was Lisa's guidance card. Chapter 42. Dio's training continued. Dio used one finger to stand upside down while maintaining his breathing technique. If he fell, the needle would be piercing his body below. The next training was to inhale 10 times in 1 minute and then exhale 10 times in 1 minute. He had to do this continuously until he could do it in 1 second. Every time, marathon while also doing his training until he exhausted himself. He even though dived without equipment. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed in his restaurant, Chinatown, New York City. Hell's training for a month has honed his fighting spirit. Not only that he has made significant progress in his Hammon, he has also mastered the use of sticky and bounce techniques. By the way, he also managed to make the Hammon combat. He got to be his own. At this time, Dio's Hammon energy has reached a staggering amount of 40,900 energy. 10,000 Hammon energy was rewarded from the completion Hell Climb Pillar. And another 600 Hammon energy was obtained from his training while using the mask. And he could raise 200 Hammon energy in a day. It was significant progress. After returning to the real world, now that Dio didn't use the mask, he was basically like fish in the water. It seemed that the breathing technique has been ingrained his instinct, Dio didn't need to think or control it, and this was a big advantage. Only then did he understood why Lisa's guidance card had to the description unknown learning effect. And how much Dio got was based on his diligence and hard work. If he has been indifferent in these 30 days and was not serious, he would not get anything. But Dio did not waste this opportunity. That is a good item, but I will not use this card for the time being. After playing around with Lisa's guidance cards, Dio put it back in inventory. Even though he has learned a lot through this hellish training for a month. It also took a huge toll of his body must rest for a while before using it again for the optimum result. Anyway, Lisa's guidance card has only passed one of them. Besides, he could use it any time. Then Dio took his cell phone and started checking the time. He held training only took about 30 minutes, meaning 1 day in the fantasy world was about 1 minute in the real world. Dio just didn't know whether it was his body or his spirit that entered the fantasy world. Looks like I have to install a camera when I start training, Dio held his chin. Ah, forget it, I want to sleep. Dio, who was very tired, took off his clothes in a hurry, and he immediately slept. At the same time, SHIELD's interrogation on Will and others has entered its final stage. After thorough investigations, SHIELD agents confirmed the authenticity of Will and the others' testimony. After confirming that these people really didn't know anything, SHIELD agents would release them. But they must follow the processes and procedures, at least to prevent these people from knowing about SHIELD's whereabouts, or use the FBI for their business. A knock on the door was heard. Come in. Director, this is a report about the case of an invisible monster in an abandoned factory in New York. Witness testimony has been identified, and there is probably no special person among these people. We will release them tomorrow. Coulson gave a report to Nick Fury. What do you have in mind? Just straight to the point. All my conclusions and information are in this report. Well, I understand, I'll see it when I have time, now tell me what you think. Coulson said, probably, this is work of an invisible mutant who also possessed super strength. And was probably to exact revenge. We don't know how many casualties have been caused by that gang in Hell's Kitchen. There's always a possibility it was just someone using super sophisticated to turn him invisible. In short, we still lack clues. Have you checked the surveillance video around there? Our agent Thorough checked the cameras. A total of 12 cameras, half of them were damaged and unable to operate normally. The remaining 6 are far from the crime scene. I have seen the time of the crime scene and asked people in the surveillance video, but we still haven't gotten any results. Recently, we are short-handed, and I haven't had a vacation in a long time. So, Director, when will you approve the vacation application that I submitted 2 weeks ago? Nick Fury looked at Coulson with a calm look. At work, Nick Fury was delighted with this capable man. He could entrust a lot of business to him. That was why he pretended not to hear anything about Coulson's vacation. Is that so? Rest assured, I have approved your vacation, and you only have to wait. I had heard these words last week, at least come up to another reason. Then let's say, your computer is broken, you didn't receive my vacation application at all, how about that? Coulson was helpless when Nick Fury said already approved his vacation. SHIELD's computer was broken. Would it not that very embarrassing for the technician who always checked the equipment on time every day? Coulson was upset, then he couldn't get his vacation, but he also couldn't live such a crucial time. Nick Fury, who had no intention of discussing vacation with Coulson, immediately interrupted the topic and asked, "Have you found anything about that man? Our staff are still looking for him." The group that kidnapped Tony Stark was very cunning, they left no clues. There is a possibility Tony Stark has been killed. Besides, I suspect that Tony's abduction is Stark's personal problem, and if that's the case, the chances of our rescue success will be almost zero. Either way, Tony's father is one of the founders of SHIELD, even if the chance of rescuing him is low, we can't give up. Chapter 43. The next day, Dio was woken up by his phone. "Hey, bro. Are you in the restaurant? Hurry up and open the door for me." "Will. Where have you been for the past few days? You know, if I can't find you today, I'm going to call the police." 10:12 a.m. It was midnight and Dio has been sleeping for more than 10 hours, no wonder Will was waiting irritably. His best friend was risking his life. Meanwhile, Dio was sleeping lazily. Of course, he was upset. Fortunately, the relationship between the two was very close, and they would not squabble just because of this trivial matter. As a proof, Dio noticed dozens of missed calls in his cell phone while Dio was wearing clothes and sandals, so when Dio opened the restaurant's door, Will has forgotten about his problem and immediately hugged Dio. "Hey, hey, hey. Please stay away from me, don't you know how unpleasant the smell on you? Or did you live like a bum and slept in the garbage dump these days?" Dio immediately pushed Will and stepped back with a disgusting look. He knew that Will was a little frightened because he has just escaped death. After all, any normal person had witnessed a scene that was so surreal with their own eyes. It must be difficult to stay calm, even though Will survived the incident. "Oh, fuck. We are best friend, right? Is that how you treat your best friend?" Dio didn't say that was okay. The more Dio complained, the more Will annoy him, besides this was Will's way to vent his emotions this way. Okay. My fault. I'll make you something to eat, you take a shower and clean yourself." In fact, even if he opened the restaurant, as usual, no customer would come. If Jenny or Jessica brought any guests, they would definitely call to make an appointment. Fortunately, Will also know how bad his smelled these days and immediately found a towel or something and take a shower. Because Dio usually lived in the dining room, while renovating his room, he installed a shower in the bathroom of his room. Although it's somewhat a bit rude, but this was for the sake of his own help. It was true that in the United States, there were no public baths. Otherwise, he has gone to public baths, that much be how much better option. Even though he lived in the United States, in fact, there were most of Dio's habits in his previous life still influenced him. The sound of splash water was heard, and Dio entered the kitchen and began to cook. After Will was arrested, he surely gets a lot of beatings from the gangs, and the bruises on his face would not disappear in several days. So Dio would make some healing food to help him recover. Of course, the most essential thing for cooking was Dio's stand pearl jam. Several tomatoes quickly jumped into the ingredients Dio's prepare, and then it was Dio's turn to show his skills. Dio didn't need special cooking skills. Basically, he just used whatever ingredients left on the fridge. It didn't take long for him to cook kung pao chicken, scrambled egg tomatoes, and spicy chicken. The reason why Dio made so many chickens was because there were so many chickens left over in the fridge. At this moment, Will, who was hungry, was mesmerized by the aroma from the kitchen. Will had eaten Dio's cooking once, but Dio's cooking was no better than Dio's mother. But when Dio returned after he experienced an incident that shocked him, Dio's cooking suddenly became way more delicious than before. And Will was shocked by the treatment effect of Dio's dish last time. But it really was so delicious, just thinking about it, left him drooling. "Here, help yourself, it's good for your injury, I'll make food for myself." Dio brought a plate and placed the rice cooker on the table. Will hurriedly took the cutlery with no manners. He smelled the aroma of rice and filled his large bowl full of rice. Then he began to eat like a hungry wolf. Seeing Will's skill with chopsticks, he was like a fake black man. Will had known Dio's family since he was a child, so he was also more inclined to the Eastern culture. He preferred authentic Chinese food with chopsticks, rather than steak with forks. That was a good sample of cultural. There were still a few positive examples, and more Westerners even accept Chinese food after the reform. Immediately, a busy voice from the kitchen was heard. During the day, Dio wanted to eat something he could easily prepare, so he made braised pork for himself, and then took a cucumber, and added a little garlic. However, when Dio prepared his lunch for dinner too, he was shocked. Huh, where the hell is the rice? Don't tell me you finish it all by yourself. Dio was angry when he saw there was no more side dish. And rice in the rice cooker was empty. There was no single grain of rice. Seeing Will like that, Dio was worried about the ability of Pearl Jam towards the human body. He was afraid that it might kill Will. Dio, oh, where did you buy this rice? This rice is extraordinary, of course, your dishes are more delicious, so I end up eating all of them without noticing. At this moment, Will held his stomach with both hands and leaned on the chair with a happy face. Dio looked at him with a smile, he could not say anything. This was a portion of 5 adults. Dio has recently finished this amount of food alone was just inhumane. Will has always anything ate edible, so Dio deliberately cooked more food than usual, but the results were unexpected, Will has eaten everything. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Suddenly, Will's expression began to change, and he felt heat all over his body in pain. Don't shout, this is the effect of treatment, you will be fine for a while, hold on. Will had it coming, now Dio had to cook again. He returned to the kitchen with his dish. It took more than 10 minutes for him to cook rice. He would put that dish in the refrigerator first. Behind him, the sound of Will's breathing was heard. At this moment, Dio really wanted to say that it was okay since this was a process to heal Will's injury. Even though it was really painful so much. Not just pain, he actually vomited as well. A sudden stench permeated the restaurant. Chapter 44. Oh, fuck. Did you vomit on the ground, you jerk? Dio did not think that the treatment's effect would go this far, maybe because Will ate too fast and too much, so the effect was too strong. Immediately Dio left the kitchen and stopped cooking, he covered his mouth and nose, and hurriedly ran to his room. A few minutes later, all Will's wounds were healed, and he looked refreshed, and Will came to the door of Dio's room. Quick! There are brooms and mops in the kitchen, if you don't clean the outside in half an hour, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Dio's angry voice was heard from inside, and Will hurried to clean. After half an hour, Dio covered his mouth and nose with a scarf, held a cheap bottle of perfume in his hands, and sprayed it everywhere. Dio opened all the doors and windows of the restaurant to neutralize the stench. With all this stench, Dio could not open his restaurant, so he just slept. At this moment, Will has just taken out the trash, and he even washed the dishes, then Will walked into the door of Dio's room, and he opened it. Hey bro, don't be angry, I don't do it on purpose, you know how strong the treatment effect, right? I even almost cry. You fool, I'm asking you to eat first, but that doesn't mean you must eat all of the dishes like a pig. Dio kicked Will's butt, even though Dio barely used any of his power, but Will yelled so loud. Oh, fuck. Do you want my dirty magazine so bad that you tried to kick me to death? He grumbled loudly while rubbing his butt. Dio was just kidding, and it didn't seem like he kicks Will hard, but why was he in pain? Keep your dirty magazine for yourself. I am already popular with women, why would I need those? Most of the people will see Dio as a popular person with good manners and behavior, he will only show his true nature in front of his family and his best friend Will. Okay. You don't need to rub it off my face, I'm sure if you want to be a playboy, Tony Stark no match for you. Therefore, Will prayed in his heart, may God bless me, and bless Tony Stark will never be able to return and continue to hurt the women, amen. When did you start to believe in God? Dio saw Will's piety, just now. Dio answered it with his other middle finger. Don't be stupid, even if Tony Stark really dies, and won't be able to come back again, that doesn't mean his women will like you. And as long as you have lots of money, whether you're a handsome man or not. Any woman will be willing and to spread their legs for you. That makes sense, fuck the rich man, fuck God. If you truly believe in God, you will be the one go to hell. Hahaha, even if I go to hell, I want to fuck them. Well, I appreciate your courage, so, fuck the rich man, fuck God. Suddenly they looked at each other and laughed loudly. But they heard a growl, the sound of stomach growl. The laughter ended abruptly. I remember you haven't lunch yet, right? I saw the boiled pig you hid in the kitchen just now. Will was embarrassed as he walked to the kitchen, he nearly vomited all the food in his stomach during the treatment earlier, and his stomach was all empty again. Eat. Eat. Eat, it's that all you have in mind? Dio shouted. At the same time, Dio hurried to the kitchen to get his own rice. He was afraid Will may eat all his food again. One rice cooker was supposed to be enough for 5 or 6 adults to eat, and a large pot of boiled pork has filled their stomachs. After eating and drinking, Will also talked about what had happened to him lately. Dio pretended not to know anything and listened to Will silently. Then. You mean a group of people claiming to be the FBI evicted the New York Police Department and took you to a strange place and detained you there? Dio was really surprised this time. Since when FBI was involved in a trivial case like this? And they responded unusually fast. Is there a connection between the gang Dio slaughter and the FBI that he didn't know about? Well, and they keep asking us about the details of the invisible monster. Will thought about what had happened that day. He was afraid and did not dare to imagine if the monster hunted the rest of the survivor, the chance was they won't be able to survive. Being considered a monster by his best friend himself, Dio was stunned. Even the invisible monster wasn't him, it was just his stand. Wait, do you mean that the organization is not questioning your testimony, or what you have seen with your eyes like the police did before, but instead asking you about the details of that monster? Dio suddenly felt that something was wrong with the organization. It was not like a normal interrogation process, but rather something that is usually done by people who often deal with such surreal phenomena. Will remembered it carefully, then nodded and said, "Yes, I was stunned. At that time, some of us were very scared, and then the FBI agent named Coulson came. And he believes we said no matter how stupid it sounds, after we detained away, the person responsible for interrogating us did not question whether the monster really existed, now that I think about it. It was indeed strange." Dio suddenly frowned, and he knew he ran out of luck after hearing the name Coulson. It seems that the SHIELD agent has taken over the case and disguising as the FBI. Fortunately, Will testified according to what his show without making things up, otherwise it would be a disaster. With the power of SHIELD, not only disguising to be FBI agents, they could even disguise to be congressmen. This suddenly turned out to be a big problem. Chapter 45. Contemplating all his action up until now, Dio thought that he needed to lay low for a while. Dio should stop buying the illegal gold as it could raise suspicion from SHIELD if he wasn't careful enough. Although Dio was sure that he avoided all cameras on his way to the Butcher Gang hideout, there was no telling that there might be a hidden camera or any witnesses that could ruin his alibi later. Furthermore, he felt that his action that day was too rash. There was so much action that he wasn't sure completely covered that day. SHIELD surely had enough resource to track him down, if they ever wished to do that. There was no telling that SHIELD might be aware of his every move from outside the restaurant. Dio felt stupid for a moment. If he had known that Will was captured by SHIELD, he wouldn't heal Will's injuries this fast. Now, if any SHIELD agent was really watching Will from afar, they would be suspicious about how the hell Will could heal this fast. "Hey. Bro. What's wrong, man? What's up with the frown face?" "Nah, man, it's nothing. Look, if you go out anywhere later on, I need you to lay low, use a hoodie or a mask or something. With your injuries all gone, people would start questioning you. I don't want to raise any eyes on me just yet." "Okay, brother," Dio said, trying to convince Will to lay low for a while. Will immediately knew that Dio was hiding something from him, as he knew Dio was using the girl from earlier to become his sales promoter. Why wouldn't Dio let him do the same then? Will kept getting the vibe that something was wrong with Dio after his accident. Dio still acted like his usual self, but Will couldn't help but notice that some little thing is different from Dio. Will agreed on Dio's term to lay low for a while. After all, he was going to do just that. With his encounter with the invisible monster several days ago, Will was a little shaken. Furthermore, the Black Bear gang was no more. After the boss ran away alone, the entire gang's trust in that man was gone. In fact, Will came to Dio's restaurant after he was released, was to discuss what he should do from now on. Will chose to quit his gang for now, but he didn't know what to do next. "Yo, bro. I think I would quit being a gang member for now. Do you have any suggestions on what I should do from now on, man?" "Bro. Congrats, I've been telling you to do that long time ago. I am glad you open your eyes after a terrible incident happens." Dio was quite happy to hear his best friend decided to quit the brutal life of a gang member. Dio didn't want to get a call someday from the police or hospital to claim Will's dead body after some gang war or fight. "I don't know any job other than this restaurant, bro, but, if you want, you can work for me from now on. You know, I did everything myself these days. Like cooking, cleaning, waiting table, serving, and all that shit. I was planning to hire someone to help me here. If you want it, the job is yours. I am relieved if you want to help me," Dio said sincerely. Will never considered himself working as a waiter, cleaner, or anything at all before. He came to Dio's restaurant as a friend and thus he helped willingly. Before Dio's parents were dead, Will was always helping the restaurant willingly as Dio's parents already considered Will as their own son. They even gave Will a good amount of allowance after he helped them in the restaurant after a while. Because Will never considered helping his best friend's family restaurant as a job, he never thought of working in the restaurant before. That was why he chose the gang life to make a living. Will never even considered to live off his friend's money. Even though Dio's parents always let him stay in their home without any complaints, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After thinking for a while, Will finally spoke. Okay, I will take your offer. Hey, just because I am your friend, don't give me less money than it should be, and don't give me any girl's phone number you already rejected, man. That's just rude. Will said jokingly while laughing out loud. Chapter 46. The next week, it turned out Dio worried for nothing. There was no suspicious person coming to the restaurant, nor any weird car parking anywhere near the restaurant. In addition to that, the restaurant began to flourish with customers. Jenny has brought several of her wealthy friends to the restaurant to receive Dio's promised discount. Jessica also brought her little sister one more time to enjoy the beautifying effect of Dio's dish one more time. Jessica recommended some people that actually come to Dio's fantasy restaurant and received a satisfying result. In just 1 week, Dio has received a total of 5700. This total earning encouraged Will to work harder than usual. He cleaned the restaurant thoroughly before and after a customer arrived and put more smiles on his face to make sure the customer enjoyed their visit. All of the customer coming to Dio's fantasy restaurant has already become a faithful believers of Dio's magical dish. The income that Dio received right now seemed like a beautiful dream without a tax payment and cheap ingredient. He would become a millionaire soon. There is no doubt about that in his mind. In order to balance the rising infamy of the dish, Dio made a significant change to the restaurant for the next week. He changed the price of the dish into 10,000 for one dish with a random effect, and 100,000 dish for customized effect. These exaggerated prices were welcomed by the customer as they were wealthy to begin with. They came into the restaurant with the latest sports cars. There was no doubt that a 100,000 dish was nothing for them as long as it has the desired effect that they want. Of course, with infamy, came a hassle. Every day Dio had to reject people's invitation to be their personal chef or people who asked to buy his recipes. Some of them understood after a few rejections, and some of them kept pestering Dio to accept their invitation. Some of them even ordered a takeout or a delivery, as Pearl Jam had a certain range limit from Dio. He rejected all takeout and delivery order he received. He warned every customer any of dish taken out of the restaurant will lose their effect, and it would become a normal food without any effect. If by any chance, a customer insisted and chose to cause harm to the restaurant, Dio has already thought of a countermeasure for that as well. A month quickly passed without any incident in Dio's fantasy restaurant. Hello, this is Dio's fantasy restaurant. I am Dio, what could I help you with? Dio asked as he answered the restaurant phone. Yes, I want to ask about a reservation at your restaurant, the lady on the phone said. I am very sorry, but we're already full for tomorrow and the day after. We could make one for you in 2 days, Dio said politely. Oh, I am sorry, I didn't mean to book a reservation. I called to see is there any changes to my reservation for tomorrow, the lady said while giggling. Are you the one reserving under Miss Jessica's name? Dio asked. Yes, I am, the lady said excitedly. Sure, there is no charge for the reservation, it is still tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Dio said politely. Okay, thanks, see you tomorrow. The lady said and finally hung up. After he answered the phone, Dio sorted his clothes and walked out slowly into the dining room. He had a customer right now that he already served. So he was waiting out for effect on his room as he answered the phone, and now he would see if the customer was satisfied or not. Congratulations, Miss Mary. It seems that you have achieved the effect you wanted. Your husbands would be marveled to see you tonight. Dio said politely to his customer, ignoring a thick layer of dead skin scattered around the table previously occupied by his customer. Miss Mary, Dio's current customer, currently standing in front of a mirror placed in the dining room, marveling on her own face. After hearing Dio's voice, she snapped back and answered Dio as she was still looking at her face in the mirror. This is all thanks to you. I can't believe my face could be firm and bright like this again, she said excitedly. She came here after seeing her friends looked younger than before. She initially thought that her friends were undergoing some sort of beauty surgery. But as she asked around, they all gave Dio's restaurant address and said that after eating there, they got their beauty as if they regained their youth. If it wasn't for her best friend's testimony, she wouldn't come. In fact, she might report Dio to the police for fraud and such. After arriving first time at Dio's fantasy restaurant, she was surprised to see that many sports cars were parked in front of Dio's restaurant, and thus she tried to make one reservation to test it out, and here she was now. At first, she was surprised to see Dio's exaggerated price, but she went along with it as she figured that if the effect was real, it was not a loss. And now, she clearly thought that 100,000 was such a little money for this amazing effect. A 40-year-old woman with wrinkle and black spots were now back to the firm and spotless teenage face. She sighed as she saw Dio. He really was a handsome guy. If she were 20 years younger, she would go after Dio relentlessly. Chapter 47. Dio was a little surprised to see his restaurant became popular this fast. He underestimated the value of health and beauty for the rich people out there. When a person was so rich, they wouldn't value the amount of money anymore, all they thought of was how to be as gorgeous as possible. It seemed that the richer someone became, the more they were afraid of death. So with a word from some billionaire was all it took to propel Dio's fantasy restaurant to become this famous. With a smile on his face, Dio accepted 100,000 handed by Mrs. Mary. He politely escorted Mrs. Mary to the door as she wanted to leave the restaurant to surprise her husband. But, as they approached the door, she couldn't help but flirt with Dio a little bit. "I will come again next time with my daughter, I hope that you will find her interesting," she said while batting her eyelashes. Dio only smiled at her silently, as he didn't want her to get the impression that he liked her in any way. "Oh, and you should find a better place for your restaurant, Mr. Dio. This neighborhood isn't friendly for the type of people like your customer, you know," Mrs. Mary said as he pointed out all the shady-looking places around Dio's restaurant. "Thank you for your patron, Mrs. Mary, but I am afraid I can't do that for the time being. This place is the only one left behind by my parents. I couldn't toss it away so soon after they passed away. I will consider it in the future," Dio said politely. "What an amazing lad you are. Well, farewell, I will come again soon." After finally out of customer for the day, Dio went back inside to relax. He was welcomed by envious stare as he entered the restaurant. Will was cleaning the floor as Dio entered, collecting the dead skin scattered around the floor in disgust. "It's really hard to imagine seeing an old lady comes by and walks out looking really beautiful. I wouldn't mind coming with her to taste her honey pot at her house," Will said while laughing lustfully. "Don't be rude, man. Well, finish your work faster, yeah, and this is your salary for this month." Will hurriedly grabbed the envelope on the table while abandoning the broom he was holding. He was excited to see how much Dio would pay him for the casual job he was doing around the restaurant. He didn't expect anything from Dio, as he knew that his job was really easy. He only cleaned the place before the customer arrived and after they left and served them as a waiter when Dio was too lazy to do it himself. When he opened the envelope Dio gave, his eyes widened to see the amount that Dio gave him. 10,000 just like that. He knew that in this month alone, Dio at least made around 1.5 million, but he still didn't expect to get this much. A normal person had to do a high-skilled job to earn this much in a month. More so, this job had no risk at all. He doesn't even need to spend money on food, as he ate the dish Dio cooked. More than 80 of people in America didn't even have this amount of salary in a month. Doctors and attorneys were some of the jobs that would receive salary this high, but not after a few years and tons of studying. The gap between the rich and the poor in America was pretty wide. Some were saying that a wealth of 99 of people in the U.S. could be held by the rest of one. "Hey, come on. Let's go out for a while. A drink on me, come on. Hey now, don't you spend that salary in one night now, brother. Don't go around giving that money for some skank too." "Hee, still the same old goody two-shoes Dio," Will said while laughing challengingly. "Shut up. Now finish your work and go out already." "Yes, sir," Will said as he quickly continued his job to clean the restaurant while smirking towards Dio. With a good amount of money in his pocket, Will gave Dio a salute and walked out of the restaurant after finishing his job. That guy. I hope that he will not get any STDs out there tonight. As he went to the door to lock up the place and relax in his room, the door was suddenly opened from the outside, making Dio's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 48. "Sorry, we are already closed for today. If you want to dine here, you should make a reservation first. All the price and details are written on the wall," Dio rejected politely. As he saw the visitor, he spontaneously frowned. A beautiful woman with burgundy curly hair stood in front of him, with a look of elegance and sexiness. He immediately recognized the poisonous woman of S.H.I.E.L.D. is in front of him right now. This woman was far more recognizable than the other Avenger. She was a contrast, a beauty that doesn't fit her job, the Black Widow herself. He began to wonder, what makes the S.H.I.E.L.D. caught on to him so fast? Is it his cooking? Or was it because what happened to Will not long ago? "Have you really closed already? It's a recommendation from Jenny, can you make an exception just this time?" Dio's face frowned a little bit more. Jenny? Did she do something to her? Or was she just doing her jobs well enough to let the people know about Dio's restaurant in advance? As Dio continued to ponder the answer in his head, his phone suddenly rang. He immediately saw the caller ID and was relieved a little bit to see that the call was from Jenny. "Hey, Dio. Have you met my new recommendation? She is a very beautiful lady. Is she there yet?" "Yeah, I am standing right in front of her right now, but you know that this is already closing time, right? I couldn't serve another at this time, Jenny. Are you serious right now? Did you hit your head or something? How can you dismiss a beauty like that? What's more, she is very rich. I think that you will have a good time after her meal." Dio ignored her sexual innuendo and hung up on her immediately. Dio assumed that Jenny got friendly with this lady over some amount of money. Otherwise, he doubted that Jenny would do this. "So, can I come in?" the lady said after Dio stopped talking for a while. "Sure, come on in, I am the owner of this restaurant, you can call me Dio," Dio said politely. "Carrie, all my friends call me Carrie," the lady said seductively. But Dio already knew her real name, he wouldn't believe this woman so easily. Although he didn't believe her, Dio nodded and proceeded to ask her what effect did she want. "Oh no, I think that you should choose it for me, I really have no idea," she said as she winked her eyes. Dio gave her an in-depth look and nodded. He immediately walked toward the kitchen to prepare the dinner, leaving the lady alone inside the dining room. After Dio left the room, she quickly moved around the room and placed several cameras and microphones in some conspicuous place that she thought wouldn't be found easily. She kept inspecting the place and then moved to inspect Dio's room and put some cameras there too. She didn't know that several Pearl Jam tomatoes were flying near her and saw all of her actions. Dio really wanted to catch her red-handed while doing this, but he refrained from doing so, knowing that confronting her could lead to unnecessary trouble. Inside Dio's room, the lady couldn't find any suspicious item that could be described as unusual. The room only consisted of personal items that were common everywhere. She couldn't even find any evidence regarding the gang massacre case. After a while, Dio came back to the dining room with the food for Ms. Carey. He found Ms. Carey was sitting on her seat peacefully, like she never moved to begin with. Chapter 49. If Dio doesn't have the ability to see every move of the lady, he doubted that he could know the placement of every little camera. She scattered around the place. He knew that this lady was a super spy to begin with, her acting skill was really amazing. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Ms. Carey, this is a special dish, right from the pan, only for Ms. Carey," Dio said while giving the lady his golden smile. The lady immediately opened the lid covering the dish and quickly smelled an amazing aroma from the dish. There are 3 dishes in total in front of the lady, a fried tomato mooncake, pumpkin fried banana, and stir-fried onion. The unusual ingredient used by Dio left the lady slightly uncomfortable. "Are you sure you can eat this thing?" the lady said worriedly. "Of course, this is my latest invention, I 100% guaranteed this is edible," Dio said confidently. The lady had no other choice on this. If she refused the meal, Dio would probably notice something's wrong. She couldn't risk the chance to fail her mission. After investigating nearly 50 surveillance cameras, the SHIELD found a strange figure was walking towards the crime scene and then went back towards that restaurant. In the beginning, SHIELD didn't really care about this restaurant, but after seeing many people with extraordinary influence came to the restaurant, they became curious about this restaurant. Quickly after, SHIELD found a proof that the owner had a connection with one of the men brought in by SHIELD that day, making SHIELD extremely curious. With so many high-profile characters came and went to the restaurant, SHIELD didn't want to make a huge fuzz about this. So they down with covert surveillance as their only option. Nick Fury as the director of SHIELD gave the important task to his best espionage agent, the Black Widow. With Dio's age and Black Widow's beauty, she thought that mission Fury gave was gonna be easy. She was about to realize that beauty didn't really work with Dio. After planning this day in advance, she first thought that she had caught the target unprepared, but after the search around the house, she couldn't find anything suspicious about Dio's belonging. But the problem was gonna rise unsuspectingly for her. She tasted Dio's dish a little and thought that the food was much better than she anticipated. In fact, it was a perfect dish. She now knew why those rich people came to this restaurant and how this small rundown restaurant would have a booking list in the first place. Dio was expecting this reaction from her. If Pearl Jam was involved, there was no way to resist the taste of the dish. Dio knew the reason behind her appearance from the start. The moment Dio saw her face, he already thought that SHIELD already knew everything that he did now. Either his cooking or the gang massacre a while ago. But knowing that SHIELD didn't come barging, he knows that Nick Fury wanted to make some compromise with him. Either joining the SHIELD or asking for something else. But one thing was clear. He didn't want to be an agent of SHIELD or even being controlled by them. Apart from that, if SHIELD came up with mutual cooperation, he wouldn't reject their offer. He knew that the SHIELD was rich. If they were willing to pay for Dio's work, then he wouldn't mind. How about the dish? Miss Carey, do you like it? It tastes pretty good. I haven't tasted anything like this before, I never have any confidence finding such novelty. While she was talking, suddenly her expression changed. She kicked the table forcefully, causing all the food on the table to be spilled around the floor. When she stood up straight, she pointed a gun to Dio's head. What did you put in it? She said nervously. She was currently experiencing a severe cramp in her abdomen, making her sweat uncontrollably from resisting the pain. With her training and long-time experiences in the field, she had a strong tenacity to continue her mission. Chapter 50. With a flipped table and a lady with a gun pointed at him, he was slightly annoyed. If it were before he had the world at his disposal, he would be nervous right now. He calmly sighed as he looks at her boringly. What did you put in there? Why is my stomach aching? As you can see in the mess you have made, there are just common ingredients and some medicinal herbs, and what is with that outrageous reaction just now? Dio said with an annoyed tone. At this point, the lady already fell to her knees from resisting the pain in her stomach. Send 2 people in, and call medic quickly. I have been poisoned. I don't think that's a good idea here, Ms. Carey. Clearly, you don't have any clue about my treatment here, this is all just a normal treatment reaction. And plus, I don't want this night ended by some dead agent body on my doorstep. Dio said calmly. A normal reaction? The lady said, confused by Dio's calmness. Dio was talking out of a hassle, he didn't know the Black Widow would act out of hand like this. So he just nodded his head and let her decide her next action. There was a flash of doubts in the lady's eyes, she clearly remembered seeing the treatment process were extravagant in SHIELD reports yesterday, but there was no more data provided regarding this treatment process. She didn't know how this process started and ended, she still didn't know if this was really the process that the report actually meant. Back off. Don't move any closer. If you take another step, I'll shoot. As she couldn't withstand the pain any longer and Dio still walked toward her nonchalantly, she gritted her teeth and immediately took a shot on Dio's right leg. This was a procedure at SHIELD. An agent was required to subdue the talented subject if necessary, the death of the subject was intolerable. As she shot the gun on her grip, she was shocked. The bullet hit Dio's leg, but a metal sound was heard. As Natasha the Black Widow looked at the supposedly hurting leg that she shot just now, she was even more shocked. There were no injuries whatsoever. Furthermore, the pants that Dio was wearing wasn't affected at all. There was no bullet in those pants. Shocked by this unexpected result, she immediately shouted and shot 3 more times towards Dio, this time aiming at his head, neck, and heart. She thought that Dio was wearing some kind of high-tech equipment or really had some kind of superpower. So when she fired her guns, she quickly jumped toward the door to evacuate herself. The target is out of control. A normal firearm doesn't have any effects. Reinforce with a more powerful weapon immediately. Right away. A second team would arrive at the restaurant right away. After hearing that, Natasha sighed in relief. She turned her body to check on Dio, as she still didn't know how to handle him. On the restaurant, Dio who was fully enveloped by Hammond energy, sustaining the Hammond to bounce every bullet from him, he was clearly irritated. He quickly focused some Hammond energy toward his feet, and instantly closed the distance between him and Natasha in an instant. Natasha was startled to see Dio's super-fast speed, she quickly threw her gun at Dio and whip-kicked Dio immediately. She tried to render him out of balance to gain ground in the fight. Chapter 51. Natasha tried to knock Dio off balance, she whips-kicked Dio's leg like it was her last resort. With her physical fitness which was beyond the average people, her kick could be lethal to some people. But even then, the surprise didn't stop there. Dio caught her legs as they were close to him. After that, Dio quickly pulled Natasha's leg towards him and catch her by her throat. At the same time, 2 agents of SHIELD came for her support and pointed their guns at Dio. Black Widow was still struggling to break off from Dio's grip. She tried to stab Dio with a hidden dagger, but, no matter how hard she tried to stab Dio, her dagger couldn't break the protective barrier around Dio. Natasha was regretting her reckless move by every passing second, she couldn't rely on the 2 agents near her. She knew, and they also know that the guns at their hands weren't even a bargaining chip to begin with. Let her go. The agent said as they couldn't bear the scene of the struggling Black Widow. 2 more agents appeared behind them, but the promised heavy weapons weren't with them still. Dio thought of something fun to mess with these agents and summoned the world and used it to disarm the guns from the agents' hands. The agents were all surprised to see their gun was destroyed in their grips, and immediately knew that the invisible monster from the report was near them and could kill them at any moment. Like I said, I don't like guns pointed at me. Try that again and see what happens. Now, can you listen to what I'm about to say? Dio said, frustrated. He let go of Natasha as he deemed that everyone was already on edge enough. Natasha dropped to the ground and coughed, as Dio's grip on her neck was actually suffocating her. As she could breathe normally again, she realizes that her reaction was a little bit over the top, and immediately knows that Dio wasn't hostile. This seems to be a misunderstanding, stand down, agents. She said confidently. Dio felt annoyed, he didn't want to have anything to do with SHIELD, but it seemed that he would be bothered by them now. But then again, the agents in front of him still had no intention of leaving, and she looked at them with a raised eyebrow. Natasha noticed Dio's look, immediately ordered her agents to go back to the car until further notice. The agents interpreted her order as go back to the car and call for reinforcement from the HQ. But the truth is she didn't feel any hostility from Dio, and now, she just wanted to make Dio comfortable with the situation. After all the agents left, Dio quickly let Natasha go in again. I think you should finish your treatment inside, the pain has been unbearable, right? Dio said with a smile on his face. She followed Dio inside and then sit on the chair once again. Now that her adrenaline rush was over, she felt the tremendous pain on her abdomen. Even with her superhuman genetic modification, she still felt this pain. With her 82 years of life, this is the first time after she underwent the genetic modification that she felt extreme pain. She has accumulated many injuries and many poisons from her years as an agent, and that was the exact thing that Dio has been targeted with his Pearl Jam. Dio knew that in the end, Black Widow died from accumulated toxin on her bloodstream and accumulated injuries that made her autoimmune to go haywire in the end from the comic books he read. He even knew that Black Widow tried to prolong her life by taking drugs. Although still feeling the pain, Natasha also instinctively felt that her body became lighter every second passed. She ultimately vomited and pissed a blue liquid that made her extremely uncomfortable. But after that, she felt refreshed and much better than before. She feels that she could jump higher and run faster than before. She was embarrassed when she thought about the treatment process, which just happened to her. It was clear that Dio didn't do anything hostile towards her. Sure, the process was extremely painful, but it was all worth the result she got. Dio's magical cuisine was real, and it was amazing. I am sorry for my misconduct earlier, and thank you for the extraordinary treatment. She said seductively. Although she was ashamed for what she did, she couldn't help but flirt with Dio as it was in her nature. She never felt this good since forever. Chapter 52. After everything that happened just now, Dio thought that he would hardly trust this woman in the future. So, do you want to have a conversation now, or later after you change some clothes? And surely you can do me a favor and make sure those people outside will not call for any reinforcement, right? Can't have you guys ruin my restaurant's reputation after all. Dio said casually. Natasha was a little taken aback. She never thought that Dio would let her go so easily after all that happened tonight. If you gave me that option, then I would kindly change my clothes and then come back quickly to solve any misunderstanding that happens this night, Natasha said politely as not to provoke Dio. Do as you like, but remember that I don't like any guns pointed at me at any moment, Dio said indifferently. Sure, I won't make another mistake, Natasha said as she quickly stood up to get out of the restaurant. As she went through the door, Dio reminded her to bring the expense for the restaurant. After all, she did eat Dio's dish, not to mention cleaning fees for her leftover after treatment, mental damages for scaring his neighborhood, and repairing the glass door that she broke. Natasha stood on the door for a while and looked back to Dio with a smile on her face, and a gesture that she was leaving. After Natasha wasn't in the vicinity anymore, Dio put a gas mask and started to clean the restaurant in disgust. On the other hand, SHIELD, which has just received a rescue transmission from the field agent, was waiting for the instruction of their director. The transmission also included the subject's data, which was intelligence, speed and strength, were all beyond a normal person's data. Natasha has always been the director's favorite agent, which made Director Nick Fury a little bit frustrated. She was the best agent that he had, there was no way he would allow her to die. He immediately ordered the agent to bring a tank buster and a thermal vision, fearing that Dio was the monster described by the surviving gang member. This order actually was very troublesome, as heavy weapons like tank buster will probably cause many casualties in civilians' heavy area. As Nick Fury tried to find a way to bring back Natasha safely, he suddenly received a call from the field agent. Nick Fury picked up the call, and the agents informed that Agent Natasha has returned safely to the car. Nick Fury immediately ordered to give the phone to Natasha immediately. How did you escape, Agent? Explain in details. Natasha was a little bit annoyed by Fury's cold word, but she knew that Fury was probably thinking of some paranoid things. So, she explained everything in great details to him. I am relieved that you are safe, but are you sure that the subject was completely dormant? If it's necessary, we could issue an arrest immediately. Hearing this statement, Natasha immediately rejected Fury's proposal. She didn't want to provoke Dio as she didn't really know what he was capable of. I think it is better to have a conversation with the target first, as the earlier incident was all my fault. I think I should modestly apologize to him first. We can act accordingly after that, she said casually. After thinking about it for a while, Nick Fury gave her a go with a condition: Natasha should immediately escape if she deemed the place was no longer safe. Natasha agreed and hung up the phone as she would like to take a shower and change her clothes immediately. Let's go. Find me a motel near some clothes store. The agent only nodded his head and headed off towards downtown New York. About half an hour later, Natasha came once again to Dio's fantasy restaurant. But this time, she wore a casual dress, and she thought that she would start fresh with no lies to gain Dio's trust. She entered the restaurant and saw that Dio was sitting on the chair, waiting for her. I am back. And this time I should reintroduce myself. I am an agent of Strategic Hazard Intervention Espionage Logistics Directorate, better known as SHIELD. My name is Natasha Romanoff, but many people call me Black Widow. But I still prefer you to call me Natasha. Natasha said with a grin on her face. Chapter 53. SHIELD, huh? That is easy to remember, at least so. Agent Natasha, tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Where were you at the night of the April 10th, Natasha said, cutting to the chase. Wow, is this one of those interrogations that people were talking about? Dio said, still in teasing tone. Hearing Dio didn't took her question seriously, Natasha was a little bit annoyed, but she couldn't be angry at him. Instead, she pulled out her phone and played the surveillance video, which caught Dio's silhouette. He was wearing a coverall that covered his face, but he couldn't argue about the similarity of the silhouette. We investigated the incident and found that one of the surviving victims was one of your friends. Following the surveillance camera at the incident, we traced that this man was coming to and from this restaurant. You see, this man seems to be avoiding the camera all over the place. But it seems that he was coming in a hurry and didn't seem to be able to plan his escape well. Natasha said confidently. We are here not to convict you of the incident. After all, the death of a criminal doesn't concern us. We just want to record the necessary information about your power. The victims were all saying that an invisible creature was attacking the criminal at the crime scene. So, what is this invisible creature really is? Natasha said in wonders. It seems that you have done your homework. In this case, I would cooperate with you, but I wouldn't join you in any program, nor that I admit to any of your accusations, Dio said casually. Dio knew that once he admitted that he was the one killing all the gang members at that alley, SHIELD will hold his freedom. After all, killing was still against the law, no matter who died. Natasha was a little surprised to hear Dio's statement. It seemed that Dio could perceive SHIELD's intention before she even proposed it. Did I ever say that we are recruiting? Natasha said, trying to play innocent. It doesn't matter, they all seem to be a good enough reason for you guys to investigate me like this, Dio said indifferently. Natasha thought over Dio's word and it seemed that it all made sense. Our SHIELD was established to deal with this kind of incident. Where a normal method wouldn't have any leads. We have to make an archive on this special person of interest to protect the safety of the people of the USA. If the special person agreed to work with us, they would get the benefit of an agent of SHIELD, but if they don't, we will know how to handle them if they commit any heavy crime. Natasha said sincerely. Dio thought over Natasha's words and wanted to ask about what happened to those that SHIELD deemed dangerous, but he chose to keep it to himself for now. He didn't want to make any trouble, he just wanted to live peacefully without any problems. You mean handle like this? Dio said as he picked up a plastic bag and began to dump all its content on the table. Natasha's eyes widened from the realization that Dio already discovered all of the bugs and cameras she scattered throughout the restaurant. This was very unusual. From the look of it, this was all of the bugs and cameras she scattered. All of them were right there on the table. Yes, I admit that this is one of the precautions that we use to handle the special person, but we have to do this to avoid any incident in the future, she said confidently. I see, but you don't have to do this with me. If you wish to find me, all you need to do is call. This restaurant's line will be up 247, Dio said teasingly. On that note, knowing that you don't need all of this, I will help you dispose of it, Dio said as suddenly all the cameras and bugs on the table were lifted into the air. This strange phenomenon stunned Natasha, as she didn't see anything in front of her. After a while, as Dio was satisfied seeing the shocked expression of the Black Widow, he commanded the world to crush all of the equipment. With a cracking sound, all of the equipment was crushed until they all were turned into dust. Natasha immediately knew that the thing in front of her wasn't something ordinary. There was no adult male who could crush that equipment into dust. And she realized that the thing that was referred to as the invisible creature on the report was standing in front of her. Chapter 54. After recovering from her shock, Natasha continued to converse with Dio. I will report everything that happened tonight to the director. I'll make sure to convey your wishes the director, Natasha said as she tried to relax her nerves. Okay. And one more thing about me, I am not a mutant or superhuman related to all those experiments and whatnot, I am a practitioner of Hammond arts. The invisible thing that you are talking about before was my guardian spirit. They are also known as stand. Dio said indifferently. They? Are you serious? Dio only looked at her with a bored look on his face. Natasha immediately came to the conclusion that there wasn't only one invisible creature. There could be many more than she could ever think. Can you explain these Hammond arts that you are saying? Natasha said with a flirty voice. Dio immediately thought of her like a curious cat trying to prey on the unsuspected. Hammond is a teaching from the Far East at this time. I was the only practitioner left in this world. That is all the information that I can give you for now, don't get me wrong. I am cooperating for now doesn't mean that I am one of you SHIELD whatever thingy. It just means that I don't want you to hassle me every day. Dio said with a sigh. Dio didn't really care even if SHIELD wasted all their resource researching Dio's explanation of his power. They will not get any results at all. Cooperation. What cooperation? Just like you experienced before, I have some sort of healing ability. If you wish to further your understanding of this ability, you can make an arrangement to dine here again with a single call. Of course, I would give you a 10% discount on the price. Dio said cheekily. Natasha suddenly burst into tears of laughter. She never encountered anyone that acted calmly like Dio after knowing that she was an agent of SHIELD. Well, that is all for today. I will write a report of this conversation. As for the decision, it is all in the hand of those high brasses. I didn't have a say in it. If I can suggest, I hope that you use your power for good, she said casually. Thanks for your suggestion, but I'd rather make money from it than saving another person I don't know about. I don't play superheroes. I don't think that when I got into a real troublesome case, anyone would help me and therefore, I will not help for free. Dio said indifferently. Natasha gave him an in-depth look and then got up and walked toward the door. You should stay in town for a few days, we will try to make an X-file on your case, Natasha said with a smile on her face when she was on her way out. When she left the restaurant, she quickly assessed Dio's personality. She found that Dio was completely an open person regarding a problem that will trouble him, and he was one of those, will work for money, kind of guy. She quickly came back to Dio's restaurant because there was one last thing that Nick Fury requested. I almost forgot. You will need an ability assessment soon in our headquarters. This is just a standard procedure. Really? Did everyone do it? Yes, everyone who is deemed hospitable has done it, Natasha said confidently. You know that my restaurant is fully booked for 3 days straight, right? Dio asked annoyedly. Well, it looks like it is time for me to go, Natasha said teasingly. Don't you forget something before you leave? Dio said while raising one of his eyebrows. He immediately handed over the bill that Natasha has to pay from her dinner earlier. Natasha looked at the bill and was surprised once more. I understand about the cost of the meal, cleaning, and the door, but what is all this mental damage thing? It even costs 100,000, are you mad? Natasha said confusedly. This is natural, you know, after all, you did point a gun at me and even shoot me. Think about my image in this neighborhood, my competitor would use this case to take away my customers. You don't even need to be stingy about this. It is not like it's your own money that you spend. Still, this is too much. Natasha said blatantly. Rude. After so many people pointing a gun on me, yet you can't even pay for mental damage. Stupid shit. There. I can't go lower. If you still refuse, I will sue you in court. Chapter 55. Natasha laughed her heart out after seeing the bill given by Dio. She has never seen such a large amount of money for a simple course of meal anywhere. This is too much, isn't it? Even if you asked me for this amount of money, I couldn't give it to you this instant. You know, we SHIELD have to follow a certain procedure to get the money for field operation. Natasha said, trying to get her point across. Seeing Dio's sullen face, she was finally content and immediately walked away so that Dio couldn't make another demand. Realizing once that the Black Widow walked away would be bad for his business, he quickly chased after the Black Widow and then shouted that SHIELD should pay no matter what. However, no one outside answered to Dio's shout. It was like there was no one there from the very start. Dio sighed and had no choice but to walk back to his restaurant. With him being on SHIELD's radar now, he didn't want his little effort to buy gold to be discovered. He needed to be vigilant at any moment now. But as soon as he thought buying easy gold won't be as easy as things were now, he chose to quickly call the jeweler owner back then to buy any easy gold left in his hand. Meanwhile, after returning back to SHIELD, Natasha quickly walked toward Nick Fury's office to report her perspective on Dio's assessment. From her personal experience, she concluded that Dio had outstanding healing power, speed, and an unknown ability to boot. She still didn't have any real data about the invisible creature that the surviving member of the gang incident earlier reported. All she knew was that Dio seemed to call it a stand. After hearing her full report, Nick Fury immediately frowned and rubbed his head in frustration as he deemed Dio was really troublesome. But he surely thought that with this skill set, Dio would make a highly skilled agent in the future. Did he make himself clear that he wouldn't be joining us? He asked Natasha to confirm it once more. Yes, he seems to see through my intention from the very start, and refused the offer blatantly. There is nothing much I can do at that point, Natasha said with her hands raised. Once again, Nick Fury frustratedly rubbed his head. He didn't have a way to convince Dio to join the SHIELD at this moment, but he surely would find a way to do so in the future. This newfound challenge made Nick Fury's eyes burn in passion. He certainly would find a way. Did he agree to come here for the physical assessment we planned? Nick Fury asked in expectation. He agreed on a condition that he would come at his own convenient time. He said that his restaurant business has too many customers already, Natasha said honestly. Nick Fury nodded his head with a smirk on his face. Even if Dio come whenever he wanted, but once he came Nick Fury would make sure to assess him personally. Seeing that his boss has made up a new plan for Dio, Natasha found that her presence was no longer necessary, and thus she gave Nick Fury the bill Dio gave her earlier. What is this? Nick Fury asked, surprised that Natasha still had something else to report. This is the bill Dio gave as I walked out of his restaurant. This includes the meal that I ate, the door that I smashed, clean up after my treatment, and then for the finale. The compensation from the mental and image damage that he suffers after I shot some bullets in his restaurant. Natasha said, with a little shyness on her movement. Nick Fury took a look at the bill issued by Dio and quickly slammed the paper into his desk. This is extortion. SHIELD will not pay this much money for something so delicate as a restaurant dinner trouble. He couldn't believe that Dio was brave enough to charge this much money to a customer. Dio asked a total of $130,000, which consisted of $100,000 for the meal, $10,000 for cleaning cost, $10,000 for the door repairment, and $10,000 for reputation damage cost. Fuck. This guy really is something else. I think we should pay him. We can consider the door repairment cost negated if we fixed it ourselves. He even fixed that $10,000 image damage cost as it would be easier for us to pay that much. He wrote a whooping $100,000 for that one at first. Natasha said, honestly stating her opinion. Are you sure about this? Even this outrageous dinner cost? Sure, I would pay for that amount if it would smooth our convenience with him in the future, if he still rejects you again that is, Natasha said while smirking towards Nick Fury. Leaving a good impression is pretty important after all, she said as she left Nick Fury's office. Chapter 56. SHIELD noticed Dio's purchase on gold. They couldn't think of anything that Dio would do about this gold at this moment. They thought that gold was just Dio's weird obsession. If they knew that Dio's power came from buying a stack of gold, they would be extremely surprised. But with the SHIELD knowing William, the illegal gold vendor would clearly face some troubles in the future. This was why Dio decided to buy out every illegal gold that William owned. At least, if his suspicion was on point, he wouldn't have any regret. Dio bought 150 gold bars from William at the price of $480,000. That price at least made Dio felt better. Even if he couldn't buy gold from William anymore, he surely has made a fortune here. After finishing his transaction, Dio quickly walked toward an empty alley and recharged all the gold he owned to the game recharge. He frowned a little bit after seeing that from the 150 gold bars he had, the system took it all and converted it into 150 gold bars in the status. Well, even if that was the case, he still could do 150 consecutive draws. He quickly did all of his rituals before drawing from the system, he watched a cat video on YouTube, Salvation Made by USA Army on the Africa land, and even prayed to God that he would be lucky. After all that, Dio quickly drew. He used 10 of his gold bars for the first consecutive draws immediately. After seeing the result, his face began to sulk a little bit. He only got a bunch of Hammond beads and some useless items that literally had no effect at all. How could his luck be that rotten? He shouted in his heart. This bad luck really went on and on for as long as he could remember. When he saw the amount of gold he had used, his face was in death of frowning pace. He had used a total of 100 gold and all he got was garbage. He immediately speculated that he already used all his almighty luck after drawing the world from the system. The next 10 draws in turns were not so disappointing as the first one. He finally got another arrow fragment. If he could get a full arrow fragment, he would have another shot at making a powerful pet or even another person who could use another stand. Dio kept on drawing in hope for another arrow but it never came. With his chance was diminishing with the time he used to draw, he was thinking of giving up this stupid draw thing. After all, he already had the most powerful stand in JoJo's world. But as he wanted to give up, among the items he got, he saw a flashing rainbow color. This color was a sign of a stand. He finally drew a stand. Dio was looking at the interface in front of him in excitement. There was too many stand in JoJo's universe that could be said overpowered in this Marvel universe. As the rainbow lights began to fade, Dio was finally able to see his new stand for the first time. Stand, Khnum. Description, a stand named after Egypt's god of the Nile. Ability, perfect mimicry. Ability description, transform the user into an identical version of another person. This includes sound, smell, weight, and height. Attribute. Destructive power, E. Speed, E. Range, E. Sustainability, A. Precision, E. Growth, E. Stand evaluation, can be a perfect copy of anyone the user chooses. As long as the user can act according to the target's behavior, no one will be able to tell the difference. Dio's eyes widened as he remembered that this stand was used by one of the Zenyatta brother in the JoJo series. He remembered that stand was a perfect stand to infiltrate a high-security facility, as he could become one of the guards or anyone with high enough authority on the site. Not only that, but he could also do whatever he wanted and no one would point it back to him. This stand will be very useful against SHIELD, for sure. Khnum in fact had a great weakness. Its user couldn't get hold of the target memories. This could make things a little bit complicated if he ever encountered the target's acquaintance in his infiltration. With this knowledge he had on the Khnum stand, he now knew that before he transformed into another person, he should at least prepare to act as the target, or at least knew that the target was just another low-level mob that no one cared about. After getting his hand on Khnum, Dio quickly exhausted all the gold he had left, without considering what he got from the rest of the consecutive draws. All he wanted now was to have enough Hammond energy to unlock another stand slot. Chapter 57. The last draws gave him a bunch of lower-level Hammond beads, a radio, and a pet card. When Dio saw this pet card, he vaguely remembered that when developing the game, he and his team created this pet system to make things more interesting for the user. This pet card should be able to tame a creature that could be considered a pet without a need to train them first. So he opened the card and read the detailed description of the item. Pet card common, can be used to capture a beast and tame them as a pet. Common card has a low chance of success and was more effective if it was used to a low intelligence creature. With this detailed information of pet card, Dio immediately knew that he couldn't use this card on something like the Rocket Raccoon, Groot, or other creatures with high intelligence. So he should refrain from using the card carelessly. With this knowledge, Dio tossed the pet card to his inventory. This card wasn't as good as he thought. The radio that he got at the same time as the pet card was even more useless. It was just the same old radio everyone could find anywhere. He tossed the radio to his inventory just like the pet card before. He couldn't wait to dispose of all useless items in his inventory in the future. Dio began to investigate the newly found Hammond combat technique that he got from the draw. That was the defense Hammond combat technique. That technique was a pure defense technique that utilized the Hammond energy to block incoming damage. This was very useful, as it could be applied on a weapon too, making the weapon sturdier and more durable. After he learned the new Hammond combat technique, he quickly ate all of the Hammond beads he got from the draws just now. After he ate all of them, his Hammond energy reached 80,350. He already exceeded half of the energy needed for unlocking his next stand slot. In the next day, Dio was mildly annoyed to see Will came to the restaurant very late in the noon. He knew that Will must be sleeping with some chick that he found in the bar, but Dio was annoyed that even if he was late, he still turned up with a slothful attitude. As to not argue with Will, while he was having so many more problems to think of, he let it slide for now. There was no more abnormal activity around his restaurant for the time being, but the SHIELD has sent him many messages asking about when he would come to SHIELD to undergo the ability assessment, but he ignored those messages for now. At 7 p.m., Dio closed his restaurant for the day and then dismissed Will in a few words. With the way things went, he was too tired to even exchange some banter with his only friend. Just a minute after Will was leaving the restaurant, a brand new black car immediately parked in front of the restaurant. Black Widow immediately left the car and walked toward the restaurant door with a stride. "Are you really gonna ignore the director's message every time?" Natasha said with an amused look on her face. "You know that no one ignores Nick Fury, right?" she said while giggling to Dio. "No, that's not intentional, but I am busy these last few days," Dio said honestly. "Are you here to pick me up so that I can collect the bill I send personally?" he asked casually while locking the brand new restaurant door. Seeing that Dio didn't show any trace of fear, Natasha became more excited. "You really are confident, aren't you worried about your safety?" Natasha said amusingly. "Of course, but I am an apostle of peace. So, I hope that today would be peaceful too, or are you saying that I should be afraid when I walk in there? Or did you already lay your traps?" At the same time as he finished speaking, strong winds blew towards Natasha, startling her unexpectedly. Natasha knew that at the moment, the unspeakable invisible creature was in the vicinity. She looked at Dio as the man entered the cars like some royalty of a magnanimous country. SHIELD never really understood the truth behind Dio's power, and it seems like it would take some extra effort to make Dio an ally or even join the SHIELD. After controlling her breath, Natasha entered the car and ordered the agent in the driver's seat to go to the suburb. At the suburb, a helicopter was already waiting for Natasha and Dio's arrival. They quickly entered the helicopter and headed to the Triskelion building in Washington. This building was made to look like a public service building, but in reality, this building was the headquarters for SHIELD. They arrived in the Triskelion building without spending any time to converse with one another. Chapter 58. Following Natasha into the building, Dio noticed that the places really looked normal from outside. But once he was inside, Dio started to see many science fiction types of equipment in various rooms. After walking through the hall of the building, finally, Natasha ordered Dio to go into a glass-encased room. "I already said that I am here to collect some debts, I am not here to be your guinea pig. I am out of here," Dio said as he started to walk back toward the exit. "Isn't this what you want?" Nick Fury said after suddenly appearing out of nowhere. He gave the case that he was holding to Dio. Dio's eyebrows were raised as he saw Nick Fury came in person to see him. He immediately snatched the case from Fury and took a look at the content. It was money. Lots of money in the case. "This is our director, Mr. Nick Fury," Natasha said as he introduced Nick Fury to Dio. "The case has a total of 200,000, it is a little bit more money than you asked for, but I wish that you could cooperate with us for a while," Nick Fury said confidently. Dio thought of Fury's move for a while. He knew that Fury added more money to persuade Dio. But he was mistaken to think that he could tame Dio for just a little bit of money. "Thank you, Director Fury, I sure would love to do so," Dio said humbly. "Well, let's just see what this baldy had in mind," Dio thought to himself. Nick Fury proceeded to shake Dio's hand and then explained what Dio had to do to finish the physical assessment of SHIELD. Dio was starting to believe that receiving this extra amount of money was a mistake. The procedural process of SHIELD was really starting to annoy him. "Let's just cut to the chase, shall we? Since this is your job, I will cooperate for now, I hope that you could do your job properly." "I hope so," Nick Fury said with an in-depth look on his face. Dio immediately entered the glass-encased room that Natasha told him earlier. Dio saw that there was almost nothing inside and the only thing that worth mentioning was the steel plate that stood in the middle of the room. Dio walked toward the glass wall and touched it to see what that glass was made of, and noticed that the glass was irregularly sturdy. He could destroy it for sure, but it would take a considerable amount of Hammond energy to do so, which was already a hassle to begin with. The first test is the test of strength. Please hit the steel plate in front of you as hard as you could. Dio didn't want to expose his real strength to SHIELD that fast, so he used a small amount of Hammond energy on his fist and then punched the steel plate in front of him. The sound was pretty good in Dio's opinion, but his punch didn't seem to do any damage to the steel plate. Seeing the steel plate didn't receive any damage, Dio was a little bit surprised. Even though he only used a small portion of Hammond energy, it should be sufficient enough to break any bones on the human's body. At the very least, this steel plate should bend a little bit. But that was fine. Dio thought that Nick Fury would surely leave him alone after seeing that he was not that powerful. Meanwhile, Nick Fury in the control room was frowning a little bit. He was currently looking at the data of Dio's punch, which was inconsistent with the blow on the metal door from the gang massacre incident before. Nick Fury started to look at Dio on the screen with a gloomy face. "You aren't the only one who can play this game," Fury said to himself. Chapter 59. Taking the power that the Spider-Man had as a measure, Dio really wasn't that powerful. Nick Fury immediately noticed that Dio must be hiding his real power. This wasn't the very first time anyone did this kind of bullshit, but Dio will not be the last. "Let me talk to him for a minute," Nick Fury said, silencing the room. "You have an amazing performance. But my intuition tells me that isn't the best you can do. So, I am very sorry to inform you that you will be detained here for a little while. I wish I was joking, although this isn't funny at all," Nick Fury said seriously. Natasha froze on her spot after hearing Nick Fury's word. She forgot to inform him not to irritate Dio too much, but now it was all too late. "It really is a pathetic joke if I've ever seen one. So, you think you can trap me here?" Nick Fury looked at Dio through the glasses while smirking. He chose to remain silent as to not rile Dio any further. Seeing Nick Fury's action, Dio's complexion suddenly sank. He already anticipated the worst-case scenario about SHIELD, and now he hated to use it like this. "You will regret ever crossing me here, Fury," Dio said as he condensed his Hammond energy in his fist. Slowly, the Hammond energy began to manifest as a spark of white colors that could be seen by anyone. Seeing this power fluctuating from Dio, all scientists took a step back and were ready to evacuate the room. "Director, this place is dangerous, we need to evacuate," said one of the scientists to Nick Fury. "No. I have to see this." He had never seen anyone powerful enough to break the glass except Hulk. And Hulk was a monster, that was a well-known fact. But subconsciously Nick Fury touched his blindfold and he suddenly remembered that cute and fluffy thing could be the most dangerous thing that one could encounter. At the same moment, Dio has condensed thousands of his Hammond energy into his right fist. He stopped at 10,000 points and added the strength Hammond technique into it. With the addition of Hammond technique, ripple on the air was created, even the lights seemed to be distorted. This phenomenon immediately caught everyone's attention as their primal fear began to manifest. "Everyone leave now," Natasha shouts to everyone in the room. Nick Fury himself began to notice that he will not be safe here and began to run towards the exit. But it was all too late. Dio released his punch towards the glass encasement in front of him, immediately destroying the glass wall, and the condensed Hammond energy even destroyed the room where Nick Fury was before and then continuously destroyed 3 rooms after that. Even Dio was quite surprised himself, after seeing the amount of destruction the condensed Hammond energy do. This attack did have some effect towards Dio himself. His hands was still trembling from the strong impact just now, but it will be fine in a couple of minutes. Dio realized that he needed to start working out again, as he realized that his body couldn't stand this pressure repeatedly. As he felt better, he walked out from the now destroyed glass containment room. As soon as he exited, many guards immediately surrounded him while pointing a gun towards him. Dio frowned upon seeing this situation. He didn't like when a gun was pointed at him. "Did the Baldy die?" Dio asked the guard. As he asked this question, Nick Fury came out of the rubble with Natasha on his side. Nick Fury didn't escape the room scotch-free either. There was a wound on the top of his head. "Now, you got your wish, Director Fury," Dio said casually. Chapter 60. "I must say that you really gave me a big surprise," Nick Fury said while ignoring the intense atmosphere. Nick Fury didn't order his guards to shoot as he didn't feel any murderous intent from Dio. He knew that if Dio really meant to kill him just now, he would be dead. But the most worrisome of all was the fact that Dio didn't show any fear from this much gun pointed at him, and Nick Fury didn't know how this young man could be that fearless. Was it because guns wouldn't have any effect on him, or was there something more to it? Either way, Nick Fury knew that the invisible monster wasn't there then, as he already installed many thermal vision cameras in advance. Considering many possibilities, Nick Fury decided not to agitate Dio any further and ordered his guard to stand down. "Director, you need to dress your wound," Natasha said nervously to Nick Fury. All agents started to return to their designated post, and the ones who were initially stationed around the destroyed place were now standing in the corner waiting for new orders. Seeing that Nick Fury didn't order any of his guards to be around him made Dio respected Nick Fury a little bit. He really was fearless and full of caution. No wonder that when Hydra came out and took over the SHIELD, Nick Fury still found a way to resist. It was no wonder that he even bent some of the most stubborn people in the world to join the Avenger program that he dreamed of the most. As the worst situation passed, Dio began to relax a bit and released the defensive hammock that covered all his body, in case someone shot him. I immediately regretted agitating you like that. Look at all this. Do you know how much this reparation would cost me? Especially those pieces of equipment on the room you blasted. That 200,000 I gave you just now wouldn't cover anything here. Nick Fury said wryly. Well, I didn't know it would turn out this way. You said it yourself that your protective glass wall was sturdy enough. I didn't expect it to crumble like normal glass. If I knew that wall was fragile, I would hold back a little bit. Dio said teasingly. Dio's word stabbed through Nick Fury's heart. Dio just said that the equipment that he spent a fortune building and researching was nothing. He decided that it was time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to upgrade all the equipments even though he just upgraded all the equipments 3 months ago. This was all for a better future. The responsibility and compensation of this damage were all on me. As for the next evaluation you need to, Nick Fury said as he was immediately being interrupted by Dio. No, I don't think that the next evaluation would be necessary. In case the problem like this happens again, I wouldn't be able to hold myself back, Dio said confidently. Dio knew that he must have the upper hand speaking with Nick Fury. Otherwise, Nick Fury would be ordering him around like some staff member. He couldn't let Nick Fury set the pace. Nick Fury was silent for a while and then nodded his head. Sure, I don't want to be bombarded with a stupid question again when I propose more funding. Nick Fury said in a joking manner. Then, it is better to have a heart-to-heart chat in my office. You can wait there as I go and bandage this wound a little bit. You are the first person who wants to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. in a private capacity, Nick Fury said seriously. How about we chat on the lounge there? I don't like the serious atmosphere in the office. The lounge would be a better place to chat. Nick Fury immediately noticed that Dio had a very interesting character, and he would look forward to their next encounter. Chapter 61. Going to Nick Fury's office? Dio wasn't stupid enough to say yes to that. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his office would be rigged with so many protective measures. It would be a hassle for Dio if such a thing happened. No problem, but before that, I need to tend my wound first. Agent Natasha would take you there herself, Nick Fury said while signaling for Natasha to come close. How about letting me do it instead? I can treat your wound for you. I have heard from Agent Natasha, but I don't think this small injury worth your trouble. Furthermore, there is no kitchen here for you to cook, Nick Fury said honestly. No, I have another way, which isn't troublesome at all. It would be easy. Dio said, trying to convince Nick Fury. This treatment that he was saying was the gold experience rental card that he had. Even though he would have to use his allocated time for it, that was still better than letting Nick Fury go from his sight. Go get the first aid kit and bandage my wound, will you? Nick Fury said to Natasha as he sighed from Dio's cautiousness. Nick Fury understood Dio wouldn't let him out of his sight. So, he will just let Natasha dress his wound to make the matter not as complicated as it is now. As Nick's head was dressed by Natasha, he said that Dio would be in constant surveillance as to see his whereabouts at all the time, but Nick would like to hear what the cooperation that Dio said the other day to Agent Natasha is. If it is good, he would be willing to change his mind. Yeah, so, you already know about my miracle cuisine. Right? I would like to cooperate with you with that. I will treat any agent you want, and you pay me back with a discount. That way you could save money from extensive medical care, and I would be getting money. Dio said casually. Nick Fury already guessed where this cooperation would be going. In fact, he already arranged for Natasha's examination and the result was quite unexpected. The doctor said that Natasha had a new organ on her. With the amount of toxins in her body before, there was no way that the toxin would simply vanish like that. There was no need to worry about the Black Widow's medical condition anymore. That was a miracle. The doctor said as they finished inspecting Natasha's health. The doctor's word was the only thing Nick Fury needs to know that Dio's ability is legit. That healing power really was amazing. If it wasn't for Nick Fury, Dio would have arrived here with a warm welcome from a group of doctors. But, Nick Fury still needs to know the extent of Dio's power. I have my own doubts about this power you have. Did you have any injuries or sickness that you couldn't heal? Is it necessary to treat them by cooking? Or do you have another way that didn't involve cooking? Nick Fury said as he let his questions flooded. Of course there are still some injuries and sicknesses that I still couldn't heal, but most of them would heal in my accord. Especially physical injuries and poisoning, and yes, I can do another kind of healing. This one is different. I am confident to say that I could heal any impossible injuries with this one. But it will cost me a lot. So, this one would be hella pricey. What are these impossible injuries you're talking about? Can you make an example of injuries you could heal with that other ability you have? It is simple, like I can replace the eye you lost underneath that eye patch. Dio said casually. Chapter 62. Nick Fury subconsciously touched his eye patch. I have many ways to obtain a new eye, but I refrain from doing so as that wouldn't be my own eyes. Nick Fury said jokingly. No, I am not referring to any of those crappy prosthetic eyes, I am saying that I can regenerate your eyes back, which is the exact copy of your right eye. There wouldn't be any complication as it is your own organ. Nick Fury was a little stunned for a while and asked for Dio's price for fixing his eye. I think the director of SHIELD worth at least 10,000, no. Dio said while laughing. He didn't have the kindness of doing this for free for Nick Fury. Maybe if he ever got his hands on the permanent stand for gold experience he would do that, but now, every minute of it was super valuable. 10 million. Are you serious right now? Maybe I will sell you this eye for 10 million, how does that sound? He couldn't spend that much money on himself. So, he better crack a laugh at it now, then regret it later. I will think about it, maybe I will buy it once I have money and no idea how to spend it. Dio said as he laughed too. They both knew that there was no cooperation at all between them at the moment, so they made snide at each other. After a while, Dio was already tired of this verbal exchange and decided to go home. It seems that we already reached our limit, I don't have anything to do here, so it is time for me to go home, Dio said as he stood up and walked toward the way he came earlier. Dio carried the 200,000 suitcase while Nick Fury was frozen in his seat. Seeing Director Fury was sitting there unmoving, Natasha began to wonder, why didn't the director do anything to stop Dio from leaving? This is unlike the director she knew. Once she wanted to question Nick Fury's action, she immediately froze too. She saw that the handgun that Nick Fury always used in a tight situation was now floating in the air in front of Nick's face. After a while, the gun began to decompose little by little, and after a while, it was completely turned to dust in front of them. It seemed that this was the last warning Dio gave as to not stop him from leaving or even followed him outside. If Dio wanted to kill them, Natasha bet it would be easy for him, as they couldn't even see the creature that was destroying Nick Fury's gun right now. At the same time, she also felt grateful that Dio decided to destroy a gun and not a person. You. Do not move. Understand me? Okay, I surely will not move, Director, Natasha said sarcastically. It is staring at you right now, put your hands down slowly. Nick Fury said nervously. Natasha was a little bit confused by Nick Fury's word but do as he said, as she also felt a little bit anxious in front of the invisible creature. At the same moment, Dio was smiling as he walked carefully towards the exit. He chose the lounge because it was the closest to the exit, which meant that the 10 meters range between him and the world could be maintained. Nick Fury and Natasha in the room remained silent, they didn't dare to move from their spot as they didn't know what could set off the invisible creature in front of them. The agents who crossed the room were all wondering what the director and the Black Widow were currently doing. They all saw that Nick Fury and Natasha was sitting silently and didn't move, which was very unusual. A few minutes later, an agent came towards the room and said a gentleman asked him to say that it was okay to move, he was no longer here. Nick Fury and Natasha immediately sighed in relief after hearing the agent's word. Chapter 63. Natasha and Nick Fury immediately sighed in relief to hear that Dio was finally gone. What does that asshole think we are? Terrorist? How could he be so cautious? Nick Fury thought of Dio as some super agent now, which was Dio extremely capable of. He acknowledged his defeat for now, but the next time he would consider all things and made a 12-steps plan to rile Dio into the SHIELD. Agent Natasha. Your next mission is to keep this guy under fucking surveillance. Keep track of whoever comes and goes through that restaurant door. Reinvestigate his background. There is no way an ordinary man could obtain that Hammond thingy just like that. Nick Fury said in determination. Yes, Director. Natasha said, accepting the mission. Nick Fury began to think of any possible situation about Dio's ability. If Dio was truthful about the origin of the ability, at least he would have one master to teach him things. That also meant that the Hammond thingy could be passed down to many people. If that was the case, then that was not good for SHIELD's welfare. As he began to wonder, he noticed that Natasha hasn't left the room yet. What are you waiting for? Nick Fury said annoyingly. Director, I need to apply for funding, otherwise, this surveillance would be difficult. Natasha said honestly. Huffed, go to the funding department yourself and tell them I already approved it. Nick Fury said as he sighed and walked toward his room. The director was still annoyed by Dio, so Natasha decided to leave immediately as not to make herself a target of Nick Fury's rage. After a while, in his room office, Nick Fury suddenly realized something and called the funding department immediately. Did Agent Natasha already apply for the fund? Nick Fury said hastily. Yes sir, she already did. We already issued a $2 million fund to Agent Natasha a few minutes ago. What? $2 million? Are you crazy? Don't you know the procedure, you shit? A fund exceeding $1 million had to go through me. Don't you understand that? The agent on the other side was stunned from Nick Fury's rage. But sir, she already had a video of you agreeing to her funding, and in the video, you said it yourself as to not disturb you for this trivial matter. We only do under your word, sir. Nick Fury immediately threw the phone away as Natasha really got him this time. The only thing he could do right now was to let this matter go. There was nothing more he could do, and he chose to think of this as compensation for Natasha's long overdue paid leave. As he gradually calmed down, he shouted towards his door. Whoever out there, come in and clean this place. And get me a new phone. He immediately heard a tumble from outside his door, making him felt good about himself. He was still the boss here after all. At the same time, Dio, who already walked out of SHIELD headquarters without anyone blocking his path, was still searching for a cab to take him back to New York, and he couldn't find any. He began to think if he should hitch a ride instead of wandering about like this. But he immediately scrapped off that plan. Who would let a stranger hitchhike in a time like that, moreover to New York of all places? He decided to find a hotel for the night. He could leave first thing in the morning to get back to New York and still had enough time to prepare for his guest later. Chapter 64. After refusing a female driver who invited him to enter their car, Dio came across a quiet neighborhood. He took his phone out to find his way to nearby hotels as he didn't know where to go. Suddenly, two black men dressed in hip-hop culture style came out of a house and sold him a drug. Dio got confused as to why they would think of him as a possible buyer. As he looked around, he immediately noticed a pair of shoes hanging on a pole near him. He figured that was because he stood there. He made himself look like a potential buyer for this gang member. In the USA, some places have this rule. It was better to look around even if you were just loitering around. If you see any shoes hanging from a line or a pole, you better go away as far as possible from that place. That was a sign of gangster hideout. They would definitely mistake you for someone you may not be. Dio failed to notice this sign, so he opted to ask them an irrelevant question. You all have a car, right? Dio asked casually. Are you playing with us? The gang member said as he took a closer look at Dio. Man, step away. Don't you know your breath stinks? Fuck, this man is crazy. Fuck him up, boys. They immediately rushed to attack Dio barehanded. But they didn't know that Dio wasn't someone that they could attack carelessly like that. Dio quickly punched the chest of the man closest to attack him, sending him flying about 2 meters above the ground and fell hard into the concrete. The other man, seeing that Dio clearly wasn't an average thug, took out their gun and started shooting at Dio. The light of the nearby houses was immediately turned on to see what was happening outside. Seeing that the situation has gone out of control, Dio quickly ordered the world to kill these two men. The world quickly snapped the first man's neck and strutted over towards the second man, who was still splayed out in pain on the concrete. The world immediately punched the man's chest so hard that the man's heart stopped immediately, killing him instantly. He quickly killed them as to not alarm SHIELD here. Although he didn't really like killing people, if the situation like that arose, it couldn't be helped. He wanted to find out what that gang had in their base. Fortunately for SHIELD, Dio wasn't like the real Dio on JoJo's world. He won't kill people who didn't deserve it. Neither will he go out of his way to tie this criminal up and leave them at a police station, no. Dio wouldn't do something that much of a hassle. He would rather kill them so that they wouldn't possess any problem in the future. Dio was sure the resident of that neighborhood already called the police over, so he needed to move fast to see if the gang had anything useful on their stash. As he walked closer to the gang's hideout, he quickly ordered the world to attack anyone inside the house. He was sure that some of the gang members would be inside, either waiting for him to attack or gathering their stash to escape the place. Sure enough, they were all busy collecting anything they could before escaping that place, as they also knew that the police could come any minute now, after hearing a gunshot earlier. They were all killed by the world immediately. Dio quickly searched the hideout only to find none of it piqued his interest. He found some cash, but it was too small of a change for his liking. But he also found a large stack of drugs, which was very unusual for a gang this small. So, there must be a huge underworld organization behind this small gang that constantly supplied them drugs. So, he thought maybe he could do this neighborhood a favor. He immediately burned all the drugs to a cinder with gasoline he found inside the hideout. Chapter 65. Dio decided to burn all the drugs in the house and took everything he could. Although he knew that some powerful mob boss must be behind all this, he didn't really care. There was no camera or eyewitness which could tie him to that place anyway. He quickly left after all that and made his way to find a hotel for the rest of the night. In New York City, a huge figure was standing on the top floor of a skyscraper, overlooking the city. A sudden knock on the door immediately interrupted his time. He let the guest in and immediately asked for how much his loss was. The man in the suit didn't know how to inform this without making the huge man angry, but he braced himself to tell the truth, as a lie would be much worse once the cat was out of the bag. We suffer a huge loss. The lost goods are a hub that's supposed to be transferred to another state. It is calculated to be around a quarter of this month's profit. Did you find the cause? The huge figure asked. The Washington police report says that this is a man-made fire. The cause of death was still in question as they died horribly and the person responsible is still at large. The man in the suit says nervously. Where is Jill? Did he survive? No, he is also dead on the spot, the man in the suit says, still nervous as the huge figure was clearly terrifying. I remember that he has a beautiful wife and twin daughter, yes? The huge figure said as he remembers things. Yes, that is correct, the man in the suit says confusedly. I expect you to reunite them as a family as fast as possible. I hate to see such a loving family being abandoned. Also, I expect you to have the man responsible for everything in 3 days. I hate to see your family go too after such a long time you work with me. The huge figure said indifferently. The man in the suit shivered after hearing the huge figure's word. He nodded his head and headed out of the room immediately. If he couldn't find the one responsible in 3 days, he will lose his family. He couldn't escape nor could he betray the man earlier. That man has controlled the USA's underworld for a long time. He was known as the Kingpin in the underworld, while known as the philanthropist Wilson Fisk in daily life. On the other side, Dio, who didn't know that he already made an enemy of the mob, was still worried that he couldn't find any car to drive him to the hotel. As he decided to accept any car that drove past him, a sudden horn startled him from his thought. Hey, handsome cook. Where are you going in this time of night? Jessica. Dio said, relieved. Come on, get in. Jessica said playfully. Dio immediately got in and sighed in relief, at least he wouldn't have to deal with a stranger now. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a while, Jessica asked honestly. You know, doing some stuff and whatnot. What are you doing here in DC? Dio asked casually. My company is here in DC, I am here almost all the time honestly, so, the restaurant is closed for the time being or what? Jessica asked playfully. No, I'm supposed to get to New York now, but I can't find any car to drive there, so, I guess I would go back first thing in the morning, Dio said casually. Dio and Jessica soon started a lively conversation. They talked about their lives and businesses. They also talked about Jessica's little sister that has gotten a little of her confidence back after Dio heals her wounds. It seems that you succeed in your business, Dio. So, how did you come here unprepared like this? It's a shame, really. Some people don't pay up after dinner, and now, they told me to come here to get the money and they don't even give me any accommodation to get back, Dio said while rubbing his head. So, where do you want to go now? You don't expect me to drive you to New York, did you? Hearing Jessica's word, Dio blushed a little. He was slightly embarrassed to be chauffeured by a woman. Chapter 66. Just get me off on a nearby hotel, I'll find my own way to New York first thing in the morning, Dio said casually to Jessica. Jessica looked at Dio like he was some kind of alien. She suddenly stepped on the gas pedal without a word. Dio began to question Jessica as they passed several hotel signs. Where are we going? Dio asked wonderingly. My home, Jessica answered casually. Dio thought for the worst at the moment. He thought that Jessica was different than any woman that stopped their car for Dio earlier. Chill, Dio, Irene wants to see you. Since you're already here, might as well get it over with, Jessica said casually. Dio sighed in relief and felt kind of pathetic. He got out of the shield easily, but here he was, afraid of a girl. After a while, Jessica stopped her car in a modern mansion on top of a hill. Come on, get off the car Dio, Jessica said teasingly. Dio immediately followed Jessica. Meanwhile she was giving her keys to a butler. This was the daily life of rich people. They always had someone else to do the job that they didn't want to do. Once inside, Dio was immediately tackled by Irene, who was really excited to see Dio came to her house. Dio didn't know why Irene stuck to him like glue, but he surely wouldn't push her away. Hey, look at this beautiful angel, all happy and confident, Dio said teasingly. Irene quickly blushed after hearing Dio's compliment and buried her face on Snowball's fur. Dio saw Jessica's look on Irene, he knew that Jessica would go out of her way for Irene. Snowball struggled and escaped from Irene's hold and quickly ran away. Why are you hiding now, Irene? Don't you want to see Dio in New York? Here he is now. Seeing Irene being all embarrassed decided to rest quickly. It's already quite late for the little angel, next time you come to New York, I will take you somewhere fun. How about that? Dio said honestly to Irene. Irene looked a little bit disappointed by Dio's early rejection, but she couldn't say anything about it as she was taught to never force her will to others. So, she quickly returned to her room all bummed out. Jessica sighed seeing her little sister disappointed like that, but there was nothing she could do. Maybe you should play with her for a while, she never had a playmate, Jessica said to Dio. No, I think it is because of the lack of fatherly love that she becomes attached to me, it is better to let her play with kids her age, Dio said honestly. Maybe you are right, come, I will show you your room for tonight, Jessica says casually. Dio sighed in relief, it seems that Jessica was satisfied with his answer. Once she let Dio into a guest bedroom, and right before she left the bedroom. Oh yeah, it is better to not sneak around at night, Jessica said teasingly. Dio was confused by her words, is it a warning that Jessica said as a joke? Or is it had other meanings? He couldn't help but wonder, but as time went, he decided to take a bath to relax his body and immediately went to bed, finally closing his eyes. In the dead of nights, Dio felt that someone entered the room and acted cautiously. He immediately prepared his Hammond energy to block whatever comes his way. He could feel that the person who entered moved slowly towards him and snaked their arms into Dio's torso. Dio quickly opened his eyes only to see Jessica's beautiful face right in front of him. Dio looked down and saw that Jessica comes into his room with a see-through silk garment. Jessica, are you sure? Dio said, worriedly. Shoo, this is your reward for being obedient. Jessica said as her lips locked with Dio's. Dio, who has never felt a woman's affection in this world, immediately fell under Jessica's charm. Her passion melted Dio's lonely heart. The two lonely hearts actively pressing their body on top of each other searching for heat and comfort until dawn. Chapter 67. The night ended with Jessica fell asleep with a great satisfaction painted on her face. They both knew that was not love, this was just a pair of lonely people seeking comfort in one another. So, at breakfast they both acted like nothing happened last night, except for Irene, who was a little bit angry at her sister. Apparently, she knew what happened between those two last night, but she decided to not interrupt anything and not even told that she knew. Jessica yawned at the table as she didn't get any sleep last night. Irene immediately asked if she slept at all last night. Jessica was a little bit taken aback by Irene's snide comment, she didn't know what her fault was. Dio on the side pretended that he had nothing to do with that sibling rivalry. Dio, are you really going after this? Irene asked Dio with a sad eyes. I am afraid so, I still have work that I need to do in New York, like I said before, if you came to New York, call me and then we will go have a little picnic, Dio said casually. After they threw a little conversation here and there, Dio was ready to leave. Jessica will drive him to the airport as she already bought Dio's ticket in advance. Dio said his thanks to the sisters for having him and then went out to wait for Jessica. Jessica quickly got ready and immediately went out. Irene is waving Dio goodbye as they soon left for the airport. After an hour or so, Dio finally arrived back in New York. He immediately took a taxi to return to his restaurant. Once he opened the restaurant, Will came while yawning lazily. Did you go at it all night again yesterday? Dio said teasingly. Hey, stop it. I was only drinking last night, maybe, I drank too much. Dio let it be, he didn't have any problems with Will's way of life. He was already grateful that Will has agreed to drop off the gang life. Oh yeah, it seems that there is a commotion in the criminal underworld last night, there is someone who burns the stashes of Kingpin in DC, Will said as he revealed the info to Dio. This info piqued Dio's interest, he was the one who burnt all the stash on that gang hideout in DC yesterday, so did the mob find out anything about him? Or is it just a wild goose chase? After Dio asked some questions, Will didn't have an answer as he didn't really have a connection to the gang life any longer. Dio knew that he really messed with the criminal mastermind. He was a little bit excited to see what will happen next behind the scene. Did you know who it is that riled the underworld mob? Dio said curiously. No, from what I heard, they had no idea who the perpetrator is. Did you already know something I don't know? Will said teasingly. Why would I know that kind of information? Dio said casually. Well, all I can say is the one who did this clearly had some power on the underworld, this kind of thing isn't happening out of nowhere, this could be another gang who wants to become a new king of the underworld, Will said analytically. The thing that really matters is that Kingpin wouldn't let this go. Once he knows who did this, he would surely kill the perpetrator plus all of their family, Will said in a grimace. You sure know much. Did you still want to go back to that kind of life? Dio asked teasingly. No, even if I would become the right-hand man of the next Kingpin, would totally choose not to. I only had a life, there is no point if I died. Chapter 68. 3 days after Dio returned to New York, the underworld thugs across the USA were in a hectic situation. They were searching for anyone who knew about the incident in DC. The Punisher and Daredevil have been busy dealing with a lot of killing as the mobs were all out in the open. With the riot happening everywhere, police were made to look like a fool trying to catch whoever responsible for mass killing that happened. And it was getting worse since Kingpin now wanted to kill Punisher and Daredevil too. Every day, many people died in Hell's Kitchen, New York. The bodies were disposed before dawn every time by the cleaner who worked for the mob. 3 days later, Dio was still busy running his restaurant. Wealthy people came and went into the restaurant with a lot of bodyguards. Apparently, the crime in New York really spooked some of them. With this many wealthy people, Dio was wondering why the IRS hasn't shown up to confirm Dio's account. But, after some time, Dio knew that SHIELD might have something to do with that. Seeing Natasha dressed as an IRS employee, complete with name tag and badges, Dio only shook his head in amusement. Will, pour a cup of coffee for Miss Nalita here, Dio said as he ordered Will to do so. Coffee? We don't have any. Don't you remember that you only pour boiling water to our guest until this moment? Well, why don't you buy coffee then, buy a coffee machine too while you are at it, Dio said, annoyed by Will's constant bitching. Will was speechless to see Dio ordered him to buy things for this woman. He immediately knew that the woman was a little bit special for Dio. He immediately went to do what Dio has ordered him to while kind of glaring at Dio as he left the restaurant. When did an organization like SHIELD have time to be playing dress-up as an IRS agent? Dio said teasingly. Why? Would you prefer me to dress like someone else? I can be a nurse if you want. Dio sighed as he heard Natasha's usual remarks. He didn't have time for this, as the next guest would arrive in 15 minutes. Don't you know that there is a riot among the underworld mob these days? Natasha said teasingly. Aren't you having too many jobs at the moment? From SHIELD to IRS to what? An FBI agent? Police? Hearing this sarcasm, Natasha immediately giggled and asked him, isn't he a little curious about it? What's this problem got to do with me? Dio said casually. Don't you think it's a little bit too convenient? You are in DC, and you are alone that night. Also, your trajectory path seems to be the same way as the incident took place. Dio knew that SHIELD would have found out about his little adventure, but he didn't really care about it. So, he opted to pressure Natasha a little bit. Persuasive report, you have there, Agent Natasha. Now, if you don't mind, would you like to tell me what this is all about? You have 10 minutes to answer that, by the way. Seeing that Dio was offended by her little report, Natasha smiled a little bit. We don't ask for too much. I come here to ask you if the cooperation that you mentioned earlier is still plausible. Natasha said casually. Now, you make me curious, what's with the sudden change of heart? Dio said curiously. It is very simple, someone very important for director Nick Fury was injured and needed your ability, Natasha said casually while smiling lightly. Chapter 69. Who is this person that I'm supposed to heal? Dio said curiously. I can't tell you that information right now. After you agree to heal him, I will personally take you to see him, Natasha said with a serious face. With Natasha's confirmation that it was a man, Dio suddenly realized that was the time Tony Stark finally escaped the terrorist compound in the Middle East. But he couldn't tell Natasha that he had already known the identity of the man Natasha hold. I have to say that I didn't guarantee the effect of the treatment for your patient. I didn't take any responsibility regarding whatever is happening to the said person during and after the treatment. With you withholding information like this, I can only assume that he was badly injured. Dio said knowingly. We know full well of the consequences. We hope that you could do your best to heal him and explain the risk he could possibly endure in advance. We would judge if the said risk was worth enough to continue or not. While he had a great injury at this moment, he wouldn't die anytime soon. She said with a seriousness Dio never seen before. Good, since this is the first cooperation between us, I would like to discuss the price now. I might be busy later on the day and therefore couldn't make a time for you, Dio said straightforwardly. It doesn't really matter, we expect him to pay for his own bill, you could ask for the bill all you want and you will get it as long as he is cured. Natasha said relaxingly. She knows that Dio was the type that prioritized money, so she was relieved that Dio wouldn't reject the offer as soon as he knew who he will treat. With Natasha's answer, Dio was satisfied. He now knew for sure that the man Natasha said was Tony Stark. Tony would pay a lot of money in the search for the cure of the iridium poisoning from his arc reactor. What's wrong? Did you accept the term? Is there any problem with the offer? No, there is nothing wrong with it. I am very much satisfied with your offer. I have been wondering how much money I would get for this important person, Dio said while smiling lightly. Natasha rolled her eyes after hearing Dio's word. I can report that you agreed to the offer, correct? Natasha said, confirming Dio's word. If I don't, would you sell my personal information to the mob? Dio said while smiling strangely. No, the previous conversation has nothing to do with SHIELD, I never reported it, it was just to sate my curiosity, Natasha said while smiling teasingly. Sure, you do, if that's all, then you can bring the guy here as soon as I close today's business, Dio said casually. Come here. No. You need to come with me immediately. Agent Natasha, it seems that we have a misunderstanding about several things. I told you that I don't like to be bossed around. Furthermore, I don't do delivery order. If you want me to cure someone for you, you better bring them here or not at all. Dio said, slightly annoyed by Natasha. Natasha immediately realized that the director's plan failed once again. Dio wasn't the man that could be scared off by some gangster. With a sigh, Natasha left Dio's restaurant with a smile and she immediately went back to SHIELD to report back to Nick Fury. Hearing Natasha's report, Nick Fury also sighed. He knew that Natasha will most likely fail to bring Dio to come to see Tony. Forget it, he could wait a little bit longer, he had already gone home and said that he could solve it without us annoying him, we will see how long he can withstand his own suffering, Nick Fury said while rubbing his head. He had a fair share of trouble since Tony got back from the compound. Tony ridiculed every doctor that Nick Fury sent to treat him. He was also dismissive every regarding intent Nick Fury had come up with to research the arc reactor and the armor suit to help Tony. Nick Fury was not a person who easily gave up, but he was a short-tempered and bad-mannered person. If Tony chose to deal with his situation alone then fine. Nick would let him suffer as long as he wanted. Chapter 70. What happened over there? I had my eyes opened, that's what happened. I saw my weapons, with my name on them, in the hands of thugs. I thought we were doing good here, I can't say that anymore. The system is broken, there's no accountability whatsoever. Right now, as of this second, we are freezing the sale of all Stark weaponry worldwide. We've lost our way, I need to reevaluate things. And my heart's telling me I have more to offer the planet than things that blow up. In the coming months, Mr. Stain here and I will set a new course for Stark Industries. Tomorrow today. Has always been our slogan, it's time we try to live up to it. Tony Stark said as he finished his press conference at the Stark buildings. Dio watched the conference from his phone while lost in thought. The plot has started, that was the beginning of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Dio knew everything would start as Tony Stark announced himself as the Iron Man in front of the world. He would milk some money out of Stark as he would be treating his injuries anytime soon. Will came into his room to inform that he has already finished the cleaning and that the guest would arrive in 5 minutes. Dio nodded and left the Tony Stark situation for now. SHIELD wouldn't let Tony Stark die and therefore would use his healing abilities to save Tony until he can overcome his creation. After closing down business a few hours later, Dio made a wild choice to hang out with Will. Will was kind of happy since Dio didn't want to hang out with him lately. But Dio didn't do this because he wanted to drink or pick up a girl, no. He wanted to escape SHIELD surveillance, he knew that he couldn't let SHIELD know his secret. As they left to the bar together, Will was very excited. At the very least, he got Dio to become his wingman. But Will was just ahead of himself, as Dio kept refusing to become his wingman and instead want to drink peacefully. After a long whine from Will, Dio finally agreed to pay all of his tabs tonight. This agreement at least will shut Will up for a while. Will kept walking while whistling happily. Dio kept thinking that if Will chose to become a rapper instead of becoming a gang member, Will would have made it big by now. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the bar Will frequently came to. Dio immediately knows that bar would have many gang members coming and also going many desperate women trying to get laid with some rich guy. Dio knew this after seeing the bar from outside. There were many indecent-looking women and a questionable man walking in front of the bar, which meant that inside the bar would be no different. As Dio walked inside, people's attention immediately went to him. They never saw Dio in this neighborhood, and Dio's appearance was like a model, which made them even more curious. The ladies set their eyes on Dio like some birds of prey. Dio, there are so many eyes on you. Even better, many girls usually aren't interested in talking to any of the men here and have set their eyes on you. The decision to come along with me was really a fortunate event. Finding a seat for themselves, Dio and Will sat down and ordered drinks. Dio began to indulge drinking many pints of beer with Will on his side. Thanks to Hammond energy on his body, Dio had a slightly higher tolerance in alcohol than average people. As Dio was still sober, he rejected 3 waves of girls who were eager to get to know him. Will, who was sitting beside him, felt really jealous and at the same time, annoyed that Dio kept on rejecting many beautiful girls instead of allowing them to accompany Dio here at the bar. Hey, stop that. At least let them sit down and talk for a couple of minutes before you send them away, man, that is uncool. They could have a friend that could accompany me, you know. Dio only laughed silently and nodded his head as he kept picking up a new bottle of beer and drank it casually. Chapter 71. Hi, I am Mary and this is my friend, Emma, can we sit here by any chance? Mary said in a flirting manner. These girls weren't like any girls in that bar, they were more like a socialite than a prostitute. As Dio wanted to reject their advance, Will immediately welcomed them to sit and asked them for what to drink. At the same time, Dio saw 2 men in a suit came in. They looked a little bit out of place and therefore, Dio immediately knew those guys were from SHIELD. He immediately let the girls be a distraction. Are you fine with whiskey? Dio said teasingly. Will immediately ordered some whiskey with ice for the girls and some more beer for him. The girls immediately sat down and start conversing with Dio, disregarding Will who sat at the same table with them. Dio kept refusing the girls' advance on him and kept drinking and talked on occasion. He glanced at the 2 men in a suit earlier to find that they were indeed watching him. Dio smirked a little bit and then whispered to the girls beside him that Will, his friend looked lonely, it would be better to find him some company. The girl looked at Will with a disgruntled look and then left to find some more girls for Will. The girl returned with an extra 2 girls by her side. They immediately sat beside Will and began to chat with him. Dio could see that Will was finally happy and had a good time. Although, the 2 girls by Will's side occasionally took a glance at Dio. Soon enough, the girls and Will had become drunk while Dio was only acting a little bit tipsy. With his Hammond energy Dio kept drinking without a consequence. Dio immediately checked on Will if he could walk or not to leave the place, and he soon found out that Will was too drunk to do anything. He facepalmed, looking at his troubled friends and then called the staff to help walk Will upstairs. He didn't want the trouble of helping a drunk Will upstairs, so he reserved some private room for Will and the 2 ladies by his side. He immediately paid for everything as Will has been taken care of by the staff and then left the bar with the 2 ladies by his side. The 2 men in the suit earlier immediately followed Dio outside and kept tailing him. Dio was aware of that, so he immediately went into a hotel nearby and then booked a room. He kept glancing around for the security camera as he walked towards his room and soon found out that there was one in the hallway by his room. After knowing the information he needed, Dio immediately stripped the ladies down to their undies and then threw them to the bed. Dio immediately used Knum and transformed into a middle-aged man he once saw on the video. Although he hasn't unlocked the 4th slot for his stand, they could still be replaced by one another with 24 hours cooldown for the stand that has been replaced to be used again. So, he replaced Pearl Jam with Knum for that occasion. Dio looked at himself in the mirror and felt satisfied as he saw himself was already unrecognizable. Dio immediately summoned the world and ordered it to block the camera by the hall for a split second. He threw his phone in the bed beside the girls and immediately went out. He knew that a split second was all he needed to not get caught by the camera and he immediately got out. When he walked outside, he noticed the 2 men in a suit earlier in a car in front of the hotel. He noticed that they didn't recognize him at all. Satisfied by this information, Dio immediately went toward William the jewelry owner's place to find out if he still has some cheap gold or not. Dio didn't think his action was wrong at all, a gold while irreplaceable was also a thing that made some country suffer. If Dio took that dirty gold from some hoodlums, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. This gold has only been the reason for gang wars in certain parts of New York as of late. Chapter 72. Last time he had a transaction with William, Dio knew that the man didn't have any gold left. And now, William gave Dio a phone number. He said that the man on the phone would have the gold he wanted. Dio quickly made the phone call and immediately went into the place that the man on the phone mentioned. As he approached the place, he was immediately welcomed with a barrage of flashlights and a dozen of men immediately surrounded him. He immediately expressed his intention to buy gold from them. Who gave you this number? A man said coldly. William, I have exhausted his stash, so, he directed me here, Dio said casually. Let him in, and check if anyone follows him here, the man said to his men. The men surrounding him soon began to disperse as Dio started to walk to the door. He finally saw a man who was sitting by the microphone, that was undoubtedly the one in charge. What do you want? The man said casually. Gold. Dio said indifferently. Did you bring the money for it? The man asked. Dio immediately opened the suitcase he brought and showed the man the money in the suitcase. The man immediately laughed at Dio as he found Dio was a little bit stupid for doing a transaction in the enemy's territory. Good. Now let me take the money and my men over there will direct you to the gold. Dio just shrugged and let the man's henchman guide him. As he was near a door, Dio smelled a powerful stench of blood coming from the room. He immediately knew that would not end peacefully like he hoped for. It was clear that William has deceived him, he had become William's sacrificial lamb. Dio felt a little bit irritated by how things turned out. He let the henchman guide him inside the room like he was supposed to, and sure enough, Dio was brought to the room with the powerful stench of blood. As the henchman locked the room and began taking out a knife, Dio immediately killed them with the world. He was irritated enough now, and he also knew that he couldn't use the world here, so Dio immediately took the henchman's knife and went out to get his money back. He found a man outside the room who immediately noticed Dio coming out of the room. You. Put down the knife. He was really disappointed by the knife's sharpness, he wanted to see his opponent's head getting lopped off from their neck. Dio thought for a while and immediately knew that he had a Hammond combat technique which could imbue a knife with Hammond energy. It was called Metal Silver Overdrive. Dio imbued the knife with his Hammond energy, making the knife extremely sharp. Dio was satisfied and immediately killed anyone he met outside the room. No one could stop him as they weren't fast enough to pull out their gun. Dio kept killing those mobs like a butcher house. The place was soon covered in blood as Dio couldn't stop slicing the mob's throat, making the blood splattered into the wall, ceiling and floor. This commotion was soon heard by the boss from earlier. Chapter 73. Huh. Why is this place reek of blood? Maybe the boss transforms again and kills the kid himself, another mob said casually. Hey look. There is someone out there. He doesn't seem to be one of us. As they were beginning to question who it was, Dio began to rush towards them and killed them with the knife on his hand. However, before they died, they managed to scream so loud that the entire base knew that something was wrong. They immediately got out of their rooms and spontaneously shot Dio as they saw the two bodies of their friends. Dio saw at the end of the hall, the tall man that he first encountered when he entered the building, the man who ordered the mob, the boss himself. Dio began to rush to the enemy line and as he did so, the mob kept shooting at him. But there was no point. Complete to their dismay, the bullet had no effect on Dio. As Dio kept slicing the mobs' throats, the mobs began to panic. They began to shout at Dio for being a devil in disguise. That place became chaotic as some tried to run away from Dio and some were trying to convince others to keep firing their weapon instead of running away. As Dio kept on killing the mobs, the boss himself finally began to move slowly towards Dio. Dio didn't see any hesitation, fear or anything else from the boss' expression, he didn't seem to be bothered by Dio's ability. As he became close enough to Dio, the boss immediately grabbed Dio's arm with his big hand while smirking evilly. Seeing that, Dio came into a conclusion that maybe the boss was hiding some sort of extraordinary power. Dio immediately sliced the boss' arm currently holding him. However, Dio was surprised to see that his knife wasn't able to cut through the boss' arm. The knife itself seemed to be stuck in the boss' muscle and Dio couldn't pull it out. Dio immediately retreated by making a shockwave of Hammond energy, so the boss was forced to release his arm. Seeing that the boss was still unbothered by the shockwave, Dio immediately knew that the boss was definitely a mutant. If he was not mistaken, that was the mutant trait of the immovable blob. Dio felt slightly annoyed to face such an annoying enemy. He was thinking of how to kill this blob of fat. As he was still thinking, Blob suddenly pulled out a rocket launcher from his fat and immediately shot it at Dio. That was the first time for Dio seeing a mutant, and it was disgusting. Dio evaded the rocket launcher easily, he immediately grabbed two small stones and quickly flicked it to Blob. With his Hammond energy, the stones were supposed to be as fast as a sniper bullet. If the movie was correct, then the Blob's weakness was supposed to be his head. The Blob's power was his fat, as long as he still had fat, he would be fine. The fat was like a damage absorber which could withstand even the power of the Juggernaut. And his guess was correct. The Blob quickly raised his arm to block Dio's incoming stone bullet. Huh, you think that you can attack me? Your attack is all useless. I wouldn't attack you again, you are already dead. Dio said casually. As the Blob was confused as to Dio's word, his head was suddenly rammed from above. The world punched the Blob's head into the Blob's body. His head was like a nail being hammered into a wall. The world kept punching the Blob's head until it burst like a destroyed watermelon. As he finally killed the Blob, the world posed proudly behind Dio. Dio felt a little uncomfortable due to the amount of fat splashed around the hall. Chapter 74. As soon as the blob was finally killed, the rest of the mob ran away from Dio quickly. They didn't know how the kid killed their boss, but all they knew was the fact that the kid was probably a more powerful mutant than their boss. Dio looked at the escaped mob, but he didn't have any interest in killing them. Instead, he began to search every room for anything good as a souvenir to bring back. He soon came across a basement in the room he thought the blob resides. He found numerous guns, bullets and 2 safe boxes. Dio immediately took an interest in the safe box. He immediately ripped open the front side of the box with the help of the world. He immediately smirked as he felt satisfied with what he found. Inside the box, there were pounds after pounds of gold bars. Dio immediately transferred all the gold in the box into the system and found out that he had a total amount of 250 gold. He opened another safe and immediately felt something was wrong. With that huge amount of gold, they only had 500. There was no way they only had that much money after selling so much gold. Where did the money go? William alone sold Dio nearly $1 million worth of gold. As the source, that guy was supposed to have more money than William. Dio didn't believe that guy would have a bank account to hide his money. A bank account would question his money traffic definitely. Dio kept searching until he was convinced that he already turned that place upside down, and he still couldn't find anything else in this place. He was a little bit disappointed, but he knew that the amount of resources that he got now wasn't small at all. He intentionally left some fingerprint with KNUM as he knew that it could throw off the investigation. Read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. He also set fire to some room to make it like a crime of passion. After some distance, Dio immediately changed his appearance to become someone else entirely. He bought a new set of clothes from a nearby store and quickly changed all cash he got from the mob's hideout earlier to gold. Read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. Nearly 800 has been spent for 16 kg of legal gold. He thought of finding another illegal gold supplier, but he immediately changed his mind. He didn't want the hassle like before happened again soon. So, he felt fine paying for some amount of taxes for now. In the dark alley behind some stores, after confirming that there was no one in camera around, he transferred the gold he bought earlier into the system and changed his clothes with the new one. After doing all that, he immediately walked out of the alley. Dio casually strolled among the morning New Yorker to the direction of the hotels he previously left 2 women in. He was sure the 2 women wouldn't wake up. He already made sure of it. As he strolled in front of the hotels, he looked around and noticed that the 2 agents from earlier were still there waiting for him. They were extremely dedicated. Dio felt a little bit sad seeing people doing their job like this, but also the naughty side of him was laughing seeing that he has easily deceived a seasoned agent. He immediately entered the hotel in a hurry, and he used the world once again to block the camera on the hall as he wanted to enter the room. After he entered the room, he smirked one more time. He felt satisfied to see that the women still slept soundly. He immediately changed back his appearance to normal, as he no longer needed to change his appearance for now. He now knew that KNUM was a super ability in that world. No matter what people said, he already used it to prove his point. Chapter 75. Dio took off his clothes and immediately lied between the 2 women to complete his alibi. After an hour, the woman began to wake up one after another. They seemed to be confused as they saw each other and Dio. He knew that those 2 ladies probably forgot what happened last night. Dio woke up and smiled at them, and he immediately asked them to join him for breakfast. After having breakfast, the women reluctantly left Dio, but they didn't forget to leave their real name and number to Dio. Dio only smiled as he took the number from the women and made his way back to the restaurant. On his way out, Dio noticed the 2 SHIELD agents were looking at him jealously. They didn't have the time to play around like Dio did last night, thus making them felt somewhat sad for their life. After arriving at his restaurant, Dio immediately brewed a pot of tea for him to enjoy. He wanted to relax after a hard night. Furthermore, he needed will to clean up the restaurant first. Without anything to do, he better sat down and relaxed. After quite some time, Dio was already bored of waiting. He immediately called Will's phone for a quick reminder that he still had work to do that day. After a few calls, Will finally answered, and by the sound of it, Will was currently busy. Will immediately hung up after a few words, as Dio was shaking his head in amusement. At the very least, he knew that his money wasn't wasted last night. At noon, Will finally arrived at the restaurant with a frown on his face. Bro, what's with the long face? Aren't you happy to have sex so early in the morning? Those damn bitches. They took all my money while I was in the shower and immediately left. They are no different than a damn prostitute. Dio immediately laughed out loud. He found Will's misfortune to be really funny. Will didn't know that the two ladies who accompanied him last night probably were prostitutes. But after seeing his friend was really distressed, Dio decided not to say anything regarding that matter. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. Come on, let's get you something to eat, you must be starving, right? Dio said as he assured Will to come inside. Did you also experience the same thing as me last night? Will said curiously. Nah, I only gave my money to the hotel and to pay for last night's expenses, Dio said while smirking. Dio also threw the notes that the women gave that morning. He knew that notes will rile Will some more. After taking a look at the notes Dio threw at him, Will immediately got up and do his job while a quiet murmur could still be heard from his mouth. It seemed that Will was cursing Dio's luck. By the way, how about your date last night? Aren't you supposed to go with the IRS beauty? Yeah, but I guess after hanging out with you, I'd rather go out with her another time, so, I said some excuse, and that's about it, Dio said indifferently. He knew that Will wouldn't ask any more questions about Natasha. Will didn't like to invade anyone's privacy and Dio knew it too well. Okay, I will give you the day off for now, you clearly need it, go home and take some rest, don't say I never did anything for you. Dio said to Will as he decided that today he would use all his gold to draw from the golden pool. However, it seems like Will couldn't hear Dio clearly as he remained still on his spot. Dio knew Will's problem now. He didn't have any money as his last penny was taken away by the two women last night. So, Dio quickly took out his wallet and gave Will's payment early. Hurry up, take it before I change my mind. Dio said while pretending to be annoyed. Will quickly snatched the money on the table and left the restaurant while giving Dio the middle finger as he walked out the door. Don't spend it all on a woman like last night. Dio shouted teasingly. He knew that Will had a problem with drinking and women, but he felt really relaxed when Will was around. So, he gave Will the money. He only hoped that someday there will be a woman who could soothe Will's lonely spirit. Chapter 76. What Dio did yesterday became big news in the next day, saying that a gangster was currently seeking out war or something like that. SHIELD on the other hand was satisfied to find many clues in the crime scene. They found so many fingerprints that they were sure to find the mutant in a matter of time. They didn't know that all of this was a setup. Dio intentionally left those fingerprints to mislead SHIELD especially. Colonel William Stryker, who was currently in charge of the Weapon X program, also joined SHIELD's investigation on behalf of the US military. His goal was to capture and control all of the mutants for the sake of humanity. He even had the twisted thinking to eradicate all mutants that couldn't be controlled. He wanted to use this investigation as the base point of his proposal to make a registration bill on mutants. Unfortunately for him, SHIELD didn't really care about his obsession with the mutant. Furthermore, SHIELD didn't cooperate with any kind of institution. All data that SHIELD got will be signed as confidential of the highest order immediately. SHIELD immediately retrieved all the public camera tape around the crime scene and found out the image of the suspect. William Stryker, who was currently at the crime scene, also took a look at the image before SHIELD redacted it. SHIELD also got information from William, the gold shop owner. William has been secretly investigated as he was known to make contact with Dio. It was clear that SHIELD had the upper hand on this investigation compared to William Stryker, who didn't have a vast amount of information networks like SHIELD. Half a month has passed, but the investigation has reached a stalemate. They couldn't find anyone with matching fingerprint and image. No matter how vast SHIELD's resource was, they couldn't find the suspect. It was like the suspect has vanished from the world. As a result, a new idea came to light from SHIELD's investigator. They thought since it was a mutant case, did the mutant have the power to change their appearance, and that was why no one could find them? This thinking was quickly responded by Nick Fury. He was aware of the existence of Mystique, the mutant who was able to shape-shift to whoever she pleased. He knew how dangerous she could be, so for the sake of world peace, he needed to find out her intention. Coulson. Take a flight to Manchester immediately. You are going to Xavier School for the gifted youngster. After a few hours, Coulson finally arrived at Xavier School. He looked at the building and the people inside with awe. Inside the school, Professor Xavier noticed Coulson's arrival and immediately called Jean to his studies with telepathy. Immediately a tall, long-haired beautiful woman arrived at the professor's door asking was there anything that she could help the professor with. A guest is coming, Jean, you need to accommodate the children to go back to their classes, cut today's lunch break short, Prof. X said, ordering Jean. Yes professor, right away. Jean said loyally. She had known the professor long enough to understand that the professor knew something that she didn't. What happened, Jean? Scott said as he saw Jean came out of the professor's studies. Professor said that there will be guests coming shortly, therefore the children need to remain inside the classes. Would you like to help me, Scott? Jean said while smiling lightly. Of course, Jean, I'm also curious about this guest. I hope there is nothing weird happened while they are visiting, Scott said while walking side by side with Jean. As they came to the field, they were soon welcomed by Aurora Monroe, better known as Storm. She had a beautiful complexity with silver hair and black skin, making her stuck out like a sore thumb. They quickly expressed the professor's intention to Aurora to help them get the kids to the classroom as soon as possible. Aurora felt a little bit sad, as some of the kids were still eating their food and converse happily with their peers. But she knew that if the professor already made a decree, it was for the kids' safety. Which meant their visitor that time couldn't be trusted. She immediately ordered the kids to go back to their respective classrooms. As she finished, the kids immediately whined as they still have 40 more minutes for their recess. She immediately said that was the professor's order, which meant they had to comply for their own safety. As soon as Aurora told the kids that it was the professor's order, they immediately complied and immediately marched toward their respective classrooms. At the same time, the chopper that brought Coulson was finally closing to the Xavier School to land. Chapter 77. Coulson immediately knew that he wasn't welcomed at the school as he climbed out of the helicopter. Storm immediately approached Coulson and then asked what his purpose coming to the school was. Coulson quickly introduced himself and said that he was from SHIELD. Hearing that Coulson was an agent of SHIELD, Scott, who had a bad time with them, immediately cut in and let Coulson know that he was not welcome there. I know that I wasn't welcomed here, but whether we like it or not, there is something important that I need to convey to your headmaster, Coulson said with a smile on his face. Jean, let them in, I will wait in my study. Professor X's voice was heard in Jean Grey's mind. Jean immediately cut in and invited Coulson in and to follow her to Professor X's study. Coulson immediately said his thanks to Jean and smiled at Storm and Scott as he passed them. Even though Scott could blast him with his eyes, he decided not to do so, as that would be making SHIELD their enemies, and they already had a lot on their hands. In the study, Coulson finally came face to face with the famous Professor X. Hello Professor, I am sorry for taking your time, and thank you for welcoming me to your abode, Coulson said politely. It is okay, Agent Coulson, this is the second time we met if I remember correctly, so, what SHIELD wants this time from this old man? Professor X said humbly. We believe that you already knew our intention, Professor, Coulson said with a smile. No, I never used my power without asking for consent, except for some special case, Professor X said casually. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. Well, if that's the case, Professor. I am here regarding some kind of incident that happened in New York not too long ago. The victim is a mutant called Blob with a real name Frederick Dukes. We think that the suspect is also a mutant. We collected many clues regarding the identity of the suspect, we received many fingerprints on the crime scene and also various videos regarding the suspect. But here is where it gets interesting, it seems that the suspect has vanished into thin air. It's like no one knows this man, nor even he exists in any database. Coulson said, trying to make the professor intrigued by his fact. Your point is? Professor X said as he didn't find any connection as to why SHIELD needed him. So, not long ago, our people make a connection with another case that has already been solved years ago. It has some kind of resemblance to it. We assume that the suspect is not afraid to show their form and other identity-revealing stuff because they don't have one, at least not a permanent one. Coulson said explanatively. Professor X's eyes immediately widened as he knew who Coulson was talking about right now. Mystique. He said in a surprised manner. You catch on, Professor. We're afraid that Raven Darkholm's involvement was a plan made by Magneto, so, we hope that you can help us with this situation. We don't ask you to deal with this problem alone if our guesses were correct. We will help you deal with him as you see fit. Coulson said while smiling to Professor X. Are you certain this is all Eric's plan? Professor X said unsurely. No, that is why we came here today. To see if you catch any wind on the case. Well Professor, that is all we need for today. We will come again if you already had the necessary information. I will take my leave right away, and again, I am sorry for taking your time. Coulson said while bowing his head to Professor X with respect. They both knew that if Magneto and Mystique already planned something, it would be catastrophic to the humans and the mutants. Chapter 78. Due to the involvement of Magneto, Professor X had to cooperate with SHIELD. After all, Magneto was his best friend before it all began. After getting the result that he wanted, Coulson left the school calmly. Dio, who didn't know that his action has caused a conspiracy theory in SHIELD, was currently working hard at the restaurant. After spending every gold that he had for 41 times of draws, he didn't even get a single stand nor a temporary stand. All he got was a bunch of Hammond beads and some useless miscellaneous stuff. Dio was absolutely knackered by his own luck. But he wasn't entirely disappointed either. He now had a complete version of Stand Arrow. He now could evolve his stand or create a new stand user with it. But he had to be careful about the risk of using a Stand Arrow. If the said person didn't have the constitution of using a stand, they could die as the arrow hit them. Plus, he needed to think of the consequences of creating a new stand user first. The only one that he trusted right now was only Will, but he didn't think dragging Will to that kind of life was not wise. So, with that in mind, Dio dropped the idea of making a new stand user for now. He also got 3 Hammond combat techniques from his recent draws. Sunlight Yellow Overdrive, the strongest Hammond combat technique in the game. Turquoise Blue Overdrive, the Hammond combat technique which was best used at the underwater fight. Scarlet Overdrive, the Hammond combat technique which could create intense heat in the area the user commanded. Dio was satisfied with those Hammond combat techniques he got from the draws. He also consumed all the Hammond beads that he got from the draw, and with a total of 160,000 Hammond energy from his body, he successfully opened the 3rd slot for his stand. However, he needed a total of 500,000 Hammond energy for the next slot. If he didn't get Pearl Jam at first, he really didn't know how to get money as fast as he was now. When the business time was over, Dio finally got to relax, and he immediately rejected Will's offer to come with him to the bar again. Dio rejected Will's offer politely though. He didn't want his friend to see him as some narcissistic rich guy or something. The next day was a day off for the restaurant, so he called Jessica in advance saying that they should go for a picnic tomorrow if she had the time for it, to which she immediately said yes. She also brought along her sister, who was promised to have a picnic and a great time in New York since that day Dio stayed in their house. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. Irene, who heard that tomorrow she would be meeting Dio, immediately got excited. She even forgot the resentment she felt toward her sister for that moment. The next day came, and the weather seemed to be perfect for an outing activity. At 8 a.m. an expensive BMW stopped in front of the restaurant's door, and from the car came out a beautiful Jessica and Irene. People started to stare as their beauties were really mesmerizing. But they didn't think of it as something unusual anymore. There were so many rich people and a famous artist that came and went to Dio's restaurant. People around often talked about Dio's fortune for getting a bunch of rich people in his business like that. Dio knew about him being the topic of the neighborhood, but he didn't really care about them, as he knew nothing good came out from dealing with envy. Dio immediately came out of the restaurant and greeted Irene and Jessica. He dressed casually for this occasion, although he still looked very good with said clothing. Irene immediately ran towards Dio and jumped to his embrace like an excited child she was, making Jessica a little bit embarrassed and shook her head in shame. Dio looked at their surroundings and became uncomfortable seeing the 2 sisters being stared by a random stranger, so he immediately walked into the car, inviting them for a good visit to the zoo. Chapter 79. Where to? Jessica asked Dio. How about Coney Island? That place has many beautiful beaches and recreational places that we can go to, but it is a little bit too early to go there. We can always go elsewhere in the meantime. Well, if we're going to the beach, then I need a swimsuit. Jessica said, while Irene also pitched in that she also needed one. Dio became bothered to imagine Jessica wearing a sexy bikini while walking down the beach toward him. He immediately snapped himself out of his daydream as he didn't want to have any problem down there. Have you already considered moving out of the restaurant or buying a car? You shouldn't have a problem with your earning. He thought about Jessica's question for a moment, and he knew that she had a point. He could have a better space for living, and he could have his own car so that Jessica or any other girl that he will date didn't have to drive him around. The only problem is the Battle of New York that would take place in the near future. He didn't want to spend his money on something that will be destroyed. So, instead of answering Jessica's question, Dio just smiled at her knowingly. But after quite a while, he knew that Jessica was right yet again. You have a point, Jessica. I will find a better house in a better environment soon. If you have any recommendations, I will definitely check it out, Dio said casually. Of course, I will help you searching for one, Jessica said excitedly. What Jessica didn't know was that Dio will buy neither a house nor a car. Instead, he will rent a house and a car. So instead of losing money from the Battle of New York, he will be getting them back. In the mall, Dio was currently in a tough decision. Jessica kept shoving him various types of bikini that she would wear later one after another, asking for his opinion. But, every time Dio said that the bikini was good, Jessica still searched for another one. Eventually, the clerk saw Dio's situation and barged in to help Jessica found the perfect swimsuit. The clerk finally found a revealing sky blue swimsuit with a great fabric. It also had a decoration on the back, which made it stand out from the other types of swimsuit that Jessica had picked so far. Jessica looked at Dio for opinion, but Dio only nodded his head excitedly. Seeing that the bikini the clerk showed was the sexiest out of all the bikinis that Jessica has brought out. Jessica shook her head while sighing while thinking that Dio wasn't that far off from another male species that he was. They wanted to see some cleavage for sure. Jessica immediately paid for the bikini that the clerk recommended. While doing so, Irene that saw Dio's excited face while asking for his opinion about the last bikini, which really intrigued her. Dio. I want a bikini too. Dio was conflicted by Irene's question. He didn't know what to say to Irene's request. She was not at that age just yet. Dio looked at the clerk and Jessica for some help, but the clerk also didn't know what to say while Jessica was also surprised to hear her sister was asking for a bikini. After a while, in spite of Irene's whining and crying, Jessica still chose a one-piece swimsuit for her to use. After shopping for a swimsuit, the three of them left the mall, and Jessica asked Dio where to go next. We still had time before going to the beach. Here is my plan. Snowball is an adorable dog, and he always follows Irene around loyally. I'm also considering adopting a new pet because of that. So, can you guys help me with that? Chapter 80. Yay! Do you want to adopt a dog too? Dio only smiled and said that he will see if he had some sort of connection with any of the dog, he'll definitely adopt any. The three of them quickly drove to the nearest pet shop. After months of having the stand arrow, Dio finally decided that he would use the arrow on an animal while taming it with the pet card. That was the best option so that the new stand user won't betray him like the one in the original series. He thought of many possibilities for what pet that he could have and the endless possibilities of the stand that pet will possess. After arriving at the first pet store, Dio immediately took out the stand arrow and hid it in his sleeve. He waved his hand carefully to each animal to see the reaction of the stand arrow. He already knew that the arrow would react to anything that had the potential to have a stand. He once got a reaction while walking down the street to buy groceries while Will was still cleaning the restaurant. The arrow immediately pointed towards someone or something in the crowd, and shortly after the reaction was gone, Dio thought that whatever it is that got a reaction from the arrow has already walked away too far. That was Dio's personal understanding regarding the stand arrow. He still thought that there was more to it, but he didn't know anything else. Good morning. How may I help you today? I want to adopt a pet for myself, but I still can't decide on what pet I should adopt. Can I look around a little bit? Dio said politely. Hearing Dio's word, she looked a little bit disappointed. Dio's words suggested that he will look around to see anything that interested him. Those words showed that Dio wasn't adopting a pet because he sincerely wanted to. But she decided to ignore it as that was Dio's personal way of thinking. But she was really sad for the animal that Dio will eventually choose. They will be nothing more than a possession that Dio would be bored with and threw away later. Okay. Call me if you need anything. Dio, look. This dog is so cute. She was with Snowball in her hands while looking at a white poodle with a red bow in her head. Dio stroked the puppy's head as he tried to see if there was any reaction from the stand arrow, and sadly there was none. He didn't show his disappointed look to Irene and said that he didn't think the white poodle really suited him at all. Irene nodded while giggling as she imagined Dio with a cute little poodle by his side. Dio immediately looked at another animal as he let Irene look at other pets. After a lap around the store, Dio was slightly disappointed since no animal caused some sort of reaction from the stand arrow there. He decided to leave the store after apologizing to the clerk that he couldn't find any pet that suited him. Fortunately, that street was full of many pet shops, and therefore Dio didn't need to go far to take another look at the animal that he wanted to adopt. He didn't think it was a burden to find a pet that suited him. If New York didn't have the pet he needed, he would try to find it someplace else. He walked to a dozen pet shops until noon, and he still couldn't find any pet that the arrow gave a reaction to. Jessica and Irene didn't know what Dio really had in mind, but Dio seemed to reject every choice that Jessica and Irene have shown so far. After leaving the last store, Dio noticed that both of them seemed to be tired of all that. So, Dio decided to enter the next shop while promising that the shop would be the last. After opening the door, Dio immediately noticed that the arrow gave a slight reaction to something in the store. He immediately searched for the pet that gave a reaction to the arrow immediately. He petted the dogs and cats to see if the arrow responded and put his hand in the glass containment for fishes, reptiles and such. He finally found the creature that the arrow reacted to in a small glass containment on the shelf. He was convinced that he will adopt this one. Chapter 81. Do you really want to adopt this pet? Jessica said as she pointed towards Dio's snail. Yeah, don't you think it is cute? Dio said excitedly. Jessica didn't know what Dio was thinking. They already came across many snails in a different shop that they visited before, but Dio didn't adopt any of them. The good news was that their search was over, and it was not in vain. Dio finally had the pet he wanted, and they probably could go to the beach now. Dio left the glass box containing the snail on the car and told Irene not to open it so that Snowball didn't eat the snail. Because it was still at high noon, Dio brought them to a Japanese restaurant to have lunch and to the amusement park right after. While walking around to see if there was any attraction they wanted to ride, Irene pointed to a particular attraction, saying that she wanted to enter the place. It was a haunted house. Jessica didn't want Irene to enter such a disturbing attraction and immediately told her sister that she couldn't enter the haunted house. Irene immediately taunted Jessica, telling her that she was just afraid of the ghost inside, which immediately got a reaction from Jessica. Before Jessica could say anything to worsen that sibling quarrel, Dio immediately took action. He told Jessica to wait for them as they will enter the haunted house. Dio said that it would be fine and they will only go for a couple of minutes. Irene jumped up and down in excitement. She immediately hugged Dio and kissed him on the face while giggling happily. As they left for the attraction, Jessica immediately followed. As they were waiting for their cue, Dio could still feel that Jessica was uncomfortable about being there. As their turn to enter finally arrived, the staff in front of the haunted house told them all the rules about the attraction, which they agreed upon. The staff immediately let them enter the haunted house and quietly scurried away. Inside the house, there was only a little lighting that could be seen, which made the place become rather dim and scarier. Irene was excited to finish the haunted house as the staff earlier said that there was a reward for anyone who finished the house tour in 10 minutes. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. On the other hand, Jessica was already creeped out by the dim atmosphere of the house, which made her stuck to Dio as close as possible. At the time they arrived at the room with a coffin in it, Jessica was screaming in horror as the bloodied zombie came out of the coffin. Dio quickly grabbed her arm and dragged her away from the room before she damaged his eardrum. Dio couldn't help but admire the design of that house. It was clever. They encountered many entities as they continued onward. Irene was courageous as she was only startled for a second for seeing a ghost and immediately giggled for being scared and went on her merry way while Jessica has been a trembling mess beside him. He sometimes had to hold himself as he was afraid that he might punch the living out of the staff for startling him. After getting startled, Dio will laugh and applaud. It was not every day he could feel like that. But as they continued, he felt awful for Jessica because at some point, she suddenly cried from the horror she felt. Finally, after being chased by a group of zombies, Dio dragged Jessica and Irene to the exit quickly. They recorded their time, which took them 15 minutes to clear the haunted house. They didn't get the rewards as their time exceeded the time limit the staff has given. Irene complained to her sister that she was too slow. If she didn't come, Irene would have already gotten the rewards. Jessica rolled her eyes seeing her sister whined like that, so she immediately went to the bathroom. After she came back, she looked better already. It seemed that she applied her cosmetics once again, but Dio still could see that she was trembling a little bit. Dio knew that she still felt the horror of the haunted house. Dio immediately comforted Jessica, knowing that if she felt that way the entire time, it wouldn't be a great experience anymore. After some time, with Dio's comfort, Jessica was finally no longer afraid, and the three finally thought of other fun things to do together. Chapter 82. Dio heard a few whistles blown near him, and he immediately turned around to see the commotion. He saw that Irene and Jessica were already on his way towards him with Jessica's sexy bikini and Irene's cuteness. The two of them already attracted so much attention as they were like a gem in a sea of dirt. Jessica and Irene immediately sat beside Dio respectively, and thus attracted many jealous glares at Dio's direction. But as Dio took off his sunglasses and shirt, the crowd was silenced in an instant. And no, many women were staring at Dio lustfully and staring at Jessica with jealousy. Jessica, however, didn't feel so bad being stared like that by so many women. It was like reaffirming her beauty. Jessica couldn't help but tease Dio and flirted with him to make them even more jealous. Jessica even suggested Dio help her apply sunscreen to her body, to which Irene immediately jumped up in excitement saying that she would do it instead, and she hoped that her sister will apply sunscreen to her later. Dio wasn't regretting the fact that he won't be able to apply sunscreen to Jessica's beautiful body. In fact, he was thoroughly enjoying Jessica's beauty, laughed, and had fun with her sister. While Dio was watching, he saw a young boy walked towards them and stopped not too far from them. Dio watched as the young boy seemed to be in a huge dilemma and gritted his teeth with his eyes closed. He then took his pants off and began to jerk off. Dio was surprised to see the boy's action, and thus he acted immediately before Jessica and Irene noticed that indecent act. Dio immediately rushed over and kicked the boy lightly and silently whispered to the boy that he better ran, which the boy complied immediately. Dio kept watching at the boy as he ran away since he felt curious about how could a shy boy like that do something that indecent. He didn't understand anything until he saw that the boy ran into a group of boys and seemed to be pushed around. He knew immediately that the boy was a victim of a bully. He immediately said to Irene and Jessica that he will be going to the bathroom, and they nodded immediately. Dio immediately walked towards the group of boys as they were still bullying the shy kid. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. Dio knew that a school bullying was an everyday occurrence in the USA. It was known that a fat kid, a nerd, and people of color will be the target of bullying. If they didn't have some sort of way to protect themselves, then their experience in school would surely be a nightmare. Dio was lucky enough to befriend Will during his school days. Will was known to be a gang member even in their school days, which prevented anyone from messing with him and thus Dio as Will's friend. Dio finally had enough after seeing the kid who got bullied finally shed tears while his head was pushed into the sand. Hey, what are you going to do? Kill the kid? He immediately grabbed the kid who was currently shoving his foot on the shy kid's head. Some of the boys looked at Dio in fear while some of them told Dio to let go of their friend. Well now, who was the one that told this kid to jerk off near my girl earlier? Dio said coldly. The kid in Dio's hand immediately thrashed around, struggling to get away from Dio. I asked you a question, you bunch of wusses. Dio said as he dragged down the boy in his hand to hold him down while throwing the boy's body into the sand in the process. The kid felt the air on his lungs left his body from the impact of Dio's throws. He felt fear for the first time in his life. He knew immediately that Dio wasn't a person that he could defy, at least if he didn't want to die, that is. Chapter 83. Hey, stop. Let him go. You will kill him like that. I will call the police if you don't let go. Fuck off. Dio said threateningly. The man was visibly shocked and run away even though he dropped his phone while running. Dio's murderous intent could be really strong for those who were mentally weak. Dio then pulled the kid out from the sand, letting him breathe a heavy breath. It is me. I am the one who told him to jerk off like that. I am sorry. It is my fault. I won't bully again. Hearing the kid confessed, his friend was relieved. It will be over soon. Dio wouldn't have any reason to be here anymore, or so they thought. But much to their concern, Dio stuck the kid's head back into the sand. Hey. He already confessed, what else do you need? His friend said, worried about his friend's safety. Wow, you think confessing would do much? We don't need the police then, huh? We didn't commit any crime. It is just a prank. Well, I am pranking him too. This is a common prank, isn't it? You guys do this at school, too, right? Except it may be in the toilet. Would you like me to bring him to the nearest toilet to dunk his face in the water? Dio pulled out the kid's head once more. He looked miserable. His face was covered in sand while looking pale due to the lack of oxygen. What do you want then? One of the kids shouted as he saw that Jerry, the one whom Dio was holding, was already pale and weak. I want you all to kneel before me, and shouts, I am gay. We are all gay. We are sorry for bullying and doing other disgusting things. And for you, you will run for a lap around the beach and I'd like to see you finish it in one go. If you stop for even a second you must do it all over again. Dio said while pointing his finger to the shy kid. He knew that the shy kid was only there because of the bully, but it was his own fault for not trying to run or anything. Dio looked at the other kid, and it was clear that they didn't want to do what Dio just ordered them to. They all blurted out their excuse to escape Dio. The other kids ran away from Dio while laughing. Feeling that he was being challenged, Dio used the turquoise blue overdrive to attack them. With so much water vapor around, Dio could use the water combat technique freely, which was in his favor because the technique was a long-range one. As Dio used his combat technique, the kids who ran away from him were all brought to their knees. The kids panicked, they couldn't seem to stand back up after falling down. Dio dragged Jerry and threw him to the rest of his friend. They all panicked and shouted, so Dio left them alone. At the same time, the two agents of SHIELD came over to stop Dio. Mr. Dio, you need to stop. We already sent the police away, but if you insist to do this in the open, we're afraid that we may not be able to hold the police back. You two were tasked to follow me. What about Natasha? She is currently having another impending mission, Mr. Dio, the agent said calmly. Very well, now that you are here, I want you to monitor these fucks as they do what I ordered them to do. If they once again try to run or slack off, I will make sure they can never use their legs to bully again. The two agents looked reluctant to do that kind of stuff, their job was only to watch over Dio and report it back to Nick Fury. But as the situation developed, they couldn't let things slide anymore. Now they have to watch over those kids while they were doing their punishment, they know that it was better than Dio doing it himself. And Dio's threat was real. They were fully aware of that. So, without saying anything unnecessary, the agent signaled for the kids to start what Dio has ordered. They shouted that they were gay, and they were sorry and will not bully again harmoniously. The shy kid also started to run around the beach. After a few meters, everybody who saw the shy kid ran a lap shook their head, he was already gasping for air with a red face due to fatigue. Chapter 84. You are too short-tempered, Dio, but it's okay, if it were me, maybe I will do so much worse. Jessica said while smiling lightly to Dio. Irene also said her thanks to Dio as she knew what the kid did after some nice lady told them what happened. It's okay, hey, it's getting dark. Let's go eat something, there will be a fireworks show tonight, might as well watch it since we're already here. Irene and Jessica quickly nodded and discussed what they should eat for dinner, and soon enough, the three of them headed to the nearest restroom to change their clothes. On their way to the restroom, Jessica couldn't help but ask about the two men in suit. Did Dio hire a bodyguard or did Dio actually was a son of some mafia or something? Dio answered while laughing at Jessica's creative imagination, he only said that those two men earlier were only there to prevent him from going any further, so he just delegated his job to them if they felt pity for the kids. Jessica nodded in understanding. She knew that those kids already did something disgusting, and bullying was a tragic thing in the USA because there was no concrete way to solve it. Jessica and Dio hoped that the shy kid could break his shell and decided to start to toughen up. There was no other way to escape bullying than be tougher than your bully. Dio dropped this subject and forgot about it later on, but little did he knew that the problem with the shy kid and his bully will worsen then on. After watching the beautiful fireworks, Jessica drove them back to her house in New York to drop Irene first. Jessica will drive Dio back to his restaurant alone. Irene, who felt that today was her best day of the year, visibly saddened seeing Dio left and couldn't help but ask if Dio will revisit them tomorrow. Dio felt somewhat complicated to hear that question. He would be busy tomorrow, so he reluctantly said sorry and that he will revisit Irene when she least expected it. In the car, Dio voiced his worry that Irene may already know that they were having sex that night Dio stayed in their house. Jessica, however, didn't see it as a problem unless Dio wanted to keep up the innocent act in front of Irene, which Jessica won't tolerate. Dio immediately diffused the situation, saying that it was not what he meant, and he wouldn't dream of it. Irene was still a child, and therefore Dio didn't have any interest in her like that. Jessica glanced at Dio with a satisfied expression, she immediately turned the steering wheel to go the other way. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. Dio saw the look on Jessica's face, he immediately knew that Jessica was in the mood for some action. Seeing the lustful expression on Jessica's face, Dio just gave in without asking. As soon as Jessica reached an abandoned parking lot, Jessica turned all lights off and kissed Dio passionately. Isn't it better to go to the restaurant to finish this? Dio said between the kiss. No, I've never done it in a car before, Jessica said lustfully. Okay, me too. Dio said excitedly. They soon stripped while Dio was soon brought to his boxer, Jessica was still wearing the bikini under her shirt. Do you like it? It is too wasteful to wear only once. Yes, I like it very much. Dio said lustfully. They soon began to savor each other company, the car shook violently, but their position was completely hidden, so there was no reason to feel anxious that someone might see. After more than an hour, the car stopped shaking. Dio was a little bit uncomfortable due to the lack of space, he even considered buying an RV when he decided to buy a car, so he won't regret it next time. After a while, Jessica and Dio dressed neatly and immediately left the parking lot and headed toward Dio's restaurant. At the same time, in a New York residential area, 3 to 4 people quietly approached a family house and then took out a firecracker that they prepared in advance. They immediately lit up the firecracker and threw it into the house. Chapter 85. These heinous people who threw the firecrackers were the kids Dio punished during the day. They still did this kind of thing despite Dio's punishment. Nothing will stop them from bullying the shy Pete. They didn't get the nerve to pay Dio back, but shy Pete sure can. They blamed shy Pete too. If it was not because of his stupidity, they would have gotten away with it. They threw firecrackers into shy Pete's house as a warning, they didn't want what transpired in the day to be known to school the next day. What they didn't realize was that the house caught fire due to the firecrackers they threw inside. When Pete's family checked the noise, it was already too late. The fire has spread uncontrollably to the entire room. The neighbors soon came out after seeing the unusual lights on their vicinity and were shocked to see a house in their neighborhood was on fire. They quickly called the firefighter to help minimize the damage. Meanwhile, the bullies were terrified of what they have done. That was not bullying anymore. That was a bona fide act of crime. Jerry, the one that Dio shoved into the sand earlier, was the calmest out of the bullies. He made sure that no one will tell anyone regarding what happened that night. He threatened them all that if anyone talked, then all of them will be going straight to juvenile prison, which they were afraid of. Jerry made sure that everyone will follow his lead, as he also said that there was no evidence that they were the arsonist, and if anyone asked, all they needed to answer was they were fast asleep in their own bed tonight. With the help of firefighter, the fire was quickly extinguished before it could spread to nearby houses. Pete and his parents were rescued. Fortunately, there was no danger to their life. But Pete's parents still had to be hospitalized from their scald. However, Pete was still in shock to see his house was on fire, and the only names that he thought of at that moment was Jerry. He knew that was Jerry's doing. He was lost on silent anger, and a strange power seemed to be breaking the surface of Pete's body. On the other side, Dio had returned to the restaurant with Jessica. Jessica kissed Dio's cheek as a goodbye and got back to her car to return back to her house. Dio was happy. That was the first time that he got to enjoy his day with a woman sincerely. But then, there was something else that he needed to do. Dio locked every door and window on the restaurant and made sure there was no camera, bugs, or something like that in the restaurant. After careful preparation, Dio took out the stand arrow and brought the snail that he adopted earlier to the table in the dining room. There was nothing extraordinary about that snail, it was just like other good old snails. It even behaved like an ordinary snail. It easily got scared as Dio pulled it out of the glass box. Dio hesitated to use his white pet card, it was just too ordinary, and the snail wasn't even a good pet, to begin with. After some serious thinking, Dio finally gave in. A pet that had the potential of using a stand was very rare, he was lucky to find one in a short amount of time. Dio no longer hesitated. He immediately used the pet card to the snail. Dio prayed in his heart that it won't end up in failure. As he prayed, the pet card gradually disappeared and turned into a halo on top of the snail's head. Dio was happy. He established a mental connection with the snail, implicating that the pet card had succeeded. The snail's behavior itself seemed to be different too. It moved closer to Dio without hesitation or fear and climbed to Dio's hand while rubbing its eyes to Dio's hand intimately. Dio was excited about that development, it was clear that Snail was no longer ordinary. Chapter 86. After the white pet card was successfully used, the next thing Dio feared was whether the snail will be able to withstand after being pierced by the arrow or not. Even though the snail had potential, nonetheless, it must receive a fatal injury from the arrow first to receive the stand. He unwillingly took out the arrow as it was too late to back down. He immediately stabbed the snail's protruding eye with the arrow to start the effect. Dio could feel the snail's agony trough the mental link. Dio immediately knew that if he didn't do anything to help the snail, it would die. After some thought, Dio immediately activated his gold experience to help the snail survive. He ended up using a full amount of 5 minutes of the time-limited gold experience stand. Dio's heart was bleeding from knowing that he has invested a tremendous amount of time for the survival of that little snail. Dio realized that if he ever used the arrow to a man, the man may not survive. He might be able to use the arrow on a person if he ever got his hands on the permanent gold experience stand. As he thought of every possible loss and gain that he received that day, the snail finally ended its transformation. Although from the outside, the snail didn't look any different. Dio knew that the snail has just received a stand from its connection through the mental link. Mind connection, a support stand. The snail could split its body into 10 while establishing a connection with each other. Anyone who has the snail in their possession received the ability to communicate with any other people who also possess the snail. Dio immediately thought of giving one snail to Jessica or Irene, but then again cast away the thought immediately. He won't be able to explain everything to her, it would be too much of a hassle. After a quick analysis on the snail's stand, Dio immediately knew that the snail also had the GPS tracking function, meaning that Dio will be able to track the location of the people who possessed his snail. However, that was not all. The snail also had a partial effect of the gold experience. Maybe it was because of Dio's intervention on saving the snail from death with his gold experience. That second ability of the snail really made Dio happy. With that ability, the 5 minutes of gold experience won't be sacrificed for nothing. Life sacrifice, transfer life energy to anyone, even to those who are already in the death's door. That ability is no doubt a weakened version of the gold experience. This ability is also very compatible with the snail because it could keep splitting into 10 while its clone sacrificed itself using the life sacrifice to cure others. Dio was very excited about the snail's stand. It could help him reserve the gold experience stand as much as he could, and therefore raise the snail worth in Dio's eyes. He immediately realized that every little investment that he did to the snail was worth it. That ability could become another gold mine for him in the future. But he still needed to take care of the snail carefully. It was still the same snail with a weak body. It didn't have any enhancement to strengthen its body, nor could it attack. It was still a weak animal. Dio was afraid that he might somehow handle the snail too roughly, and it died. COD redirect. If the snail died just because of something that trivial, Dio won't be able to sleep at night thinking of his own stupidity. With this in mind, I'll call you Little Remo. I hope you will stay strong as your name portrayed. Don't you ever die on me, Little Remo. I will lose too much if you die. Chapter 87. Soon enough, the police arrived and investigated the arson which burns Pete's house. They did suspect several teenagers who bullied Pete, as Pete has said everything that happened at the beach. They already did some questioning regarding the teenagers' whereabouts during the incident took place, but all saying the same thing so conveniently. The police ultimately didn't have any real evidence to convict them and thus immediately conducted another thorough investigation. In the morning, a few days later, Pete came to school with several police officers who came along to ask some questions once again to Jerry and his friend. They asked about the security cameras near their houses, which were conveniently out of service, leaving them without any evidence. Jerry desperately said that he had nothing to do with any of it, while his friend really didn't know anything. After the police left, Jerry once again dragged Pete into the nearby toilets, followed by several other Jerry's friends. What do you want now? Isn't it enough to burn down my house? That resistance which Pete showed really made Jerry mad. At first, he just wanted to scare Pete to drop the charge, but now he was furious seeing Pete had some balls to piss him off. Jerry immediately punched Pete's nose, and as Pete fell to the ground, Jerry immediately stepped on Pete's head to hold him down. You are lucky that you aren't burned down with your house. You monkeys should all burn in hell anyway. You all will go to jail for this. The police will soon find evidence for your crime. Do you really think the police will find anything? My dad has taken care of those. You know, with money, everything is easy. While Jerry's statement had a little bit truth to it, it was not entirely true. Jerry's father surely held some power, but he couldn't control the entire police in the precinct. His father was only capable of destroying some evidence here and there. But surely, Pete didn't know any of those, as he fell into another lie that Jerry conveniently blurted out again. Pete was falling deeper into the pit of desperation as he thought that nothing could help him now. Jerry's friend also followed suit. They held Pete down while laughing at Pete's stupidity. Pete's body shivered as he looked at Jerry's eyes in carnal hatred. Everyone else but Jerry thought that Pete was shaking in fear as he should be due to the treatment he received every day. However, Jerry knew something was wrong, but it was already too late. Pete's eyes suddenly turned red from his anger as his clothes were shredded. As Jerry has shattered the last light of hope in Pete's mind, the hidden power resided deep within Pete's body began to manifest. With a primal roar, Pete's body began to spur out many sharp bones, completely protruding the entire place in the bathroom and even pierced the wall to the next room. All of the bullies in the toilet with Pete were killed instantly, and Jerry was no exception. This transformation actually was very hurtful to Pete's body, but with an adrenaline rush, he ignored everything and walked out of the toilet. He didn't know that two of Jerry's friends were waiting on the door outside as a lookout, and they didn't get stabbed by those sharp bones. As they saw that Pete's body has malformed gruesomely, they began to shout monster at a high pitch, attracting many people into the scene. Chapter 88. A mutant has been found in Westboro High School, New York. The news traveled fast, as the massacre to the teenager was considered a heinous crime. Colonel William Stryker immediately headed to the location in excitement. He expected things will finally go his way. He will make sure that the mutant became the enemy of mankind. Not too far behind, SHIELD monitored the mutant's behavior. If the mutant was considered a threat, they would make sure to eliminate them. The professor also dispatched Cyclops and Storm to retrieve the mutant from the school as the professor could feel the kid's pain. However, Dio, who knew nothing about it, was notified by Jessica not long after. She was a lawyer, and a situation like that quickly reached her ears. Dio was a little bit shocked to hear that the shy boy was actually a mutant. He immediately notified Jessica to stand back as things could get a little hectic over there. Jessica agreed and told Dio that the army has come, as well as the FBI, police, and some others. Jessica also told Dio that the kid was a victim of heavy bullying. Jessica also said that the kid's house was recently burned down by an unknown group of people. The police couldn't find any lead that was supposed to lead to a certain suspect. Until that moment, the parent of the mutant kid was still admitted in the hospital. Jessica seemed to be blaming herself for not noticing the kid's agony, which Dio said was useless, as to stop bullying. You need to stop becoming a victim. Jessica agreed to Dio's word, as she also knew that no matter what she did, there was no way she could predict that sort of thing. Dio asked Jessica to check on the kid's parents if, by any chance, they could help them out. Jessica immediately agreed and hung up the call, for she would directly head to the hospital. Dio immediately searched for any kind of live broadcast, which could help him observe the situation over there. After a few minutes, he immediately called for his next dinner appointment, saying that he will not be available tonight and would like to reschedule the dinner for some other days with compensation. The customer didn't want to be rude and agreed upon Dio's term. From the sound of it, they knew there was a serious situation that Dio needed to attend, and they didn't want to get into Dio's blacklist. However, some guests still expressed their disappointment and shouted at Dio to not cancel their appointment. Dio retaliated by blocking the said guest's number and putting him on the blacklist. Will, who didn't know anything, was confused to see Dio gave him an envelope containing money while letting him go home early while saying that he wanted to go out somewhere for an important event. Which Will agreed upon. Will didn't ask any question, for he believed in Dio deeply. After sorting everything out, Dio immediately walked out of the restaurant to the direction of the high school. He kind of regretted that he swapped his KNUM stand to use gold experience yesterday to save little Remo. It would be much easier if he could use gold experience in that situation. Arriving at Westboro High School, Dio noticed that the situation was much more chaotic than he originally thought. Policemen, the Army, SHIELD, FBI, journalists, and even a regular citizen were swarming the place like an ant searching for sugar. Chapter 89. Coulson. Are you trying to help the criminal here? He was mad at Coulson for trying to stop him from shooting Storm and Cyclops. Criminal. Isn't it too much, Colonel? These two were trying to stop the enraged mutant. He knew not to extinguish a fire with fire, there will be no end to it. Coulson immediately tapped his shoulder and then speak through a channel that Colonel William Stryker and the Army use. Coulson gave the order to stand down if they didn't want to end up dead. Coulson's warning was heeded, and thus, the Army began to stand down. Colonel William Stryker became furious about Coulson's action, but he couldn't do anything. If he said otherwise and then they will be decimated by the two mutants, his ass will be handed in a silver platter to the martial court. His only plan right now was to capture the enraged mutant and thus pin the blame of the mutant's danger on him. Everyone will see that the mutants were truly dangerous and thus have to be tied in a very strict leash. He needed to make a deal with Coulson to make sure he got the mutant at the end. Coulson. I gave this one to you, but remember, the mutant is mine. I don't want to see that mutant escape this place. You hear? Relax, SHIELD only wants to minimize the damage in this incident, we don't care about the life being of the mutant, Coulson said casually. Coulson knew that was the best answer he could give to William Stryker. He didn't know what will happen in the near future as the X-Man was here. He also heard from his headpiece that William Stryker ordered his man to maintain their position and stood by for their next order. As the Army was prepared to storm the school, the target, Pete, the shy kid, suddenly ran outside while his bones still protruding from his side. William Stryker quickly ordered the Army to open fire and kill the boy immediately. Originally, he wanted the boy alive as he could later use it for his experiment. But with so many onlookers there, he couldn't let anyone judge him. But as soon as the Army opened fire, Storm blocked the incoming bullet with her control of the wind. She redirected the bullets toward the wall, but some of them still penetrated her defense and hit Pete. But the bullet surely had no damage to Pete's body, which was full of bones. It only pushed him backward and staggered him a little bit. With Storm helping the teenage mutant, Stryker bellowed. Coulson. They are indeed in cahoot. What do you have to say now? Coulson only shrugged his shoulder and proceeded to evacuate civilians who watched the incident up close. The SHIELD's objective will always be the safety of the civilians. He didn't care about what happened to the Army, they could do anything they wanted as long as they didn't kill a civilian. With the chaotic situation, Cyclops immediately rushed for action. He quickly rushed over toward the teenage mutant and quickly covered for him. Cyclops, who already figured out the position of the Army's sniper hiding spot, immediately shot his eyes laser toward the hiding spot, rendering the sniper ineffective. He was angry at William Stryker, who ordered his man to kill the boy unjustly, who, until that moment, still not retaliated in any way. Chapter 90. At the time Pete the shy kid who has already turned into a mutant walked out from the front door of his school, Dio already recognized him from the crowd. Although Pete's appearance no longer looked like he was before, there was no doubt that he was indeed the boy that Dio punished at the beach. Dio couldn't help but wonder what treatment that boy got from those bullies that such a shy, nervous kid could turn into an enraged monster. But while he was deep in his thought, Dio failed to notice that the army was already planning to kill the kid. He was a little bit relieved to see that Cyclops and Storm were there to help the kid survive. Dio knew that those who were loyal to Professor X, like both of them, wouldn't let any mutant die unjustly. While Cyclops was already close enough to Pete, the unthinkable things happened. Pete attempted to attack Cyclops out of desperation because, on his mind, those people came to either arrest him or kill him for what he has done. He didn't want to die yet. At least he wanted to apologize to his parents for causing them troubles. He hoped that his parents could forgive him for what he had done. Cyclops saw the bone coming from Pete from his movement. He immediately controlled the laser output on his glasses and melted the bone that spurted towards him. He also avoided several dangerous attacks aimed towards him. He didn't want to hurt the kid as his objective was to bring the kid back to the school so he could have a normal life. Cyclops was a mutant who was very much different from the others. Other mutant in the school could easily control their power once they got the hang of it as if it was their extended limb. They also tried to be more powerful so that they could no longer be pushed around in that cruel world. But Scott Summer a Cyclops didn't do any of those. He already tried to cover up his power since he was a child. He couldn't control it no matter what he did. The laser's power was too powerful for him to control, at least that was what he thought. The special glasses that he used right now were not meant to enhance his laser ability. It was so that he couldn't blow everything in his path as he saw them. Storm, the black woman that headed everywhere the professor told her to, was like a god. She flew in the sky while controlling the skies as she saw fit. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. She could make thunder struck anywhere she wanted while also controlling the wind, the clouds, and even rain. She could even make an earthquake or even a tsunami if she ever felt like it. She was one of the most powerful mutants who lived there in the Marvel Universe. Fortunately, unlike Scott, the Cyclops Summer, she could control her power to perfection. But as any other woman out there, once she became furious, it will undoubtedly be catastrophic. Come on, Scott. I can't hold on not to squash this army's head any longer. Scott couldn't seem to gain any more distant to the kid immediately resorted to the power of words. He immediately coaxed the kid that he was a mutant. He was in the same situation as the kid, and he was there to help the kid so he could live like a normal person. He immediately urged the kid to calm down and came with him to the school that the mutants like them went to. There will be no bullying there, as everyone there was treated as a family. As Pete heard the words family, he gradually calmed down as his eyes become blurry with an unshed tear. Cyclops put a smile on his face. Finally he got through to that kid. But he couldn't celebrate for long for a rocket immediately blew outright to the kid's retracted bone. That little rocket dealt huge damage to the kid's body. Because he has been relaxed already from Cyclops' coercion, as the consequences, he couldn't protect his body from the rocket. Everyone looked at the person who fired the small rocket, and they seemed to be a little surprised to see a flying man in a robot suit in the sky, seemed to be doing a hand pump from obviously hitting the target. Dio immediately recognized the armor, there was no doubt in his heart that was none other than the infamous Tony Stark. He could feel the smug aura coming off from the armor as it flew. But everyone immediately snapped back to the current situation as Cyclops roared furiously. He shot Tony with his laser beam, causing Tony to back up. But Tony failed to react to the attack behind him, Storm was already waiting for her turn. Chapter 91. Annoying Flies. Storm said while directing a thunder to strike Tony. Too focused on Cyclops' laser beam, Tony failed to notice a thunder was about to strike him. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Man was struck down with a lot of smoke emitted from his Iron Man suit. Coulson immediately told me to check Tony's condition and took him to the hospital immediately. Storm was now conflicted, after striking the iron armor, she looked around her surrounding. She felt like some kind of villain after striking down Iron Man, but she also didn't know what to at the moment. Feeling the urge that she must help the kid, Storm rushed inside the school to find Cyclops and the kid earlier. Realizing that finally the wind didn't hinder them anymore, Colonel William Stryker quickly ordered his men to go inside the school and shot down all the mutants. At the same time, Coulson asked his man whether the civilians in the school have already been evacuated or not. He immediately received an answer from his man stating that the schools have been evacuated successfully, but due to the limited time, there was a possibility that a few civilians in the school still hid somewhere. Coulson sighed and immediately ordered some of his men to enter the school, searched if there was any civilian inside, and rescued them if they found one. Several agents immediately nodded and headed over to the school immediately. That is supposed to be the army's job, but no. William Stryker has already focused his forces on the mutant, which left Coulson no choice but to do their job for them. While everything took place, Dio quietly sneaked his way inside the school to find the kid on his own. He used a hockey mask to prevent others from seeing his face before climbing up the school gate and trespassed. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Dio saw Cyclops and Storm argued that keeping those people alive was harder than they thought. They were already annoyed on all the gun blazing and grenades and bazooka that aimed at them. Meanwhile, Colonel William Stryker was excitedly waiting for Storm and Cyclops to snap. He wanted them to kill several of his men so that he could prove his point to his higher-ups that mutant needed to be contained. Cyclops knew that already, therefore, he kept his calm and assured Storm to not kill anyone. Because if they killed even only one person, Professor's effort all these years will be wasted. Meanwhile, Pete, who was hit by Tony's palm gun, was in a critical condition. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. The palm gun hit Pete right on his neck, leaving serious wound. The bleeding couldn't stop. It seemed that he didn't have that long before he died. We need to get out of here. The kid won't survive any longer. You blast through the wall or something, I will carry the kid. Colonel William Stryker had enough. He knew that if he didn't take matters into his own hands, he will not get his bounty. Let the kid down and walk away. You hear me? If you take him away, I swear I will burn your school to the ground. At the same moment, Professor X's voice could be heard on Storm and Cyclops' mind. He told them to let the kid go and walked away. That situation worsened their position in the public's eye. The child was also in no condition to survive. There was nothing more that they could do to save the kid. Hearing the professor's reasonable voice, Storm let the kid go and immediately left the place in silence. They both didn't know how to feel about that incident. They both were conflicted, for doing the right thing or not. Chapter 92. Colonel William Stryker immediately ordered his man to get the kid and checked if he was still breathing or not. If he was still alive, they had to give him treatment immediately to keep him alive. His men immediately did so without any question. Coulson also checked the kid personally. Maybe there was something he could salvage from that public disaster. While seeing that the kid had suffered a heavy injury, Coulson immediately asked Stryker if they needed an ambulance to take the kid, which Stryker ignored while ordering his man to bring the kid back to their base. Stryker has planned for the kid to become an experiment project. He will drain the blood from the kid's body personally. He needed to keep the kid alive a little longer. Coulson didn't do anything while the army was preparing to take the kid away. He already said that he wouldn't intervene with the army today, so he'll make sure not to do anything that implicated otherwise. But after a couple of seconds later, an unexpected thing happens. A man wearing a hockey mask immediately jumped out of the school building and threw away the soldier near the kid. He immediately snatched the kid from the ground and ran inside the school. The soldier couldn't shoot him as there were too many soldiers around Dio. Chase him. Kill him on sight. Don't just stand there. Chase. Seeing that the colonel will gladly shoot without a care in the world, Coulson brought his team towards the school entrance, preventing the soldier from firing any shot randomly. Coulson, what are you doing? Get out of the way. You will let him run away. What? We are just trying to help here. Don't stand in front of me if you want to help. Chase that guy. William Stryker said furiously. Oh sorry, it seems that I need to get back into my car. I can't help you chase them after all. Whatever. Just get out of the way. Not long after that, Stryker came back out and stared furiously at Coulson. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. You have a knack on irritating people, Coulson. Because of you. The man who snatched the mutant is nowhere to be found. I will report everything here to your superior, Coulson. It's best that SHIELD had a satisfactory explanation after this. That is not something that I need to worry about. The director of SHIELD will personally solve that issue. You don't have to worry about it, Colonel, Coulson said casually. Colonel Stryker then threw his gun randomly in a fit of rage and immediately ordered his men to seal all exits and created a perimeter around the place while letting no one left the place. The soldier immediately did so while Stryker left Coulson alone. However, Coulson's smiling face immediately changed to a serious one. He felt a snail on his neck and immediately took the snail and put it on his arm. He didn't know when or how that snail has been there, but he at least knew that the Snail was a meant of communication. Colonel Stryker has been delayed like you asked for, I can't help you by any more time. Coulson said to the Snail. That is quite enough, thank you, Agent Coulson. Dio said cheerily. Chapter 93. When Dio asked Coulson to buy some time was heard in his head, Coulson didn't have the time to think of anything else. He knew that Dio was the one who could help S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. He couldn't disappoint such a person now. However, the Snail really amazed Coulson. That thing could become a communication tool that was much more efficient than whatever they currently had. Coulson told his agent to prepare a car to leave and waited for his next order. He knew that Dio will use him again to leave that place. At the same time, Dio sneaked through the school and reached the rooftop and found a place less likely to be searched. He slowly lowered Pete's weak body to the floor and used Little Remo's healing ability right away. Dio knew that using Little Remo's healing ability won't be enough. Sure, it could prolong Pete's life in some way, but the healing ability won't be able to close the fatal injuries on Pete's neck. He immediately used Golden Experience to heal Pete's neck. Usually the person healed with Golden Experience will suffer excruciating pain, but thankfully Pete already fainted and therefore won't thrash and struggle to get away. Pete's complexion gradually returned to usual, and after a short while, Dio shook Pete's body to wake him up. If you can hear me, stay down and bear the pain for a little while, I will treat your wound, Dio said softly. Pete gradually opened his eyes. He looked at Dio with emptiness in his eyes. He already saw too much and went through too much to care anymore. All he wanted now was just to see his parents again and apologized for becoming so grotesque over a short period of time. He looked at Dio, but since he didn't know Dio was due to the hockey mask he wore earlier, he asked why a stranger would help him. Pete tried to speak again, but he found that his throat was hoarse, and it was so painful to speak. Dio told him to not force himself to speak, just stay quiet until the treatment was over. The treatment took exactly 3 minutes of gold experience time, now Dio had 23 minutes left of gold experience to use. He needed to use it wisely in the future. Your treatment is done, but your bleeding hasn't stopped yet. Don't do anything stupid now, I will carry you to safety. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. Pete nodded his head, and soon Dio picked Pete up from the ground and climbed down the outer wall of the school to reach a soul car that Dio knew Coulson has prepared for him. Dio noticed along the way that Pete's personality has changed dramatically due to that incident. He knew that the old Pete would have trembled in fear from the height or for the fact that he was being carried by a stranger. But now, Pete was unusually calm. It seemed that killing his bully made him unresponsive for certain emotions. When Dio arrived at the car, he put Pete gently into the back seat of the car and jumped into the front seat himself. Coulson saw Pete and couldn't help but be amazed by Dio's healing power. He saw it himself that Pete's neck was mauled. That kind of wound was not supposed to be treatable. It was supposed to be a fatal injury. Are you sure the boy is saved? He won't kill us and turn us into a honeycomb, will he? Coulson said in a fake nervousness. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but I know that if you don't leave this place quickly, you will be in big trouble. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Chapter 94. While driving, Coulson ordered his men to meet him at the next intersection. At the next intersection, Coulson's car blended with several other S.H.I.E.L.D. cars and drove away successfully from the school. William Stryker, who was still looking for Pete, looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. in disgust. He looked at the school and knew that something was off. He immediately ordered his men to stop every S.H.I.E.L.D.'s car and searched for the mutant there. The soldier immediately did as Stryker ordered and stopped S.H.I.E.L.D.'s car in a certain perimeter. Sir. The soldier has begun stopping our car one by one. Tell them that we have an urgent task and can't stay for a second longer. If they still don't listen, just drive away forcefully. I will bear all responsibilities. Coulson said casually. He knew that the soldiers couldn't do anything to stop them from leaving, they obviously couldn't attack S.H.I.E.L.D.'s car and vice versa. When hearing that the S.H.I.E.L.D. will not stay even for a second longer, William Stryker once again was enraged. He will ruin S.H.I.E.L.D. if he ever got the chance to do so. He also knew that the mutant's body currently must be in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands, they will not leave in a hurry like that otherwise. Since there was nothing else he could do, Stryker ordered his man to wrap up and leave the place to return to base immediately. He was eager to report back this problem to his higher-ups and put pressure on them so that S.H.I.E.L.D. will give the mutant back to him. He didn't care if S.H.I.E.L.D. was really the one who took them or not. He still wanted to see S.H.I.E.L.D. in trouble. At the same time, once he felt that the soldier no longer pursued him, Coulson asked Dio to explain himself. Why would someone like him go out of his way to save a kid? He needed a reason to help director Nick Fury on his report later. He knew that William Stryker would report back to his higher-up and put pressure to SHIELD. There is no specific reason, I just felt that the kid needs saving, and I have spare time to waste, so, there is that, Dio said casually. Coulson frowned his face for hearing Dio's blurry answer. While Pete was shocked to see the face behind the mask. He clearly remembered the day on the beach that a man came and punished them. The man was terrifying, he was like a beast who could do something amazing. He didn't expect that man would save him that day, and he was surprised that the man could do something magical like healing his fatal injury. He didn't know what to think of the man and how he could thank the man for doing all this at the moment. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. You know, Coulson, you can always ask the agent that you ordered to observe me about the kid, and then you will know my reason, there's no need to make that face. Dio said teasingly. Coulson heard what he needed in order to confirm Dio's reason. He knew that Pete was the kid whom Dio punished on the beach the other day. He already read all that in the agent report. And that was also why SHIELD came down to the school once the flag has been raised that the kid was a mutant and an accident has occurred. Could you stop the car near that hotel? I would like to go back to my restaurant now. Wait, you are leaving? What about the kid? It is up to you, I saved him for a few personal reasons, and I know I can leave this to SHIELD, now, if you'll excuse me, I already accomplished my task, Dio said casually. Coulson couldn't help but frown one more time, he didn't like that Dio left him with a mess just like that. Once the car was fully stopped, Dio got out of the car. Not once that Dio looked at Pete's direction. I know I killed all those people who bullied me. I know what I have done is wrong. But at that moment, this is all that I can think of. They already burned my house down, hurts my parents, traumatized me, and couldn't stop abusing me physically. Finally, when there is some hope that the law will judge them for all they did, they once again escaped using the power of money and connection that their parent has. I feel so hopeless, and I would never regret ever killing them like that. Pete said to Dio with an emotion that made Dio turn around and looked at him. You are right. There is nothing fair for people in the minority in this country. But it is not as hopeless as you think. These people can help you find justice, but you have to pay for what you did to those people. But still. It is your choice, if you want, you can choose death as your option. Dio said solemnly. Chapter 95. Choose. Do I still have the right to choose? I will do whatever you want as long as I get to see my parents for the last time. Pete said hopefully. Coulson nodded his head and immediately ordered his agent to pick up Pete's parent from the hospital and avoided conflict with the army once they got there. After giving the order, Coulson spoke to Pete that he would give him an anesthetic so that he will be asleep for the rest of the way, but he will not do that if Pete could convince Dio to come along with them. Pete knew that Dio helped him out of his own moral compass. Pete couldn't trouble such a man again, so he agreed to Coulson's proposal to anesthetize him. Coulson immediately did so while increasing the dose so Pete won't wake up before reaching SHIELD's HQ. Do you want me to make another stop? Coulson said politely. No, but I need my snail back, Dio said while being amused that Coulson thought he would forget something like that. Oh no. I accidentally dropped it in the commotion earlier. I will buy you a snail with the same features next time. Now, I need to report back to the director, see you later. Dio looked at Coulson in amusement. He knew Coulson got his snail. The snail was in some kind of isolated containment. Which meant that Coulson had no intention to give it back to Dio. He knew that Coulson wanted to research the snail so they could improve their communication technology. But Coulson didn't know that the snail will die anytime Dio wanted. A few hours later, in the SHIELD's HQ, Nick Fury was lost in thought after hearing Coulson's report. He concluded that the incident was all because of school bullying, which was unsolvable there in the USA. With all the things they had done to Pete, it was not strange that Pete would go berserk like that. However, that was not the real problem. Pete has become a mutant, which meant that many powers in that country would fight over him. SHIELD had no way to cover that up either. The army has already asked reporters beforehand to watch and record the incident, and the family of the deceased keep on blabbering their mouth without mentioning anything about their own kids' atrocities. Nick Fury couldn't find any answer on how to cover that up, and there was no choice but to wait until things calmed down a little. There was no doubt that Pete has killed all that kid in the school. That fact itself was the main problem SHIELD had now. If it was not because Dio, SHIELD would have disposed of Pete immediately. Nick quickly asked Coulson on what he thought on that matter. They were already in a hot seat. The Secretary General has just called and would like to know what SHIELD's agenda on that mutant problem was and would like them to explain themselves to the army. Coulson immediately thought that SHIELD wouldn't have anything to explain, Let's just say that the mutant kid was already dead anyway and that the one who stole the body from the army has been dealt with in a secretive way. Coulson also said that Nick Fury had to take the first initiative there. Nick quietly thought over Coulson's suggestion. He had to admit that Coulson's plan was full of holes and not clever at all, but it could be eased up with some politics. All he had to do was blabber his mouth in a way that made him look like a highly intelligent person while talking some nonsense. That wouldn't be the first time, Nick said to himself. How about the kid's parent? How should we explain everything to them? And how would we explain the parent's sudden disappearance from the hospital? How about we said that we brought in a parent for some questioning while informing lightly that their kid had died? And true enough to that, the parent hasn't seen their kid yet, the kid will see his parents through a one-way glass. Coulson said confidently. Nick Fury nodded his head while smirking, he finally satisfied by Coulson's quick-witted thinking. Chapter 96. How is Tony holding up? Nick Fury asked as he remembered that Tony was struck by thunder, and he was currently in the hospital. Fortunately, the arc reactor was replaceable, and his life is not in any immediate danger, but he still has to stay in the hospital for quite a while, Coulson said solemnly. Now, I would like to know about Dio's healing ability. I know that your report didn't say anything about it in detail, so, is it really that miraculous? Nick Fury asked curiously. Yes. Many people on the site already pronounced the kid is already dead because of his injuries is not treatable, but after Dio rescued the target and hid for several minutes, the kid does not only escape the fatal injuries, it's like there's no trace of injuries at all. It feels like seeing a magician's sleight of hand, you thought you see something until it's not there. Coulson said while describing his feeling once he saw Dio's miraculous healing as best as he could. I already asked Pete himself as he woke up from the anesthetic earlier, and he said that Dio only put his hand on his wound. And then he feels an intense pain that he couldn't bear. There is no cooking included, and while he was blackout from his injuries before that, he could feel a warm aura that enveloped him. Which brings him back to life. We still don't know anything about this aura he talks about, it may be one of Dio's ability too. Coulson said, explaining things that he didn't write in his report. And I also heard you mention something about a talking snail. What is this snail that you are talking about? It is not talking. It is more like a spiritual connection, a mental link, or even telepathy if you would. Dio put one snail on my body without me noticing, and then he spoke to me through the snail. He also explained that I should transmit what I want to say, like think about it, and the snail will send it through. It is a bizarre feeling. Our researcher is currently experimenting on the snail to see what technology is behind all that. Coulson said with a shocked expression. It is a communication medium. Like a cell phone, maybe. It is more like the receiver can hear the thoughts of the other party. Well, it does sound like cell phones in a way. Coulson said while rubbing his head. He couldn't describe the details of what he felt and what he did at that moment without feeling like an idiot. Nick Fury couldn't help but think of Dio as someone he really needed on his special team. Dio had the miraculous healing ability while also having the unknown power of the invisible monster, and now, Dio even had a special way of communicating with others. He had too many abilities that will be very useful in a warlike situation. Nick Fury didn't think much of that mutant situation. He currently focused on building his special team of special people. In his mind, mutant is just a human with a different gene. It was normal evolution on this earth. Please read this novel on original translation site systemtranslation.com. In the end of the day, if there was a crisis which could destroy the earth, human and mutant will have to unite to prevent the destruction of the world. That thinking was exactly why he didn't associate himself with the likes of William Stryker. The man like William Stryker was just another power-hungry fool in his eyes. Where is Agent Natasha now? Fury asked curiously. I don't know, sir. I thought that you gave her a mission to trail Dio every day, Coulson said curiously. Has she done that? I never received any report from her these days. If she really does her job properly, I would have seen a report. Coulson immediately shut his mouth as to not anger Fury any further. Nick Fury immediately ordered Coulson to contact Agent Natasha and told her to return to the HQ immediately, which Coulson immediately worked on. However, Coulson asked Nick Fury before leaving his office on what will SHIELD do about the mutant kid. Nick Fury immediately said that the kid should be put in the internal prison for a while, and he was thinking of giving the kid a new start with his family later on. Coulson nodded and left Fury's office while smiling lightly. He knew that Fury wasn't a heartless man. As the director of SHIELD, Fury has gone through so much trouble himself. There was no way that he couldn't sympathize with the kid's situation. After Coulson has left the office, Nick Fury immediately turned his computer on and checked on Ping in Miami. How could he not know anything about Natasha's whereabouts? He felt stupid not to check her daily. Chapter 97. The next day, Natasha came into Nick Fury's office casually. She didn't say anything and just stood straight in the room, waiting for Nick Fury to finish speaking. She was satisfied enough with her vacation, in fact she has already bored of not doing anything. She wanted to feel her adrenaline rushing again. Looks like you have become more beautiful in your vacation. Did you know that Dio has involved himself in a very pickle situation for us to solve? Oh, I bet you know, right? Since it was your job to tail him. Seeing that Natasha didn't show any emotion and seemed bored of Nick Fury's ranting, he sighed and changed his approach. Since the problem is already solved, you will not be held accountable for anything that happened, but you need to complete your next assignment cleanly. Do you hear me? Cleanly. Nick Fury said with rage in his eyes. Yes, sir. Will do. Now, sit down and take a look at this document, Nick Fury said strictly. She immediately did so and raised her brows as she was surprised to read the content of the document. That was the report of several agents, including Coulson's, that Nick has merged into one for Natasha to read. Dio has done so much in a very little timetable. After Natasha finished reading the document, Nick Fury immediately ordered her to convince Dio to join SHIELD. She could agree to any condition that Dio gave as long as it wasn't something completely unreasonable. And she must report back to Nick as soon as possible. Natasha frowned as soon as she heard her assignment. You know that he doesn't have a good impression on us, right? He was only interested in money. I don't think anything else could impress him to join us. Natasha said coldly. She didn't want to do that assignment. After all, it was just going to be another failure. You know, if this task were easy, I wouldn't leave it to you. You are the only person who has the longest contact with the target therefore. You have the biggest probability of success. If all he really wants is money, just give it to him then. SHIELD had so much resources to burn. He knew that at the end of the day, if all Dio wanted was money, he was sure that he could provide it. Plus, if Dio could really cure Tony Stark from his illness, then Nick was sure that Tony would be one of SHIELD's financial sponsors. If that's already decided, then I can try to convince him. Natasha said while sighing. She viewed that task to be nothing but a hassle. I don't want you to try, Agent. I want you to succeed. This is the only assignment that you must not fail on. He is the most important asset by far. Of course, Director. I will try my best. In addition to this task, I have another assignment for you as soon as you finish this one, Nick Fury said while giving another document to Natasha. Natasha immediately opened the document to read its content, and she immediately saw the name Bruce Banner in there. She knew that Bruce Banner was the name of a scientist who got into an accident not too long ago. A scientist, Director. How the hell is he useful for us? Read the next page, Agent. Don't be a fool. Natasha immediately turned the next page. And it was the data of a green humanoid creature. She could see that the creature was full of muscle mass. She read that the creature's name was the Hulk. But she could see some facial features of the creature was the same as Bruce Banner. Is this the same person? Natasha said curiously. Yes. The Hulk is Dr. Bruce Banner's other personality. He was a very good physicist, but after an accident involving gamma radiation, the Hulk was born. So, I need to convince this Hulk or Dr. Banner into joining SHIELD, Natasha said confusedly. Yeah, one or another is just the same, but my advice, you should convince Dr. Banner. He was much more understanding and don't make him mad, that is how he became the Hulk. Chapter 98. Pete's incident became the trigger to discuss the bullying problem. There were so many people arguing on television and the internet that Pete's situation couldn't be avoided after all that has been done to him. But there were also those who hated the mutants even more due to that incident. People thought that the mutant could easily kill a human, and there was no guarantee that the mutant won't plot something using their power in the future. But after a few days, another side of the story, from the perspective of another bullied student, was published. The story was gruesome and inhuman that the story of Pete killing another student was outmatched. The bullying has come to new light. People were starting to look closely at their own children and to condemn any bullies that they came across. People were starting to judge the credential of the teachers too. If they couldn't protect the kid from harming each other, at the very least, they could report it to authorities or to the parents, instead of ignoring the problem like most bullying cases. Many people started to blame the teacher too, which made some of them lose their job as a teacher. They were disgusted by the stories that many students across the USA told to the public. They knew that bullying exists but didn't do anything to stop that. And once something big has been exposed in the news, they suddenly did something about it to look like a saint in the media's eyes. Pete was no longer condemned as a killer. His act was considered self-defense and therefore was not guilty of what happened. Countless people sympathized with Pete's situation and gave a donation to Pete's parents as they thought that they would be able to help somehow. The family of Pete's bullies was all left to be judged by the public. Their son's death was seen as necessary to reduce the crime in the country, as their son who bullied another kid so cruelly like that were no longer human. No matter what they said and what they did to change public opinion on their family were all for naught. People were starting to demand a new law to be passed by the parliaments. They thought that there should be a law for those bullying. There should be a law to help the victim of the bullies, which got so much support from the public. The government was pressured to say something about that incident, while they could no longer blame mutants for that. The people started to see mutant as just another human being with a gift, and they didn't see mutant with a scared look on their face anymore. They thought that the scary one was just another human being who was able to do something like all the bullies had done. They realized that they have been afraid of the mutants out of jealousy of the skill and ability that they couldn't have. After a short while of being pressured to speak, the president finally made a public speech regarding the matter. The president agreed that the government would create a new law to help reduce the act of bullying in the country. And he also said that those who were caught bullying and the teacher who ignored that problem would receive punishment befitting their action. The government also indicated that they'd be adding a curriculum to every school about the act of humanity to teach the basic foundation of morals to everyone in the school. William Stryker, who planned for things to go against the mutant, was furious hearing all those talks that support the mutant. He destroyed everything around him in his room as his temper tantrum. He didn't expect that the SHIELD would intervene back then at the school. He knew that the person who took the body from his soldier was SHIELD's, but knowing didn't mean he could do anything about it. His higher-ups didn't find any flaw in SHIELD's report and therefore, couldn't pressure them for anything. Meanwhile, Professor X looked relieved after hearing all the news about the incident. He didn't expect things would turn out that way, but he was very grateful that there were still so many level-headed humans in the country. Chapter 99. Dio noticed that SHIELD did deal with Pete's situation fairly, but he still didn't know what the reason why Nick Fury would do that much was. However, now he had another urgent matter at hand. He already made an appointment with Jessica to buy a car and a house for himself. When Jessica arrived at the restaurant, she greeted Dio playfully while also noticing that the snail, little Remo, was already attached to Dio's shoulder. She found that the snail wasn't repulsive or disgusting at all. In fact, it looked cute on Dio's shoulder. Dio and Jessica immediately hit the road to find a new car for Dio. On their way to the best car seller from Jessica's perspective, she asked Dio his criteria for the new car he was about to buy. Dio still didn't really know what he had to buy as he has never seen the need to find out about them. All he knew was as long as it wasn't Mercedes-Benz, it should be okay, and he would buy anything that he wished. After a while, Jessica brought Dio to BMW's showroom to see if anything struck Dio's interest. As soon as they parked their car, many salesmen approached to ask for any car that they could help Dio search for. Dio immediately waved his hand in annoyance. He said that he will look for it himself and will call one of them if any of the cars suit his fancy. The salesman smiled brightly and said that Dio should go ahead and find any car that he wanted. Their brand was one of the best quality cars in the world. Jessica nodded and immediately said that one of them should accompany Jessica if, by any case, she needed insight of the seller. Dio immediately looked at Jessica weirdly. He didn't know that Jessica wanted to buy another car for herself. Seeing that Dio was looking at her with a strange look, Jessica immediately giggled and said that the car wasn't for her, it will be a present for Irene's birthday, which was right around the corner. Dio nodded in understanding while also thinking for a gift for the little girl himself. He knew that Jessica deliberately told him about Irene's birthday so that he could prepare a gift himself. Dio and Jessica looked at various types of cars as they were being led by the salesman earlier. They didn't see anything that sparked their interest until they found a pink Mini, which was suitable for Irene. It was very girlish in style and wasn't expensive. Very suitable for Irene's first car. Jessica immediately asked for Dio's opinion about the car. He nodded his head and said that Irene would definitely love it, which weren't the words that Jessica really searched from Dio. She sighed and immediately took care of all the paperwork needed to buy the car. Once she was done with that, she came out of the sales office to find Dio again and was slightly startled to find Dio was having a good chat with a very sexy and beautiful lady. Once Dio noticed that Jessica was coming his way, he immediately told Natasha not to do anything stupid around her. She smirked a little bit and seemed to ignore Dio's threat like it was nothing. Once Jessica was close enough, Natasha immediately introduced herself as Nancy, Dio's old colleague. She told Jessica that she didn't expect to see Dio there today and, therefore, was sorry to bother Jessica's time with Dio. Jessica seemed a little confused with Nancy's approach. An old friend of Dio? She suddenly felt insecure about her own beauty after seeing that lady. She immediately introduced herself as Jessica, Dio's friend. She felt insecure and unsure of introducing herself as anything more. Natasha smirked while saying that it was a shame, Dio always missed any good opportunities in his life while winking at Jessica knowingly. Dio immediately cleared his throat to warn Natasha not to say anything else to provoke Jessica. Jessica immediately laughed after hearing Natasha's word and immediately said that it was fine, and she really was just Dio's friend. Natasha wanted to say something else, but she felt chills down her spine and dangerous aura near her, which she was fully aware of. She immediately bailed, saying that she still had something to do. She turned around and looked at Dio with a meaningful look on her eyes. She said to Dio that Dio shouldn't forget his promise between them and that night would be an unforgettable night. Dio froze after hearing Natasha's word. It was clear that Natasha wanted to mess with Dio and Jessica's relationship. Chapter 100. Dio knew that Natasha did it on purpose. She acted more casual towards Dio after knowing that Dio won't attack her without any reason. However, as soon as Natasha left, Jessica acted like Natasha's remark earlier never happened. Seeing her reaction like that, Dio felt like he had to explain himself a little bit. Hey, listen, that's just how she is. She tends to say nonsense every time she meets me. I promised her that I would give treatment to one of her sick friends. I am going over to see her friend's condition later tonight. Dio said casually. I know. My intuition tells me that she doesn't have that kind of relationship with you. She just said that to tease me, I think. But you guys might be acting for all I know, but that would make you better than most A-list actor. Jessica said while laughing contentedly. Dio knew immediately that a woman's instinct was not something that could be taken lightly. Jessica immediately pulled Dio's hand towards the Porsche car dealer, and Dio immediately took an interest in the silver Porsche in the middle of the showroom. It was a Porsche Spyder 918, which was a hybrid car with a 4.6-liter V8 and a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that powered 3 electric motors with a total 887 horsepower. Dio immediately asked for the prices of the car to the dealer excitedly. The dealer said that the price of the car was as much as $929.99. The high price deterred Dio a little bit. He knew that if the Battle of New York took place, the car might be destroyed, and thus $1 million went away in the drain. So, Dio immediately found a dealer to make a deal about the car. Dio went for a 60-month payment installment as his choice of payment while also applying for custom insurance for the car, which he also paid a bit more than normal insurance. Jessica was a little bit surprised that Dio didn't pay the car bill in one go. She asked if Dio forgot to bring his wallet. If that was the case, he could use Jessica's for paying the car, she wouldn't mind. But Dio only smiled at her and said that he didn't want to pay fully. In case something came up, he wouldn't regret his action. While describing his insurance term one by one, Dio looked very satisfied. He already covered all damage that could possibly happen to the car in case the Battle of New York happened. However, the salesman who wrote all the terms, and he was a little bit curious about why Dio paid more only to ask for a weird term like that. The insurance that Dio took included the damage caused by fallen debris, alien attack, and another absurd catastrophe damage that really wouldn't happen under normal circumstances. After buying the car, Jessica immediately led Dio to a villa not too far from the Chinatown. Dio was excited to see a beautiful villa, which was quite cheap for the amount of money he currently had, but the thought of having the place destroyed after the Battle of New York was really stopping him from buying the place. Instead, he signed a contract to rent the villa for 2 years. The landlord happily received Dio's money. Again, Jessica felt that Dio was a weird guy. She knew that Dio should be able to buy everything he needed, but he didn't do so. After he signed the contract, paid the landlord, and received the keys for the house, he immediately took his personal belonging from the restaurant to bring it to his new house. Dio and Jessica went to the supermarket right after that to buy the necessary ingredients for their lunch and the necessities of everyday household items. After he cleaned the house and prepared to make a lunch for Jessica, she came towards Dio in her underwear asking whether it was really the time to cook, which Dio responded by turning off the stove and dropped the spatula that he was currently holding and immediately strode over and lifted Jessica bridal style to the bedroom. Sex before the meal was a little bit common act in a dating world. It didn't take long for the room to be filled with a symphony of grunting and moaning. Chapter 101. While in the middle of their heated intercourse, Jessica couldn't stop her curiosity from asking Dio about Nancy. You and that female classmate named Nancy haven't done it? Of course. Why? How could Dio never see such a beautiful lady as a possible partner for himself? There are many reasons. I don't like her personality, she is not my type. Dio's answer immediately silenced Jessica in content while they continued until nightfall. When they finished playing with each other, Dio's phone rang as he got up from the bed to take a shower. He frowned as he saw the caller's name on the phone and immediately rejected the call and prepared himself to take a shower. Jessica saw that and immediately asked, "Don't you have something to do tonight?" Dio answered that the others could wait while he still had to make sure that Jessica could have dinner there. There was no reason to work on an empty stomach. Seeing that Dio didn't care that much about his work, Jessica shrugged her shoulder and followed Dio to take a shower together. Another hour passed, and since they finished dinner and all, and Jessica already prepared to leave the house, Dio saw her off driving her sports car. Suddenly, the Black Widow came from inside the house, completely startling Dio. She was suddenly beside Dio without him noticing her presence at all. Dio thought for a moment that woman really was the best at her job. They immediately drove with Natasha's black car that she parked on the side of the house. In the car, Dio teased Natasha a little bit. "Maybe I can ask my good classmate, Miss Nancy, was there really some crazy past worth remembering between us? Maybe we can go in now and remember it. Tonight is an unforgettable night, isn't it? Do you know spiders like the Black Widow? The female spider tend to eat the male spider after mating. Everyone who said something like this to me eventually disappeared in this world, you know. Do you want to try it?" Dio turned his head in Natasha's direction and said casually, "Do I dare?" Natasha immediately put Dio's hand on her chest, while smirking at Dio lustfully. After several minutes passed, Dio let go of Natasha's hand and pulled back his hand and said, "Sorry, I think it's better for me to call stripers, at least they won't cut my throat while I'm asleep." He wasn't really scared of Natasha's provocation, but he preferred not to agitate SHIELD too much. He knew if he messed with the Black Widow, Nick Fury would be silently watching his every move. "When we're done, I will help you find them, but now we should focus on the job." Dio shook his head while sighing, he better finish that job soon. They soon arrived at 10,880 Malibu Point. He knew that was a sea view villa that was supposed to be Tony Stark's home for a couple of years. He knew that after Tony was electrocuted by Storm, he has been cooped up there to finish his new generation of Iron Man's armor. He knew that he needed to perfect his design to eliminate any flaws against the element without reducing any defenses. It was just that the progress wasn't as smooth as he thought it would be. As Dio and Natasha arrived at the front of the house, Pepper Potts immediately called Tony, "Tony, the doctor who made the appointment last time has arrived. I think you should put down your new toy, take a bath and change your clothes." Tony immediately argued, "I don't need a doctor." "Wait. The new toy? It saved my life and saved me from the terrorists who didn't even take a bath once a year, oh my god. Don't remind me about them. Besides, it's just bacteria and virus, that won't kill me, but you would have been scared to death if you know what happened to me at that terrorist hideout." This remark from Tony quickly angered Pepper. She shouted in an ordering manner that Tony needed to clean himself up and met the guest fast. Tony raised his eyebrows, startled that Pepper was mad from his rejection to meet the doctor. He obediently did what Pepper told him to do. He knew that it wasn't good to let Pepper mad. Chapter 102. While Dio was waiting for Tony, he already knew that the visit wouldn't lead to anything good. He knew that his pride and Tony's was not a good combination. Pepper quickly came to the lounge and sat in front of Dio and Natasha. Pepper was a little bit confused to see the combination of guesses in front of her. The man was a little too young to be a capable doctor, and he didn't even bring any equipment with him. Furthermore, the man was very handsome by her standard. Even though her heart belonged to Tony, she couldn't lie to herself that Dio was one of the most handsome guys she ever encountered. Not long after that, Tony walked in with a light blue bathrobe and a red wine in his hand. "Tony, this is Dr. Dio and his assistant Lucy. They are here to check on your health." Dio noticed that somehow, the timeline has changed if ever so slightly. Natasha was supposed to be Tony's new assistant by that time and lurked around Tony to receive any information for her report to SHIELD. Lucy nodded her head and smiled at Tony as he stared at Natasha for quite a while before sitting down near them. "Aren't you one beautiful lady? Now why are you here again?" Tony said flirtatiously toward Natasha. Pepper flustered to see Tony's flirtatious manner. She knew that Tony was a playboy and shared many of his night with all sort of girls, but it was still hard for her to see the man that she loved flirting casually in front of her. In fact, Tony knew that Pepper loved him, and so did he. But Tony had never really received this kind of love for as long as he can remember. He was afraid that once he confessed his love towards Pepper he would disappoint her somehow in the future. That is why, he doesn't want to be attached towards Pepper. Tony saw the looks on Pepper's face and immediately stopped his flirt with Lucy and stared at Dio in condescending manner. "Now, who are you again? Whose recommendation was it again? What year did you graduate? You seems like too young to be experienced at health care." Dio looked amused by Tony's question and looked at Natasha to answer that question. Dio wasn't a regular doctor, he was more of a healer in turn, he was a Hammond energy user that could heal almost any sort of ailment. Natasha said while explaining Dio's ability a little bit. Hearing Natasha's explanation, Tony's look immediately changed. He was one of the people who didn't believe in any knowledge besides science and therefore concluded that it was all just a waste of time. Pepper, I don't know why you would waste my time in this mumbo-jumbo sort of thing, but I am good, I don't want to be deceived by this sort of people, you could send them home now. Tony said indifferently while also mocking Dio by trying to copy some of the Shaolin move that he had seen in the movies. Pepper was flustered again by Tony's rude behavior, but she couldn't blame Tony as she was also never heard of any Hammond energy treatment before. Dio on the side wasn't offended by Tony's rude behavior as he knows that Hammond energy was portrayed as some sort of martial arts power in the movies. Now, if you excuse me, I would like to get back to my work now, so would you kindly leave my house? Tony said sarcastically. Pepper shook her head and immediately stood up to show Dio and Natasha the door and apologized for Tony's rudeness. Dio thought that Natasha would surely do something to convince Tony or Pepper to try Dio's magical cuisine first at least, but much to Dio's surprise, Natasha also asked him to leave the house. Dio couldn't help but thought that something might happen there anytime soon as he knows that there is no way Natasha would back down from her mission. Sure enough, at almost the same time as they wanted to leave, a rocket was shot to the door. Dio frowned as he thought that he might just jinx his luck. Chapter 103. Dio quickly dragged Pepper to the side while shouting at Natasha to get down. Natasha knew that something bad would happen and immediately ran toward Tony and pushed him away. The rockets hit the house's front door, completely destroying the front of the house. Dio let go of Pepper while he was attempting to check for who was responsible for all that outside. Pepper, who was shaken by that sudden attack, immediately shouted Tony's name as she couldn't see him anywhere near the rubble. She eventually saw that Tony was pulling Lucy to her feet from a distance. She noticed that Tony was unscathed while Lucy was unconscious. She quickly ran to his side to help him pull Lucy out of the rubble. After they were inside the safer place in the house, Tony and Pepper hugged and checked on each other if there were any injuries. Fortunately, there was none. Dio quickly returned inside while informing Tony that many soldiers were approaching the house. Tony was shocked to hear Dio's information as he didn't know who would do something like this to him. Jarvis, scout the area around the house for me. Be precise, don't let anybody slip your radar. A large number of armed forces detected. The house was already surrounded, sir. I advise to hide in a bunker, sir. Tony immediately turned his attention towards Dio. Now, would you show off a little bit of your Hammond energy think so that we could be safe from those soldiers? Tony said sarcastically. This untimely remark made Pepper flustered. Did Tony really have to make everything awkward even in that kind of situation? Pepper couldn't believe Tony would be that prideful. Just take everyone to a safer place. Dio said while going back toward the front of the house. He was irritated of that attack himself as he didn't care of who that rocket was aimed for, but he was sure as hell that he didn't like to be in the middle of it. No, come back. I am just kidding, you know. Dio ignored Tony as he continued to stride forward. Natasha, who was already conscious for a few minutes, immediately stood and pulled Tony and Pepper away. No, I can help him. Let me take my suit first. No, it already too late. The enemy was too close for all that. Dio quickly activated the world as he walked out of the house. The enemy immediately surrounded him while pointing their muzzle towards Dio. In the other hand, Natasha knew how bad Dio's temper could be, so she immediately warned Tony not to go out whatever the reason it may be. They soon heard that there were hundreds of guns fired from outside. Pepper tried to close her eyes and covered up her ears as she couldn't stand the thought of a man that she just saw was going to be hit by a bullet. Tony immediately walked out to check on Dio as he ignored Natasha shouting for him to come back, and what he saw really surprised him. He saw that Dio wasn't hurt at all and that the bullet was bouncing off from his body. Dio, who knew that Tony would saw him like that, smirked at Tony's direction and opened his arm to take on every bullet to show off to Tony. He immediately ordered for the world to kill every single one of those soldiers, the world quickly do so while draining a little bit of Dio's Hammond energy. After being benched for a while, the world indulged in killing every single one of those soldiers like their head was made of tomatoes. The gore scene that unfolded in front of him completely threw Tony off guard. He didn't expect Dio to be this strong. He even felt lucky that Dio doesn't think of him as an enemy for his disrespect behavior before. As he saw everything from afar, there seemed to be nothing that could stop Dio from killing the soldier. Their bulletproof vests didn't seem to do anything as some of them had their chest exploded. As soon as it started, it quickly ends. There was no more soldier left in front of the house, but Dio knew that it was far from over. Chapter 104. A man with an ugly scar on his face was gritting his teeth in frustration. After sending a group of mercenaries into the house, none of them was able to be contacted. He immediately gave his order for the rest of his mercenaries to rush into the house to see what happened and quite possibly killed Stark. The remaining 30 mercenaries rushed into the Seaview Villa quickly. They didn't want to be the receiving end of their boss rage. That scar-faced man was the leader of a terrorist group that kidnapped Tony, but he really was one of the men paid by Obadiah Stane to kill Tony Stark. The scar-faced man was standing inside a suit of iron armor that Tony discarded in the desert after he successfully escaped the kidnapper. That suit of armor still didn't have any high-tech attached to it, but that was the best they could do to fight against Tony at the moment. Dio noticed that there was a slight alteration to the timeline as Obadiah Stane was supposed to snatch the arc reactor right under Tony's nose while seeing Tony dying on the cold floor of his workshop. Obadiah was supposed to be the one behind the iron armor and made Tony question his own integrity as a new man. But it was all different now. Obadiah let the scar-faced man be the one in control of the iron armor. What Obadiah didn't know was that the iron armor is not up to standard yet, and couldn't be compared to the one that Tony has now. After Dio has killed every mercenary, Jarvis lets everyone know that the enemy had been vanquished, and there was no danger left in the vicinity. Tony, Pepper, and Natasha walked out of the house carefully as there was so much blood splattered everywhere. Tony still couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The bodies were all mangled violently. Pepper couldn't hold it anymore. She stumped over a flower pot and retched on it. She couldn't believe someone as handsome as Dio could do something so immensely disturbing like that. Natasha, however, was already used to that scene in front of her. "You could equip your armor now, Stark," Natasha said as a precautious for Dio's emotion. "And who are you again?" Tony asked to Lucy as he now realizes that Lucy wasn't what she said she was. "I am an agent of SHIELD, Dio is a chef that could heal people miraculously, but he wasn't just a healer," Natasha said while sighed and pointed toward the mangled bodies in the front of the house. Tony nodded his head in understanding that he shouldn't agitate Dio like those unfortunate mercenaries. He saw that there was some unknown and powerful power like that broadened up Tony's perspective on the world. If Hammond energy really existed, then maybe magic, witches, and myths really existed all along. After a while, Dio had finished killing all mercenaries that he could find. Dio, who used the Hammond energy to protect himself from the bullet and dagger slash, was like a ninja. There was so much blood everywhere. That was not all. The world also did his part as the stand kept butchering people like they were made out of paper. As Dio kept killing with his flashy moves, there was one mercenary who hid and lurked in Dio's blind spot, waiting for the right time to attack. After Dio was done using his flashy moves, the mercenary attacked while throwing a grenade toward Dio. However, Dio already knew the whereabouts of that mercenary from the beginning, but he wanted to see what the mercenary would do to attack him. After seeing that the mercenary only attacked him with a puny hand grenade, Dio was a little bit disappointed. He immediately ordered the world to sever the man's head. He didn't shield himself from the grenade because he knew that the explosive wouldn't do any damage to him. At the same time, there was no mercenary left, and thus the scar-faced man was frustrated that the men he paid were all no good. He immediately walked toward the house himself, thinking that if he was using the iron armor, he would be invincible. Chapter 105. When a scar-faced man wants to use his shoulder rocket, Tony with his red and gold armor came forward and stopped him. "Is it that you brought to blow up my house?" "Wait, why is it a little familiar? How did you get this set of iron armor?" But his biggest concern right now was the iron armor and the arc reactor that the man seemed to be using. He didn't think that anyone could make his arc reactor, and he didn't seem to make that many of it for him not to notice one was missing. As Tony punched the iron armor's helm, it flew off, leaving the scar-faced man's face bare for Tony to see. The man snickered at Tony. "Remember me, Tony, I'm coming to you for revenge." "You hide your face, how could I recognize you? Now, you remember me? I'm going to tear you up with this iron armor you made." Tony knew that man. He realized that the man was there for him, therefore, he needed to make sure that man will never come back to haunt him again. Tony immediately fired off the repulsor beam in his hand, throwing the man in the iron armor away. The man retaliated by firing off 2 more rockets from his shoulder. Tony evaded, but the rockets still hit his house, making 2 more big holes in it. The man started to run while Tony made sure to chase him down. He couldn't let that man go away, and he needed to know who gave the man his armor and arc reactor. Natasha and Pepper looked at Dio in the expectation that he would do something about this, but as he noticed the 2 women's stares, Dio felt pressured, and he immediately said, "I couldn't do anything as the enemy was flying and I couldn't fly." In the meantime, Tony was desperate to finish that fight. He didn't know if the scar-faced man had more mercenaries lurking, therefore he couldn't let the man lure him away like that while Pepper wasn't safe. Natasha contacted the SHIELD and made sure that Nick Fury knew about the current situation. She didn't want to hear Nick Fury ranted about her not reporting later. She quickly pulled Pepper away while saying that she should be going to a safer place first. They started to walk to the black SUV that Natasha drove, as the car, fortunately, didn't take any damage from all the fight earlier. But as Dio sighed in relief that his power won't be needed anymore, Obadiah Stane came walking towards them. He said that Dio and Natasha were free to go as they saw fit, but he will be the one escorting Pepper away from there. Dio knew immediately that he wanted to use Pepper as a hostage since Pepper was one of Tony's weakness. Natasha frowned while Pepper was visibly confused. She didn't understand what was going on as they were surrounded by a dozen mercenaries. Dio was visibly irritated that the hassle was coming one after another. He just wanted to go home and had a good night's sleep. "Hide behind me as not to get splattered by blood," Dio ordered the two women. Dio quickly lighted his cigarette in irritation, and as soon as Natasha and Pepper walked behind him, he activated the world to kill all those mercenaries. Meanwhile, Obadiah also gave an order to kill Natasha and Dio without killing Pepper. They didn't know that there will be no time for them to shoot their gun as the world was already looking down on them. Chapter 106. As they were lifting their gun to shoot, Dio immediately ordered the world to break all their guns, making all of the mercenaries very confused, and Obadiah was standing there looking dumbfounded. Dio wasn't one of compassion towards his enemies. He started to kill the mercenaries one by one without mercy. The mercenaries fell one by one with a huge hole on their body like some kind of artillery hit them. Obadiah was startled by what was happened that he slowly backed up and fell on his ass. The world kept swinging his fist as he saw fit to kill the remaining mercenaries. He punched them through the chest and sometimes through their head, causing blood to splatter all over the place. Although the world wasn't as fast as the previous time that he killed the enemies, he was more ruthless. It was like watching a cat playing with a mouse. There was no hope at all. Dio noticed the looks on the world face. It was like he was whining to Dio that the enemies were too weak for him, and it was not even funny anymore. Dio sighed as he knew that he couldn't use the world for a while after that. He didn't know if the stand on that world could rebel or do something without their master's consent, but surely Dio didn't want any of that to happen. At the same time, Obadiah was so frightened that Dio will not be surprised if Obadiah peed his pants. On the sight of the mangled corpses of his mercenaries, there was no way a man who couldn't even fight on his own like Obadiah was able to stand this scene. Obadiah knew that he would be next as Dio walked towards him. As Dio walked away from Natasha and Pepper, they finally saw what happened to the mercenaries earlier. Pepper once again vomited, as she couldn't stand the bloody scene in front of her. But with her strong personality, she made sure that she didn't cry, and thus she began to adapt to the bloody scene as of that moment. But unlike Pepper, Natasha stood without feeling disgusted by all that. Furthermore, she has just confirmed with her own eyes that they couldn't let Dio become their enemy at all cost. Dio's power was just too scary that it closely resembled a monster. Natasha couldn't help but thought that if Dio becomes the enemy of SHIELD, what would happen to her now? Will she be another pile of blood and bones forgotten somewhere, or will she be scared to death in some corner on the thought that Dio was on his way to find and kill her? She knew that no matter how costly and rigorous the protection would be, there would be nothing that could stop Dio. How could anyone defend against an invisible enemy, more so an enemy who wasn't even visible through any kind of camera too? The thermal camera on SHIELD's office didn't capture anything while Dio was showing off the power of his invisible friend back then. Fortunately, none of that happened. But Natasha still felt that her responsibility was heavier than before. In the meantime, Obadiah, who couldn't stand the figure of death approaching him, fired all his bullets at Dio desperately. Obadiah fell into another depth of desperation as he saw that the bullet didn't affect Dio at all. As Dio was close enough, he took Obadiah's gun away from him and destroyed it with his bare hands. Dio smiled at Obadiah as he was amused someone as prideful as Obadiah was scared to death in front of him like that, and then proceeded to pat Obadiah's head as if he was a dog. Obadiah felt humiliated beyond belief. He felt his anger rising that he, for a moment, forgot about his fear. Dio noticed that Obadiah's anger could become a hassle, so he grabbed Obadiah's neck and lifted him with one arm while putting off his cigarette in Obadiah's face. Dio was angry after seeing that man could still feel anger towards him. If it were not because of that man, he wouldn't find himself in that situation at all. Stop. Don't kill him, Dio. He still needs to answer for all his crime. Pepper knew that if Obadiah was really the one behind all of that mess, then Tony will want to know from Obadiah himself. She knew that Obadiah was a trusted man in Tony's eyes. Chapter 107. Natasha knows that Dio wouldn't do something out of his own limit. He will not take the enemy's life just because he wanted to. She knows that if Dio really wanted to earn money easily, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of opening a restaurant as he did. So, instead of appeasing his desire to kill Obadiah, he threw Obadiah down to the ground and walked away. Natasha immediately walked toward Obadiah to apprehend him, but as Dio walked away, Obadiah took out some sort of remote control from his pocket and rushed at Dio. Natasha tried to warn Dio as she saw what Obadiah was trying to do. But she didn't even get the time to warn Dio as he sliced Obadiah's hand, which was holding the device completely. The cut was clean. It was as if a laser cutter cut Obadiah's hand. Obadiah screamed hysterically as he saw his hand on the ground, and his blood splattered from the cut. He immediately made an attempt to escape from the scene. But Natasha was faster than him, and thus she tripped Obadiah and apprehended him successfully by shooting him with her paralyzing gun. Natasha quickly came over and stopped the bleeding from the wound created by Dio. She also made sure to pack up the severed hands and the remote control-like devices that Obadiah was about to use earlier. After looking at the device, Natasha knew that the device was the sonic weapon that the Stark Industry developed. That device could instantly paralyze a target by getting the device close to the target's ear. Fortunately, that device was already banned from being circulated in the weapons market. Natasha has found some respect for the old man. Obadiah was a really cautious man. If he didn't cross path with Dio, Obadiah would be successful on his quest for sure. You don't have to worry, Ms. Potts, I will make sure that you will be escorted to a safe place soon. Natasha said as she saw the disturbed look on Pepper's face. I will inform Mr. Stark of your safety later on, Natasha adds to reassure Pepper even more. Natasha kept her emotion in check and constantly showed her calm and collected self in front of Pepper, which helped Pepper to calm down as well. The first car to arrive at the scene was a black SUV driven by Agent Coulson. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he greeted Dio with his trademark smiling face. Well, isn't it Agent Coulson himself in a flesh? Now, when would you pay me back the compensation for killing my pet? I didn't come prepared for it, maybe later, Agent Coulson said while laughing shamelessly. Agent Coulson was in a bind because of the snail that he stole from Dio, as soon as he was in the SHIELD's laboratory. He let several scientists do some experiment to the snail. Unfortunately, not long after he dropped the snail to those scientists, he received a report saying that the snail had died and completely disappeared into thin air. Agent Coulson now knew that Dio let him left at that time was because he knew that the snail would vanish in several hours. He felt bad for being greedy back then. If he decided to back out and gave Dio the snail back, maybe he will not be in a pinch like that. Well, I expect you to pay me as soon as we saw each other again. If you didn't, I personally have to ask Nick Fury about it. Remember, I expect $1 million as a compensation. Coulson was visibly startled. How can a snail be that expensive? He would agree for that amount of money as long as the snail was alive and researchable. Now, who would in their right mind believe Coulson's story? SHIELD would never give him the amount of money he needed to compensate Dio. Chapter 108. I'm Iron Man. Tony said in his public speech after the issues on the iron armor. Dio, who was watching the speech on his mobile phone, smiled widely after hearing that statement. That was the famous statement that jump-started the Avenger Initiation by Nick Fury, and that was the statement that commenced the beginning of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The next day, Dio was very surprised to see that Tony and Pepper were already waiting outside of his restaurant. Will also paused for a minute as he knew the man who waited outside the restaurant. He tried to ask Dio whether what he saw at the moment was real or not. He knew that Tony Stark was the famous rich arms dealer and a playboy. He was an epitome of a famous person. Tony was a little bit annoyed to see a stranger still use the word arms dealer to associate with him and said to Will that he was now a philanthropist. He also sarcastically said that Will should see more online news instead of playing in an African safari. Tony remarks angered Will. He quickly tried to jump Tony. Dio quickly held Will down and told Will to calm down as Tony and Pepper sat on the only available chair that Dio prepared in the middle of the room. A peace-loving philanthropist wouldn't make fun of anyone's skin color. I think you have to apologize to my best friend over here, otherwise, I have to get you out from here. Dio said while still holding Will to make sure that he won't pick a fight with Tony. Tony raised his hands as a sign that he didn't come to make a scene. He didn't bring his mark armor there either. You are right, it's my fault for making fun of other people's color, but in my defense, your buddy was so rude as to associate me as an arms dealer. Sure, I used to love it before, but now I hate it with my guts. Dio knew what Tony said was true. He was a man of his word. If Tony already said that he didn't like something, it would be almost an impossible effort to change his mind. Therefore, that was the best apology that he could give Will. Dio patted Will's back as he said that everyone said what they didn't mean to out of surprise and anger, and therefore they were already even. Seeing both Will and Tony had no complaint, Dio gave Will a buckload of money and gave him a half-day off. Dio knew that Tony wouldn't be able to hold his mouth for long. And at some point, he will be offended again. Furthermore, there was some of their next conversation that he didn't want Will to hear and involved in. He would love for Will to avoid the mess that will follow Dio in the future. After Will left with a happy smile on his face, Dio immediately asked for Tony's reason to come there as he had to prepare for his customers when they came for their reservation. No need to do that, I already called all of your customer for today and make sure that they gave us time to talk, me and Pepper was the only customer that you will have for the day, Tony said casually. So, you are here for a meal? That's it? Dio said while also annoyed since Tony was really prideful of something stupid. Yes, that's it. Even though you still haven't served us any drink yet, but yes. We'd still like to have a meal. Dio was annoyed by Tony's attitude. If Tony weren't a customer, he would have made sure to throw him out and make sure that he will never come back to the restaurant ever again. However, Dio knew that Tony was there to bring him a lot of cash. So, he needed to bear it for now. At the same time, Pepper has already had it. She deeply respected Dio as he was the one who saved Tony and her while they could be dead at the time. So, she shushed Tony and spoke for them both. This time, we are here to express our gratitude to you for saving us while the mercenaries were trying to kill us. Pepper said honestly. Tony couldn't stay silent and remarked that Dio was only saving Pepper, as Natasha was the one saving him. That remark got him a slap on the shoulder by Pepper, and as he saw Pepper's face, Tony quickly silenced himself. Chapter 109. Dio sighed. He knew that Tony was straight out bad at expressing gratitude and apology. So, he let Tony be himself. It's not going to change anything even if he demanded Tony to respect him or something. So, I need to tell you that there is no way that I will serve you any cheeseburger here, and I need you to take off your shirt. Dio said confidently. Hey, I know that this place isn't a burger joint, and I know that you are a handsome man, but I don't swing that way. I am sorry. Tony said sarcastically. You know that my business is above making food to fuel everybody's stomachs. If you know what I am talking about, it would be wise for you to follow it. Tony was silent for a while, which made Pepper a little bit worried. She had confidence in Dio's ability after asking many of her friends who already came to Dio's restaurant. After a while, Tony rejected Dio's order, which made Pepper mad once again. She said, Tony, you know, I'm worried about you, you should live like a normal person, not a robot, you need to care about your body. Pepper's word made Tony thought for a while and immediately took off his shirt so Dio could check on his chest. Dio noticed that the webbing from palladium poisoning wasn't visible just yet. Dio knew that once the webbing already reached the stage where it was visible, Tony will be in deep trouble. You know that this arc reactor you are using is eating your body, right? Dio said casually. Wow, your analysis is very good, Tony answered with a witty remark, which Dio knew would happen because, with Tony's genius mind, he wouldn't believe Dio's reasoning without a proof. So, without making another statement, Dio walked toward his kitchen and started to cook a dish for Tony. Did anything that he said just now were true? Pepper asked Tony as Dio moved to the kitchen. No. I would never risk my life like that. But the truth was, he knew that the arc reactor was slowly poisoning him as Dio said. Within a few minutes, Dio came back with a glass of green drink that looked like a disgusting kale juice. The drink really looked horrible, which made Tony frown. What type of grass is this juice made of? Tony asked wittily. It's a special weed, specially made to extend your life and remove the toxin that is circulating your body right now. Dio answered while smiling amusedly. After hearing Dio's word, Tony immediately said, let's changing the restaurant. Pepper immediately said, it's maybe not as bad as it looked. Pepper tried to reach for the glass to try it herself, but Dio immediately told her, no, you aren't poisoned, and the drink should be drunk as a whole. Pepper's face turned pale after hearing that Tony was poisoned. She looked at Tony worriedly as she was afraid that Tony could be dead unknowingly to her. You know, it was bad to lie to your customer. If I were poisoned, how could I sit here and chat casually with you? Well, if you don't believe me, you don't have to drink it and go, but next time, this glass of drink will not be 100 anymore. Dio said confidently. You must be kidding me. How can a disgusting looking drink like this be that expensive? We should leave this place, we can't trust him. I am sorry for his rudeness, is Tony really poisoned? Pepper apologized to Dio. Dio answered honestly, it's the truth, you should look out for him and minimize his reason to use the armor because that will quicken the poison spreading across his body. Chapter 110. Before leaving Dio's restaurant, Pepper left him a 100,000 check even though she didn't really believe that a cup of green juice would be that expensive. Pepper left after that, while Natasha walked in. Well, thank you very much for introducing me to a prick. Dio said as he saw Natasha walking in. At least they didn't leave you with nothing. Natasha said while giggling a little bit and pointing her finger toward the check on the table. If they didn't come here today, I would make much more money than this. Dio said grumpily. Now, what would you do? You don't have any customer for the day, right? Home, sleep. Dio said annoyedly. Would you like me to come too? I could make your sleep much more pleasurable. No, thanks. Dio said as he looks at Natasha with disgust. I am kidding. Now, I would like to invite you out on dinner later tonight. Is this has anything to do with SHIELD again? Dio said while sighing. He didn't believe dinner was all Natasha wanted, with Natasha's personality and the past experience. He knew that Natasha had to have a mission from the SHIELD. He didn't want to get into trouble again like last time, so he just ignored Natasha and saw if she still insisted on inviting him on or not. True enough, Natasha innocently said, it is only a meal and a casual chat, nothing more. Okay, I will come with you tonight. Dio said while sighed annoyedly. On the other side of town, Tony has arrived at his house with 2 cheeseburgers on hand and a large glass of Coke. As soon as he arrived, he called Jarvis as he wanted to enhance his armor even further. As he walked around, he finally noticed an uninvited guest was sitting on his sofa. Did you think that you are the only superhero on this planet? Regretfully, this thought of yours was not true. Who are you? How can you enter my house? I am Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Tony, who has been in contact with SHIELD for several times, paused for a moment, but as he wanted to ask another question, Nick beat him to it. Nick immediately gave Tony a document with the letters Avenger Initiative written on it. Avengers is the name of the superheroes alliance. Avengers would have a single mission of defending the Earth from the forces that will threaten the Earth. Tony immediately mocked Nick, your vision sounded a lot like a comic book plot. But Nick looked at Tony with a serious face which made Tony calm down and knew that Nick wasn't joking. The SHIELD had monitored your action even before you became Iron Man, and SHIELD had also saved you on several occasions. Did you know why SHIELD did any of that? Nick said confidently. My handsome face. My intelligence. Or perhaps it was my money. That is correct. We only save you because of your vast intellect. Just like your old man. That fact has thrown by Nick soon silent Tony completely and was able to make him serious. You know my father? Tony asked seriously. Of course. Your father was a brilliant man with genius-level intelligence. In fact, Howard Stark was one of the founders of SHIELD. Nick noticed that Tony was confused about all that, so he added. SHIELD didn't tell you before because we decided to protect you from behind the scene as we don't want to disturb your life, but since the Earth is in imminent danger, we need your participation to stop whatever it is that threatening the Earth. Chapter 11. This is it. This is all the information you have. There is more, but I can't show it to you out of confidentiality of the document. You can access it by joining the SHIELD. Nick Fury said confidently. So, I need to join this Avengers thing to read it? Tony said confusedly. Yes, that is so. Nick said confidently. Then, I refuse. There is no point in seeing what my old man did while I already surpassed him. And this superhero thing is ridiculous. Jarvis will see you out. Jarvis immediately told Fury to follow his voice as Tony finished speaking. Nick sighed and said, we will meet again soon. Nick left the place willingly while intentionally left the document on Tony's possession. He knew that Tony and Howard's relation was rather bumpy, and he knew letting Tony think for a while would be good. In a private room on a certain Japanese restaurant, Dio and Natasha were sitting opposite of each other while enjoying a fresh sashimi dish. The salmon here is really fresh. I thought you would take me to a Chinese restaurant, Natasha said with a chuckle. I think you are not ready to eating authentic Chinese food, and the ordinary Chinese food without magical reform is in my eyes just a waste of ingredients, so let's eat Japanese food instead, as it is the freshest food in the world. It seems a bit reasonable, but I still think that your food is better. No, my business is a different matter, but seeing that you have spent so many times with me, I can give you a 5% discount next time, Dio said. His food worth more than $10,000, there was no way he would give it for free. Natasha kept chatting like that was a casual dinner, which made Dio a little bit uneasy. He kept responding wittily to every Natasha's remark. He knew that there was no point thinking of things that he didn't even know yet. Eventually, their chat began to change into a more business-like tone. Natasha asked, "What do you think about SHIELD?" Dio now understood the meaning of that dinner Natasha so insisted on. He knew that Natasha was sent to recruit him into joining SHIELD or the Avenger. Dio said, "Nothing out of the ordinary." Natasha seemed to smile a little after hearing Dio's answer. She still had a shot on recruiting Dio. After Dio rejected her charm that usually succeeds in reeling in her target, her confidence in her own ability was a little bit diminished. Natasha said, "Nick Fury wants you to join SHIELD because he appreciates you so much and that he hopes you will use your ability for the right path." The right path? Now. What is the right path? Is opening a restaurant and do business out of it, isn't the right path? Is killing a politician who causes harm out of their lives, which will damage the young ones in the future, isn't the right path? There are so many answers to this as there are so many people in the world. I don't want to have the power to be the one who judges this right path of yours. I don't want to shoulder that responsibility. I'm already happy with my own life. Therefore I will not join the SHIELD. Dio said wisely. But that is the thing. It is not SHIELD that you will be joining, it would be a whole new organization. Dio sighed. He finally understood that the Avengers program must have been started. He listened to Natasha explaining that the new organization would be named Avengers and described the way the Avengers will operate. Dio already knew all that, so he didn't really care about Natasha's explanation. He knew that Avengers was created for a good cause, but he also knew that eventually people would want to control Avengers' power for themselves. They will create mistrust and fear through the news to somehow depict Avengers as a mercenary playing God. This would be the prelude of the civil war among the heroes later. Dio thought over the pros and cons that he would get by joining the Avengers and knew that there would be so much hassle on joining. Plus Nick Fury created that Avengers program out of respect to Captain Marvel, who already showed off her power in Nick Fury's early days. Dio said, "I don't want to play hero, you should ask other people instead of me." Dio put down his chopstick as he prepared to leave the restaurant. Chapter 112. So, he refused? Nick Fury asked. Yes, without hesitation. Natasha said as she told Fury all that happened earlier. It seems that creating a superhero team was more difficult than I imagine. Fury said as he rubbed his head in frustration. But, no matter what, he must continue that Avengers program. He couldn't quit now after he had done so many things. He had to find a way to make Dio and Tony join his team. He knew that Earth would be facing some kind of crisis in due time. He wants to live his life peacefully and the way he wants it. He doesn't want to bear the burden of saving humankind while he doesn't want to protect it. He thought that protecting a human race was too much of a work for a simple human like him. I think we should give up on recruiting him. Natasha said seriously. No. Giving up is not an option here, Natasha. His power is important. Having him on the team means having an assurance that the team couldn't be killed. His life power is too amazing to be let go. How about asking him to work for money? Have you already suggested that route? You mean we pay him to show up? Natasha said confusedly. Yeah. Since he likes money so much, why don't we give him just that? Natasha thought about it for a moment, and she realized that even if Dio liked money, it probably wouldn't be that simple. Dio is a man with a principle. I don't think he will want to do it even if he got paid for it, Natasha said. Nick Fury noticed that Natasha was reluctant to agree with his idea of sending the injured SHIELD and the Avengers member for him to heal as a source of income, but he must come and show up if he was ever needed for the Avengers. Nick Fury said, "You must find a way." Nick Fury dropped the case after telling Natasha his own way to recruit Dio. He added, "The agent who tracked Dr. Banner's whereabouts had found some clues, and you should prepare for your next mission once Dr. Banner has been located." Natasha nodded her head in understanding. She has just received 2 almost impossible missions from Nick Fury. One was almost impossible since the target was too stubborn for Natasha to fool or convince, while the other was like a ticking bomb. Once it detonated, Natasha didn't think that she could detain the Hulk. Regardless, those missions were just straight out impossible. As Natasha wanted to leave the office, Nick informed her, "Barton would be back soon from his assignment, maybe he will be able to help you." Natasha smiled a little as she left the place. At the same time, Alexander Pierce, the former Secretary of SHIELD and the current Secretary General of the International Security Council, was also reading the report regarding Dio and the Avengers Initiative from his own office. Dio Brando. This name sounds familiar. Did you know anything about this man? He was the sole survivor of the Middle Forest Project, sir. He was the son of the couple who accidentally witnessed the brainwashing that our agent conducted to a level 5 agent of SHIELD due to negligence. We arranged the couple and their son to be killed while making it look like a gas leak. The agent said confidently. We don't know how he survived, but our agent had confirmed the death of everyone in the house before they left the scene. But miraculously the son survived and was brought to the hospital. We were about to eliminate the target once the target returned to his home but decided not to as the target seemed to lose his recent memory. The agent said confidently. After listening to the agent, Alexander remembered Dio, and he remembered that he was seriously pissed to hear that the level 5 agent escaped and that there were eyewitnesses in the vicinity. After he ordered his agent to get rid of the eyewitness, he was still irritated by the whole incident. He didn't expect that the surviving member of the witness to be a master of a magical Hammond energy and even possessed a healing ability. That document was found inside of SHIELD's confidential report in a secured database, but there was nothing that Alexander Pierce couldn't access. Chapter 113. If it were not because of Nick Fury's frequent checkup on the agent of SHIELD, Alexander Pierce would have made many moves for the Hydra. Dio was clearly a mistake made by his agent. If Dio knew that Hydra killed his parent, then there was no doubt that Dio would become the enemy of Hydra. I want to know the information about Dio. I need to make the first move before he could get any information regarding his parents or anything else. You should act carefully as not to raise suspicion. Soon Alexander started to receive reports regarding Dio Brando. That included the probability that Dio was the one behind the burned drugs incident in Washington, which Kingpin was in charge of. Alexander smirked as he could use that information to pick Kingpin with Dio. It was the same as killing two birds with one stone. He immediately sent his agent to spread the information regarding Dio to the mafia gang. He smirked by himself, for he thought that Dio would be offed in due time by the mafia. Soon, the information started to spread in the underworld, and that same information finally arrived at Kingpin's ear. Where did you find this information? Kingpin asked an Asian man who was kneeling in front of him with fear. I stole it, sir. The Asian man said nervously. Knowing that he couldn't trust a fear-wrecked man, Kingpin said to his man, put him in a nice bedroom and give him some money to calm him down a little bit. As soon as he calms down, bring him here again. 10 minutes after that, the Asian man returned to Kingpin with a little bit relaxed look on his face. Now, tell me everything you know. Rest assured. You will be rewarded for this. A middle-aged man accidentally bumped into me during the day. And seeing that the man looks like a rich man, I followed him to his house. After a few hours of a lookout, the man was gone from the house. I sneaked in and found this information on a briefcase on the studies inside the house. The Asian man said shyly. The Kingpin knew that information was undoubtedly given to him intentionally. That was not the first time he got a hold of information with that exact way. There must be something amiss, he thought, but he still had to follow that information up. Kingpin told his men to check the house that the Asian man mentioned in case there was anything unusual about the house and the man who lived there. Kingpin thought that maybe he was walking right into a trap and knew that he needed to break that challenge and see who will live in the end. He knew that if the one giving that information wants the man on the information dead, he needs to pay for making him a gun for hire. The information was too convenient to be anything but a trap. It contained a photo of Dio and was full of information regarding him and the people that he was usually in contact with. That irritated the big man immensely. With that, he had one more man that he needed to take care of while the Punisher and the Daredevil haven't been taken care of. The one thing that concerned him a little bit was the great power that the information said regarding the target's ability. He needed to investigate Dio for precautions. At the same time, Dio was still serving his dish to many of his clients. He wondered if he will ever find another illegal gold dealer who would sell him a low-price gold again, without knowing that the mafia has targeted him. Chapter 114. The next day, Dio's fantasy restaurant still operated normally. The guest kept coming per usual. Dio's guest increased slowly, but surely as the rumors about his dishes were gradually spread. There were so many people queuing for a time to dine in Dio's fantasy restaurant that he started to get annoyed on how much phone call that he got in one day. Dio didn't allow anyone to cut in line, but he allowed buying reserved spots from his guests who already booked their spot beforehand. Tony was one example of that. Dio kept rejecting his call for he didn't give any special treatment to anyone, so Tony decided to track down and buy a seat for himself from the guest who was scheduled to come that day. Some TV reporters even came to the restaurant to interview him for his unusual restaurant. Dio, who wasn't after fame, rejected the interview from the TV reporters. He even went out of his way as doubling Will's salary to not tell anything to the reporters regarding the restaurant's secrets. Dio had to make sure that his business could run as long as he wanted, so he didn't want to become famous only to get many backlashes from people who couldn't afford to get a meal in his restaurant later on. The next day, he was waiting for his first guest to come over. He will be serving a pair of twin sisters who once were a child star. They were well known in Hollywood but, regardless of their fame, they didn't get as many roles as they had in their childhood era. The one that troubled Dio was that Hollywood actress was not as wealthy as people think. So, he had to make sure that the guest could pay the bill before he even cooked his dish. As the twins entered the restaurant with a man, Dio greeted them and asked, "Are you have any specific treatment that you want to get today?" The twin answered, "Greetings Mr. Dio, we are Anna and Annie, both of us want to have a face treatment, hair, and a weight loss." Dio quickly calculated the cost and said, "The bill was $600. Are you want to pay it with a credit card or a check or cash?" Anna and Annie were a little bit surprised that Dio asked the payment on the front. Anna asked, why the guests have to pay before the meal. Dio answered casually, that is the restaurant's new rules, and if the effect doesn't meet the guest's expectation, the money would be refunded fully. Dio has encountered a guest who seemed rich at first sight but in the end, couldn't pay for her meal. She even resorted to offering her body to Dio as a way of payment, but Dio surely rejected her offer and threw her out as he immediately blacklisted her for coming to the restaurant ever again. If he accepted her offer, there was no telling how many women would use it as a payment, and Dio was so damn sure that money would be much better than that. Is there any discount that we can get? We only have $400 on our savings. Dio could tell that they were embarrassed by that situation. If they weren't able to get a role before coming there, they doubted that they would even have $400. People didn't know the truth about the actresses on Hollywood was they only saw their glamorous lifestyle. They didn't know that those actresses had to spend so much on cosmetics and what to wear for going out on public. Chapter 115. Female stars in Hollywood had it hard. They had to pay for an expensive treatment so that they could keep competing with their peers, while the male star only needed to watch for their physique. That was why a female star on Hollywood while looking rich didn't always mean that they have money for it. Dio shook his head in rejection. He couldn't let those two stars to dine in without money either. So, he said, I can make 2 dishes each for the amount of $400. I can't make any more than that. In desperation, the two sisters Anna and Annie offered their body to Dio while saying, recently we have a 7-day holiday, maybe you can find us a vacation place, the 3 of us can play together. Anyone who heard that would have tempted seeing that the 2 sisters were still fit and hot, but for Dio, it was not worth the $200 that he would spend, so he rejected the 2 sisters' offer once more while threatening to call the next guest instead. You are such an unfriendly guy. Anna and Annie looked frustrated but quickly agreed on having 2 dishes with $400. They didn't have any power to force Dio to cook for them, so they just gave up and maybe came again when they had the money for the next meal. After the treatment, Anna and Annie walked out of the restaurant with their head held high, their skin was freshened up, and their hair was rejuvenated like their hair when they were a kid. Anyone could argue that they looked like teenagers instead of someone who was almost at their 30. As for whether they could lose weight or not for their audition in a week, that was their own problem. Why did you reject their offer? I can help if you don't have enough stamina to play with them both. In your dream. By the way, it isn't too late to chase after them if you really want to. I don't know what you are thinking, man. You don't seem to enjoy your money at all. You moved but still rent your house, you get 60 months lease on your car, why would you live like this, man? Dio laughed again and said, it's called financial management, most people use it to control their money flow better. Will was visibly annoyed by Dio's comment and said, it isn't so hard to gain money, and therefore it shouldn't be too hard to spend it either. Dio laughed and ordered, return to work and stop spouting nonsense. After that, Dio walked out of the restaurant to smoke for a while, but he kept getting the vibe that he was being watched and that something bad was coming. After a while, a man with a black suit and a briefcase walked in the door, but Dio quickly apologized and said that the restaurant was only available after a reservation. I am coming after smelling some delicious smelling food, can I have a glass of water? I am really thirsty and don't know any convenience store around here. Dio suddenly noticed the guide stick that the man used and realized no wonder that the man couldn't read the sign on the door. Are you only want water? I still have many other drinks too. The man said politely, a glass of water is fine, I am sorry for the inconvenience. Even though Dio only worked for money, he never forgot his manner. He couldn't just send away a blind man without giving the man some sort of replenishment for his day. After giving the man a glass of water, Dio politely said, I couldn't serve any food to you, but I can show you the way to the nearest Chinese restaurant. The man said, thanks, I am actually a lawyer and come here to meet with a client. Dio said, "Wow, a lawyer is a great job. Your client is very rude, not even give you water." The man said, "It's okay, many people don't believe that a blind man can be a good lawyer, but my job is good. I had already won several lawsuits for my clients." The man gave Dio his business card and said, "You can call me anytime if you ever need me." The man then left Dio's restaurant politely while still saying that he was sorry for the inconvenience that he had caused. Dio read the name card and saw that the man's name was Matt Murdock. He quickly flipped the card and saw that in the back of the card Matt has already written that Dio was being watched and someone wanted Dio dead so that he should leave the town as soon as possible. Anyone would have considered a prank if they didn't know who gave them the card, but as Dio read the name Matt Murdock, he knew that the threat was real. He immediately knew why he constantly felt being watched, and something bad would happen. It seemed that he was being targeted. The next question was who dared to bother him and why Matt Murdock risked himself to come there to notify him personally. Chapter 116. Dio tried to remember everything that he has done for the last couple of months as to know why the daredevil would come to inform him that he was in danger like this. He doesn't seem to cross any path with the daredevil yet. But he knew that the daredevil and Punisher were operating in Hell's Kitchen. The stranger thing was the fact that Matt Murdock knew that he was being followed, but the SHIELD didn't inform him about anything of the sort. Dio didn't know why he was being watched was the biggest throw-off at the moment. There was no enemy attacking was another reason that made him curious too. Was it because they already knew of his power and then tried to observe and find out whether he had any weakness, or was it because they were waiting to capture him as to not make any big scene out of that? Dio surely hoped that it was the latter. If that was really the case, then he will try to find out about them after he closed the restaurant and prepared to go home later. At 8 p.m., Dio waited outside of his restaurant while smoking a cigarette. Dio already considered all his options. He could call Natasha to ask about what happened right there and then, but he knew that he and SHIELD didn't have any obligation toward each other, so he decided not to involve them, at the very least for the time being. As for Will, Dio has requested for Pepper some help to take him to Stark Industries for his own safety. He was now treated like a longtime friend of Pepper. Pepper agreed to help Dio because he had saved her on more than a single occasion. Will, of course, felt excited to have that opportunity. Although he hated Tony, he still loved beauties, and Stark Industries had many beauties thanks to Tony's playboy attitude in his early days. Since he had nothing else to worry about, he started walking out of his restaurant vicinity, and sure enough, two unfamiliar faces approached him suspiciously. Dio already knew that those people were up to no good from the tense atmosphere that shrouded them. Dio flicked his cigarette towards the man in a playful manner. But surely Dio wasn't joking around. The cigarette butts were already filled with Hammond energy. And as soon as he flicked it towards one of the men, the cigarette butts immediately flew towards the man's head like a bullet, immediately put a hole in one of the man's head. The startled comrade immediately took out his gun and readied himself to shoot his target. But as he aimed his gun, he realized that his target was no longer in front of him. He looked around in fear as he couldn't find the target in this open field, but suddenly, a voice spoke from his back, "Are you looking for me?" The man was frightened beyond belief and immediately turned around and randomly shot his gun, but he didn't hit anything, and the last thing he knew was a hand piercing through his body from behind. Dio immediately shook his hand to get rid of the blood. He immediately sighed as even though he has just killed those two men, one of them still found the time to shoot their gun. At the same time, he sensed a killing intent from far away, and he immediately realized that it must be a sniper. He quickly shrunk his body using KNUM to avoid being hit and promptly hit on the nearby alley, and next, he needed to get rid of two troublesome mice. At the same time, many footsteps could be heard around him, searching for their target as they thought that Dio has escaped. But they didn't know that Dio had no intention of escaping and was prepared to kill them all. With the cover of the night, Dio seemed to have disappeared from the place, and the enemy was searching for him everywhere in the surrounding vicinity. Dio quickly used his Hammond energy like a knife, quickly cut the enemies who entered the alley that he currently hid in. The thick bloody smell quickly attracted more enemies once as they entered the alley like their friends before, ready to shoot at anything that moved. But they didn't know that Dio attacked from above. They soon realized Dio's attack was not ordinary, but they were already too late to notice that. Their heads were already rolling out of their body. They thought that they got an easy job to kidnap a restaurant owner, but it seemed that they were wrong, and worse, they ended up dead. They didn't know that they were the prey, not the hunter. Chapter 117. After knowing that the identity of his attacker was only a mobster, Dio decides that the power of the world wasn't needed. In the alley, a total of 5 bodies were killed one after another. Another wave of mobsters came toward the alley once more after their friends never came out of the alley. They were startled to see that their friends already became a pile of dead bodies in the alley. Contact others immediately to see who else was killed. they didn't know what method their target used to kill all of their friends. Everyone else can't be reached. They tried to contact all their friends who also participated in that job, but sadly, they couldn't reach any of their phones. He shakenly told his friends that he couldn't reach any of the others. They trembled as they thought that all of them must have been killed by the target too. We must escape from this place first. We were fooled, the target was well prepared. As soon as they were going to run away, a sound of footsteps came toward them from the dark alley. Who? They shouted for who was there as they aimed their gun towards the dark alley. Immediately a panicked man came from the dark alley and said, "Don't shoot, it's me." "It's George, put your guns down." One of the men recognized the panicked man. They were relieved to see that one of their friends was still alive. They had to admit that they had no confidence to face their target now, but it was good to see a familiar face. "Wait. I called you just now, why didn't you answer it?" The panicked man said, "I lost my phone because the target attacked us earlier, and I was lucky enough to escape the target's attack." They were confused after hearing the panicked man's story. They asked, "Why the target let you go?" They didn't see anyone else survive the target's attack. The panicked man answered, "I don't know why, all I know is that the target has some unnatural power, and the rest of my groups have their heads fell off in a blink of an eye." The rest of them looked at the panicked man in fear. They knew that the panicked man was used as a bait to lure the rest of the mob to the target. "You killed us. His goal must be to let you come out to find us on purpose, damn it." The leader of the group immediately asked, "Where is your gun?" "I throw away my gun in a panic." The leader punched the panicked man in his face as he was frustrated by his stupidity. "We must escape. This place isn't safe anymore." The panicked man quickly smirked as he followed them all from behind. The leader also gave a spare gun to the panicked man so that he could help shoot the target when the time came. As they arrived close enough to the snipers, the panicked man quickly shot the rest of the mobs and immediately threw the gun away after clipping it. The mobs were confused as to why would the panicked man did that as they fell to their death. The panicked man checked the mobs after shooting them with a look of dissatisfaction in his face. He didn't like the feel of killing people with a gun at all. "One still alive?" The surviving mobster was staring at the panicked man with a wide eye as if asking why would the panicked man do all that. The panicked man sighed and quietly morphed his face into Dio. The panicked man was Dio all along. By using Knum, he deceived them all into believing that the panicked man was harmless. The one man who was still alive looked at Dio with shock was basically written all over his face, and not long after that, he was dead. Before dying, the looks on his face was like he finally knew why the target could kill all of them silently, but it was already too late to know that information. "I am really not good with gun. Should I go to Wakanda to make a new weapon from vibranium? Adamantium is okay too, maybe I can cut Hulk with it." He quickly changed his face to a stranger's face as to not get recognized and immediately walked toward Hell's Kitchen to find some lawyer. Shortly after Dio left, two people arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. From their suit, it was clear that they were from a completely different group. They cleaned everybody they could find from the vicinity and reported what they had seen to their bosses. One report went to Kingpin, who immediately threw a wine bottle to the wall in rage, and the other report went to Alexander Pierce, who smiled in satisfaction on the result of Dio's power. Chapter 118. Killing those mobsters didn't make Dio any better. He knew that he needed to stop the mastermind behind all the attacks to really stop the mob from attacking him. He knew that Daredevil only notified him to leave because of one criminal head, and that was Kingpin, the legendary underworld emperor. He knew that attack had to be because of his meddlesome in Washington a couple of months ago when he decided to burn all the drugs in the mob house while he was heading to New York. What he didn't know was how Kingpin could know that it was him. Who gave him the information? Did SHIELD rat him out? Seeing that Kingpin went straight to him, it had to be SHIELD who rats him out to Kingpin, but why would SHIELD do that? Did Kingpin somehow recognize the existence of SHIELD and hack the system to get the information he needed, or did he send someone to act as one of the SHIELD's agent to get the information he needed? Or worse, the SHIELD gave Kingpin the information themselves. But if SHIELD really leaked the information, how did the mob not aware of his power? That whole situation was so weird. In the end, Dio decided to set the SHIELD aside and meet the Daredevil to get the information that he needed first. Dio quickly arrived in Hell's Kitchen for the first time. In a matter of minutes, he has already witnessed 3 robberies which stated the corruption of that place. Dio knew where the Daredevil would be after searching for Matt Murdock's attorney office online. While he was on his way to Matt Murdock's office, a disheveled woman was rushing towards him while shouting for help. Dio grinned as he has already seen that tactic before. The woman quickly hid behind Dio. "Sir, please help me, there is a gang that is trying to sell me to prostitute." Dio only stood there silently, not really acknowledging the woman's plea. Soon enough, several men came and told Dio to hand over the woman on his back. Dio only looked at the man boredly without saying anything. Okay, he then stepped out of the way, leaving the woman and the men to stare at each other. They all were confused about Dio's action. He was supposed to help the woman, not left her behind like that. Why didn't he help me? Seeing their act didn't lead to anything, the woman suddenly told the men, get him and take his belongings. They quickly did what the woman told them to do and looked at Dio with vicious eyes. They quickly said, you are still young, don't throw your life, give us your belongings and scram from here. After hearing the mobs threaten him like that, Dio's face changed. He looked at them with cold, full of killing intent eyes, as he would surely kill all of those people if they came anywhere near him. At first, he just went away and left that group alone, but after they threatened him like that, there was no way he will let them go without giving some kind of punishment first. CK. Are you deaf? Seeing Dio didn't do anything that they ordered, the men began to swear at Dio and walked toward Dio confidently. He pulled out a baton from the back of his shirt and tried to attack Dio with it. It was clear that the mobs wanted to attack Dio and then rob him of all his belongings, but Dio was not someone whom they should encounter like that. Dio maybe hurt their pride a little bit by ignoring the woman's plea for help or wasn't nervous as they started to threaten him. They should know that if the man wasn't afraid of their threats, they shouldn't bother him anymore. Chapter 119. The man who walked forward felt that he was falling, but as he fell, he saw a man wearing the same shirt as him and the same pants and also the same boots. Weirdly, he didn't seem to be able to move his hands to support his body as he fell. Well. That suit is familiar. That gun, isn't that my gun? This guy is so strange, why doesn't he have a head? Wait a second, this guy seems to be, it's me. He suddenly stopped falling as he was being held by the man from before, and then he quietly saw his body in front of his eyes, and his consciousness disappeared. The rest of his groups fell to their knees after seeing their friend died in a gruesome way like that. They immediately shouted, "Devil! You are a devil incarnate!" And they immediately ran away from the scene. Dio was too lazy to chase them and let them go while throwing the head to the side. A few minutes later, Dio arrived in front of an apartment door and knocked on the door gently. Who? Matt's voice was heard asking for the identity of the guest. Dio immediately said, I am the restaurant owner that you visited in the morning. I remember you, but I didn't remember to give my address to you. Matt opened the door a little bit while being suspicious as he remembered never telling Dio his address. I am using some connection to come here, can I come inside and talk to you? Matt was silent for a while but eventually opened the door while saying, I hope you don't bring trouble here. Dio answered, I will never bring trouble to you. I was encountered trouble in my way here, but I had already solved them. What do you want to drink? Matt then offered Dio if there was anything that he wanted to drink. A glass of water is enough. Soon Matt returned with a glass of water and sat in front of Dio and said, what do you need here? I need your help. Matt once again fell into a silence and said, this glass of water is the repayment from the morning. After you finish your drink, you should leave also. Be careful on your way home because Hell's Kitchen isn't safe on the night time. How could you know that I was targeted? And why would you help me? That was dangerous for yourself. Matt said, as a lawyer, I am feeling an obligation to save another person's life, and I have my own channel of information that I can't tell you. I also promote myself. Who knows, you may need a lawyer as help in the future. Dio already knew that Matt got his information by investigating and interrogated the mob that he found at night while posing as Daredevil. Dio immediately asked, what kind of help can you provide me? Matt said, I am very good at property disputes, fight and divorces, and many more lawsuits, you can just name it. Dio quickly said, that's not what I mean another kind of help, like finding someone. Who? Kingpin. The atmosphere of the room immediately changed drastically after Dio said that name. Did you know the name of Wilson Fisk? He was a philanthropist in the surface. But in the underworld, he was known as Kingpin. He is ruthless as well as he is methodical. There is neither evidence nor witness that could prove his criminal act. It is meaningless to go after him. Matt said coldly. Maybe in your eyes, Kingpin was really some kind of big bad gangster, but for me, he was no more than a puppy that needed to be disciplined. Do you need to stop him? Then kill him. Only then will your trouble disappear. Dio said confidently while showing off his killing intent. Matt was startled after sensing Dio's killing intent. He instinctively reached for his weapon as he thought that he was up against a prehistoric monster for a moment. There was no doubt in Matt's mind that Kingpin had made an enemy. Matt knew he wouldn't be able to escape this time. Matt immediately trusted Dio, for he knew that Dio would be able to finish Kingpin. I will try to find him, but I need some time. I will inform you if I get any information about him. You better find him soon. I don't want any trouble in my restaurant. What kind of payment for your help?" Dio asked as he stood up to leave. "I will think about it after the job done. I hope you are still alive when that time comes." Chapter 120. Dio left Matt Murdock's house with a smile on his face. He knew that Kingpin's mobs would be coming for him, and as he thought he was getting ambushed here and there in Hell's Kitchen. But there was nothing that Dio needed to worry. Using the stand Knum, he went ahead and ambushed the mobs himself, and he started killing them one by one under cover of the night. Compared with the reckless slaughter of the Punisher, Dio's method was simply an art. He killed a group of 40 people without any of them realizing what happened. He walked in quietly, and he walked out even more quietly. The night has become Hell's Kitchen's worst nightmare. There was body piled up in every dark corner of the alley, and no one seemed to know how all those mobs died in one night. Damn! What the F? CK is going on? Dead. So many people dead. Why is no one scream while so many people killed? Even if a few pigs are killed, they are screaming at least twice before they die. Don't say anything, hurry up and look around. I feel that the person who died tonight may be more than that. I want to report it to the boss as soon as possible. Those mobs kept yelling without knowing that Dio was already targeting them. With his Hammond energy, he could easily walk on top of the power cable or sticking to walls or such. He practically became the strongest assassin in Hell's Kitchen. When he was already on top of the mobs, he used his Knum to extend his arm and then used his zoom punch Hammond technique to then twist their head gently. Dio then pulled the dead body up and hung them in the wire. The whole scene was really creepy, making those who were weak-willed scared to death. When the sun was about to rise, Dio stopped his hunt and arranged the corpses as he saw fit and then disappeared without a trace. When the day came, the residents of Hell's Kitchen immediately screamed as they saw pile after pile of corpses around their house. Although the police weren't willing to come to Hell's Kitchen for their own safety reason, they had to go as the call was ridiculously many. The city enforced many cops to go at the same time to the Hell's Kitchen so that there will be no police who were vulnerable to being attacked. But once they arrived in Hell's Kitchen, they were surprised to see many corpses piled everywhere. The police immediately found many clues that Dio intentionally left behind, which was arrogant on the police's eyes, but the scene still instilled fear on the police force. The police took the photo from above using the drone as they saw that the placement of the corpse was a little bit weird. What they saw once again shocked them. They saw the corpses were placed to make a sentence, "I will find you." In the street. The police were baffled as they didn't know who was "you" that the perpetrator meant. They didn't know what to make of that situation too. Should they be relieved since so many mobs were killed, or should they feel bad since there were so many casualties? They don't know if they should find the person mentioned using the corpses on the street or let it go and waited until new mobs' corpses came up their way. But that was not all. The police kept finding a large pile of corpses in another area of Hell's Kitchen, like the abandoned factory and East Tower. All the police officers who were in charge of the case looked at the scene with an ugly face. They knew that Hell's Kitchen would change after all of that madness. Hundreds of people died at the same time, and it was suspected that the killer was in one group, which was clearly a new mafia who wanted to control the Hell's Kitchen. They were definitely making a war of the precedence mobs of Hell's Kitchen. That new group was more ruthless. They didn't seem to care if the civilian would saw them made a move, for they sure didn't care that everyone saw what they had done. If only they knew that all of that was done only by an individual, they would surely lose their mind. When Kingpin woke up in the morning, his people immediately gave him the police report from Hell's Kitchen. He also saw the photos from the drone, which showed the corpses were arranged to make a certain word. He finally felt that he needed to take that seriously. No one mocked the underworld king and lived to tell the tale. He knew that the information he got back then was someone pulling his hand to get rid of that person's target, but he didn't think something like that would happen. Just in one night, he already felt the serious blow to his mob forces. He quickly said, "Go reinvestigate all information regarding the target and trace the source back to whomever behind the leak of information." Everyone who went to the house to investigate the information sources was missing. "We don't know what happened, but they all disappeared." Disappear? Kingpin looked at his hand in anger. That's the case surely has taken some interesting turns. He clenched the photos in his hands and made a challenge on who was gonna live at the end. Chapter 121. Dio has made a fortune in one night. He collected many banknotes from the mobs that he killed last night. He took all of the money inside their wallet as he killed them. He left all the jewelry that the mobs were using as he thought it would be hard to sell any of those. When the morning came, he changed his appearance to completely another person and waited for the jeweler to open. Due to the face that Dio used was a little bit villainous, the employee of the jeweler almost called the cops on him for his suspicious payment method and his villainous face. he had to threaten them to finish up the transaction. In order to not get into unnecessary trouble, he threw several $1,000s as a tip to the employee. That move by Dio made them complacent and immediately finished up the transaction. They knew that the money that Dio used as payment was stolen money. But they ignored all of that as they got a lot of profits with Dio buying many gold bars from them. After buying all the gold bars and stored it on his inventory, he changed his appearance again into a businessman this time. He quickly visited a bigger jeweler and immediately spent his money that he stored at the Swiss bank into gold bars. He quickly put the gold bars inside his inventory once again while avoiding the camera on the street. He knew that his restaurant and villa were constantly under mob's watch, so he knew that he couldn't go there to spend his gold. Instead, he decided to go to a high-end restaurant and spent the rest of his money on renting a private room and a feast for himself. After all his orders were delivered into the room and he knew for sure that there would be no more interference, he started to get nervous. His luck was shit up until that moment, so he once again did his routine. He lit his cigarette and watched a cat show on his phone while also chanting a lucky chant that he found online. He read that Liverpool uses that chant to score 4 comeback goals in their losing game versus Barcelona. He successfully calmed his mind. After finishing the lucky chant, he quickly started his 10x consecutive draw from Golden Pool as per usual. For the first draw, as he expected, his luck was shit. That bad luck draw was sticking to him like glue until the 10th draw. The 10th draw gave him a Hammond Technique Life Magnetism Overdrive, which he appreciated very much. He kept drawing as much as he could while comforting himself that his luck will prevail soon enough. After a total of 16 draws, all he got was just 1 Hammond Technique and 1 arrow fragment. At that point, Dio was on the verge of collapsing from depression. He couldn't stand his bad luck any longer. "Give me my stand. You fucking bastard." At his 20th draw, a bright flashing light immediately shone on his draw. That light moved him. Finally, there was some sort of higher power that heard his plea. Along with some Hammond beads, he got another stand. That stand belonged to Leona Baccio on Part 5 of JoJo, and he was also a member of Bacciorati's team. Stand name, Moody Blues. Description, reenacts events were occurring in a given place within a time specified by his user. Type, investigative stand. Ability, replay. Destructive power, C. Speed, C. Range, A. Sustainability, A. Precision, C. Growth, C. Evaluation, new Sherlock Holmes is in town. Finally. Dio shouted as he finally got a stand with his shitty luck. He jumped up and down in joys. Although that was not a stand that he could use to fight, he could use it to obtain any number of information that he needed for real-life event. With that stand, no one will be able to fool him. His depression was suddenly gone after getting that stand. Chapter 122. With Moody Blues, he could find out about everything from the time that his family was dead. He wanted to know for sure if it really was an accident or not. It will also provide him a piece of ceaseless information about the Kingpin. He knew for a fact that the guy was slick, he could be anywhere at any time, and he needed to have his own trusted source of information for that. The ability to replay was the most cheating ability in the Marvel Universe, as no secret will be safe before Moody Blues. For example, if Dio went to Tony Stark's workshop and quickly activated the Moody Blues to get the information about Tony's Iron Man's Mark Warframe, the Iron Man's secret would no longer be a secret to him. It worked on everything. As with Moody Blues, the weakness of the target would be shown, maybe a family member, loved ones, or a literal weakness. Since he was in a good mood, Dio kept drawing for prizes as he thought that he already got a stand, then might as well spend all his gold. At his 44th draw, he got a golden pet card. On his 53rd draw, he got a one-time use Stand Bad Company and a 1x recharge card. On his 60th draw he got 2 Hammond Technique Sendo Ripple Overdrive and Forced Ripple Breathing, and a cream of the crop. On his 75th draw, the last of his draw, it once again shone brightly. Dio was surprised. Will he get another stand? Stand name, Hanged Man. Description, a stand named after a tarot card. Type, long distance offensive stand. Ability, light manifestation attacking the target trough, a mirror-like object, such as glass, water, eyeballs. Can move from mirror to mirror in a speed of light. Destructive power, B. Speed, A. Range, A. Sustainability, B. Precision, B. Growth, D. Evaluation, you are already dead. After seeing that he got the Hanged Man, Dio was in shock. He looked closely at the stand and pinched himself to see if he really wasn't dreaming. He knew with that stand it will be much easier for him to assassinate somebody from afar. There was almost no one in the Marvel Universe that could hold their ground against that stand. As of that moment, he had the world if he ever got himself into a pinch. He had Moody Blues if there was any information he needed to know immediately. He also had Knum if he wanted to change his appearance to go to stake out the mission. Unfortunately, he could only summon up to 3 stands. If he has already unlocked all of his stand slot, he will practically be invincible. He also had the Golden Pet card. That card could make any ordinary creature into his pet with a success rate of 99. He needed to find something rare with that card for sure. He couldn't waste that card to capture cats or dogs. He also got the 1x recharge card to recharge his temporary stand, like Bad Company that he just got, or the Gold Experience that became his trump card. He also got 3 Hammond techniques. While Sendo Ripple Overdrive and Life Magnetism Overdrive was a technique to send his Hammond energy through walls and magnetized his opponent, the Forced Ripple Breathing was unique. That Hammond combat technique was used to heal or even enhance the combat power of his stand. But that Hammond combat technique would reveal the stand to everyone even if they couldn't use Hammond energy. In short, that combat technique will enhance the stand's combat power, but it will lose its stealth. Chapter 123. These new Hammond techniques are good. Dio checked the temporary stand that he just got. Stand name, Bad Company. Description, a war legion that consists of U-boat, tanks, and helicopters, and land mines. Type, colony-style stand. Ability, fire at will. Efficient ability for a concentrated attack, while lethality would be multiplied as the more colonies summoned. Destructive power, B. Speed, B. Range, C. Sustainability, B. Precision, C. Growth, C. Evaluation, turn everything into shreds. Although it was only a one-time use stand, Dio was satisfied enough. He knew that once he used that stand, it will disappear right after. But it had its own advantages. That card won't occupy any stand slot. All Dio needed to do was give the card his Hammond energy once, and it will activate and move on its own. Dio only needed to give it orders for it to be fully operational. Dio also noticed that the temporary card had 2 different values. Gold Experience was a temporary stand with limited time usage, while Bad Company was just a one-time use stand. When the time came for Dio's permanent stand was unusable at a certain situation, maybe that's when Bad Company will be his ace in the hole. After all that, he found himself really hungry for some reason and decided to eat the dishes that he ordered earlier. He didn't forget to mix the Hammond bead that he got into the dishes as he ate them. After walking out of the restaurant, he already consumed all of the Hammond beads that he got earlier. He saw that his Hammond energy has already reached more than 300,000. He knew that once he used the world's ability, it wouldn't be for 1 second anymore. Unfortunately, he didn't have any enemy that he deemed necessary to use that ability on yet. Maybe he would use it when he fought Ultron or maybe Thanos. Dio immediately changed his appearance back to normal and walked back towards his own restaurant. At the same time, the mobs who were waiting for Dio's arrival at the restaurant looked at him with weird looks in their eyes. They thought after Dio killed many of the mobs in Hell's Kitchen earlier, he wouldn't show up on his restaurant. They were afraid to engage Dio after seeing the state of their friends in Hell's Kitchen. In reality, those mobs were thinking too much. Dio came back to the restaurant because he wanted to continue doing his business. He didn't care if he was being watched, as long as they didn't disturb his business, he wouldn't do anything to them either. In the restaurant, Will came to Dio's office while smiling brightly toward Dio. "You must be getting many hot ladies in Stark Industries," Dio teased Will. Will laughed and said, "I found many women who were willing to sleep with me at the Stark Industries because they thought that I was close with Pepper Potts and Tony Stark." Okay, Dio, who was suddenly annoyed by Will's boasting nature, immediately dismissed him for boasting too much. Will giggled, "You must be jealous, right?" "Ha ha ha. Yeah, I am, Master Will, a love veteran," Dio surrendered. Then Will whispered, "Many women that I met there asked which department I was from, so while I didn't know any department there, I was forced to make one." Chapter 124. Dio was dumbfounded after hearing Will's story. Will has named himself as Tony Stark's mysterious cousin who will soon become vice president of Stark Industries. Dio couldn't believe the woman over there bought Will's unbelievable story. Dio couldn't believe the event at the Stark Industries yesterday had become a show for Will alone. From his story, almost all girls on the company approached him, trying to get to know in a more intimate manner. But, Will didn't go all the way with those women as he knew that his lie would be busted with a single word from Pepper or Tony. He'd rather pay a prostitute than trouble himself with those office women who could possibly sue him after knowing that he lied. Dio couldn't help himself but laugh after hearing Will's story. How could the women at the Stark Industries be so dumb? It was good that Will had known the consequences without Dio needed to tell him anything. While Dio wanted to continue his conversation with Will, his restaurant phone rang. Dio politely picked up the phone and asked, "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Natasha." "Oh, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" He also told Will to go clean and wait for the guest for a while as he needed to take the call. Will nodded and left Dio alone with the phone. Natasha sighed, "SHIELD's intelligence has been stolen, and you are being targeted. We are pursuing the culprit at the moment." Dio frowned after hearing Natasha's information. He knew that something bad must have happened inside the SHIELD. "Thanks for your warning, but it was a tad too late. I already cleaned several rats that come my way last night. From your information, I take it you don't know about this." Natasha was stunned to hear Dio's reply. It seemed that the leak of information was direr than she thought. She quickly said, "Whoever stole the information from SHIELD is deliberately targeting you. Kingpin also has mobilized his manpower to target you." From that much information, Natasha realized that there must be another force hidden inside the SHIELD, but how come was it possible? If that was really the case, there was no way that Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce didn't know about it. The emergency order that she received was also weird, as she was informed that Dr. Banner was found and that she needed to leave immediately, but once she got to where Dr. Banner should be, she found nothing. There was no way the SHIELD or even Nick Fury would send her on a wild goose chase. The more interesting things were from what Dio has just said. Naturally, if she was away for another mission, then several other agents should be replacing her on watching over Dio. But last night, no one kept an eye on him, and at the moment, SHIELD was like a blind man who didn't know what to do. From Natasha's confused tone, Dio knew that that was the time that Hydra infiltrated the SHIELD, which explains some of the weird actions that the SHIELD had made. But why now? It was not supposed to be that fast. Hydra needed to make a plentiful more preparation from now on. Were they pressured to do something sooner than later? If that was true, then what was different from the real MCU? Dio had too little information to continue guessing what was different with Hydra as of that moment. But he knew that there must be something that caused the Hydra rush things up like that. Dio never wanted to help the SHIELD, but now that the Hydra has already targeted him, he had to fight back. "You have to come here as soon as possible. We need to talk things through. There is so much thing that couldn't be said over the phone." "Yeah, I'm already on my way," Natasha said seriously. "Be careful on your way. I have a watcher around my restaurant, but I don't think they are bold enough to attack in broad daylight, but still. Be careful," Dio said as he hung up the phone. Under normal circumstances, nothing had to be feared as they were in broad daylight, and Dio's restaurant was a high-profile place. But since they fought against Kingpin, the king of the underworld, there was no telling what he was gonna do. Chapter 125. "Sorry, we only serve reservation only," Dio said while giving her an envelope. Natasha was confused but left nonetheless as she felt that Dio had his reason for doing so. She quickly went to one of her safe houses and quickly opened the envelope that Dio gave earlier. One of them told Natasha not to trust anyone and wait for her to be alone to open the second envelope. She immediately opened the second one and saw that inside the envelope was a knuckle-sized snail. She knew immediately that that was the snail that Coulson had reported earlier. Once she held on to the snail, Dio's voice was quickly heard on her mind. Dio said, "It's me, don't panic. If you want to say something, just think it." Hello? Are you using some kind of telepathy?" Dio quickly explained, "It's not telepathy, the snail is a magical animal that can make a spiritual connection between the holders." Natasha looked at the snail intensely after Dio's explanation. She asked, "I understand, but I have many secrets in my head, if you know it." Dio said, "You are too paranoid. That snail is mean to communication, not spying. If you don't want to share your thought, it won't tell it to me." Natasha was relieved after hearing Dio's word and asked, "What am I think now?" Dio answered, "Probably about dinner. Are you not believe me?" Dio was annoyed that Natasha didn't believe him 100, but he let it slide, as he knew that was just how Natasha was. At the same time, Natasha finally believed everything that Dio had said temporarily as she didn't know the extent of that snail's power. The other thing was if Dio wanted to explore her secrets, then Dio would have already gotten it once she picked up the snail, which so far hasn't happened yet. Dio's voice was heard once more, "Do you notice something wrong in SHIELD?" Natasha suddenly became serious as she thought the same thing as Dio. Dio conveyed that he took her silence as a yes, and there was something wrong with the SHIELD like he thought. "What do you know?" Natasha frowned. Dio quickly answered, "I am not sure yet, and I will find the truth tonight. SHIELD would fall into trouble after this." Natasha quickly asked, "What must I do?" Dio was silent for a moment and sighed, "You need to find Wilson Fisk. I need to get the Kingpin off my ass." Although Dio has already sent Matt Murdock the Daredevil to find the Kingpin, he knew that Daredevil alone wouldn't suffice. So, he asked for Natasha's help as it was her specialty on tracking people down. Natasha sighed and said, "It isn't impossible to find Wilson Fisk, but it will be troublesome if he killed." Dio was a little surprised to hear Natasha said something so ridiculous like that. Didn't she know that Wilson Fisk was none other than the Kingpin himself? But it was not hard to disguise himself as someone at the top of the country. Wilson Fisk was a smart man. He has already become an influential person legally. It would be even harder to kill the man now. He was known to use the resources that many politicians had to help himself, as he was generous and constantly gave many politicians his support. On the underworld, he was the infamous criminal mastermind who killed anyone who dares provoke his authority. On the other hand, Natasha already knew that Wilson Fisk was Kingpin, but if Kingpin was killed, then the criminal underworld would fall into chaos, his criminal empire will fall, and anyone who had status at his criminal empire will try to bite the head of another person with the same or higher status to have a part of the Kingpin's fallen empire, thus causing war among the criminals, and soon, the entire USA would be dragged into the said war. Dio sighed, "You don't need to worry about anything as I will take all the consequences regarding Wilson Fisk." In Dio's mind, he knew that the chaos would only be temporary, the heroes will rise in the future, and that alone would be sufficient to repel the war that would come. "Fine, if you already decided, then I will see what I can do," Natasha said seriously. "Yeah, okay. I already asked someone else yesterday to help me search for Wilson Fisk, but you will become my reassurance that he would be found." "Wow, I never thought that I would see the day that I would become someone else's spare plan," Natasha said jokingly. Dio sighed at Natasha's joke and said, "The snail will be in your possession in the meantime and that you can contact me anytime you want." Dio added, "You must not let Coulson see that snail as he tried to dissect one of my snails a few months ago, and that bastard still hasn't paid me back for that." Chapter 126. Natasha began to do her part on finding the Kingpin, and Dio continued to act normally throughout the day. He couldn't show any sign that he knew that he was being watched, for he didn't want the enemy to panic and decided to attack anyone his acquaintance instead. In the evening, Pepper came again with her bodyguard to take Will for another event at the Stark Industries. Dio already told his situation to Pepper, and she has agreed to help him protect Will. Meanwhile, Tony was locking himself in his room to develop his Iron Man's warframe. Pepper noticed that Tony's complexion was becoming paler every time she visited, but she couldn't do anything, as he was as stubborn as a man could be. She knew that what Dio said that day was true, and Tony really had been poisoned. After Will got into the car excitedly, Pepper stayed and asked Dio if he needed any help for whatever trouble that he was currently having. She could help him, for the Stark Industries had many resources that they could use for Dio. Dio smiled and said that Tony was very lucky to have an intuitive assistant like her, and he said that he didn't need Pepper help for the time being. All he needed for the moment was to make sure that Will was safe while he resolved his trouble. Dio also said his thanks to Pepper for welcoming Will to their event without asking questions. "Since you put it that way, I will let you resolve your problem first before asking you to help Tony. He was getting worse by the minute and become more stubborn than ever," Pepper said with a smile on her face. "Sure, I will take a look at him after I'm done with my own business. Tony was definitely lucky to have you by his side." Pepper then laughed and said that she was also lucky to have Tony, and then got into her car and left Dio's restaurant. After they left, Dio realized that he was lonely in that world. The only thing that gave him familiarity and real were Will. He didn't know what he would do if Will weren't there at the beginning when he arrived in that world. He shook his head, for he didn't need to be all sentimental, and immediately closed the restaurant's door and drove away using his second-hand car that he still didn't have the time to sell, but it was proven to be useful at that moment. He didn't want those mobs to ruin his brand new car right when he still cherished the car. While driving, Dio noticed several cars were tailing him from his rearview mirror. But even after passing several streets that should be convenient to stop Dio and several places that would be nice to make it look like Dio's car had an accident, they still haven't done anything. Dio decided to ignore that guy for the moment as he had something else that he needed to check with his new ability. Dio quickly swapped Pearl Jam with Hanged Man, for he didn't have the time to deal with his enemy that followed him everywhere. He ordered the Hanged Man to kill all the people who were following him from the restaurant before. The Hanged Man nodded and immediately jumped through the mirror, and moved towards other mirrors in the vicinity until he gets to the enemy car's rearview mirror. The strange thing happened after all of that. The Hanged Man sliced the driver's reflection in the mirror, and the real driver's head was sliced like a potato slice. That was also the ability of the Hanged Man. Attacking the target's image would cause the attack to materialize on the target's real body at the same time. The driver was dead at the same time, causing the car to drive uncontrollably toward the tree on the sideway. It was practically killing everyone inside. Chapter 127. Dio knew that Hanged Man would have done his job in a very short amount of time, so there was no need for him to be slowed down. Dio was satisfied to get such efficient stand, all he got to do now was finish what he wanted to do at the moment. He quickly swapped Knum with Moody Blues as he knew that he will not be needing it for the moment, and he needed the Moody Blues to get the truth out of his situation when he was assumed to be killed when he first arrived on this world. Dio arrived at his old house without a hitch and used the Moody Blues ability immediately. Replay. Moody Blues to reenact the moment at the time of his death and started to track backward from that time. He saw his death scene first and the time continued going backward, and he saw before his death, he was texting a woman on his phone and fell asleep not long after that. The most important piece soon revealed itself as Dio heard a key being turned in. Moody Blues could play any past memories completely, nothing could escape from that ability. That was why Moody Blues was known as the ultimate detective skills. Dio quickly noted the time and called the Moody Blues to stop its ability and moved towards the front of the house. Replay. Dio wanted to know who was the one that comes to his house at that time. He immediately saw at the time that he already noted that a strange man that he has never seen before was opening his door and entering his house. He waited for the man to come out of his house outside as he couldn't walk inside at the moment. Moody Blues couldn't use its power at the different place at the same time unless it was used to pertain someone's memories. For about 3 minutes, the strange man finally came out with a gas mask on his face. Dio noticed that the man was talking to someone on the phone. He paused the time and rewound it a little bit to hear the man up close. He quickly walked forward and restarted the time again. Go and see for yourself, the target has been dealt with. The strange man said on his phone. It's okay, I used the latest poison gas that the Bureau had developed, there is no way any of them will ever wake up, the man said again to his phone. Dio quickly shut the memories down and called the Moody Blues once again. Replay. He knew that something was weird, but he didn't know that things were this bad. He, along with his parents, was collateral damage to something that someone tried to hide. Dio quickly used the Moody Blues ability to track the strange man's memory. He noticed that the man was dragging 2 bodies that he knew were his parents on that world and put them on their bed while positioned them to look like a sleeping couple. After that, the man placed some gas canister on the gas pipeline and immediately loosened the pipe so that the gas leaked inside the house. I feel bad for them, but it can't be helped, they saw something they shouldn't have seen. Well, if they want to blame someone, they should blame Simon for messing up, and they ended up seeing what he did. After pulling the gas canister from the gas line, the man left the house. Sometimes, the truth was so cruel he finally knew that his family was a victim of injustice. Dio now knew that he needed to find the perpetrator as soon as possible, maybe after he dealt with Wilson Fisk the Kingpin, but he didn't know if that was the correct move for the moment. Chapter 128. Dio quickly used the forced ripple breathing technique so that the Moody Blues could be seen and immediately recorded all of the replays of memories from Moody Blues' ability with his phone. He took a picture of the strange man who became his top priority to find out what really happened at the day of his family incident. He knew that Natasha would obtain the information he needed as she was really good at digging out another agent and stuff like that. But as he was about to leave the house, suddenly a dagger was thrown towards his heart from the back. He didn't feel any killing intent from his surroundings, which startled him immediately that there was an assassin going after his life. He quickly shouted if the assassin was a mutant or a ninja because there was no way other than that assassin could escape his detection. The assailant, however, was surprised to see that his attack couldn't even tear out Dio's clothes. Impossible. He noticed that Dio's body was surrounded by a thin layer of energy that couldn't be penetrated by his dagger. He immediately retreated as he didn't know the target's power and ability and thus making him susceptible to attack. Are you mutant or ninja? But as Dio shouted if the assailant was a mutant or a ninja, he felt that Dio could get the hang of his identity later on if he let Dio live, so he immediately shouted for his partner to drop it. Dio was confused as to what the assailant meant by drop it, so he immediately looked up and saw that a car was falling towards him at a great speed. Dio sighed in annoyance and quickly ordered the world to destroy the fallen car. The assailant was a little bit relieved after knowing that there was no way that Dio could escape that fallen car unscathed, but once again, they were wrong. The car was suddenly obliterated as it was getting close to Dio. From Dio's perspective, he clearly saw that the world was hitting the car like it was a piece of paper. It seems that there are 2 of you here. Kingpin was really troublesome, isn't he? Don't you worry, I will kill him as well so that you 2 won't be lonely in the afterlife. The pale white man who was floating in the sky looked at Dio strangely. Although he was a mutant, he has never seen someone as perceptive as Dio and powerful enough to destroy a 2-ton car like it was a piece of paper in a very short amount of time like that. He immediately notified his companions to retreat because there was no way that he could take on Dio without knowing the extent of Dio's power and ability. But he didn't know that he was being seen and targeted by Hanged Man. Hanged Man had a preposterous range as it had the range stat of A. It could easily reach anyone from far away as long as there was a reflection that it could use to perform its ability. This time, the reflection was Dio's eyes. The Hanged Man quickly sliced the floating man's neck in the reflection inside Dio's eyes, and the neck of the floating man was instantly sliced. The man's blood quickly spurted all around like rain, and his body was falling down soon enough. The stealthy ninja who tried to stab Dio with a dagger earlier was horrified seeing the scene in front of him. He just witnessed his partner that he thought was safe since he was on a really high place with no platform to chase after was killed instantly. He didn't know what has just happened as he saw that Dio didn't do anything. He couldn't move for fear that Dio would notice him and kill him like his partner. He had thought of fighting Dio head-on and escaped, but his fear overwhelmed him. With his mutation of manipulating light he could conceal himself, he had confidence that Dio won't be able to see him standing in the corner. With that mutation, he has already killed so many people with ease as no one could see him coming. He was the best assassin that Kingpin could ask for. He was paired with a man who could make everything that he touched become weightless, and the two of them never failed to assassinate anyone. Never had they thought that the time of not only failing but losing their life would come. He didn't know that the Moody Blues was already staring at him as there was no one that it couldn't find. Dio only needed to rewind the time a little to find out the position of that invisible assailant. Chapter 129. Dio casually lit another cigarette and smoked it and signaled to Moody Blues to attack the assassin. While its destructive power was just C, Moody Blues wasn't weak. C in Stan's standard was powerful enough to easily kill a human. Moody Blues quickly put the assassin in a chokehold and dispelled the assassin out of his invisibility power. Not long after, the cracking sound was sounded. Moody Blues has killed the assassin by breaking his neck in the chokehold. The assassin didn't know what killed him until the end. All that he knew was the killer was humanoid and invisible like him. Dio quickly withdrew Moody Blues for the moment and left the scene as he already got everything that he needed from that place. Shortly after he left, several black cars arrived and cleaned the scene before the police did. Kingpin in his office was curling his finger in frustration. He never expected his best assassin to be killed simultaneously like that. He swung his cane to one of his mob and instantly killed the mob with one blow to the head to vent his anger. He sat down and cleaned his cane as it was bloodied with the mob's blood and brain. Two people walked in and cleaned the place like it was no big deal. The people in the room didn't seem to acknowledge that one of their colleagues was dead by their boss' hands. Suddenly, a man with a bullseye in his forehead came forward and said that he would deal with the target himself and that Kingpin didn't need to worry anymore. That man was the best assassin that Kingpin had on his ranks. That man will never miss his shot no matter what, but Kingpin rejected his offer for the time being, as he said that he needed to let the target found him. He will be attending an event tomorrow and that the man should be preparing himself to ambush the target at that event instead. Kingpin knew that the target was peculiar. He didn't know who was behind the target, and so he needed bait to see the target's power for himself. At night, the Black Widow came to the place that she had agreed to meet Dio. She immediately saw Dio came out of the dark while also throwing her a phone. What is this? She immediately saw the photo on the phone and frowned a little bit. Tell me, who is this person? I trust you, don't lie to me. What is going on? How could you not know the man inside your own phone? That's not important right now. Tell me who this is, and I will tell you what you want. Dio said confidently. Natasha frowned again after hearing Dio's word. This is Jason, a level 5 agent of SHIELD. He was in charge of new recruits of SHIELD. Why would you want to know about him? Natasha asked curiously. Dio immediately knew that that man should have been a Hydra agent who already infiltrated the SHIELD. Now, he knew for sure that the Hydra has already targeted him once again, and leaking information to Kingpin was one of their plans too. That sure was troublesome. He always tried to avoid any trouble, but it seemed that trouble was there from the start that he arrived in that world. Dio immediately asked Natasha, what does Hail Hydra means? His word immediately shocked Natasha. She never expected to hear those sentences ever again. Dio said, the person in the photo seemed to be saying those words while he was on the phone. That man was the perpetrator of the gas leak, which killed my parents and almost killed me. The accident that occurred at my house wasn't accidental. But a planned murder made to look like an accident by that man. Impossible. Natasha was shocked once again as she didn't think that Dio's theory was possible. Nothing is impossible, Natasha. The clues are already in your hands. If you want to know the truth, you only need to follow this man's activity, but keeps it for yourself for the moment. I believe that these hidden forces have taken roots in SHIELD for quite some time, and if they knew that you are onto them, you might be targeted. Chapter 130. How could you be so sure that I'm not with these people? Natasha said curiously. Dio couldn't say that she trusted her because he knew that she was the most trusted person and would catch the head of the Hydra inside the SHIELD on her own. It would sound very weird and too optimistic. So, he said, I trust my own judgment. But if he was wrong, then it meant that he would add another body to the pile. Natasha immediately said, I will investigate the whole thing carefully and I hope you won't kill too many people while I was gone. Dio smirked at Natasha's quirks and said, I won't kill anyone if I left alone, you should contact me using the snail. After all that, Dio disappeared again into the shadow, leaving Natasha alone. The night passed quietly, while the next day, he was standing on the rooftop of one of the buildings overlooking the Empire State Building. He got a piece of information from the Daredevil and Natasha that Wilson Fisk would be attending a speech from the mayor as one of the successful businessmen. Dio knew something smells fishy here. He knew that Wilson Fisk was smart. He wouldn't leave himself wide open in front of an open public while knowing that he was being targeted. But, Dio knew whether that was a trap or not, nobody will recognize him anyway. At exactly 1 p.m., Wilson Fisk walked toward the stage with his bodyguard to meet with the mayor and sat on the side with several other businessmen. Dio noticed that the crowd was being controlled. It seemed that Wilson Fisk's safety was mainly due to the confidence that there would be no one on the crowd who could kill him, and he was also being protected by the small hanging roof so that the sniper couldn't target him from above while having so many other businessmen around him as a body block. You are overconfident. Dio quickly came down to the lobby and stayed there with a visitor guide to look like he was one of the visitors of the building. Wilson Fisk made a mistake there. He didn't know that Dio's power revolved around mirrors and that New York's downtown was full of it. Wilson Fisk's speech in front of many people, I also want to thank several people for their help in the construction of New York, Dio immediately ordered Hanged Man to kill Wilson Fisk immediately. Hanged Man quickly slipped around the mirror and stood inside the mirror behind Wilson Fisk immediately. It quickly sliced Wilson Fisk's neck. As the mayor was about to say his thanks to the businessman, Wilson Fisk's blood spurted to the podium. What? Oh my God, what happened? The businessmen around Wilson Fisk was immediately dragged over by their respective bodyguard and immediately evacuated. The same could be said to the mayor. The police siren was immediately heard as they were ready around the corner if by any chance something like that happened. People who couldn't see the real situation on the stage thought that it was all an elaborate prank to the audience. But as they saw that the closest audience and a government official leaving the site, they quickly panicked and ran away from the place. Even if the incident had nothing to do with them, they knew that the police would only waste their time by a lot of questioning. While the civilians panicked and ran away from the scene, several men in a black suit quickly ran toward the podium to check Wilson Fisk's condition. They quickly pulled their guns and searched for anything suspicious in their surroundings. What happened? There is one of them who even checked everything with their sniper scopes, but none of them found anything. In a desperate measure, they stopped everyone from leaving in a 50-meter radius. If Wilson Fisk was shot, it would be so much easier to know from where was the killer coming by checking the trajectory of the shot. But as it was a slice on the neck, it would have to be done from a close distance, and the people on the stage was the main suspect here. The police came and immediately took the bystander's identity for questioning later because they too found that incident to be strange. The veteran detective, who arrived at the site to investigate, confiscated many cameras from the crowds as he knew that something should be filmed there, while also confiscated every camera that the TV station used. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly play the video. He quickly saw a weird scene from the replay as Wilson Fisk was sitting, smiling and applauding to the speech, but with only a second difference, a red line suddenly appeared in his neck and blood was immediately spurting out of his neck. The weird thing was that no one was near him at that time. Chapter 131. Dio, who was 50 meters apart from the scene, disguised himself as a tourist and stood outside the lobby as a spectator. He knew that he wouldn't be included in the police search as he was too far apart from the target. He also knew that the police wouldn't dare to seal any building in the vicinity for the high number of rich tourists and businessmen around. Is it too easy? There was no way the Kingpin would be so reckless. He knew that Kingpin wasn't stupid enough to bait Dio in with his own body if there was no guarantee that he would be safe. Did he overestimate the Kingpin? Dio shook his head while smiling a little bit. Maybe the Kingpin simply hasn't thought of the killing method that Dio just used. He immediately made his way to his villa to rest, but as soon as he arrived at the villa and opened his door, he quickly felt a dreadful feeling in waves. The world. He quickly summoned the world, and as soon as he summoned it, the villa exploded. He quickly stopped the time and jumped outside. The world immediately disappeared after that, and Dio was immediately flung out by the explosion as the time resumed. Dio looked at his burning villa and knew that it wasn't over yet. He looked at his Hammond energy and noticed that it was nearly emptied with only 2 seconds usage of the world's ability. He finally knew that the world's special ability to stop time used 100,000 Hammond energy per second. That was why he was out cold when he first used the ability. It drained all his Hammond energy in an instant. With that in mind, he needed to upgrade his Hammond energy pool as soon as possible and that he needed to find more income as soon as possible. As he thought of that, a bullet hit his head from afar. He was thrown a few meters from the impact of the bullet. At the top of the building near the villa, the man with a bullseye mark on his forehead ordered several mobs, "Retrieve the target body, then we leave." He knew that he wouldn't miss his shot. He quickly disassembled his weapons and prepared to leave the place immediately. Target disappear. Repeat, target disappear. Impossible. He was shocked to hear that new information. He saw that the target was attacked in surprise. There was no way that the target was aware of his attack. He immediately told his underling, search for the target around the vicinity and kill the target if he was still alive. He also immediately cleaned his stuff so that whoever was helping the target couldn't get to him as he was already exposed from his sniper shot earlier. But as he expected, a voice was heard from behind. "You want to run after shot me?" Bullseye immediately took out 2 handguns and immediately clipped both of the guns at the voice source. He changed his magazines immediately but once again surprised to see that the man in front of him was unscathed despite the amount of bullet he shot. He knew for sure that he didn't miss it. But most importantly, his target was standing in front of him while he knew for sure that the target was hit from his sniper shot earlier. He quickly emptied the second clip and threw the handgun aside and immediately threw a smoke bomb to his feet. He didn't use that smoke bomb to escape, but instead, he used it to buy time as he reassembled his sniper rifle. The sniper was his best weapon, so he would be more confident if he had it on his hands right at that moment. That sniper was one of the Tank Buster series, which was manufactured by the Stark Industries before Tony shut it down. That sniper was capable of piercing through the thick armor of a tank. He didn't believe that the target was more resilient than a tank. But Dio didn't think that he would be kind enough to give the assassin his time. He immediately told the world to kill the assassin and the world immediately rushed in and punched the assassin immediately. The first punch was blocked by the assassin's sniper, completely destroying the sniper rifle, and the second punch was blocked by the assassin's arm as he sensed the impending danger, but as a result, his hands were crushed. Chapter 132. Dio didn't want to kill his opponent instantly, as he needed to ask several questions first. That was why the world punch didn't kill the assassin and only broke his arm. Dio saw the assassin escape from the smoke and stood on the edge of the rooftop with blood dripping from his arm. The one I killed wasn't the real Wilson Fisk. Wilson Fisk used a double so that he himself didn't have to be in the spotlight. That was why Dio had to capture that guy and dug out all information he had on the Kingpin. But Dio was surprised once more as the assassin quickly jumped from the roof of the building. Dio quickly made an effort to catch the assassin mid-air, but once again, the assassin startled Dio by spitting out his blood at Dio's face. The assassin quickly latched his belt with an inconspicuous wire attached to the buildings that would lead him to the ground in a far shorter time than Dio will. At that time, Dio had thought of cutting the wire with his Hammond energy. But at that exact moment, Dio knew that the assassin would never betray the Kingpin, seeing that he has already sacrificed one of his arms, and he didn't show the slightest sign of surrendering. Dio looked at the assassin sadly and quickly ordered the Hanged Man to kill the assassin immediately. Hanged Man immediately vanished and appeared on the window near the assassin and cut the assassin's neck instantly. The assassin's eyes widened as he realized that his neck was cut and gushing out blood. He wanted to stop the bleeding with his hands, but sadly they were broken from the last fight on top of the building, so he was forced to stare at Dio as he lost his consciousness. The body of the famed assassin known as Bullseye was hung on the side of a building, lifeless. That news would surely reach the real Wilson Fisk's ear in no time. Hanged Man was posing like the Assassin's Creed main character on top of the building from his accomplishment. Dio ignored that as he knew that every stand had their own unique pose, so he then took the elevator down and left the building immediately. He knew that the police would arrive soon, as there was no way that nobody saw the dead body hanging on the side of the building and that no one heard the gunshot sound from the top of the building. Dio had to be honest, Wilson Fisk really threw off his expectation to the mud. He had not expected that the Kingpin would bomb his house like that and even made a trap using a double. Now that he has already lost the only lead that could escort him to the real Kingpin, he needed to think of a way to find Wilson Fisk quickly. He knew that as long as he didn't kill the Kingpin, his place and everyone around him will be in constant danger. The Kingpin will never leave him alone. If this time his house was being targeted, his restaurant might be targeted tomorrow. Dio quickly contacted Natasha via the Snail as he lost his phone on the explosion. Congratulations. You have solved your problem. But believe me when I said that the problems will keep coming from now on. No, it was far from solved. The real Kingpin was still out there, the one that I killed before was a double. Dio immediately told Natasha about everything that has just happened within several minutes earlier. Natasha was silent for a moment, but immediately realized. You are right, that way the Kingpin won't be touched and completely freed from his charitable event in the public's eyes. I will find his whereabouts, please don't kill many innocent people just to find the Kingpin. After that, Natasha's line was cut, suggesting that Natasha has already put down the Snail. He didn't fully understand what Natasha meant by killing many innocent people, but he surely knew that with Moody Blues, there was no way that he couldn't find Wilson Fisk. But before that, he needed to ask Matt Murdock if he had any valuable information that he could use to find the Kingpin, and as he heard the Daredevil's answer, he smiled widely. Chapter 133. I have a friend who wants to see you, maybe he has the information you need. Daredevil said to Dio over the phone. From the sound of it, Dio knew that Matt was hiding something from Dio, but he knew that Daredevil might do it for a reason, so he didn't think much of it. Dio quickly arrived at the agreed place, and he saw that Daredevil and one more person has been waiting there. The man was big with a pistol in his hand and a black short-sleeved t-shirt with a big skull on the chest. That was none other than the Punisher. But Dio couldn't reveal that he already knew the identity of the man, so he walked over and curiously asked if the Punisher was the one with the information. The Punisher looked at Dio with his empty murdering eyes for a couple of seconds and asked if Dio was the one who targeted the Kingpin on the mayor's speech event and killed him. Wow, good guess. Well, my latest kill is still hanging on the side of the building, he is an assassin with a bullseye mark on his head. Dio said casually. You are good. The Punished said as he heard the description. He knew Bullseye was a strong assassin who never missed. If Dio really killed him, that meant Dio was immune against firearm. Without delaying any longer, Dio asked if the Punisher really had the information he needed about the Kingpin or not. But the Punisher didn't answer his question but instead told Dio to follow him. Dio followed the Punisher to a pickup truck and headed towards the suburbs. In the way up to the suburbs no one spoke to each other, except the blaring engine of the pickup trucks, the atmosphere was deadly silent. They quietly arrived at a huge manor, and the Punisher quietly parked his pickup truck a little bit away from the manor. This is one of Kingpin's hideout. I don't know if he still uses it or not, and I am not sure that even if Kingpin is inside is the real one. You have to make your choice now. We are already exposed, if you choose to get out of the car now, there will be no going back. The Punisher said indifferently. Now, what is the catch? I don't think you would be willing to work for free. Kingpin's head. That is all. You are really something. But this was valuable information nonetheless. Dio quickly entered the woods beside the manor and quietly disappeared, but as Dio disappeared, the Punisher turned off the engine and took his black travel bag and walked out in a different direction. He knew that regardless of the real Kingpin was there or not, he still had to kill all mobs inside. At the same time, Dio had the same thought, but he will use Moody Blues at that place after he killed all the mobs inside. There was no way the real Kingpin never set foot there. Dio noticed that the place was full of onlookers and alarm everywhere. Dio knew immediately that there was no way that a person could walk in unnoticed, but it didn't work for him. He called the Hanged Man and saw that the manor was already inside the Hanged Man's scope. He quickly ordered the Hanged Man to kill all the onlookers outside first. In a matter of seconds, all the onlookers and whistleblowers were killed with their necks sliced open. But things didn't go as smooth as Dio thought it would. Even though he already killed all the onlookers and whistleblowers, the mobs inside the mansion still knew that the enemy was coming and sounded the alarm and peeked from behind the curtain. Now that he has been discovered, Dio no longer restrained the Hanged Man's desire to kill. He allowed the Hanged Man to kill any mobs inside the mansion that it could find. With so many mirror-like objects inside the manor, they didn't stand a chance against the Hanged Man. While there were still survivors inside the mansion, they all froze up in fear. They didn't see anything, yet their peers were killed instantly with their throats sliced open. The survivor began to start firing randomly in panic, as they thought that they would be able to hit something eventually if the enemy was invisible. But it was futile, with them firing recklessly. Many glasses shattered, making it more convenient for the Hanged Man to move around killing the rest of them. Finally, some of them couldn't stand the desperate measures that they were making, shouted profanity, and ran from the mansion. That was a bad move, as they would find their way near a mirror, and at the exact moment, they were dead. The mobs inside the mansion became more desperate, for they know now that they couldn't escape the mansion to save their life. In the eye of Hanged Man, they were nothing more than a brittle toy waiting to be destroyed. Chapter 134. As the sound of screams receded from inside the manor, Dio walked in casually. At a certain hill, Frank Castle saw everything with the sniper scope. He quickly disassembled his snipers and put it back inside his black travel bag and walked back to the foot of the hills. I am not needed here. Dio was far more powerful than he thought. He couldn't find any reason on how the mob's throat was sliced open, while there was clearly nothing near them. The Punisher knew that if Kingpin was really there was no way that he would be alive after all that. At the same time, Dio walked in, while shouting that he was there to deliver a package to Wilson Fisk. Is anyone home? I have a package for Mr. Kingpin, please sign and check it. But there was no one answering, no ambush, or anyone was trying to sneak past him or anything. Looks like I have to deliver this package myself. On the top floor of the mansion, inside a secret room, Kingpin was smoking his cigarette while kept observing Dio with the surveillance camera around the mansion. Are all people here are the remaining force? Yes, these all people we have, the rest are dead. Kingpin's men looked at each other with fear on their eyes. If they fought against an army, they could still think of a way to fight against them, but this time, it was an invisible monster attacking them. There was no way to fight something like that. Are you scared? Kingpin asked his men with a judging eye. No, no. The rest of Kingpin's men suddenly swallowed their spit as Kingpin asked the obvious, but they still couldn't say that they were scared, for that would be the time Kingpin himself would kill them. I am sorry. I am not scared at all. But Kingpin didn't care and immediately shot the man right between the eyes. If you are scared, own it and get over it. You don't lie to me. Now, does everyone understand everything I said? You will die eventually. That is the risk that you already took when you decide to enter this line of work. Now, raise your weapon. I will give $1 million to your family if you are dead. And $100 million for whoever killed that man. Kingpin said while pointing at Dio's image inside the surveillance monitor. With Kingpin's reassurance, the rest of the men tried to encourage themselves and stepped down the secret stairs to kill Dio. They moved in unison while constantly aiming their weapon forwards. What they didn't know was that Hanged Man has already seen them from the glass chandelier above them. Suddenly, a grenade was thrown to the stairs from below, and they soon scattered. Grenade. Take cover. But a few seconds passed, and the grenade didn't explode. CK. Some of the mobs were angered for being fooled, but some of them were careful as they thought that something was fishy. One of the angered mobs walked forward to take the grenade and threw it back towards Dio, but as he bent down to take the grenade, his head fell off his shoulder. That is like a horror movie scene that terrified the rest of the mobs completely. They knew that no matter what they did, they had no way to deal with Dio. Ack. My legs. Stop it. Ack. Aff. As the clock was ticking, they eventually succumbed to their fear. They immediately shouted profanity and ran back towards Kingpin's room while shooting around aimlessly towards the stairs. Several of them were even hit by a stray bullet from their own gun, but they didn't stop running towards Kingpin's room as the fear had a tight grip on their heart. Chapter 135. Some of them finally died from the stray bullets which were shot by their own friends, and those who survived the chaos were extremely disoriented from the constant shooting near them. But as Dio trailed off behind them, one of them was cut from the top of their head to his groin. Seeing the bloodied state of their friends, they once again ran and relentlessly shot the surrounding. Once they arrived at the top of the stairs, there were only 3 people left from a total of 20 people. Open the door. Let me in. Let me in. I don't need money anymore. The 3 of them banged the door that led to Kingpin's room. That was the only way that they could come up with to survive. They assumed that as long as they hid on confined space like Kingpin, they won't be killed. However, Kingpin didn't care about any of them. He didn't want the enemy to enter his place for sparing any of his man's life. Let's bring him to die together with us. Yes. The 3 desperate men began to shoot at Kingpin's door as if that was their last resort. If they at least bust the door open, Kingpin would also die with them. But unfortunately for them, the door was bulletproof, and it wasn't any normal bulletproof either. The bulletproof material of that door could even withstand a rocket launcher attack. Even though Kingpin knew that Dio was using some unusual way to kill his prey, he didn't think that Dio could force his way inside that bulletproof room. The 3 desperate men who saw that their gun didn't do any damage to the door finally realized that they would be killed right there and immediately threw their gun and waited for their death in peace. Sure enough, the red line quickly appeared on their neck, and in that instant, their throat was sliced open. Excuse me, is Mr. Wilson Fisk was inside? I bring a parcel that needed Mr. Wilson Fisk's signature. Hello, anyone there? Can you pick the parcel now? Kingpin ultimately showed himself as he pushed a button and lifted the wooden part of the door, leaving the bulletproof glass there. Dio saw that it was really Kingpin, at least the description was the same. Well, this is awkward, the parcel is me myself and that I am here to relieve you of the cruel life that you have been living, but here is the catch, I need your head as someone has requested it, Dio said casually. Tell me about your price. $100 million. $200 million. If you agree to work for me, I would even compensate your destroyed house and call back any attack that threatens your life. You can even get more money than I offered. You can ask me how much money you want. Kingpin said confidently. Wow, wonderful speech, I'm almost touched. Well, would you want to be my slave? If you want, I could spare your life, but of course, all of your possession would be mine afterward. Well, it seems that whoever gave me your information had one. It seems that it doesn't matter who died between us. Sure, go ahead and kill me if you can, but be quick, you don't have much time. Wilson Fisk wasn't the man who will bend his knee to another man. He would choose death every time than doing something like that. But he knew one thing at the very least, if he didn't take the shot to kill Dio, he wouldn't be in such deep trouble like he currently was. Dio sighed and immediately used the Scarlet Overdrive Hammond technique to melt the bulletproof glass in front of him. He kept increasing the temperature of the technique, and finally, at 200 Celsius the glass began to melt. Chapter 136. Obviously, Dio could destroy the bulletproof glass with his insane power, but he decided not to as to make Kingpin restless. In desperation, Kingpin pulled out his gun and shot Dio on the chest, but he was shocked to see that the bullet was bouncing off of Dio's body, the bullet didn't even graze Dio's t-shirt. What are you? How could something like this exist? It doesn't matter, you don't really have to know about me anymore, Dio said indifferently. Kingpin quickly pushed a button to open up his escape hatch and run toward the opened hatch near the window, but as he ran, he immediately fell. The strange thing was that his head didn't fall along with his body, and that was when he realized that his head had been separated from his body. It is my body. After that, he completely lost consciousness. Dio frowned once again, he knew that Kingpin wouldn't run away from such a desperate situation, he should have known that escaping was a useless move. Dio's thought that the one he just killed was another fake that seemed to be true. Dio seemed to be confused, how Kingpin could have so many double everywhere. He dropped the head to the floor as he wasn't sure whether that was really the real Kingpin anymore. Really troublesome. He began to trash the entire room to find any information regarding the possibility of that person really was double that the real Kingpin used to lure Dio in. But as he expected, he couldn't find any evidence to confirm whether that was the fake Kingpin or not. In frustration, Dio destroyed the table in front of him to pieces, and suddenly a fragmented cane flew off from the table. Sure enough. He immediately knew that the man he just killed really wasn't the real Kingpin. Kingpin's cane was supposed to be a high-tech cane that couldn't be easily destroyed like that, and that cane he just destroyed was just an ordinary cane. He knew that Wilson Fisk was supposed to have an exceptional combat skill, possibly better than the Punisher and Daredevil combined. As expected of Kingpin. He knew that there was no way a man with that stature would choose to run away instead of fighting him head-on. Moody Blues. He quickly called Moody Blues out and ordered it to rewind the time of that room. Dio was surprised by Wilson Fisk's tactic to make a number of doubles to make sure that he wouldn't be targeted. Dio was impressed by Kingpin's resilience. Dio kept watching as Moody Blues rewinding the time of the room, he could see that the fake Kingpin has ordered all of his men to go down while giving money to the dead. Dio found what he was looking for immediately as yesterday morning, the fake Kingpin was on the call with someone, and from the looks of it, he may be calling the real Kingpin. The fake asked for how long did he have to stay inside the mansion, and Kingpin quickly told him that he had to stay there for a week. I couldn't talk too long as my wife was calling me out to help her in the kitchen and that I also need to help my daughter with her homework later. You don't need to worry. I will fulfill my promise and that in a 1 week time, you will be having dinner with my family again. The real Kingpin said as he closed the call. Dio couldn't help but notice that the real Kingpin kept emphasizing the word my, which had to be some kind of a clue of where he was at the moment. He realized that the real Kingpin should have been with the family of the fake Kingpin as to make sure that the fake Kingpin didn't do anything unnecessary with his identity. Dio once again was impressed by Wilson Fisk's genius mind, he was really a man deserved of his title, the mastermind. Chapter 137. Meanwhile, in a regular apartment complex in Queens, New York. Wilson Fisk closed his laptop that he used to watch the mansion from the hidden camera. He saw everything that happened in the secret room, from the killing of his double and the destruction that Dio caused to the place in his anger. From what he has just seen, he knew that nothing would work against Dio, even if he brought a legion of the mobster, the weapon just didn't work against him. It's been a while since he encountered a formidable opponent, he knew that things would be exhilarating. Not long after that, he heard a woman's voice calling him for dinner. "Dear, dinner is ready, come here soon." "Okay." He quickly obeyed and sat down on the table as a good husband that he currently acted. He said, "Today is our wedding anniversary, right?" "Oh, you do remember. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's sit down and eat." Kingpin winked at her daughter, who supposedly was assigned for her to fetch a bouquet of flowers in her room. "It's time for dinner, Lisa, where are you going?" The wife, who was preparing cutlery, saw that her daughter went somewhere else even though it was already dinner time, so she glanced at Kingpin meaningfully as if complaining that he didn't pay attention to his daughter. Not long after, Lisa came out of her room, holding a bouquet of roses in her hand. "Mom, this is a gift from Dad," surprised. The wife looked surprised, she was delighted, but she tried to hide it by saying that her husband shouldn't waste his money on something like that. Wilson Fisk touched his daughter's head, endearingly. He had forgotten how such a loving family felt like. At the same time, Matt Murdock, dressed in his lawyer uniform, stood with Frank in front of the manor. "Why doesn't he come out?" "I don't know. Should we enter now?" But Frank quickly told Matt, "No, we must wait for him." Fran added, "You said he had a strange killing technique, I am afraid that the technique can't differentiate an ally from the enemy." "You are right." But as time went by, Frank became restless and stormed the place himself while holding his favorite assault rifle. Matt was startled a little bit and told Frank to wait as he wanted to come too. The two of them quickly killed many reinforcements that already arrived inside the manor, causing many mobs to fall into a panic, and soon enough, the situation became chaotic as the mobs began to shoot them both relentlessly. It became obvious that the mobs preferred to fight Daredevil and Punisher instead of Dio. At the very least they knew what Daredevil and Punisher was capable of and had a better chance of survival than fighting a monster like Dio. Dio quickly walked downstairs to the main lobby as he finished confirming the location of the Real Kingpin and saw that the Daredevil and Punisher were fighting the mob's reinforcement. He decided to help them both and quickly killed all mobs on the room with Hanged Man, making the hallway drenched with blood. Daredevil and Punisher were surprised to see that Dio easily killed everyone in a short amount of time. Frank, who saw that Dio came down empty-handed, said, "Failed?" Dio quickly answered, "Kingpin was there, but it was, unfortunately, a fake one, so I wouldn't bother to bring his head down." Punisher nodded his head in understanding and quickly made his way to the door to leave the place while Matt was a little bit disappointed himself, but he didn't take that much interest in killing the man. "Even though the one upstairs is a fake one, I already got the necessary information about the Real Kingpin. I now know the whereabouts of that slick trash. If you are not in a rush to attend dinner, I will take you to see a good show," Dio said while smugly smiled toward the Punisher and Daredevil. With Moody Blues at his disposal, no place was safe. Chapter 138. "Anyone home? I bring a parcel for Mr. Sharif, please sign it." Dio knocked on the door of the apartment in Queens with the name Sharif on it while pretending to be a delivery courier. A woman opened the door and quickly signed the paperwork. Dio kept talking with a smile on his face with not so quiet voice. "What else did you buy this time? It won't be surprise gift again, right?" But the husband, who was actually Kingpin, immediately felt danger. He never bought anything that would be delivered there, and that voice that he kept hearing was so familiar. It was already too late. The stupid woman had opened the door. There was no time left. He had to escape from that place. He quickly punched the wall close to the daughter, and broke the wall, took out the cane that he hid in the wall, and quickly jumped outside. The daughter screamed loudly as she was confused. Why would his father break the wall and jumped out of the windows? Wilson Fisk didn't care anymore, and jumping from a third-story building wasn't much for his physical fitness. The place had been designed so that he could escape quickly if something like that happened. The wife quickly ran toward her daughter's bedroom and saw that her daughter was panicking in the room, and her husband had jumped out of the window. Dio wasn't surprised to see that Wilson Fisk jumped out of the window and escaped. He knew that Kingpin wouldn't go far. He already had Daredevil and Punisher waiting outside, and they surely wouldn't let the Kingpin escape. Sure enough, when he took a look from the window, he saw that the Punisher and Daredevil were already engaged in a fight with Kingpin. But he was curious to see the Punisher didn't use his gun to fight Kingpin. Dio knew that Daredevil wasn't using a gun as his weapons and understood that he couldn't use it even if he wanted to. But the Punisher's main weapon was a gun, and therefore it was weird that he didn't use it but instead fought Kingpin head-on. Dio speculated that maybe there was something wrong with the Punisher's head. He should know that Kingpin was much more skilled in close combat than both of them. But the woman and her daughter quickly ran outside to help her husband as she still didn't find anything was wrong with her husband. She started to shout for help as she arrived at the alley and tried to stop their fight. Her loud voice attracted many pedestrians that only stood there like a bystander because after seeing that the Daredevil fought, they were afraid that they would become the next target or something. Punisher used his combat knife, the Daredevil, with his special baton and the Kingpin with his cane. From the choice of weapon that they used in that fight, Kingpin still had the advantage. The cane was a modified cane that could discharge an electric shock, smoke bomb, and a laser gun. However, Frank didn't use his gun on that fight purely because he was afraid that he could injure Matt somehow. He knew that Daredevil had an enhanced hearing, smell, and touch, but an injury was still an injury. He didn't want to make a mistake and shoot a stray bullet that could be fatal to his friend. Wilson Fisk, on the other hand, was already annoyed enough of his identity being revealed and knew that he needed to fight those two freaks to escape, while he knew that he would not be able to escape them using a normal method. He knew that as he pulled out his cane from the wall inside his daughter's bedroom, the reinforcement who would help him will be coming in a couple of minutes. He purposely didn't place any mobs around him since it would be easier for his enemies to find him. But as the situation unfolded, the woman quickly ran back up and took out a shotgun, immediately went back down and threatened to shoot Daredevil and Punisher if they didn't leave her husband alone. "You must go back with our daughter. It's too dangerous here, I love you." The Punisher and Daredevil quickly punched Kingpin as hard as they could until Kingpin was lying on the ground, and the woman quickly rushed forward while trembling. It was clear that that woman couldn't shoot even if she wanted to, but she needed to threaten them to leave her husband alone. After hearing her husband's warm confession of love once again, the woman couldn't let her husband die by those two men's hand. "Get away from my husband. Or I will shoot you." Kingpin's smirk widened as he saw that the Punisher and Daredevil began to hesitate. Chapter 139. I will handle that woman. Okay. Daredevil quickly told the Punisher that he would subdue the woman, leaving the Punisher to fight alone with Kingpin. But, at the same time, the police's siren was heard along with the chaos. Kingpin, who should be scared that he could be captured, smiled wickedly. He quickly released a poison mist to push back the Punisher forcefully, and while the Daredevil was dealing with his wife, he quickly ran into the police officer. "I surrender. Please protect my safety." The Punisher, Daredevil, and Dio heard Kingpin was asking for a sanctuary to the officer. Matt and Dio frowned as they knew that Kingpin would walk out again from the police's detention as he could lawyer up and such. Meanwhile, the Punisher became desperate to chase Kingpin but found himself unable to as many police officers arrived at the scene. For the first time in his life, the Punisher regretted not shooting down the Kingpin earlier. But he still could do something about it. He quickly reached for his travel bag and pulled out the M16 carbine that he prepared earlier, but he wasn't fast enough. "Damn!" The police saw him taking out an automatic rifle, quickly shouted for the rest of the policemen to take cover and for the Punisher to stand down. The police officer quickly dragged Kingpin behind their police car and guarded him. The Punisher was forced to take cover behind a wall while Matt jumped down towards him. "Are you crazy? This is our only chance to kill him." Once Kingpin was brought to the police station, there was no other chance to kill that bastard. Matt shouted at the Punisher while saying that he was crazy. "Don't be crazy. Even if we can't kill the Kingpin at the moment, there will be another chance. There is no way to get past that many police officers." The Punisher frowned as he knew what the Daredevil said was true. He couldn't take a shot while there were so many police officers right there. He had conscience too. He didn't kill a hardworking police officer who was there to do their job. But as he followed the Daredevil out of the scene, he remembered Dio was still there. He knew that Dio wouldn't let the Kingpin escape, and with his crazy mysterious power, hopefully, he will be able to finish Kingpin. "Matt, if someone sends me a gift through you, please hold on to it until I come." "What? Is it almost your birthday or what? Did you need me to order a birthday cake for you?" The Punisher was clearly annoyed by Matt's snarky comment but decided to let it slide this once. Meanwhile, the police officers were in chaos. They didn't know what to do with Kingpin. Obviously, he was the most wanted man in America, but he was also the well-known philanthropist Wilson Fisk. There were also the woman and her daughter saying that they were the family of the Kingpin and wanted to meet with him. As soon as one of them reported back to their chief in the precinct, they were told to guard the Kingpin with their life and not to let the Kingpin escape. The police officers became more chaotic as some of them wanted to take credit for that arrest. The Kingpin himself was smirking in victory as he thought that he has successfully survived the crisis. All he needed to do was pay a visit to the jail while he kept controlling his criminal activity from the shadow and then bribe the police and the judge to release him sooner. After all that, he could come back again without a hitch. But as soon as the police car began to move, he saw a terrifying man with bandages around his face sitting next to him from the rearview mirror, but as he looked over to his sides, there was no one there. What? He looked over to the rearview mirror once again and saw the terrifying man was now holding a shard dagger. Chapter 140. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Kingpin quickly looked behind him, but he saw nothing. Then he turned back to the mirror again. In the mirror, he saw a bandaged monster with almost struck his neck with a dagger in its hand. But when he checked again, just like last time, he saw nothing. Illusion? He punched into the air but didn't touch anything. The terrifying scene began to take an unprecedented turn. The terrifying man held his neck and sliced his neck slowly. Blood soon dripped from his neck, clearly stating that the situation was real. Kingpin reacted by punching the air in his side, but he didn't feel his fist hit anything. He felt the desperation as he couldn't do anything to that terrifying man. He quickly opened the car door and jumped down quickly. The police officer that was driving the car was shocked to see the Kingpin try to get away by jumping from the moving car and quickly hit the brake. That act clearly was a surprise to the car behind the police car, and a collision was inevitable. Many police cars rushed in towards Kingpin's body in the street and quickly pointed their guns toward the Kingpin. But they were shocked beyond belief as they saw that the Kingpin had lost his head. What the hell is going? Those police officers were scared shitless while some of them began to wonder what the hell was going on there. They didn't see any attacker near their car, but the clean cut in the neck was clearly from a sharp knife-like object. The police officer from the car that Kingpin jumped off looked at the situation with a frown in his face. He will surely be held accountable from letting the Kingpin killed like that. The situation in the criminal underworld will surely change dramatically due to what just happened. Not long after that, Dio came to Hell's Kitchen with a gift package in his hands. He quickly walked into an apartment and knocked on the door excitedly. Matt quickly asked who was on the door. Who? And Dio answered, "It's me." Matt opened the door, but a strong smell of blood quickly overwhelmed his sense of smell. What is it? Matt backed down calmly while asking what Dio was doing in his apartment. Dio answered, "This gift is your friend payment for the useful information the other day, can you please give it to him?" Matt remembered Frank said that there would be a package for him that Matt should hold on to for a while. "Sure, anything else?" Matt accepted the package. Dio thought for a while and said, "You also help me, what kind of payment do you want?" Matt sighed as he knew that he didn't do enough by letting the Kingpin escape, but he couldn't refuse Dio as he knew that the man wouldn't stop bugging him for it. He quickly said, $1. $1? Yes, $1, you hear me, right? Don't try to cheat me. Dio was confused about the little amount of money that Matt was asking. Dio laughed as he knew that Daredevil didn't want his money. "I am sorry, I don't have $1 at the moment, I owe you one, I will pay later." Matt quickly agreed and said, "Mr. Dio can come to my office if there were any legal issues that you need to solve, also, I have to change the apartment soon because many people have already found out where I live." Dio laughed once again and said, "If you ever heard anything about anyone trying to trouble me again, I will reward you for that information satisfyingly." From Dio's word, Matt knew that Kingpin wouldn't bother Dio again. It meant that he was already taken care of. As soon as Dio left, Matt opened the package and closed it again in an instant. He sighed as he needed to find the Punisher as soon as possible. Dio quickly left Hell's Kitchen and found a hotel for a good night's rest. He hasn't slept well recently because he thought where the Kingpin could be. There was no wonder even if he was an ordinary human. Kingpin could live well enough while having so many heroes on his ass. Unfortunately for Kingpin, Dio was no hero either. He picked up Kingpin's head quickly as it flew off when the Kingpin jumped from the police car and quickly drove away from the scene. There was no way Kingpin could escape the power of his stand. There was still a possibility that that wasn't the real Kingpin, but as Dio saw that the man's fighting prowess was great and his physical ability was on par with Captain America, and not to mention there was the cane as well. With that many variables, Dio concluded that the man was indeed the real Kingpin. With Kingpin was dead, all he needed to solve was Hydra, who already poisoned the shield. Chapter 141. On Monday, Will came to the restaurant reluctantly. After so many good parties in the Stark Industries, he was already exhausted. "Wow! When did you smoke a cigar? You were really corrupted by capitalism, you changed, you forgot that we. Take it and get away." Dio laughed heartily and quickly gave Will another box of cigar that he took from the manor yesterday. Will quickly lit one cigar. "Is it cheap stuff?" Dio shrugged his shoulder and took one more box out and gave it to Will while saying, "This one's special for you." Will was touched by Dio's word while saying that surely Dio was too kind to him. "Brother, you are so kind to me, can you introduce me to my wife?" "Get ready." Dio smacked Will's head in a joking manner and said that he should start cleaning the place up for the customer that will arrive soon. Will quickly packed the rest of the cigars and took it to Dio's room for safekeeping and quickly began to work. Will quickly cleaned the place while also spraying some air freshener to hide the cigar's smell. Dio couldn't help but laugh at Will's weird behavior. As the shift of the day ended, Pepper came to the restaurant again. Dio couldn't help but notice that Pepper was really stressed, maybe because of her jobs or maybe because of Tony, but it was probably both. "The problem is gone, you don't have to babysit Will anymore." "That's good, everyday ladies ask me about Tony's cousin, I can't take it anymore." Dio held his head in embarrassment as Will probably said too much bullshit in the Stark Industries. "I am sorry for the trouble." "It's okay, as long as you remember your promise." Dio nodded his head while saying, "Relax, I never forget my promise, I will be more gentle later." Pepper laughed and said that she was sorry that Tony still acted like a child. Pepper also said that Tony didn't bear any ill intention, that was just the way he was. "Thank you, if not because Tony's condition, will worsen, sorry about Tony's attitude. I think you should pay attention to your health first and Tony, who is still temporarily dead, are you sleep well?" "Unfortunately, I have so much work every day that makes people desperate. Since Obadiah was personally sent to prison by Tony, he no longer manages anything, so now Stark Industry has always been managed by me alone. I should ask Tony to raise my salary." Pepper said with a grin. Tony wasn't much of a help either, seeing that he was too focused on developing his suit of armor. Pepper joked by saying that she should ask for a raise with that kind of workload. Dio knew the situation that Pepper was currently having, she was a loyal person. With her qualification, Tony should really be grateful that she could handle every job thrown at her. "Do you believe I can cure Tony?" Pepper was startled of the sudden question that Dio threw at her, of course. However, Dio already knew Pepper's personality, so therefore he taunted Pepper, "I don't believe myself, how could you believe me?" Pepper was startled once again, as she didn't know how to answer Dio's question. She fell into silence as she didn't know what else to do. Dio quickly said, "I ask you to experience my treatment personally, so you can have more confidence to persuade Tony." If the dishes worked, Pepper would have an easier time to persuade Tony to accept the treatment. Pepper, who wanted to refuse, then changed her mind the second she heard Dio's reason. She knew that what Dio had said was true, there was so much she could say to Tony about Dio's dishes, but she herself hasn't tried one. So, she nodded her head in agreement with Dio's offer. Chapter 142. Dio knew that humans would instinctively resist any unknown thing that was offered to them, and since Dio had given her bodyguards a list of ingredients that he needed to make the dish, she had no chance to back down. Once her bodyguards came back from the nearest market, she was surprised to see that her bodyguards had brought so many items. "Is that all that I am got to eat now? I seriously had a problem with my appetite, Dio, I don't think I could finish that much food in one sitting." Pepper said worriedly. "Don't worry, I would only use a little bit of some of them, the rest of them would be my stock in the restaurant," Dio said while taking some of the ingredients into his walk-in freezer. But Pepper saw the ingredient that Dio leave on the table to make her dishes and once again felt her stomach upset as she wasn't familiar with the ingredients. Pepper noticed that Dio and Tony had the same personality, they would make people angry, but then again, they know how to make a shocking result to shut every critic that comes their way. "Now, wait for a while, I will cook the dishes now, it shouldn't take that long, I wouldn't charge you any extra hour work too, isn't it neat?" Dio said while he smirked and walked toward the kitchen. Pepper was upset as she didn't force Dio to cook for her or that she wanted to in the first place. Dio just offered to cook for her to prove his own ability and force her to accept it. Why would she pay for this? After 45 minutes, Dio walked into the dining room with a plate of garlic soup, a spicy chicken, a bowl of rice, and a glass of water. He set it on the table in front of Pepper casually. "Now, I advise that your bodyguard should wait outside before you eat, I don't want any uncomfortableness after the treatment was over," Dio said casually toward Pepper. Pepper frowns as she didn't like the look of any dish that Dio had prepared for her, he didn't use to any of this fatty-looking dish. Furthermore, she was confused as to why her bodyguards would need to wait outside while she was only going to eat the dishes, but as she remembered Dio's gory power, she obeyed Dio and told her bodyguards to wait for her outside. The guards hesitated for a moment, but Pepper reassured them by saying that it would be her responsibility if something happened to her. The bodyguards reluctantly left the restaurant, leaving Pepper alone with Dio. "May I eat the dishes now?" Pepper asked annoyedly. Sure, but I advise that you should stay calm while the treatment effect is taking place. I assure you that you are safe and I would be here to guarantee your safety. Dio said, a little bit serious than before. Pepper was a little bit confused and curious about what Dio has just said, so she quietly nodded her head in agreement. Now, you should taste the water first to start the meal, Dio said while pointing his finger towards a glass of water. Pepper was a little bit confused as to why she needs to start the meal by drinking a glass of water, but she politely obeyed as to not appeared rude toward Dio. She knew that Dio wouldn't make so much trouble if it would cause her harm. She slowly picked the glass of water and drank it casually. After she drank it in one go, she was surprised to taste something that magnificent. There was no drink that tasted better than that glass of water that Dio had prepared for her. Pepper immediately looked at Dio confusedly while Dio shrugged his shoulder helplessly. Whatever happens in the next hour, I promise I wouldn't tell any single souls about it. Dio said solemnly. Pepper was confused once again as she doesn't understand anything that Dio had said. She decided to trust Dio completely and not ask for any explanation from Dio. Can I ask you for more of this water, please? Pepper asked while licking her lips unconsciously. She couldn't help but remember the tasty water that Dio had prepared. I am afraid that you couldn't get any more of that water. It should only drink once for each treatment, and you should wait for the treatment effect of the water to show up before you could eat anything else. Dio said while shrugging his shoulder. As Dio finished speaking, Pepper suddenly burst into tears. She touched her face in confusion as she didn't know why she would be crying in the first place. Chapter 143. Pepper remembered Dio's word telling her to keep calm no matter what happened, so Pepper tried not to make any scene and stay as calm as possible. But as the tears didn't stop dripping, she began to panic a little bit. It's okay, you are totally safe. The treatment process would end soon. Pepper tried to calm herself down, and sure enough, a minute after that, she stopped crying, and Dio immediately gave her a paper towel and a mirror. She took it and began wiping the tears from her face, and as she looked at the mirror, she was surprised to see that her eye could see so much clearer and that the dark spot around her eyes has vanished. She was left speechless as she didn't know how could a glass of water have such effect. That was not normal at all. Dio's power was close to magic than energy manipulation. Your power is really amazing. Did you use some form of magic just now? Dio just stood there while shrugging his shoulder and looked at Pepper in amusement. Pepper finally understood what Dio had meant by there was only so much could be said without ever trying it herself. That experience was one of the kinds. You can start eating the food as you saw fit, they gave the same kind of effect. But take things slow, I don't want you to choke on your foods. Pepper immediately tried the food and quickly ignored Dio's advice and ate like she already starved for days. She didn't show any manner as she found that the food was so good. Unlike anything that she has ever eaten. The food was spicy, and even though Pepper supposedly couldn't handle spicy food, but she continued to eat the dish in delight. She finished everything off, with 3 bowls of rice. She really looked like a woman who has already starved for a very long time. She even licked her plate clean at the end of her dine. After finishing everything off, Pepper began to regain her composure. She finally restrained herself from doing anything more shameful in front of Dio. She was flustered after remembering what she had just done in front of Dio, but although it was shameful, Dio didn't laugh at her as he tried to look professional in front of Pepper. Now, the treatment process would show themselves in any second now. Like before, I hope you didn't panic and keep your calm. Pepper nodded, and sure enough, the effects started immediately. Pepper felt itchy on her entire body. She began to scratch her face to diminish her itch, but as soon as she did that, dead skins began to crumble from her face. She was shocked to see what was happening, but as she remembered Dio's advice, she regained her composure. She finally understood why Dio advised sending the guards outside. If anyone saw such a scene, she would be ashamed and embarrassed throughout her life, and there was the possibility of her experience being recorded for blackmail too. As more dead skin began to fall from Pepper's body and hair falling down her head, she could see that the skins on her arms became smoother and delicate. Her hair also grew back at an incomprehensible way. She touched and looked at her new hair and saw that the hair was soft and silky, like a teenager's hair. She also felt that something was off on her mouth. One of her teeth vibrated and suddenly shot itself towards the wall. The unexpected thing was that her tooth grew back instantly in the same position as the one that just popped out. Dio quickly handed her a mirror, and as she checked her own face, she was surprised to see and feel that her face has become delicate and smooth like a teenager again. She was even surprised to see that her hair, including her eyelashes and eyebrows, were having their black roots back. Once she looks at her teeth, she also saw that one of her teeth was whiter than the other. This was just another magic. She thought to herself. Chapter 144. I will make an exception this time, I will exclude all fees except the dish's expense, so it would be 300. Would you like to pay with a credit card or check? Pepper quickly took the carding machine on the table and swiped her card in and paid the 300 immediately. This is crazy. If you promote your ability to the world, I am sure that every woman in the world would go crazy over you. That would be too overwhelming, my guest queue already goes long over a month now. There is still a fixed amount of guests that I could entertain in one day, for my energy and time is limited. You mean that you can't mass produce this stuff? Is there no way to make the dish consumable to people overseas? No, I need to be present during the treatment. There are several reasons for this. The first one is to avoid any accident, and the second one is once these dishes reached a certain range from me, it will lose its energy and turn them back into normal food. Dio said regretfully. Pepper seemed to be lost in thought after hearing Dio's explanation. She didn't know what else to say about all this. Dio himself failed to become the world's richest man because of that limitation. But nevertheless, Dio was still grateful to be able to have the pearl jam even with all its limitations. Without that stand, it would be incredibly hard for him to find any way to obtain money fast enough like he was doing. Pepper then suddenly asked if there was any negative side effect for consuming the dish. Dio quickly looked at her funnily. Dio quickly told Pepper that she has already experienced the negative side effect herself while pointing at the dead skin on the floor. Pepper then blushed and laughed while also joking by saying that the side effect was really serious, that she could be scared to death. I don't really know the extent of this power. I didn't know just what kind of sickness that couldn't be cured using this ability. That is why I have to check the person thoroughly before I treat them. That is also the reason that I said that I'm not really sure I could cure Tony. The best I can do now is maybe relieve him of his suffering and prolong his life. If he is willing to cooperate. I could try to find a way to cure him, but that is if he is willing to do so. Dio said solemnly. Pepper nodded her head in understanding. Dio's words were the same as every single doctor out there. Even if the probability of successful healing was 99, the doctor wouldn't dare to say the patient would surely heal. In addition, she finally knew how severe Tony's condition was from Dio's word. She was finally convinced that Tony had something that was really beyond her calculation. She was clouded with so many thoughts about Tony at the moment. There was no guarantee that Tony would be alive the next morning if he remained stubborn. She needed to do something about Tony as fast as possible before it's all too late. She quickly excused herself to Dio while saying that she would try to persuade Tony some more to get the treatment that he needed. She has made a resolve to drag Tony to get the treatment as soon as possible, even if Tony would hate her for that. Dio, on the side, looked at Pepper with amusement. Even if he really liked money, he wouldn't beg for it. If Tony came to him with an attitude, he would surely give Tony hell in the treatment, or even worse, he could refuse to treat Tony. Dio mentioned that problem to Pepper, and she immediately nodded in understanding. There was only so much that a person could take, and people like Dio wouldn't want to be stepped on by others. Pepper quickly left the restaurant while saying that she will call soon enough to make a reservation. Dio nodded and quickly locked the restaurant's door to find a hotel for him to rest for the night. He will ask Will to clean the restaurant in the morning, so there was no need for him to clean it himself. It was a pity that Kingpin's mob bombed his villa. Chapter 145. The next day, Dio saw many news that stated the death of the well-known philanthropist Wilson Fisk after the allegation that he was involved in gang activity. According to the news, the police were still in a thorough investigation of the strange death of Wilson Fisk and the truth regarding his criminal activity. Dio knew that with Kingpin's death, the police force would be forced to make a better decision on dealing with the mobs, especially with the increasing gang activity that was about to happen. Dio still needed to deal with the invisible hand of the underworld organization, known as Hydra. Several days before Wilson Fisk's death. At SHIELD headquarters, Natasha walked casually towards Nick Fury's office and informed him about Dio's discovery. Even though Dio has already told her that she couldn't tell anybody as they didn't know who to trust, but to Natasha, Nick Fury was the person that she could trust the most. But just in case, she has already made a safety net where the information she got would be screened to every member of the SHIELD and several high-ranking government staff about the Hydra inside the SHIELD if she ever happened to be missing or worst-case scenario, dead. That way, not only she could deter Hydra's movement, but also alerted innocent agent. But fortunately for her, the worst didn't happen as Nick Fury was shocked to hear Natasha's report. With that new information, he knew that the SHIELD was in a dire situation. The Hydra was known to brainwash people to work for their cause. There was no way to distinguish that an agent of SHIELD was one of Hydra right now. Nick Fury took the conclusion that they were alone right now. There was no way to mobilize SHIELD without Hydra knowing, and he couldn't burn any assets as of the moment as he was so close to actualizing his dreams of making a superhero organization. This time, he had to know how many SHIELD agents have already been compromised. He quickly tasked Natasha and Coulson to investigate the truth regarding the incident involving Dio's parent, and he himself tried to connect the dots that he knew were strange inside the SHIELD itself that he has been ignoring in the past. At the present time, Nick Fury summoned Natasha and Coulson for discussing whatever information that both of them has discovered. Check for bugs on this office. We need to be safe before we begin. Dio's parent incident had many loopholes on it. There is no security camera around that place that has the recording of the time of the incident. There must be someone that destroyed all of the recordings to erase their track out there. But I start to look for the day before, and some day after, I was truly shocked to see that Agent Jason was seen throughout the place several times. Not only that, but I also saw some agent that was allegedly close with Agent Jason also come near the place of the incident. Natasha said, reporting what she found. As Nick Fury saw every picture of the agent that Natasha had suspected as Hydra, his face became gloomy. Several of those agents were agents that he has already trusted with some confidential information that shouldn't be shared with anyone else. I investigated the place that Dio had been after the incident to see what other abnormalities that happen around him, Coulson said, interjecting his report as he saw that Natasha had done reporting in. It was really a mess. Dio was declared dead as he comes into the hospital after the incident. But he miraculously wakes up again. He was also being tracked and followed once he left the hospital, but not only that, he also getting tracked while he was in the restaurant by an agent. He had a few pictures of the agents that were following Dio around, and Nick was furious after seeing all the suspected agents' pictures that Coulson showed him. Chapter 146. There were so many things that had to be done, stressing out Nick Fury. Finally, he ordered Natasha and Coulson, you two now drop all your missions, focus on these exposed targets, and investigate the matter. I want to know how many spies have inside. In addition, now we don't know which agents are trustworthy, so for the time being I can't provide you with the support of the personnel, and you can't disclose this task to anyone. Pay attention to safety and protect yourself as the first priority. I don't want to lose any trusted agent again. How about Dio? I think he seems to have a way to find out these people. He also told me that I could contact him if we need help. The other party killed his parents and disguised the scene as an accident, which made him stand in the same position as us in this confrontation. Perhaps this is the best opportunity to pull him into that plan. Nick started to think for a little while, and he had to admit that Natasha was spot on. It was very tempting to make sure that Dio really joined his plan to create the superhero team. But Dio was also a loose cannon. Once he was out of control, Nick couldn't find any means to stop him. That was also the reason why he needed the Avengers. There had to be someone who could stop Dio or, at the very least, calm him down. So, Nick told Natasha that Dio should be kept in the dark for now. Natasha nodded while still hiding the existence of the snail that Dio gave her. Natasha and Coulson quickly left the office and met Alexander Pierce as they walked out. Pierce asked, it seems that Nick Fury is exploiting his staff again, and what important tasks have been arranged for you this time? You should know that we all have confidentiality agreements, and we have to be tight-lipped about every mission. If you really want to know, asked Director Nick Fury. Coulson didn't think that Alexander Pierce was a Hydra agent but better be safe than sorry. Pierce immediately patted Coulson's shoulder while saying that he was indeed a very great agent and told Natasha and Coulson that they should work on whatever task Nick Fury gave them. Both of them nodded and left the place quickly. Pierce was there because he received a report that Nick Fury had turned off all monitoring devices on his office using his authority as director of SHIELD. Pierce frowned as he knew that something was up. There was no way Nick would turn off all monitoring devices and summoned his two most trusted agents just like that. Nick was quite surprised to see Alexander Pierce in his office without any notice beforehand. Furthermore, the timing made Nick a little bit restless. Pierce immediately made himself comfortable by grabbing a glass of water and sat on the sofa. Sorry, forgot to knock the door. No problem. Nick followed suit and sat on the sofa across Pierce, trying his best to keep his poker face. Pierce acted normally and tried to initiate some small talk with Nick Fury about the change of agent's attitude recently. Fury played along with Pierce's small talk for a while until he asked Pierce himself, what was the purpose of his sudden visit. Pierce didn't even notify him that he would be coming to Nick's office this time. Pierce quickly said, remember your application to the International Security Council for that plan? The Avengers. Nick Fury nodded, and Pierce told him that the program was too extreme to the Security Council's liking. It sounded ridiculous to let some superpowered civilians help to keep the world's peace. There had to be concrete proof that the program would succeed before the ISC would approve them. But they still thought that it was ridiculous that aliens would attack the Earth in the first place. Nick shook his head in amusement. He already knew that the thought of an old tinker wouldn't be able to comprehend the dire situation that the Earth will soon face. So, he told Pierce that it all would be proved with time, as they will see for themselves that Nick's idea was the best for the sake of the entire world. Chapter 147. On Friday night, Dio drove to Jessica's villa to celebrate Irene's birthday. He walked toward the front door holding the gift on his hands. He saw that the villa has become very lively. He thought that it must be because of Irene's school friends. Dio knew that there would be countless boys falling on Irene's feet and many girls who would like to be her friends. As Dio entered the house, he could see that Jessica really spent a lot of time to make sure that the party will be memorable for Irene. "Hey Dio, when did you arrive?" "Sorry, I didn't expect Irene to be so popular in the class, many people come to her birthday party." Dio told her, "It was okay, I don't mind with the presence of kids." Dio saw that Irene was in the middle of several kids, chatting and laughing happily, and finally saw Dio on the door with Jessica. She quickly walked away from her friends and ran towards Dio excitedly. She quickly took the present in Dio's hand excitedly while asking, "Is this gift for me?" "Yeah, of course, happy birthday." Dio nodded his head while patting Irene's head, messing up her hair in the process. "Thank you." Irene excitedly opened the gift to see what Dio brought for her this time. Dio looked around him and noticed that Irene was really the center of attention at the party. He could see several boys eyeing Irene in admiration from afar and several girls who were excitedly waiting for Irene to open the gift. Dio also saw several boys were looking at him in jealousy, because of the intimacy between Dio and Irene. Dio was a little bit amused by the looks that the boys were giving. They didn't even know that he may be Irene's brother or Jessica's boyfriend, but they clearly minded Dio being around Irene. He also received some endearing looks from the girls, as many of them thought that Dio must be a model or Hollywood star for Dio's good looks. They were frowning at Jessica as they thought there must have been something going on between Jessica and Dio. The jealousy of the girls reached a peak when Irene has opened the gift and took out the necklace with a gemstone in the middle. They all looked at the necklace with awe in their eyes. It was a really beautiful necklace. Unlike normal gemstone, that one was gloriously shining under the lights. Even an unskilled appraiser could see that the gem must have been extremely expensive. That gift, is it too expensive for Irene? It is inappropriate for a girl her age to have something like that. Irene also was thinking the same thing as her sister. She couldn't receive a gift that luxurious. Dio shook his head as he didn't want Irene to reject his offer. Irene obviously liked the necklace and therefore she should keep it for herself. Also, the gem is an artificial one, not the real thing, and therefore it isn't that expensive. Dio smiled towards Irene and patted her head one more time and quickly helped Irene to wear the necklace on her neck. Jessica knew that the necklace couldn't be some cheap necklace, it had to be some expensive necklace that Dio has prepared beforehand. But after seeing Irene was so delighted to receive such a gift from Dio, she let it go. She knew that Dio was a very important person for Irene, and therefore she didn't want to take the gift away from Irene.